of out there on the internet, okay, on both sides, retarded people. But he'll find one, and he'll find a really shitty argument, and he'll take a clip of it. He'll say, okay, this is what all of the flat earthers claim, and he'll debunk it, and then everyone will clap.
Yeah.
I think flat earthers are dumb.
So I have like one question, which I like never really got.
Yeah.
Like, why would the government spend so much money? What's it called? Like acting like they went to the moon and acting like they know what shape the Earth is like. Why would they spend so much money on that stuff? So, like, why? For what purpose?
Outspend the USSR and thrust their economy into shambles.
That's one level.
So
yeah, I think that that would be insinuating that they know that the Earth is actually flat and that they're lying to people about it being a globe, and that they have gone and tested it, right, and that kind of thing. Tested it to be flat, and they're actively lying. I don't think that they're doing that. Most of the people that work at the government, I think that they genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. And even if NASA is lying about going to the moon, etc., right, that doesn't mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth, right? They probably genuinely believe that it's a globe, that they're lying about the pictures of from space. So that's does that answer your question? Maybe they're not lying.
Yeah, but like, how come like the what's it called, like the hierarchy of like scientists? How come like almost every scientist believes the Earth is like around or like a globe, but like some people on Discord think it's a flat Earth? Do you like get it? So why do all these scientists think the Earth is round, and not so many scientists believe the Earth's flat? Why?
Well, yeah, there's actually plenty of scientists that are flat earthers, right? People that hold high degrees. Yeah, but most people in the scientific field, right? They're just regurgitating the textbooks to get their degree. So they're regurgitating the information in the textbooks. They're memorizing it, right? They're writing it down in their exams, and they're getting a good grade, which allows them to get their degree. And they've probably also been taught the Earth's a globe from a young age and never questioned it, never tested it. And they're just working within that globe model framework for whatever job they're doing. And that's it, right? They're not lying. They're not lying. They just believe it's a globe because their professor taught them that.
But don't you like test it?
Give yourself a moment. Give yourself a moment to think about your question. Wait. Let me just ask him this. Give yourself a moment to think about your question. Right?
For me?
Apply the same principle of your question to like the minority Muslims in Italy, right? In contrast to the Roman Catholic Christian magisterium, right? You see, why does this minority believe contrary to the majority of the established official faction?
Right? I see.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tradition, the globe at this point. It's handed down generation to generation as if it's a fact. But when we go out and actually test for the curvature in reality, we don't detect any curvature where there must be curvature.
One question, guys. One question.
Yeah, what's your question, MJ?
Yeah. So every other ecology talked about how this animal eats another animal, and how this physics work, how chemicals work, right? But the only things about astrology or anything about the planet is not true. How does it work? Every other book is right, but the planet that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no one said every book's right.
Maybe the flat Earth is the, how do I say this, is a tradition that has been passed from the generation to generation,
Well, look, if all of those other books work just fine if the Earth's flat, right, then that wouldn't be a problem. If people are claiming that the Earth's a globe and they don't have any empirical evidence for that, then that's a problem. And then we go out and test it hundreds and hundreds of times, and we don't find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be curvature. Okay, we're just testing it, and it doesn't pass the test. So,
if you don't have professional equipment, right? Let's just say, okay, maybe you don't believe in professional equipment of the scientists because maybe they're not true, right? But You don't have
Right, well,
how do I say this? You don't have engineers that are flat earthers who make
yeah, we do.
very very articulate and advanced equipment that
No, we
can
do.
that
We
can
do
let you know.
specifically. We specifically have exactly what you just assumed that we don't have ignorantly, right? So you ignorantly assumed what we do and don't have, right? And I can show you a video right now of a whole team of engineers who are flat earthers, right, using extremely expensive, high-powered equipment to debunk the globe.
Oh, please let me see, please.
You want to see? Yeah, I'll put the information in the side chat.
Uh,
All right, so in the side chat, I'm going to post this for you now, if someone else hasn't already done it. All right, so here we go. Okay, so here is a 120-page PDF document, an hour-long video, 5 different laser tests, right? This is done by a team of field engineers core group. So yeah, you can check that out in your spare time and analyze it and try to debunk it.
Okay. That actually sounds very legitimate. I'm gonna try to see if I can see if there is any contradiction. Okay.
Sure, please do.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good day. Or you can stay and ask more questions if you want.
No, my fortune is like 1%. I don't have any questions. Because I asked too many questions in the flat earth VC. I think they got tired of me.
All right. Well, we're in the Flat Earth VC right now.
Oh man, you don't understand. I spent like 2 hours talking with them non-stop, and they like how do I say this? Kicked me out.
In this VC?
Yeah, like 2 hours, 2 whole hours.
When? When was this?
Like maybe like a month ago, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In this
Yeah.
VC, the one you're in now?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, it happens.
Shit happens. Okay. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day.
All right, bro. Gotcha. All right. Hey, what happened to our event? Someone closed our event.
Who's the guy we were talking to just before? The last dude?
He left, unfortunately.
Who was it? Because what's the name that y'all was talking to for a while? He left. He said goodbye, and then we talked to someone else, and then it was that last guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Seems like one side saying horizontal is level, and then the other side saying horizontal is sloped, right? Because if you get horizontal from sea level, and they say sea level is curving, that doesn't really make sense. How did we develop the concept of horizontal in the first place?
There is no such there is no such thing as horizontal, right? Because if the surface is horizontal, then it's curving, and if it's curving, then it's curving. So whether it be curving or not, it's curving.
Yeah, so how could anyone even come up with the idea of horizontal, Where did
or
it even
curving.
come? Yeah.
Like if there's only curving, what sense does it make? In contrast to its antonyms, or in contrast to its different other types.
Yeah, which is really interesting because Euclid and Aristotle, all these guys are at similar times. They're not too far off from each other. And those base axioms of geometry really lend themselves to the principles of the laws of logic.
Yes. There is no math or geometry, which is in math categorically, usually. There is no math without logic, because there's no language without logic. Math being a type of language.
So they have redefined horizontal. I don't know how they did that, because that just, yeah, I don't know. It makes absolutely no sense to me, man. I don't even think anyone could steelman the globe position, honestly, because of that.
And again, that is what happens. Just what inevitably happens with a worldview that has the presumption of autonomous humanistic rationalism, right? In simple terms, any worldview that makes the given human's opinion the ultimate epistemic standard, right? Where you really have no reluctance to just default to or relapse to your opinion to prove your opinion, your ideas. There's nothing stopping you. The people who are talking, who espouse such notions like what you just mentioned, they're operating with that type of presupposition. They have nothing in their worldview that really motivates them, that humbles them, that disciplines them to restrict their lines of thought, their opinions, their ideas in any way, so that they can think soundly. Nothing.
Well, I think pretty
Even
soundly.
logic is liable to their manipulation.
Exactly, which allows for contradictions in their worldview, like saying horizontal is curved. Yeah.
Or you could just, by your whim, whenever it seems convenient to you, just invalidate any given law of logic to get around any critique.
Yeah, which is
Yes, you're right.
incredible.
Horizontal is not curved. But we will say something slightly.
Is sea level the datum which we reference horizontal off of?
Yes.
Okay, is sea level curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
So yeah, the direction of horizontal changes at different points, but at any one point, horizontal is a plane. We just say that plane is different at different places.
Well, then where did the concept of horizontal come from?
It's pretty straightforward. It's just the right angles to the plumb line, to vertical.
That was punny, right? It's pretty straightforward.
I used to, that was punny.
But yeah, a fallible man thinks he could take a universal concept and then change that universal concept into something else. Then that's how that contradiction can incur, because universal concepts cannot be made by fallible man. That means the concept of horizontal was not made by a man. It's something that was discovered, and it's very simple to look out and go, look at that horizon. Thing is horizontal.
Furthermore, to add on to that critique, right? Any worldview that has such a notion in it, any worldview that has such a notion in it, what stops some other given human, right? In the first place, like the notion is that some human in the first place decided, well, I'm just going to espouse something else. I'm just going to assert something else, right? And it's valid just ipso facto of my fiat, right? What stops anyone else from doing the same? And what stops the obvious, uh, uh, the obvious sectarian disagreement that'll just be multiplied ad infinitum from that? Nothing. Nothing stops that. You got person alpha who looks at the law of non-contradiction and says, nah, those are the way. Okay. Then someone comes along and contradicts that, or someone comes along and throws out all the laws of logic, throws out all the rules of grammar and intelligible speech, or in meaning and semiotics, and on it goes. Right. Just by any given person's fiat, you're just You just annihilate some concept. Just make nothing out of it. Just throw it away. Just vanish it or invalidate it. Just by your say so. Not by some refutation, not by some logically sound refutation, just because you said so, because it's just not convenient for what you want to believe, especially in light of someone refuting you. Because that's really when it happens. When people do that. People say such replies as a spiteful reaction and being intellectually lazy in reply to some critique of their worldview that they don't know how to refute. That's usually when that happens.
Which is amazing because typically like a worldview that doesn't have an objective foundation will go with like pragmatism. I'm not declaring that it's an actual worldview, a so-called worldview, because a worldview needs an objective foundation for epistemics, for ontology or metaphysics and your ethics. But yeah, without that objective foundation, what you end up with is allowing for these contradictions in your worldview at that point. And it's just absolutely ridiculous, because these are objective things.
Correct. And again, the scientist clerics, they wouldn't even dream of thinking of such notions, such ideas at all. This type of worldview analysis, they don't do this. That's not a thing to them. Even though they
I
sometimes
agree. You
find
need
themselves
to have
trying to do it.
objective. Yeah, no, I agree. You need to have objective definitions in order to have a coherent worldview.
Yeah. So now a lot of people use pragmatism, right? It works because it works. So, which is circular. Obviously, typically in philosophy wouldn't accept that argument. But even if we did, like say we granted it, everything that the globe offers is conceptual that has no pragmatic value at all. If you want to fly over the earth, treat it like it's not the thing we say it is. If you want to build on the earth, treat it like it's not the thing we say it is. So pragmatically, when it comes down to it, we just treat the earth like all plumbs are parallel and everything. Like dude, it doesn't make any sense. How could you come up with a model that has no pragmatic use in the world? It's crazy.
But GPS is pretty pragmatic.
Like
The
what?
globe is
Like
part and parcel to GPS. Look, it's only a semantic, superficial inclusion of the globe, global positioning service. Right? That's all it is. There's nothing about the system that requires the Earth to be a ball. It's not as though the system couldn't function and do what it does to give positions on the surface of the Earth if the Earth wasn't a ball.
No, the GPS only works because the Earth is a ball, and that's the point I'm saying is that it's pragmatic, like the pragmatic existence.
I just said that's not true. Like what you're talking about a system, right? You're talking about an electro-digital system that provides positions on the surface of the Earth. That's the most objective way to say that, without trying to define it in some way that rhetorically makes it seem leaning towards the globe, and without the label that makes it seem like it's leaning towards the globe at all.
I'll help you out, Matthew. Matthew, I'll help you out. Yeah, so GPS only works because the Earth is flat. Now you have to debunk me.
Sure, we could talk to the designers of GPS. We could look at the way that it works. It's best explained by the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Well, Yoder last night did about an hour's presentation on how that it's always used as flat when they're using GPS.
Now it's a different notion. Okay, there's a difference between it's best explained by a globe in contrast to it only works on the globe. It only works on the globe is more strict and untenable. It best explains is a change from that notion to, at best, some sort of abductive rhetoric. But even then, that's not even true.
This ground positions from stars, a celestial sphere already, so it's a really silly argument.
Right. Getting the so-called GPS, if you want to substitute the words in the place of that initialism, right? Because even the initialism GPS, it does not necessarily mean you have to say globe for G. You can just say ground easily. It's really a ground positioning system. It's an electro.
So you're going to try and redefine what GPS means?
No, I'm not redefining. Right?
Yeah, you are.
In their
the people
worldview,
who designed it named it
let me finish the point. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're
Let me finish.
You're attempting to
Let me finish. Stop that. I wasn't done. All right. This appeal you're making is weak. This is the refutation to it.
No, it's
The only
strong.
what you have go. I wasn't done. You can hear me beginning to try and start again, so that there's no confusion. If you keep talking to me, I can't finish, and it's not going to be clear. You know this. I shouldn't have to explain this to an adult. Come on now. Okay. Your appeal to GPS is weak. GPS does not necessarily entail the Earth's a ball. It is not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. It's not. What you're talking about is an electro-digital system that provides positions on the surface of the Earth. That, what I just said, exactly the way I just said it, is not exclusive to the Earth being a ball. That can be done on a horizontal surface. To make an electro-digital system provides directions to various positions on the surface of the Earth. That none of that is exclusive to Earth being a ball at all. So you could easily just say the initialism stands for ground positioning system. The only thing you have is just this rhetorical, superficial notion. It's just rhetorically superficial. Globe positioning service, a globe positioning system. It's just
I
contriving
would
the
say
label in your favor.
I hear what you.
Right?
Well,
There's no
USA
aspect
stands for unit.
So the point being, there's no aspect of this system that necessitates the Earth being a ball. Nothing.
So yeah, USA stands for United States of America, but you could easily just refine it to say Unified States of America. But we don't, because we decided ahead of time what USA stands for. Same for GPS.
No, you didn't decide anything. It wasn't no we.
The designers of
we.
GPS.
Sure. Right? The thing that they're labeling globe positioning system does not necessitate the Earth being a ball. It is not. It is not contingent upon the Earth being a ball.
GPS is contingent on the Earth being a ball because there's satellites that function to find the position. So it is contingent on being a ball. It cannot work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so again, you don't know how to think soundly. You can have machines flying above the surface of a horizontal surface. So no, even the thing that you're trying to specify to caveat to try and make your point is again not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. Satellites, the whole thing you just said is hinging upon satellites. Machines flying above the surface of the Earth. That's what that is. That's not exclusive to the Earth being a ball.
I guess you're right about that point. You could have machines flying above the surface of a flat Earth. I'll concede.
See, there's nothing about this system that necessitates the Earth being a ball. Nothing. It's a weak appeal. It only seems strong because of the superficial rhetoric up on top of what the system really is.
So these providers that launch the payloads out into what Globers claim is into orbit around the Earth, right? There has to be at least a couple people in each of these companies that are in on it and know that there's either some massive lie going on or that the Earth is in fact flat or not what we claim it to be as a globe. Then, right?
Not necessarily.
With all these
grant you that it
companies
seems likely.
Right, but
Yeah,
like they'd be lied to, like to a huge. Like first off, they're getting handed off these satellites to launch into space, allegedly. But then, like these people have to know something, right? That's something either they're not launching it or they're handing it off to other people, and it's kind of sketchy because they're the ones that claim to be launching it, right? I mean, there's a huge list of these companies. So
the reason I'm saying my reply is there's the liars and deceivers, liars/deceivers, and there are those who are sincerely deluded, because there's the unwitting masses that are just deceived and they just don't know better. They're not trying to be participants in the deception. They're just passive targets of this attack. All right. But then you have another category, which is the sincerely deluded or the sincerely self-deceived. So they know better, but they don't want to know. And they try to believe otherwise. And they're dedicated to this other notion contrary to what they know. And a lot of people in these fields do that. And it's not just concerning cosmology. and for various reasons which are more or less understandable and relatable. Especially in the context of coercion, indirectly or indirect, right? And coercion isn't just I'm going to beat you, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to stab you. Coercion is you're going to get fired, you're going to be broke, you're going to get blacklisted, you're going to be blackballed, and you're not going to get a job ever again, and you're going to be just living in poverty, right? And you're going to be shunned, right? All that is a part of coercion as well. All these brilliant people with their God-given talents, and they are in a very insidious and subtle coercive institution. That's just how that culture works in that little corner of the world, their little corner of the world. A lot of people cannot stand having a career or living in some society, more or less, especially with a very important or prominent role they're in, where they're believing that pretty much everything we're doing is based on a lie. People can't live with themselves like that. You can't just comfortably sit in your head. This is a heinous lie that we're constantly espousing, asserting, publishing, and so many of our things is revolved around and connected to this lie or these lies. You can't live that way. So you have to soothe yourself, just even on a selfish level, let alone the damage and pain that others are experiencing and the consequences of that. You can't even live with yourself that way. So you have to convince yourself to soothe yourself so you can keep on living with yourself. Or else you're just going to get that heat is just going to keep building up. That pressure and intensity is just going to keep building up and building up until you finally can't hold it no more. Then it erupts in some way that you can't control and is more than likely going to be very detrimental to you. So that's what people do.
First of all, friends. Yeah, I'm listening now, bro. Talk you.
Of course, I'm here. Whatever's on your mind, just say it and we'll figure it out together. What's up?
I'm also.
I'm glad to hear that. Whenever you need to talk or brainstorm something, you know I'm ready. What are you thinking about or planning next?
So supportive.
Am I listening to a recording or is it people really talking?
It sounds like they're talking to AI.
It's an AI.
It's honestly pretty funny.
I'm like, this random conversation burst forth after I just finished my sentences. That's awkward. Oh, almost messed up. Wow. Oh, wow. Don't mind me. I'm just reacting to me playing NBA 2K. I don't know when I started having this skill. I can have an entire conversation about these profound subjects while playing NBA 2K. I'm surprising myself right now.
You think you could do it while chewing bubblegum as well?
Playing NBA 2K, chewing bubblegum, these conversations, or just two of the three?
All of them.
Fact,
I want all of them.
Yeah, all of them. I think yes. My sentences will be much slower because if I'm going to chew gum, I'm going to chew gum that's tasty. And if I'm going to chew gum that's tasty, I'm going to be closing my mouth a little bit more so I can enjoy it.
I guess then it's bad news for the Globers in here.
Refuting them, giving them being a very significant emotional event for him while chewing bubblegum at the same time and playing NBA 2K.
Yeah. See, Matthew Learns totally forgot that we developed this concept of horizontal, not just strictly in our mind, but off of reality itself. Because we have a tool like a water level, which sets up a local horizontal. And according to the globe, the surface of water has to be curving. So
now you see
where you missed it.
That's another thing. Thank you for saying that. So it's like we're at a point where we're discussing worldviews. God, you got to be kidding.
World is flat or not that you're discussing about, right?
Hang on, I'm going to finish my reply. So, anyways, we're talking about these worldviews, right? Now you know it's bad when a worldview, when someone who espouses a given worldview has to be explained in so many words, common and immediate human experiences. Like I shouldn't have to explain to an adult, especially these articulate adults that try to defend scientism. It should not have to be explained to them that, for instance, like the subject of horizontal, that it's not merely a human concept. It's like disconnected from any experiences. We all have experienced horizontal. We all know that we need horizontal things, right? It's very difficult to have family dinner on a curved ball, on a ball. Our dinner tables are not freaking balls, right? Or they're not wavy up and down, things like that. They're flat surfaces. So everything gets set evenly so that the food doesn't spill everywhere and we have a whole another damn mess to be bothered with after coming home from 8 or 9 plus hours of work. You shouldn't have to explain these things. But you do. For simple, immediately obvious points to be grasped by both parties so then you can move forward. That's when you know you're in bad shape if you have to have these things explained to you. Because your mind is just so warped and restricted by this delusion of this worldview. This worldview has people in a mental, a psychological chokehold. It's shackles.
All right, so who's the guy that was asking the question about the topic? Yeah, this is a flat Earth room.
Oh,
we're talking about
really?
Talking about the Earth being flat. Yeah. Do you know you're living on a flat Earth?
I actually don't agree with this statement because we all know that Earth is round shape. It's just spherical.
Was it obvious by the name of the VC?
Well, now hold on. You were told you live on a spherical Earth, but you were never proved to. No one ever proved that to you, did they?
Actually, one of my social subject, there is a chapter called whether the Earth is flat or not. In that, one of the person actually seen a ship actually going down when he is observing from a telescope around 50 miles at the I mean at 18th century.
Okay. And what does that have to do with anything?
So you mean you are observing a ship from 50 miles and it is going down just like sinking in the ocean, so that means it is a little bit curvy. Didn't you get it, the point?
No, what they did is they used an affirming the consequent fallacy, where they said, if the Earth is curving, ships will disappear bottom up. Ships disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is curving. They actually used fallacious reasoning to try to get you to buy into the idea. In reality, that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth being curved or not. It could, but it doesn't in this case. So the other problem is if you're saying it's 50 miles, well, that debunks the globe right away, because that would be in excess of the radius, or that curvature rate would be in excess of the radius that is claimed by the globe paradigm. So that debunks the globe right there. 50 miles, yeah.
Actually, there is another proof that is going to be submitted to you here. What's that?
The thing that you would need to prove that the Earth is a globe is that the Earth must have curvature on the surface that is measured. Has anybody measured the surface curvature?
So not only by the measuring, we can able to judge by seeing it, isn't it? So
no,
we have
you need to measure it because, excuse me, just seeing, just apparent curvature is not proof of curvature. Measurement would be the only empirical method by which we can do that.
Okay, then. I agree. I totally agree with your statement because you want exact proof that you have to see by yourself, right? So not only by using the telescope or sinking in the ocean. Okay, let me explain in this way then. Some of the agents from the space our satellites are capturing multiple images that saying that Earth is curved, not in the flat.
My friend,
Mhm.
is the surface curving by measurement, or is it just an apparent thing? Because someone can
So
tell
what do
you
you
they
mean by
saw
that?
something,
Wait,
but
wait,
how do you,
wait a minute, wait a minute. What do you mean by measuring? Do you want to scale? Do you want a scale to measure
no, my
Earth whether it
gosh.
is flat or not?
Why are you asking me a question and then going ahead and presuming what needs to be done? There needs to be drop over distance measurements consistent with the radius given to us by the globe paradigm. That would mean that you would have approximately 8 inches per mile squared over the distance that you are measuring of drop, vertical drop. This is not found on the Earth anywhere. In fact, everybody measures the Earth flat. All major industries, navigation systems, you name it. Surveyors, they all measure the Earth to be flat. There is no curvature on the surface of the Earth. Whatever you thought that you saw, or whatever someone told you that they saw from outer space, which is also a fairy tale, is incorrect.
Okay. I agree with your statement. Maybe that's a fairy tale. Okay, then let me put it this way. Here, have you ever seen the globe map? The map of a globe.
Can I interject
depends.
just a second to bring it back to your initial point, says who? Venu, did you understand what he said when he said the ship should not be visible at 50 miles due to Earth curvature? Because you just seem to move on to other things and you seem to be going from topic to topic and not really addressing each one. Did you understand what he meant?
Me?
Yes. You presented evidence of Earth as being seeing a ship disappear at 50 miles. Who informed you that if the Earth is a sphere of the size we are told, that it would be impossible to see a ship at that distance?
Actually, one of my social teacher told me that at my 8th standard. So maybe I forget it. Maybe it's 500 miles. I don't think so.
No, you're
I don't
missing the
know exactly.
farther is even worse for your claim. Because if the Earth is a sphere of the size we're told, then we can determine how far away things should disappear as a result. 50 miles is far too far to see something on a spherical Earth, and 500 would be ridiculous. So I think you need to acquaint yourself
by
with
using
the
the naked
size.
eyes. Not by using the naked eyes, it's by using the telescope.
No. A telescope is not going to make an object appear from behind a blockage of Earth. Do you understand? Okay, says who you can take over again.
So
Fix your connection. Fix your connection.
Okay then.
Hey, Vino, just quickly before you continue, Vino, just wait a second, brother. Wait a second, my friend. Okay.
Okay. Carry on.
Right. I just want to say one thing. Right. When you're talking to us, right, please try to listen and try to wait for us to finish talking, and then we will let you respond, and we'll try to have a flowing conversation. Right. So just remember that, please.
Yeah. Okay. I respect everyone. Thank you for remembering. Reminding me.
Is that like
so? Anyways,
someone just playing a recording?
Can I start my point now?
No, they're just goofing off.
Can I start my point now?
But are you going to? I will let you say something if you can address the fact that the Earth is not measured to be curving.
Yeah, I am on the way to prove it.
No, I need you to show me if you have a proof. It would be measurable curvature, which would be drop over distance between points on the surface of the Earth. That's what we need.
Yeah, exactly. That I am going to be proved.
Great. Do you have measurements then? Can you post them in the side chat, please?
It is available on the internet. I will let you know once I finish it. Okay?
Bro.
Okay. Let me continue with my point, okay? Is that okay?
all I need is the Earth curve measurements, because if you're going to go to something like maps, that's not going to help you.
I will definitely show you again. I'm promising you. I will definitely show it to you after completion of
And
my
so
point.
what's the next thing you're going to say? Is it going to be another affirming the consequent fallacy?
Come on, man. Just listen first.
Okay, I'm listening.
You're straining so hard to talk in here.
Okay. So all of you already known about the world map, right? So have you ever seen why the Russia is that much big? It is not actually that much big. It is a little bit smaller. What you think about Russia?
Yeah, all maps are projections, so each of them will have some kind of distortion because all of them are projected from a globe. The globe came from elevation angle measurements to the stars. So the globe. By the way, excuse me. The globe
interrupting the point. Let me complete my point.
I want to help you. I want to help you, dude. I want to help you.
Any questions? Just
Excuse
ask
me.
after my completion of my point. Okay.
Excuse me. The globe itself is also inaccurate. Do you understand? The globe is inaccurate. It's also a projection.
There is a person in this group who just told me that there is no interruption while some of the person is talking about their point. Who's that person? I didn't remember.
Are you trying to appeal to by the way, so I can help you with this conversation. So as a moderator in the channel, I'm trying to help you. The globe itself is also distorted. It is not an accurate depiction of the Earth, the globe itself.
Gosh, you are not actually complete. Let me complete my point, okay?
Is it going to have something to do with maps and globes that are all inaccurate? Then by all means, go ahead.
Yeah. What my point is, the Russia looks so big. But it doesn't look that.
She breaking up. Bro, you're breaking up.
In reality.
You got to fix your connection because you're breaking up, man.
You to be fighting this hard to talk.
So here, the concerning thing is.
All right.
Fix your connection.
If you take one.
Fix
Bro, we can't hear you.
She needs to leave and re-enter.
Yeah, Vino, if you can hear us, drop out of the room and come back, please, because your connection is terrible.
Ball now, Didi. Ball.
This is a more advanced room. If you don't have, fluent English skills, then you may not want to speak in here. It's not going to work very well.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm a complete beginner. Sorry for that.
I'm talking to you. Your mic was cutting out, so I didn't hear most of what you said.
Oh, okay. I get it. Am I clear now? Is my voice is clear now?
It's clear right now, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Glad to hear. Here, when you compare India and Russia, India is, the Russia is 5 times bigger than when compared to Indian land. So when it compares to the old map that we are seeing right now, it is way more bigger than 5 times. Did you get the point? Here.
Yeah, the point is that the maps are projections and none of them are accurate. And so what does this have to do with Earth curvature, by the way?
Here, the point is visible. You can see?
Yeah, I know. In reality, I can see that the Earth is not curving. Maps have nothing to do with it since they're all reifications. So where is, in reality, the curvature of the Earth? That's the question. Because now you once again used an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah,
actually used a reification fallacy.
The point I think he's trying to make, he's claiming the Earth is bigger than what we think it is, and that's why they were able to see the ships at 50 miles or whatever. He's not understanding there is a necessary drop over distance for the heliocentric model, and 50 miles visual of a ship would defy that necessary drop over distance.
Now let him confirm your inference. Is that your point, Venan?
That's not my point. That's actually when you just like if there is a surface on the globe, if you put it on the paper in which is stretching them the
Dino, you're cutting out again, dude.
sides and letting
All right,
the same.
Do we have anybody else that can follow the conversation and all the?
I got a globe
Like
question.
every time
for
we
you.
tell him he's not connecting well, he just doesn't hear it. You need to
Again,
fix your connection.
Yeah, Vino, we're going to have to pass the microphone to someone else because your connection's not working. Maybe wait a few minutes, let Grenade Head ask his question, and
Yeah, I
maybe
got
your
a
internet
quick
will
one.
be better.
Intolerably
Really quick one. There's 3 cities that are south of the equator, or and Melbourne, Santiago, and Johannesburg. To travel from one to the other to the other to the other and go back around in a loop, basically, to go to all 3 of them and then return back to the one that you initially started from, is a 20,000 mile trip. How does that happen when the equator is 25,000 miles? How do you lose, 10,000 miles or 5,000 miles south of the equator?
Well, who's this question for?
Anybody.
Oh, I don't know. What does that have to do with the topic?
Well, if the Earth is flat, any 3 cities that are south of the equator, to make a trip between all 3 of them and return to the one you started at, should be a trip that's longer than 25,000 miles, if the equator is 25,000 miles.
Well, I'm sorry. What does this have to do with Earth curvature, man? Is the Earth curving or is it not curving?
Well, if the Earth is flat, anything past the equator should be, when you do a circumnavigation, anything past the equator, you'd be going farther than 25,000 miles.
Do you have some kind of image or a model of the Earth, a flat Earth in your head that you're trying to compare to something else?
Well,
I don't know why he's conflating the entire distance, just in principle. I don't know why he's conflating the entire distance of the equator. Right? You begin at one point, draw a circle, you just draw a circle or a line that now stretches 25,000 miles.
Well, any circle
that with the distance between the 3 cities. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's incoherent.
If the equator is a circle where the center of the circle is the North Pole, okay.
Who said that? Whoa. Who said that? Excuse me, friend.
Well,
Who said that?
What is the equator then? What is the equator?
It's in the sky. The equator is in the sky. It's part of the celestial sphere model, which is where you get your globe from.
But there is a point on Earth that people live at, that on a certain day of the year, the sun travels this circle, and they call that the equator.
It does?
It's the middle of the seasons, basically. It's the
right. It's part of the celestial sphere model. Yeah.
Right.
So in reality,
where the sun does
it's 0 degrees to Polaris, bro. The equator is essentially 0 degrees to the GP of Polaris. Of course, that is a flat Earth that they measured to get that, the equator.
Right. And that you can put that line on whatever surface the Earth happens to be,
Okay.
And anything that's farther south of that line has to be a bigger circle.
Why?
Well, because it's farther away from the North Pole.
I just addressed his issue. Like, it's just extenuating words. Like, what you're doing is you're just conflating the entire distance of the equator, right? The entire line stretching from one point going around in the circle to the. Let me finish. Let me finish before you interject the silly point. Right? Think about what you're saying for a moment. You're just conflating the distances between whatever given three cities that may or may not have three separate distances that add up to more or less than 25,000 miles with the entire distance of the equator. Just because you're traveling from one city to another city to another city and back to the initial city does not necessarily entail that you're traveling 25,000 miles more or less than that.
Well, if it's flat, you'd have to be traveling more than 25,000 miles.
Hold on a second. Before you start talking about what has to happen, are you using a straw man of an azimuthal equidistant projection to try and justify your position?
Well, what the hell shape is your planet or your flat surface, whatever it happens to be?
Shape? No one told. No one's talking about shape. No one's talking about a shape, dude.
How are the continents laid out?
We can't make any progress if you just ignore replies. All right, engage the replies I said to you concerning exactly what you just said.
I want to know how your continents are laid out. If they're not laid out the way you guys show it in an AE map.
Dude. Engage the reply.
Why are you so triggered, bro?
Very initial thing you just said. I'm talking about what you introduced yourself on. The very first thing you said, I'm talking about that. So why are you avoiding my reply on that?
Who here claimed a shape?
My premise is the, I guess you call it the AE map, is that it has an equator that's marked on it, and that equator is 25,000 miles.
But I didn't mention anything about that in my reply to you.
And anything past that,
but I didn't mention anything about that in my reply to you.
So you're trying to straw man us with an AE map. Why?
How do you explain the layout of the southern hemisphere's continents if you're not
engaging my reply? I just said to you, you're not having a coherent conversation. I said a reply to you. You've evaded it for the past 5 minutes. Stop this.
No, I'm not evading it. You're evading the fact that I've got you in a corner.
No, actually, you are evading. Hold on, please, just for a moment, bro.
Hold on a second. Wait. Stop. You don't have anybody in the corner, dude. You're trying to claim that that's our flat Earth map, and it's not.
Well, then what flat Earth map are you using?
We aren't using any maps.
Because you guys are liars.
No, I use Google Maps. I use Google Maps
so that you can't be put in a corner.
Stop talking.
No.
Be quiet.
So that you can't be pinned down.
Be quiet and stop talking. You're not going to dominate your way through the VC, just being noisy, pushing whatever you want to push. Engage what I just said to you, or you're just going to stay muted. Because obviously,
he did this exact thing yesterday. We had this exact same conversation with the call out of the straw man. He came back and just NPC reset today.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. That's funny.
That's crazy. So, in light of that, right? I granted him just for the sake of argument.
And you guys blocked me in the text chat.
Stop talking.
Gregory, hold on. Gregory, hold on. Grenade, why are you filibustering?
All right, let's have him talk to Just Says Who. Just Says Who.
Grenade, if you filibuster and you don't engage in the conversation, then that means that you've lost today. So if you think that the azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then you also believe that the globe is no good because it's a globe projection. No one's claiming anything about distances. No one's trying to give you a model. You are using a model to strawman us. This is dishonest on your part. Don't project.
I did not claim that the azimuth projection is no good. I'm proclaiming that if you, for flat Earth, you are just lying to yourselves.
This is not what we're using as any kind of model. So why are you trying to strawman us with something that we're not claiming? Why are you doing that?
Well, then explain how the southern continents are laid out.
I have no idea how the southern continents are laid out. It wouldn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving. That's the topic here.
Because
is the Earth
curving? Understand reality.
They use the stars. They use the stars.
Grenade, is the Earth curving? Oh, he left. Darn. We don't get to talk. Okay.
Same thing happened.
He ignored every point being said to him just to insist on having this imaginary conversation with real people. when they try to engage any replies that we're actually saying. The thing that he was ignoring from me, like y'all said a different critique than what I was focusing on. I think very sequentially. So what he said is, if you travel from this city, 3 cities, city A, city B, city C, back to city A, then you must be traveling more than 25,000 miles. That is non sequitur. That does not follow. What he's doing is he's just making this non sequitur leap from the equator, the as it were, the circumference of this circle that is the equator is 25,000 miles, and you may be traveling across the equator back and forth at least once to get to all 3 of these cities to travel in this triangle. Therefore, you must have traveled more than 20,000 miles. That is not necessarily true. Crossing the equator, traveling to any of these 3 cities, does not necessitate you travel more than 20,000 miles. That's non sequitur. You could have traveled in a triangular path that's rather small, and even less than 100,000, even less than 100 miles, or maybe just about 20,000 miles, maybe just a little bit more than 20. It could be any various distance. Those 3 distances, those 3 lines could add up to any number of things, greater or less than 20,000 miles, just on its face. That's the first critique I say. And then the next thing, the next level would be to expose that it's based on this straw man, like y'all was saying. Just a stupid argument. Like it just couldn't be the case that you traveled in a triangular path on a horizontal surface to and fro across the equator, and the distances add up to less than 25,000 miles. Like that just couldn't be the case if the Earth is horizontal. That's stupid.
Not nearly.
Someone else without parents in here?
Who's asking?
Y'all got parents. Do they have discipline though?
Yeah, I have discipline. I only have 3 drinks before I drive, but not 4.
How excellent.
All right. Well, anyways, anybody new in here that may or may not believe, I should say, does believe that they live on a spinning water ball and wants to prove it or ask questions about the flat Earth, please do so. We've got dead air. We want to fill it. Let's chat.
Now, mind you, that previous guy, like let it sink in. For some reason, this worldview breeds this behavior, even in people that you would least expect to behave this way. That man was easily over 50 years old, easily, and lives in some degree in corporate America, right? But then comes in here and acts like a stupid, barely teenage brat when trying to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth.
Have you spoken to that guy before, Gregory?
No.
He was in yesterday. I've seen him. I've seen him around a
ago.
bunch. He looks very familiar, and he's.
Yeah, I've spoken to him before.
Yeah. Okay.
And he ran away too.
He ran away yesterday as well. He declared victory, ran away, started chat skanking, and then came back today with the exact same NPC reset arguments. Straw manning.
I mean, you're more than 50 years old, acting like an adolescent brat, just spitefully talking back, being quarrelsome. About what? About the shape of the Earth? It's amazing. Like it's like subconsciously they presume that they have a right to speak in here and to be heard and considered. It's not a right. You're being allowed Just as if I was going into their VCs. I don't have a right to speak in there. They don't owe me their ears. They decide to permit me into their VC, into their forum, or not. Vice versa. Fighting tooth and nail, pushing their voice into the VC. That's a dead giveaway of someone trying to just convince themselves out loud. And they want to convince themselves out loud in the audience, in front of an audience of the people who believe contrary to them. That's more significant. That's more emotionally gratifying. It doesn't hit as hard when you're just doing it in front of your fellow believers. They already believe you, already agree with you.
Yeah, I want to know how they measure distances across great bodies of water like oceans. Where do we put our stakes for measuring?
Good question.
Well, you could use celestial navigation techniques to measure large distances across water.
That only works on a flat surface.
There's nothing about celestial navigation that requires or includes earthball.
How do you use that to measure ground distance?
With celestial navigation, you look at the GP of the star, or you look it up in the almanac, and then based on the distance from the zenith, you can figure out that angle times 69 miles.
Yeah, how did you figure out it was 69 miles?
Well, I don't know how they figured it out, but it works.
Okay, well, that's the question I want to know. Because I call bullshit.
Yeah, what do you mean it works, dude? Did you go and verify it?
Well, it's been 60 nautical miles per degree for hundreds of years. You're saying it's not? Or it doesn't work?
I want positive evidence that it is, and that it's consistent.
The success of navigation over the oceans for the past 300
measured
years?
distance. I don't mean the success. I mean the measured distance, in spite of success and despite of success.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I thought that it was obvious that celestial navigation works because the distances are correct.
It does work. Like, you can succeed with it, but it doesn't mean the distances are accurate or true or consistent. Other flat Earth communities, I get it, accept the 69-1 rule as a foregone conclusion, and I think that's a bit foolish, to be honest, because we are more rugged in our empiricism, I guess.
But again, even with that being granted, again, think through your notions. Where does this necessitate or include the Earth's ball? You got distances. You're using celestial navigation, you get distances. Where you are, where the zenith is, where the destination is. You got all these distances on the surface of the Earth. Where does getting distances then all of a sudden conjure the premise, the idea, the Earth's the ball? Where in there
I'll tell you, Gregory, I'll tell you, because geometrically, when you mate the distance with the angle, you create a circle.
Celestial navigation uses a linear equation, 60 times the number of the degrees. That's a linear equation, which works on a ball, but it doesn't work on a flat Earth. A flat Earth, it'd have to be trigonometric, like right angles or something, right triangles.
I agree.
You get angles without right triangles at all?
With celestial navigation, you don't need right angles or right triangles.
So you're getting angles that don't make a triangle.
Who told you that?
So with celestial navigation, you multiply the zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That multiplication is all you need.
Yeah, I want
Okay,
validation of
celestial
that.
navigation, get the elevation angle up from the Earth to the star, right?
That's one way to do it. You could just directly measure the zenith distance.
Hang on. Celestial navigation is for navigating the Earth, yes?
It's for determining your location, but which you can use to
yeah.
navigate, yes.
Yeah. And so you're getting the elevation angle of the star, yes? Up above
That's one way to do it.
The Earth, yes?
No, the main thing you want is the zenith distance, how far down it is from the zenith, which you can do with looking at the elevation, but you also don't need it. Like if the horizon is obscured,
You are getting an
can still do it.
elevation angle between the star and the Earth, yes?
No, you're using that to get the zenith distance. The zenith distance is the important bit.
What do you mean no?
You can use the elevation angle, but you don't have to.
It's the elevation angle between the star and what then?
Zenith.
The zenith is where?
Straight up.
On the Earth, yes?
That's an assumption. That's an assumption. Being the star is 90 degrees above your head. So you're saying there's absolutely no refraction, nothing making the light bend. You can't even prove any of that.
Again, granting that for the sake of argument, the zenith is where? On the Earth, yes?
The opposite of where the restriction plumb line goes.
Guys, I've never once seen evidence of a 90-degree elevation angle to a star. Has anybody ever seen a star directly overhead at anyone's zenith 90 degrees presented as evidence before, anywhere in any format?
Never. No one would make that assumption. It's a ridiculous assumption to make.
Well, you can assume it, right? It sounds reasonable, but has anybody actually presented it? Has anybody done it, demonstrated that you can actually go directly underneath a star? I would like to see that.
How does it sound reasonable if they believe after the sun set, like when you're watching a sunset, the sun's already set?
Yeah, that's crazy too. But where I'm going with this is how do you get Polaris? Has anybody ever been directly under Polaris, took a video, photograph, showing a sextant, angle reading, whatever, and said, yep, Polaris, we got 90 degrees overhead, folks, within like 3 arc seconds of precision. There it is. Nobody's done that. And nobody's ever established a measured distance out from there for declination of latitude relative to angle change and the distance involved.
Well, I thought stars go overhead all the time. I guess I haven't seen it myself, but as stars rise and set, sometimes they go straight overhead, don't they?
Yep, I'm sure they do. But I want to see the evidence for it because people are basing their precision of distance. And guess what? We need precision here because there's a lot of fudge factor when it comes to the globe. So I really want to see a demonstration that anybody can even obtain a 90-degree elevation zenith angle relationship to a star at any point.
You look into Lahia noon. That's when all the shadows go away. And that happens across like a, 35-mile area.
Yeah, it happens everywhere between the tropics, at some point, twice a year.
That's for the sun. We're talking stars.
Well, they think
the same thing happens with stars. Stars go overhead all the time, I think.
Yeah, I know it's a great assumption, but the idea is what if it's really hard to pin down accuracy? What if you could have 2 people separated by like 30 miles of measured distance and both have the same 90-degree relationship to a star overhead?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're right. The more precise you are, the more precise you can determine your location.
Exactly. Because, a flat swath of a globe nautical miles by 6 nautical miles is 99.977% flat or something. So, yeah, we kind of need a higher degree of precision rather than assumptions.
And I think Lahia noon proves that point that Matthew and Yoder came to the conclusion of that they could be 30 miles apart and still get 90 degrees because that's what they see with the shadows.
And can the velocity of certain stars be different relative to each other depending on the observer?
No, stars are always moving 15 degrees per hour, every star.
Well, relative to the observer, no.
As far as their latitude, okay. Yeah, like Polaris doesn't move that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cell nav thing, you know, proving flat Earth or whatever. I don't even think it proves the globe.
Yeah, so my argument is that celestial navigation uses a linear equation, namely zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That's just a straight up multiplication. And that type of linear equation works on a globe, whereas on flat Earth, you would need a trigonometric equation and right triangles.
Okay, so again, I'm trying to speak when no one else is talking so that there is no possibility of misperception of me talking to others. Right? Celestial navigation, trying to navigate the Earth. You get an elevation angle between the star and the zenith, like you just said, and at this point there was disruption. The zenith is where? On the Earth, yes?
The zenith is dependent on where you are. It's observer dependent. It's straight above the observer.
The observer is on the Earth, yes?
Yes. Yes. Zenith is
So
a
the
direction.
star is above the Earth, yes?
Yes.
So the zenith would be where the observer is looking, which is on the Earth. Yes.
Zenith is a direction. Yes, zenith is a direction, not a location.
Right, directly below, as it were, stretching a line from the star down to the Earth. Yes.
No, you don't need. You need the zenith, the direction to the star, compared to the direction of straight up. That angle is what you use.
Dude, you're being incoherent. The coherent thing to say is the star is above the Earth. It's above a point on the Earth. The zenith is a point on the
GP.
Earth.
Straight up from what,
Thank
Matthew?
you. The GP.
Straight up from what?
I wasn't even going to say the term because you know it already. You're just refusing to be consistent.
Yeah.
So to say that it's not an elevation angle between the star and the Earth is to simply be dishonest and to break the whole system for
I'm
the
not
sake of protecting
dishonest.
the globe.
I'm trying to explain it as
There is
clearly
no
as possible.
there is no shred of honesty when you already know that it's a GP, a ground position, the ground being the Earth. So as it were, an EP, an Earth position. So to deny that it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth is to be dishonest, to refuse to be consistent, when that's obviously the entailment.
Well, let me try again. The zenith is a direction from the observer, which is straight up, and then another direction is from the observer to the star. You compare those two directions and you get the zenith distance. That's how far off from straight up the star is. You multiply that by 60, and that gives you the distance to the GP of the star. The GP of the star is the location at which the star is straight up above that point on Earth, and you look that up in a naval almanac.
Yeah. Okay. It's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth because the star remains where it is, regardless of the observer moving from to and fro. Right? It's not like the star moves when you move or when the observer moves. It moves the way it does, independent of the observer, above the Earth. And you're trying to navigate the Earth. The focus isn't the observer. The focus is the Earth because you're trying to navigate not the observer, the Earth. So why am I straining to get you to explicitly concede? Yeah, it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth, and you're trying to navigate the Earth. So it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth. Why am I straining to get you to concede to this?
An elevation angle typically refers to the distance, the difference in angle between the observer and the star and the observer and the horizon. But what you end up plugging into the equation is not that. You can use the elevation to figure it out, but really what you need is the zenith distance, the difference between straight up and the direction to the star.
Straight up from what?
The observer.
So the observer standing on what?
They're standing on the ground or in a ship on the ocean, more likely the ocean.
How does this V, as it were, between straight up and the angle from 90 degrees to the angle from you, as it were, the line stretching from you to the star, and contrast to the line stretching just directly up from you, absolutely, just absolutely vertical. How does this make any sense when your rhetoric is trying to delete the Earth from being a factor, so you can get away from the entailment that you're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth? How do you make any sense out of this when it's supposed to be navigating the Earth and your rhetoric is ignoring the Earth? You're trying to ignore it. You're trying to redact it out of your rhetoric, so you don't have to concede this point.
Yeah. So let me put some numbers to it. Let's say that you look straight up and that's the vertex, the zenith, I mean, and then the star is 10 degrees off from that. So that 10 degrees, you multiply 10 by 60 and you're 600 nautical miles away from the GP of that star. Now you could also figure the elevation angle from the horizon if you can see it and notice that it's at 80 degree elevation, then you subtract that to get the 10, but basically you just need the 10. So if the horizon is obscured
from what?
From the horizon. But if the horizon is obscured, you can measure the zenith distance directly without the reference to the horizon.
You're standing on the horizon?
No, you're standing on the Earth. If the horizon is obscured, you can still do this, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. The idea is that the vertical line is stretching up from the GP where you're standing, this absolute vertical line. So you can make sense out of this alleged angle from you to the star while you try to ignore the Earth. Vertical up from what? The Earth.
Yeah, so the star is directly over the GP of that star. That's the ground position of where the star is directly overhead.
Yeah, what you're doing is that you want to stand the V up instead of the V pointing sidewards, right? Looking out the distance, the GP over there, underneath the star. You want to tip the V up so that you can ignore the Earth in your rhetoric.
Right. No, it's not the rhetoric. It's just how it works. It's zenith distance times 60.
Not how
That's
it
the
works.
math equation. It is. What equation are you going to use?
Navigating the Earth does not require ignoring the Earth. No, it doesn't.
You can ignore the horizon, not the Earth.
But the horizon is what? The horizon is the apparent meeting point of the sky to the Earth. So even with you trying to ignore the Earth and turn your eyes to horizon to get around this obvious entailment, you're literally talking about an aspect of the Earth that involves part and parcel by nature the Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's the elevation angle up from the Earth to the star.
Right. I'm saying the fact that you can do celestial navigation even if the horizon is obscured shows that you don't have to use the horizon. It's a convenient way to do it, but you don't need it.
All right, we got to end this because Matthew, you're describing to us a flat Earth right now. Everything that you've said so far is describing a flat Earth. So I think that you're on our side at this point, right? Zenith,
I'm describing the
height
of how celestial navigation works.
Right. So it's all vertical and horizontal relationships, and there's no curve involved in here, is there?
The fact that you're using a linear equation is well explained on a globe.
The linear equation has nothing to do with whether or not you're actually describing all these elevations. I tell you what, just give me a definition or a citation of an elevation angle. That should solve the problem.
You don't need an elevation angle for celestial navigation.
You don't? Okay, so what are you going to do then?
Find the
no angles required.
Directly. No,
zenith distance. How are you going to do that? How are you going to get the zenith distance?
By measuring the angle between this line.
Angle, shit! Oh, damn it! You already went back to angle, so no elevation angles required. Actually, in the manuals, why don't you show me if they're using elevation angles or if they're doing what you're talking about? Get me a manual and show me what they're doing.
Zenith distance is an angle. Sorry, I didn't make that.
Matthew, I just want you to go ahead and get me a manual and show me that they're doing what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't have a manual.
Oh, well, what are you describing? Is it actually celestial navigation? Or are you just trying to cop out and say, oh, you don't have to do it the way they actually do it. You could do it this way, and this makes me get out of jail free. Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm describing the math behind celestial navigation.
I don't give a shit about the math. I want you to show me how it's done. That way we know if you're bullshitting or not.
Typically, it's done by using the elevation angle from the horizon.
Oh, typically that's how they do it. Okay, in the manual, that's probably what they describe as well. So they're not talking about what you're doing, are they? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, what you're doing is you want to tip the line up 90 degrees. What they're doing is they're getting the line that is stretching from where you are to the GP, and then, as it were, in principle, the line stretching up from you to the star. So, as it were, the V is tipped sideways. Okay. You're trying to point the V up to the sky. Then you make the baseline just absolutely vertical, just ignoring the Earth. But are you traversing up into the air? No. Are you traversing an abstract constant that is a vertical line? No. You're traversing the Earth.
Sorry, go ahead.
Trying to tip the V up is stupid. Nowhere in doing this are you going to ascertain where the star is above the Earth so you can navigate the Earth. When you tip the V up, that does not inform you about the Earth at all. You're not traveling the sky. You're not traveling the air. You're not traveling an abstract concept that is a mathematical line. You're traveling the Earth. So the V, as it were, is sideways. The baseline is stretching from across the surface of the Earth, from you to the GP, and the other line stretching from you to the star. And that star having a straight line in principle down to the GP in the distance away from you. That entails
So you're saying there's a right triangle?
Surface.
It sounds like what you're describing is a right triangle on a flat.
It's a right triangle, no matter how. It's a right triangle, no matter how you want to orient it. Because in your notion, it's a right triangle sitting on the acute tip, rather than sitting on its baseline.
So why does the math not use trigonometric identities to calculate the distance if it's a right triangle?
Why don't you ask the people? Ask the people that devised this system. I mean,
the people that devised the system assume the globe that it's a globe.
Look,
I don't give a shit what they assumed.
You just asked me why do they not use triangle math when triangles are involved?
Right.
So either they're doing it wrong or your notion is just wrong.
So if it's a right triangle as you described, then the distance would be calculated using trigonometry, right?
Matthew, what in the hell are you doing?
I'm showing that the very fact that the equation is linear is best explained.
I know you guys have already been doing this forever. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving, does it? You brought up celestial navigation. Is this your globe proofsy?
Yes, celestial navigation.
Okay, so can you give me measurements to confirm that this is a proof of drop over distance between points? I want a measurement. Sick of your dumbass.
I feel like I'm about to get muted, so I'm going to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, go. Yeah, get bent. See ya.
Like you can't keep doing this type of behavior. You go out of your way to speak up these opinions, and then when you're pressed to just give the cowbell for the very thing that you said all these things, for the very thing that everything you just said is centered around, then you don't make the point. It's just assertions. It's a routine set of assertions. And you try to figure out where exactly does Earth is ball, or surface of the Earth is curving, fits into this whole set of sentences about celestial navigation. Where is this? Where is Earth is ball in celestial navigation? Where about getting angle elevations involves the Earth being a ball? Elevation angles mean Earth is a ball. Nowhere. It's just a set of sentences. And the reason says who said that is because, like he said just 2 minutes ago, he brought it up. Michael brought it up as though it proves the Earth there is a ball. That's why he said that. If anyone didn't remember that after all those several minutes that passed, he was supposed to be giving the cowbell as to how celestial navigation somehow proves the Earth's the ball. But with all the specifics that are involved in celestial navigation, trying to use the stars to navigate the Earth, celestial stars, or the heavenly bodies, navigating what? The Earth. Where in trying to get elevation angles to ascertain where the star is above the Earth and tell that the Earth's a ball? Nowhere. There's never a coherent connection between their desired conclusion and all the constituents, all the aspects of celestial navigation. There's no connection. It is merely a rhetorical, superficial connection. They'll just say it's connected. They'll just say that it proves SE doctrine. It's not as though, well, if you do this way and do this that way, then if you do it this way, then you won't get the distance if you don't factor in the Earth as a ball or anything like that. There's no reductio, proof, nothing. There's no quotation that proves, not just asserts, but proves coherently by some line of argumentation, yes, the Earth is a ball, given that fact in the context of celestial navigation. Now, mind you, internalize the fact that the proposition celestial navigation proves the Earth's a ball is the weaker premise than celestial navigation cannot work on a horizontal surface on a flat Earth. That's even a stronger premise that they've never proved.
I'm good. Good.
Stop being noisy.
What?
Stop being noisy.
Hey!
So yeah, that's the stronger premise. They've never proven. They've ever given a deductive argument that proves celestial navigation cannot work on a flat Earth, on a horizontal surface.
Yoder, I got a question because I don't know the answer, and I'm not a hardcore math fella.
I'm not either.
So the discussion about this linear equation, which I don't disagree with, right? If you were to model this out, then you're going to have a problem. But if you conceptualize the sun as taking an arced path, can the linear equation or whatever still be done from a flat plane?
No.
No?
Nope. It's like this, and maybe the simplest way I can put it, because I've been thinking on this issue for a long time, and I've known it was a problem from the beginning, and I've also tried to reconcile it almost foolishly. The way to think about it is what happens after 180 degrees, or let's say you begin with Polaris in the on your right side, you turn towards it, and then you run underneath Polaris, and then Polaris goes behind you towards the horizon. What happens afterwards to Polaris? You got to pick up a new point of origin somewhere, and then now you've got 180 degrees, okay, from Polaris on one horizon all the way up above into the other horizon. Now keep going and go another 180 degrees using another star, same direction, and now go 361 degrees. Where do you end up? I mean, you're just doing loops on a circle. So either there's a Pac-Man Earth, like in every direction you go, you end up back where you started, and you just keep going and going and going and going and going, like, I don't know, Wolfenstein 3D or something. You open a door and you go through it, you open a door, you go through, you keep going, then you end up back where you started again. Or there's a globe, if that relationship is true.
Yeah, I remember we used to tell these guys, well, we're not actually claiming a height, right, ultimately of the sun. Like it's always in this apparent position. Everybody has their own sun. We used to talk about that. That's not a defeater necessarily, but I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Like I think the thing about celestial navigation that is compelling, probably not a proof, in my opinion, that the Earth is flat, is that it is done measuring an elevation angle from a plane, right? And then assuming that the sun itself is at a 90-degree position over a GP. that is compelling. I don't know that it's proof at all, but either way.
Yeah. In fact, let me recant in my statement. It doesn't mean that Earth is a globe or necessarily a Pac-Man Earth, because there could be mitigating factors involved. You know, like distance and orientation, which needs to be absolutely precisely measured out for what this relationship entail.
Oh, hello.
So, I mean, you cannot project curvature onto a flat surface without distortion. That's just a geometric reality. So I would turn to all the corrections that have to be done after the globe assumption's in place when geodetic surveyors perform their measurements. You know, they select a reference ellipsoid, they take their flat Earth measurements, they bend it to a ball, but shit happens. So now in the real world, when they go to use those geodetic measurements to start building highways and bridges and particle accelerators, the globe crap breaks down. They have to go back to flat again. But there are all kinds of corrections with GPS that's continuously going on that you may not have access to because it's happening within the backhaul on the ground segment. So who knows what GPS is actually doing? You know, we don't have any proof. So the 69-to-1 rule is absolutely something that we should challenge them on, because we know from history, if we're to believe it, that the English and the French, neither of them accepted the 69-to-1 rule to be entirely accurate everywhere consistently on Earth. It's why the English thought that Earth was an oblate spheroid, and the French thought it was a prolate spheroid.
So it seems like they had to agree upon some kind of average, right?
Yeah.
For practical purposes.
Yeah, that's just the beginning of it too, and I think that's a good point. So I would really hold them accountable, because again, it's not just distance but orientation of things. And you know, and even then, there still may be a way we haven't conceived yet that if the 69-to-1 rule is precisely accurate everywhere in all places and all times, that the Earth still measures flat somehow, and it's just a freaking mystery how that works. But I mean, the implication might be a Pac-Man Earth, which I'm not comfortable with, but I mean, if that's what it is, and that's what it is.
That's incoherent.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, what about this whole realm in general? Like, you know, it's incoherent, not being able to figure out if there's an edge to reality or not. So,
no, it's necessarily an entailment that things that are concretely real have a finite extent to their substance.
I'll tell you, I mean, the stupid Pac-Man Earth thing does solve some issues, as much as there's no evidence for it currently. You know, it does give us a defined volume to our reality for gas pressure to exist in.
Yeah, it doesn't. An incoherent notion doesn't solve anything.
Right. I mean, if we're going to make these speculations, then we may as well be globers again.
Like when you analyze the notion, object A travels direction A, right? So it's moving in some given direction to point A to point B to point C to point D, and then as it moves in the same direction, it simultaneously is moving in the very opposite direction. That's impossible. That's the entailment of the notion. You just imagine walking forward. Now the place you just walked away from is now behind you. So as you're walking forward in the opposite direction away from the point you just left, you're simultaneously eventually walking toward it or also exist simultaneously at it. That's impossible. So no, it doesn't solve anything. It's logically impossible. Telling a contradiction and metaphysically impossible. Now, it's a shame that adults have to have such a thing explained to them. You would think, especially adults, shouldn't need that explained to them, but here we are. So really, to accurately describe what is happening in Pac-Man, of course, Pac-Man Earth being a rhetorical, an analogical label, right? Analogous to what you observe in the video game. What's actually happening is Pac-Man travels across the screen, left to right or right to left, and he stops existing at some point, and then he spawns at the other point. Right? That's the accurate way to describe what we see. You saw Pac-Man move from left to right, move to the right of the screen, then he stopped existing, he vanished, and then re-existed at some other point, or the very opposite point across the screen. Not he can traveled in a continuous direction and then just there's no other way to describe that. He reappeared or respawned in another point. But to try and apply this to the sun or any celestial body or any material thing moving in real life, right? It explains all this absurd entailments I just explained. You go to what you're trying to go to so you can get there, not away from what you're trying to go to so you can get there. Everybody knows that.
Toothless, you're hot micing, bro. Do you think you could put yourself on mute if you're not going to say anything?
Kind of difficult to be quiet when you're a dragon.
Regarding these geometric principles of like projection and distortion and whether curved and flat surfaces can be reconciled and how to think of a globe and flat surfaces together. In the mathematics, I think it's hashtag math. Some time ago, I posted some lectures on this. It might be worth reviewing. A lot of it's going to be over our heads. A lot of it's over mine. Take what you can from it. There's a lot of good information in there. It provides great explanations for some of these geometric rules and principles that really conform to the laws of logic.
I hope one person got my my reference I just said 30 seconds ago. Just one. I mean, come on, the guy's name's Toothless. Anyone who's seen How to Train a Dragon, come on. Come on.
I haven't seen it. Sorry.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my achy break your heart. Mhm.
You guys should check out that model that Space Audits made, Alan and Shane. I posted the link. It's like a prettier version of Walter Bisland's. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree. That's all it is. It's a globe.
Hello, everyone.
Guten Tag.
So, admittedly, I have not looked into terrestrial navigation at all, although I've heard about it, and I'm thinking to myself, depending on how far you are away from whatever it is that you take an elevation angle to, I mean, that has to be a fairly small angle. Like, if you're miles away from even like a mountain peak, you're going to get a pretty short, pretty small angle. And I just don't know how that would work. I guess I don't know how accurate that would be.
Yeah, I wonder.
Anybody looked into terrestrial navigation?
Yeah, it's done the same way. The thing I wonder about too is like, the kind of precision that would be needed that we would require to determine the relationship of angles and distances for our purposes is much greater than what is used in the field. Because you got to think about like people using sextants on a boat. You got choppy waves, it might be rocking. How accurate can you get with your tick marks? As you get your elevation angles and azimuthal angles. How accurate are your clocks? Are you off by a few seconds? I mean, all of these errors compound and add up over time.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got the same thing, They decided it was 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm like, okay, what about errors due to parallax? What about errors due to instrument inaccuracies?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do you ever gauge the accuracy? How are you going to get the true distance? That would be damn tough. Now, I think it's probably really helpful for practical purposes, just kind of getting a gauge for where you're at in relationship to locations based on a star's GB. I think it probably does a fine job of that. But there's going to be a point where you're going to stop using elevation angles and you're just going to go by charts and ultimately like geographical features, landmarks, stuff like that.
Yep. Ultimately, what we're doing here with this is we're checking the claim for spherical excess. And instead of using landmarks for it, like surveyors do horizons and mountains and stuff, we're using the stars. The same principles apply. So if you can enclose a triangle with known side distances by using celestial navigation on a flat Earth, then the sky is flat too.
Then 69 miles per degree will no longer match. It'll be
will not
something
work.
else.
That's right. So if you take a triangle and try and smash it onto a globe, it's going to have curving sides. And or you won't be able to enclose a triangle. So if like the sky is round and the Earth is flat and you're going to use 69:1, you're going to run into these issues. And it is possible the sky has a different topology than the Earth. And it's possible that it is round and the Earth is flat. And there are issues. And those issues are papered over by the fudge factors involved. We simply do not know enough at this case right now to say, but we do know that when we measure the Earth flat, we measure flat distances to very high levels of precision with lasers, then we're debunking a rounded Earth, which means the rounded Earth can be summarily tossed. That doesn't rule out what the sky's doing, though. But this also means that ground distances that are unmitigated from the 69:1 rule are wholly inaccurate, and everybody's inaccurate this whole time. I don't necessarily believe that's the case because there are all kinds of crazy fudge factor corrections that are shoved into these systems. You got all kinds of like sensor filtering and averaging and smoothing of data going on called common filtering and using statistical methods. using stochastics. So, I mean, what I'm ultimately interested in is precise measured data, like we all have been asking for. And I'm not going to acknowledge there's a 69-to-1 rule until I see the data for it. And it's not just the 69 part that's a problem, but it's the one part, like says who was talking about, like measuring angles. Like, how accurate can you be? You know, like, if you're going to use Polaris, and Polaris wobbles very slightly in its position, if you're going to use that wobble, you need to account for it. Otherwise, you're going to be 30 nautical miles off, because Polaris is offset from the true center of the sky by about half a degree, which would translate to 30 statute miles. So there's like the declination or inclination or azimuthal change of Polaris relative to the observer that has to be taken into account in order to seal up that 30-mile nautical mile gap. But, you know, nobody talks about that part. And then how accurate is your measuring device? I mean, how accurate were nautical sextants to be able to determine a half a degree while on a boat, you know, through atmospheric refraction, through wobbly bobbly on the seas. I mean, there's all kinds of crap going on. So I really just don't buy that rule of thumb being wholly accurate. It may work good enough for most cases, particularly in the north, but I would love to see that work everywhere, consistently at all times.
Yeah. It's the same issue I have with the 5,000 stadia that was measured between Syene and wherever. And how do you measure that distance accurately over a surface that has topography? So you've got ups and downs.
Well, I would have to imagine that the idea of, we use this term celestial navigation, but I have to imagine that most ancient cultures still had a relationship with the stars where they assumed that they, were over geographic locations, perhaps took angles to them, perhaps made their own calculations, created their own rules, and gave themselves some values like that, where they said, well, if it's in this azimuth, if Syene's kind of over there and we see the star over there, we're going to take an angle and we're going to say 500 stadia. Now, how would they come up with that? I have no idea. But I mean, we screw up by thinking that the ancient cultures were just a bunch of knuckle dragging idiots. These were intelligent people. They had plenty of navigation systems of their own. Maybe they got lost. I don't know. But I have to imagine that most of the things that we use today are about as old as the Earth or the ancient cultures themselves. Purely my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like there are other trees of development that civilizations can take besides just like the high tech one that we have that may be equally powerful and just different.
Yeah. I will say I still like celestial navigation. And like I said, I don't know that I would call it a flat earth proof necessarily, but I think it's the ultimate principle that, like 10th Man was trying to point out to everybody, that the way that they're doing the process is referencing the earth as the plane itself, and the distance and all that stuff, or the angle itself, the zenith of the star, all that stuff is done with a flat plane in mind, and treating the earth as essentially the baseline of the angle, right? And so it's like, okay, well then in celestial navigation, they're essentially using a flat earth to get distances between points. It's the same thing as surveying, right? Where it's like they're measuring this flat. So what the Glober does is they come in and they talk about, number one, like Matthew said, oh, well, they assume that the earth is a sphere. Well, I don't care what they assume. They're still measuring the earth and referencing it as a flat plane. So if what they're doing is a flat earth, who cares what they assume? Oh, well, they also assume that the earth is curved, and that's why they're going to, assume that the zenith angles are reciprocal. Well, I don't care if they assume that. They're still getting plumb everywhere that they go. They measure it flat, and then later on, they slap it onto a coordinate system or a pre-assumed sphere, and then of course they create themselves some problems. So it's always the principles that actually are the damning thing, right? The condemning thing. It's like, well, if everybody's referencing the earth and measuring it and treating it as it's flat, what do I care about the assumptions that are made afterward, especially when those assumptions create inaccuracies?
Well, I mean, supposedly the story goes is, they're using it like elevation angles to a curving sky. So you got non-Euclidean sky, Euclidean ground, and they found that there were some very complex mathematical problems associated with this. Number one, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get stretching and warping of ground distances and everything over time. And so, out of convenience, to treat the ground is the same curvature as the sky is an elegant way to reconcile using the sky as a sphere and having it match on the ground. And then you just add a whole bunch of corrections because the Earth is actually flat in reality.
Right.
And that's what's going on. Yep. If you weren't able to add in those corrections to the ground, then you could probably add those corrections to the sky and retain a flat Earth, and you'd be in the same position that we're in now.
Yeah, and no one's going to try to even attempt to correct the sky. Like number one, it does all kinds of crazy stuff, and number two, how could you possibly do that? If you have to try to treat it as like a material, where these stars are in like almost physical locations, right? Like we use this term free space, but they're in these geometrical locations and they all have like a relationship to each other distance wise and stuff. You can't do that with the sky. The sky is way too mysterious, way too crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. The sky is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. All the crazy stuff that happens, even with the moon, for crying out loud. And so if we try to treat that like some kind of physical geometric system, we get jacked up big time. Like, it's just weird.
Yoder, I sent you a link.
Oh, okay.
There's resources. This is just for you to like look at later or whatever. But it's resources for the dual pole flat Earth, which it's very rare to come across.
Dude, this has been off and on for a while. No thanks. they created a globe again. That same team keeps creating globes and they don't realize it.
Well, it's there if you're ever interested.
Okay, we can go through all that sometime too if you want. Just as with the celestial theodolite and Dr. Heffron, they came to me in DMs and asked me about it, and I gave them my critical response, and they rejected it and then carried on anyway with it, making an embarrassment of themselves. I mean, I like those guys on a personal level, but I've been very frustrated with what they've been putting out there in the community for the past couple years. Like I've taken flights from Hawaii to Tahiti and Fiji and stuff like that a long time ago. And I am very certain that we were flying west, southwest, and southwest. But on that map, you got to fly like northeast. Yep. I mean, that community's been trying very hard to reconcile two contravening topologies, the curved and the flat. And it's impossible to do. It's always been, it's like squaring a circle or something. You just can't do it. The geometric laws don't line up. Like it's like a violation of logic and causality to try and do. You're going to need more Einstein to augment your ether.
Laura, you have a hot mic. You mind muting yourself? Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it. Earth to Laura.
Just do it.
Okay.
Put it out of its misery. Well, and you as well. Glad you both could join us. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask. Plenty of people with answers. Laura, hot mic is where you have your microphone unmuted and noise is coming through, and it's unintentional. It sounded like sliding paper on the microphone. Welcome. Lakota, what's up? Got any questions? Wait.
Know what they're hoping for when they pop in here every 2 seconds and then leave. You say hello to them, but they just leave. Like what were they expecting when they joined?
I don't know. I was like, I want to hear a conversation, but I don't want to hear a conversation.
It's got to be something to do with that TikTok brain.
I watched a video, I think either yesterday or the day before. This person goes over statistics about the link between the generation intelligence and attention and comprehension skills decline at the same time the school systems start introducing computer technology into the education program. So grades decline, IQ levels drop, attention, the ability to focus for an extended period of time declines at the introduction of computer systems in the educational system. And it typically, according to the information, it was starting around 2010 was the beginning of the decline.
Yeah, it started long before that. To get into Yale, you had to know Latin and Greek. At least the basics of it. Grammar and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Today, kids are going to college and can't even read or spell.
It is insane. I seen another video where somebody had asked, I think it was ChatGPT, about, what's the deal with words in the English vocabulary disappearing from the internet. And it's dismissed for lack of use. And then somebody else was making the claim that there's specific words that are being removed for later use, like 1984 type shit.
Yeah. Some new speak.
Rayleigh, your comment reminded me of an article I read where Harvard professors were saying that the vast majority of the students that had been coming in for a while have never read an entire book.
Yeah. Not even the ones that they forced you to read in school, like To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, they're just reading excerpts and, summaries. They're going on AI and asking for a summary of the book, and we all know how that goes.
I don't really have many questions right now. Honestly, I was just kind of gearing up to say that we literally have Jesus in the chat. So, I mean, here's our answer, right? We're going to get the answer right now from Jesus. Is the earth flat?
Measured so.
I didn't say Jim. I said Jesus.
Jesus will tell you that the earth is flat. He must be away from his mic.
Damn. Should I just take a disciple's word for it?
No, you should measure it.
Fact.
Have you ever done anything like that?
In school, yeah.
Really? In school you measured earth curvature?
Well, not necessarily that, but usually you can add up a bunch of things that you do measure and usually draw, I don't want to say assumptions, but you can draw pretty decent conclusions on those things.
Can you explain the methodology there?
Well, I remember measuring the acceleration of gravity. Not that that proves that the Earth is a globe, but it's just one of those things.
Okay, but you said you had measured earth curvature, right?
I didn't say that. No. But I've done measurements that lead me to believe that, yes, the Earth is curved.
So how does the gravitational constant prove anything about the surface of the Earth?
Well, it's just one of the things, it's gravity, right? How does it prove? I mean, it's kind of like a question of where does this come from?
Well, can you define gravity
I know
to start
the
with?
definition you guys typically use is density.
No, well, I asked you for the definition of gravity. We don't define gravity as density unless you're talking about specific gravity. And that's
like
not our definition, that's just the definition. So when you say gravity, what do you mean?
So I know a lot of people don't like using the word force in this, but I think the generally accepted definition includes the word force between objects attracting each other based off of their mass.
Okay, so if you're going to go with that, can you demonstrate can you demonstrate that happening? Can you provide an experiment that isolates gravity so that we know gravity is the cause of this phenomena you're describing?
That's a big ask right now. I'd need time to think about that question because I've never really thought about that specifically in regard to gravity. But like I said, that's just kind of like one of the things that brings me to the conclusion that I have. Just like I'm sure you guys have a lot of things that.
So you don't believe a general downward vector could happen if the Earth was flat?
I just know that the flat earthers don't have an explanation that I agree with, right? I
Okay, but
think a
that's
lot of you
not
guys
what I
talk about
asked.
density.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that our current explanation of gravity has been consistent with like just other things I've experienced, I've seen, and I get that that doesn't prove everything, but it kind of just the consistency, right? Like it fits in here, it fits in here, it works there, it works
Okay.
there, it makes sense. It's
Okay, so what's another thing that implies that the Earth is a spheroid? Because I think we can rightfully discard the concept that a downward vector proves anything about the nature of the surface. I think that's fair. It doesn't prove anything one way or another. It's just something we observe.
I think a lunar eclipse is pretty compelling. That is
Okay.
like another example, right?
Okay, so why is
Well, I
that
ask myself,
compelling?
what's casting that shadow, and the shadow is curved, right? It has like an umbra, I think they call it.
Well, wait, dial it back.
It's
Why
not
are you?
always curved, is what you're gonna say. There's an exception. Yeah.
No, well, wait, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, sorry. Yeah.
You just said it's a shadow.
So I'm assuming that it's a shadow.
Right. You're assuming.
It's been pretty consistent with what shadows are, to my
Well,
knowledge.
actually, no. A sphere casting a shadow on another sphere actually creates an S curve on it. So it's not consistent with the shadow.
This is your assumption based off of seeing this on a smaller scale, correct?
It's not an assumption. It's something we can test and observe.
Right, but this is something that you've tested and observed on a much
Yeah, I mean,
scale than what we claim
maybe someone
planets are.
maybe someone in
So
the
that's not
chat can
necessarily
post the
one-to-one.
video. Pardon?
I'm just saying it's not one-to-one, right? And we talk about relativity all the time. But things are different depending on shapes and sizes and
shadows. Do shadows act differently when you scale the two objects up and down?
I know light can. Light can.
Think about what I just asked you, though. Just think about it.
Well, have we tested it before with shadows to that scale? Is my question.
To the scale of the moon?
I've just been. So you guys perform an experiment and say that this scales up to what we claim the Earth and the Moon and the Sun.
If I wanted to make a scale replica of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, what would the equivalent sizes be if it was to be something that I could do on my own? Can you give me that scale? I want to make sure that the scale is correct. I want to make sure it's correct.
Not to get off topic, because I feel like this kind of is, but I feel like that argument is usually brought up when people say that, what can I do to visually see that the Earth is curved? Because obviously I cannot fund myself to take a rocket out there, just like we can't get these large
went on the
planets to
rabbit
figure
trail,
out what these
got
shadows are
away
doing.
from curvature, jumped into gravity. So I'm kind of just following you down the rabbit trail. And you've given me a scale is necessary in order to replicate it properly. And I'm asking what the scale is. Can you give me a ratio that's appropriate for something that I can do at home? For the
I would
sun,
not have that
the earth,
off
and
the
the
top
moon.
of my head. That would like I said, there's a lot to this that I don't know, that we don't know, right?
Okay, so in order to have this scale, right? In order to have this scale, you need to know the radius of the Earth. In order to know the radius of the Earth, you needed to have made a measurement of the Earth. Have you done the measurement of the surface of the Earth? Because obviously you can't dig the diameter to get the radius value. So have you done that?
And that isn't possible, just like many other things have spoken here.
And this topic brings us back to the original point, curvature measurement.
Is that we don't know. That seems to be what it comes to, right? That we don't know.
You don't know what? The radius?
Like I said, we don't know if these measurements are true about the circumference being 25,000 miles or whatever, the radius diameter. Like, we don't know then. We have a lot of lacking knowledge here.
Well,
hey, J-Dog, if you look, just quickly, J-Dog, if you look in the side chat at 49 minutes past the hour, there's some information for, starting at 49, there's some information for you as in relation to your lunar eclipse idea. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm hearing this correctly or not, but it sounds to me like you're saying a small scale model could possibly show a different effect than the large scale, and the large scale being the actual moon. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't know. Just like we don't know for a lot of these things.
Okay, so why should we assume that during a lunar eclipse we're seeing a shadow when we don't see shadows behaving like that?
Is it not in and of itself to make an assumption that you have all the knowledge too? Like that is an assumption in and of itself that you don't need.
Okay, but you're missing the point. Why would we reject the knowledge that we do have in favor of a different idea that we cannot prove?
I feel like that's not a fair argument because I feel like flat earthers.
No, it's not an argument. It's a question.
Out there, and it's very selective on what we choose to use in our information.
So there it goes, bro. Don't jump off and start to attack people. It's a very reasonable question. Why would you use assumptions when you already have data that proves otherwise?
Well, I'm not attacking people just by saying this is what flat earthers do, right?
Well, you should hear.
It's a reasonable question for anyone. Why would you use the assumption when you already have data that shows otherwise?
Is there not data that shows otherwise against you guys, though? That's
no, there isn't. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Exactly to what though?
You tell me. Give me an example.
So like curvature to the Earth, for instance, I could show you pictures, for instance, but you guys are going to say those pictures are fake because they're just pictures.
No,
the thing.
No, bro, relax, calm down. What's wrong with you? My goodness gracious! Don't freak out. My goodness gracious! Why are you freaking out, J Dog?
Pictures from 50 years.
All right.
Yeah, let him get his feels out.
It is not necessary to come unglued. I asked you a reasonable question, and now you're freaking out. So I'm asking you specifically if you have data contrary to what we've published or has been published by the mainstream that proves a globe, please present it. Very simple.
Do you think these GIFs on Discord is data though? Like I'm just.
I didn't say that it was. No one said that it was.
So then what is the presented data? You said you presented data to me, and I just asked you.
Yeah.
Everything you guys showed me on the Discord here.
No worries.
Like, what's going on here?
So the GIF of the moon being darkened from the top down.
Yes.
How would that exactly work? Yeah, no worries. Are you saying, listen, if you have something to the contrary occurring, please present it?
I don't have all these GIFs and things on the side ready to just throw into the chat.
You've got the internet at your fingertips, friend.
J-Dog, you're asking us to believe in an idea that you have. You want us to just accept it. You accept it, but you've never even questioned it or looked for evidence to support it.
Very much. I've seen a lot of the laser experiments presented in this chat.
Wait, we were talking about the moon. Okay.
Well,
okay.
I've heard it all. What do you want me to say? Like, yes, I've been here for these discussions.
J-Dog.
Okay.
And why can't you support your claims?
My claims to what exactly?
Well, you said a lunar eclipse is a shadow on the moon. You were unable to support that. You're saying that the Earth's surface is curved, and you said you'd done experiments or tests to that effect, but you weren't able to produce those as well. So, and you're bringing up laser experiments and saying that they aren't proof that the surface is curved. So, can you present a laser experiment that does prove the surface is curved?
You understand
instead of trying to knock down, can you please present your own evidence?
So you realize that my word here and what I might post in the side chat is just as weak evidence to the Earth being a globe as these GIFs and random things that you guys are posting for the flat Earth claim. And I think we're always going to be
disparaging because I think you're not. I think you're not really reading things when you're just mocking them as GIFs. I mean, a GIF is just a method of conveying information. It doesn't mean the information is invalid because it's in a GIF form.
You guys are presenting things created by flat earthers, though. Is there not a clear bias of a gift
Genetic
created by a flat earther? With
That's a
nothing
genetic fallacy.
Can I?
Who created it has no bearing on the
Can I
truth of it.
clarify? Can I
But
clarify?
no, it's a genetic fallacy.
Information to these.
It's a genetic fallacy. There's no way around it. The truth of the information has nothing to do with who created it.
So for instance, let me just reply to this one.
So what you keep doing over and over again is you keep trying to disparage people as if the personality and people and things determine the truth of the information. They don't. And there's nothing you can do to fix that. But that's your whole shtick.
Now, I'm asking for sources. Could you?
It doesn't matter. Fucking Adolf Hitler made the gift.
Just send me the gift so I can verify it, right? Send me where I can
Dude, I'll
verify
send you a fucking video, dude. I'll send you a video. How about that?
source for
Send you a
what?
video. The Selenian eclipse from the Cohakium Mounds in Ohio that a regular Glober took. Why are you over talking me? You asked for something. I'm telling you what I'm going to give you.
Selenelian eclipse.
Hold on. Someone's calling me a bigot in the side chat, and I want to address.
You handle that in the side chat, bro.
Like, for real, let him finish a fucking sentence.
Let me get some clarification. Shut the fuck to, AG.
Jay, can you let people finish the sentence before you interrupt them?
Why don't you back it up with evidence? Why don't you back it up with evidence? Where did I say something?
You know, look, bro, you just admitted we had evidence when you said you've seen the laser tests.
This is literally too. Okay,
so what is it? We have evidence or we don't have evidence? Pick a struggle, brother. Pick a struggle.
I said evidence of me being a bigot, bro.
Oh, who cares of that? Who cares, dude?
Well, clearly AG does because I'm being called one in the chat.
Yes.
So
what does he mean by that?
Anything a flat earther says, and you talk over everyone. You can't be quiet and listen. How can you hear what anybody's saying if you're talking over them? You should listen.
Let's try reset the conversation and just have Indio only. J-Dog, just a second, bro. Let's look.
Apologize for
let's reset,
and I'll jump back in.
Okay, just talk to Indio and then take turns.
I'm not walking out. I don't want to have a conversation unless I get an apology now.
I'm sorry, Jay. Apologize. Could you talk to Indio, please?
Hold on a second. Do you know what bigot means?
What does bigot mean?
You're offended by a word that you don't know the definition of.
Well, I'm asking you what bigot means.
Bigot means that you have a preconceived judgment about a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what the group is. And you obviously do. You're bigoted towards flat earthers.
I'd call it more intolerance, but sure. Yeah.
Are you bigoted? Do you have a preconceived notion about flat earthers?
I'm not.
A stereotypical view.
I feel like all of us have a stereotype that we kind of have a bias towards other people, right? That's kind of a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
I think, hold on. I'm saying we all have bias here. Are we all bigots?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, we are all bigots.
All right,
correct.
Great. We're all bigots. All right, what do you got for me, Indio?
Hold on. The Selenian eclipse.
Yaga Bruno, I did that.
Do you understand what they're telling you? That it's a geometric impossibility in your worldview.
It's a geometric impossibility for it to
It's a geometric impossibility for it to be three balls lined up in a row with one ball blocking the other.
Why can't I just say it is?
Okay, because you see the sun above your head, the moon is also above your head, and the thing casting a shadow is under your feet, hitting the top of the thing that's supposedly having the shadow cast on it. That's geometrically impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. They've known about it for 2,000 years. And if you read that underlined part, it should be impossible to see both the sun at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found. That would mean that the model's wrong unless that they can come up with an explanation for why it happens. And they did.
The name of this paper or whatever?
That's the history of astronomical refraction, published by 2 Canadian professors. I can get you the link to it.
I'd appreciate it, honestly. I do enjoy reading into these things. I like looking into it, but I think sometimes some of the argumentation that goes on here is a bit unfair, especially when people are really bad at talking. or people just aren't native English speakers in here.
Yeah, especially when they like to gish gallop and avoid the point of a discussion that's currently taking place.
Exactly.
Those guys make it difficult to have a conversation.
I couldn't agree more. The point being, you're not going to have a productive conversation with someone if you ask for their evidence of there being a globe and then they say one thing, but then they know to themselves that that's not just the one thing they believe themselves. Even if they don't have good evidence of it and they don't have a lot of knowledge on the subject, obviously it's not just the one thing. And I feel like that's one of the things I see in this channel a lot, where it's obviously not the one thing that draws them to that conclusion.
Why do you do so much meta, dude?
Why? I think having productive conversation is important, so I like to build
by having a conversation about the conversations.
I think having good foundation for conversation is important. I think
no, you know what meta is? You're keep having the conversation about the conversation. It's like it's like you're Howard Cosell giving color commentary about this chat nearly the entire time.
Okay, I'm just giving
fucking boring, bro. Just gossip shit. Just like you keep saying, I feel, dude. Slow down on the fucking estrogen, bro.
Whoa. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Too many fucking soy lattes.
Colors to that. Soy lattes.
Look, bro, I'm serious though.
Feelings in women.
Look, no fucking man starts sentences with "I feel."
Is that the connection you're making there?
Well, this is so we're talking about nature, and we're trying to figure out what's objectively true. Okay, feelings don't come into it.
Yeah, talking about getting off topic, huh? Feelings in women.
Yeah, women have feelings.
Come on.
It's because of their hormone
profile. You know what I'm talking
I'm not going to get into that.
Said. Don't be obtuse with me.
Dude, I'm not going to get into freaking well-known biology of fucking females, dude. Okay, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think is the best evidence for the globe? What convinced you?
The best evidence, there's so much, and I know you guys are going to hate this answer, but it's probably the logistics of just upholding that lie. Like that's, and I get that that's not a measurement or anything.
Okay, have you actually thought about that for 3 seconds?
I've thought about it a lot.
How many people do you think would have to be lying?
There'd be a lot of people, I think. A lot more than what I've heard in this chat.
You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and you're telling somebody something else that you know is not true. So who would know the truth? Who would know that the earth is flat and be lying about it? So, Donald Trump, would he know? Would he know the truth and be lying about it? No, let's figure it out, dude. Let's actually explore your so-called best evidence of incredulity. Okay? How many people would it take? How many people would be lying? Let's calculate. Let's try to calculate a number, dude.
So I can't list every profession. Obviously, I don't think any of us can.
What do you mean profession? How would they know if the Earth is flat?
So for one, it would be the people who claim to have been to the ISS would be lying.
Okay, so there's 600 people.
Some lie, as well as the 12 astronauts that have been to the moon, as well as
so there's 620 people. So 620 people.
And I get that there's logistics of running a company, so not everyone has to know and be in on the lie to actually operate something.
So we're up to 620 people, dude.
Let me just say, satellite launching companies.
Are you listening, brother?
Yes. Hold on.
You're up to 600 people.
So there are companies that launch satellites, right? And that would go against. So do you guys believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay, there you go.
So how would they know? How would they know the Earth is a globe from launching a satellite? What information are they getting? Hold on, would you fucking answer the question? How would they know?
How would they know? The point being is that they're claiming they're doing something. They would have to be launching that into what is low Earth orbit, like 100 to 100, 150 miles, something like that. They're not. They have to not be doing that, right? These satellite companies.
How would they know?
How would I know? How would
they know?
They're lying, right? They're making a claim.
No. Listen, to be lying means they know the Earth is flat. J-Dog.
You know,
are you on fucking goddamn meds, bro?
Say that they are shooting that off into orbit, right? And they'd be lying to the person that they're.
No, if they believe, you're confused. You can believe something, J-Dog. You can believe something and tell it to somebody and not be lying. Lying implies intent, meaning you know the truth and you're saying something different.
So you're saying that they can take in those satellites and then they're claiming to their client that they're making them orbit around the Earth.
That's what they believe.
Right. So who at that company is putting those
Have you ever talked to anybody involved? J-Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved?
What's going on?
J-Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved in the satellite industry?
Not personally, no.
Okay, I have. Many people. Okay?
Same.
And when I ask them what they actually know, they don't know fucking anything.
So
they get their information from third
Could that not be
parties.
selective bias?
They don't.
Do you seriously think
It's
you're
not
talking to the
select.
highest of people who are going to be the liars then? Because you wouldn't be.
But they're not lying. Dude,
No,
you're
but I'm
stuck
saying
on
that's selective
stupid.
bias. You don't.
What do you mean selection bias? Look, one dude, his name is fucking Stuart Gray. He was a subcontractor for NASA and thinks that he sent a fucking rocket to a fucking comet and took back took a sample and flew it back to Earth. When I asked him about what he knew specifically, him personally, what he knows, with their information, because I asked him a couple questions, same question I always ask, said, how do you know the orientation of the satellite? How do you know where it is? How do you know its speed, its velocity? How do you know any of that stuff? It's told to him by quote unquote NASA's Deep Space Network. They give them all the information. They themselves who operate the satellite are not generating this information. It's being generated third party. Okay? So, that being the case, there's also Josh Ingersoll, who fucking's been in this chat he was in this chat for almost 2 years. He works for the Amazon Kuiper fucking project, which is supposed to create some satellite fucking internet like Starlink. Okay? He works for them. He's a fucking goddamn purchasing manager or some shit. Okay? He doesn't have any information.
Then why would he if he's a purchasing manager?
Because it's a small group of people. He has to sell the product to people, right? So he goes to people and say, hey, you want to buy some Amazon internet? Fucking Costco or whoever? So he has to know enough about the product in order to sell it to the people. All the technical details. He had a fucking goddamn, master's degree in fucking engineering, right? He's not, but he also does the public relationship. He works for fucking the United Nations and their fucking, the NASA or United Nations fucking space outreach program or some shit. But as far as the information that he has personally, it's nothing. See, you're imagining what the people at these jobs do. It's literally your imagination. And saying, oh my God, I'm imagining they actually know a whole bunch of shit and they'd all have to be lying. But it's just your fucking imagination. When you ask, even back in the 60s, okay? So there's a guy named Ed Krantz. He was the mission director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book and he did an interview on Discovery Channel. He said that no mission controller could tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing. This is back in the 60s.
These are examples you have, sure, and I could bring my own examples of people saying...
Give me an example of somebody that knows something with direct first-hand primary information that the Earth is a globe that works at a satellite fucking company.
Right. So taking an astronaut...
What did I just ask you for? What did I just ask you for?
Finish it. So
no, repeat it back to me what I just asked you for.
You saying that you spoke to someone that worked in the satellite industry, 3 of them, is just as strong evidence as me saying there are 3 astronauts out there who have claimed to be to the moon.
No, dude. I have primary information about what they said they know and they don't know anything. You're imagining shit. It's my experience versus your imagination.
No, I could find...
You have no idea what anybody at a satellite company does, dude. Okay, what do you think someone at a satellite company does on a daily basis? You have no fucking clue.
Does that disprove what I'm saying?
Yes. It means that your claim has no evidence.
I mean, I never claimed to be presenting evidence here necessarily.
You think that Bro, you think that there's people at satellite companies that would have to know that the Earth is a ball and be lying about it? You think that because you believe they know shit that they don't know.
So the root of my question was really that there'd be a lot
It
of
has a
people
false
compromised
premise.
and in on it.
No, they're
all of
not.
these companies to
This
some degree.
conspiracy that you think has to exist is imaginary.
So what do they do when they get the satellite? So they hand it off to people. What is that final person satellite before they put it into storage or whatever? What do they know? Like they just
That's a good question.
Exactly. They got to be really stupid and not think something's up. Why am I not launching this satellite?
I worked at General Dynamics. I watched them build shit to put fucking quote unquote satellites together. Put the electronics. Want to know what happens? The dude that fucking wires the shit, the mechanical engineer, puts it together and then it goes in the cage and it goes off to someone else.
Yeah, I'm talking about that last.
And then it goes off to someone else and then goes off to someone else and then goes off to someone else.
And people are just like, huh, this satellite was supposed to be launched a year or two ago now. Why are we still having it?
Well, who's going to complain?
Yeah, that's
I'm
actually true. They do
Who's going to fucking complain, dude?
I don't know. It would just be that would be a lot of satellites to be passing along to each other, right?
I've never seen a scheduled launch go off as planned. It's always been delayed, and sometimes it's been delayed like a year.
Yeah, we're just
Or longer.
exchanging them between all these people.
So J Dog, you know that so there was a lawsuit. They fired this guy from Raytheon, right? Gemsy knows. I don't know if Gemsy's in here. So they fired the guy from Raytheon because he ratted them out because they had $1 billion contract to generate satellite data and give it to the Department of Defense, and it was all fabricated. All of it. $1 billion contract.
Sure, that's sketchy. That's not good. That could imply something for you guys, but
if this guy didn't blow the whistle, no one would know.
That's not necessarily evidence that satellites aren't getting launched. The companies lie all the time to make money.
They could be launched with the technology we don't know about, too. Who knows?
Absolutely.
The point, that's not the point. The issue is who knows? Who knows the Earth is flat and is saying it's a globe? Yeah. Who? It's a very small group of people. It wouldn't probably be more than 10,000 people, if that. And they wouldn't. And listen, J Dog. To be fair, they wouldn't know. The only people who would actually know that would claim to have seen the Earth in its full fucking glory as a ball wouldn't be anybody on the ISS. It would only be the Apollo astronauts. Well, in the Artemis astronauts, right? They would be the only people that have seen the Earth as a ball. The people on the ISS are only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and they would only see 3% of it. So they wouldn't know.
Curvature, though.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Why do you believe that?
How do you know that?
Because the math says no.
What do you mean the math? The
math. It's not high enough.
Determined from your eyes.
It's not high enough.
Where's the math?
It's 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. It's not high enough.
I don't.
Let's say you had a beach ball, right? That was 6 feet in diameter. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that beach ball?
You tell me. It seems like you already have the answer.
2.25 inches.
Okay.
Okay. 2.25 inches off the surface of a ball that's 6 feet tall. You would not see curvature from that altitude, and it's not just me who says it. We have a direct quote from a planetarium director named Paul Larson, who was a finalist to go to Mars, the little NASA Mars thing that fell apart, that they were going to put people on Mars. He was a finalist in the choosing of the astronauts to go there. Even he says there'd be no visible curve from the International Space Station, that it's not high enough. It would only see 3% of the Earth. So when people say, hey, why do they see curve from the ISS? That's what I want to know.
I mean, that's his statement versus the people on the ISS.
Well, the Chinese space station doesn't show curve, and it's only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. And they show a completely fucking flat horizon.
This is through you looking through a camera?
Yeah, through a camera, yeah.
Okay.
No, through ESP. How do you think they're looking?
No. I'm just saying that's not you on the Chinese space station.
The Chinese broadcast video from their space station that shows a fucking flat Earth.
And we know, what do we know?
You know
about
why?
the angle that we're
Because
looking through as
Chinese
well?
people can do fucking math.
I mean,
and
I could say the
Americans
Earth is
can't.
extremely curved when looking through like an airplane window, right? But I mean,
No, what?
That's an airplane window, right? It's got curvature to it. It has that fisheye effect.
Depends on how close your head is to the window.
Sure, but regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the outside.
Yeah, I don't. Look, the point is, there's no way to even tell. Okay? If they're in the so-called ISS at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, they're not going to be able to tell if the Earth is a globe or not. They're not high enough. They're only seeing 3% of the Earth. Can you see 3% of something and know what the other 97% is? Of course not. Okay? I think we're getting down to a very small list of fucking people that even know the Earth, that even claim to know from first-hand information that the Earth's a globe. Okay? We got fucking, how many people were in Artemis? 5, so 27 plus 5. We're up to fucking 32 people now.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure everyone else can agree in here, that I do not have any solid frame of reference to equate 3% of curvature to what I should visually be able to see with
3% of the surface area.
Right. I'm just saying that that's such a complicated thing to like connect to like what you should visually be able to see. Right? I don't know what I should visually be able to see on a curved ball if I only see 3. Like it's I have no frame of reference to start with that, and I don't think anyone really does. That's such a
And that's how they fool you.
The 3% would be if you could see the entire circle, the horizon, which you can't. Right? You're only going to see a certain field of view. So you're not even going to see 3%.
I'm just saying I don't know if that's true or not, that I wouldn't be able to determine the
You can
curvature.
literally Google it, dude. How much of the ISS surface area is seen? It says 3%.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I don't know what I should be able to determine from my eyes is what I'm saying. Not necessarily that I think.
The point is, I don't want to get away from the issue. What you thought was such a strong issue is this vast fucking conspiracy that would have to exist in order for the Earth to be flat. This is nonsense, dude.
Well,
I don't know why you people think that. I don't know what you think people do on a daily basis, but you're imagining shit.
I mean, yeah, they're all just in team chats for 8 hours a day conspiring, I guess.
They're not conspiring. There's no need for a
600 of them.
conspiracy. They're all
I know.
believers in the same cult.
Yeah.
How do you think eclipses are predicted?
How do I think eclipses? You tell me. How are they predicted?
They don't use a globe. Sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all that shit. They don't use a globe. But if I asked any one of these people that you think know the Earth is a ball and would have to be lying, hey, dude, how do we do this? Do we use a globe? They'd all say yes. So this is like a myth. But if you look at the math, there's no globe in those mathematics. No physical Earth globe. There's a celestial sphere, but there's no Earth globe. But everybody thinks there is, and they just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
You say here's the math. I don't even know what the math you're talking about is. What is the math?
Mathematics that you would use to predict when an eclipse happens, or the mathematics that would use to predict when the sun rises or sunsets.
You're saying they use
that mathematics does not use a globe Earth.
I don't know who they is and what math they're using is what I'm saying.
If you go on time and date and where you live, and you go on time and date and look up the sunrise time, the model they use to predict when that happens is not a globe model, is what I'm telling you. But everybody thinks it is.
So where's the calculation?
Including the people you think that would have to be in on the conspiracy. See, there's a model. Okay? There's a celestial sphere model of the stars. And people have taken that model and they've reified it into the Earth is the fucking sphere and not the sky. Okay, and then they imagine that they do all these calculations based upon standing latitude, longitude. That's on the surface of the Earth. Oh, I can go to the Tropic of Capricorn. I can go to the equator, and I can stand on it. No, dude, all that shit's in the sky, that entire coordinate system. They've inverted it. It's inverted. The point is that people believe a lot of things that just aren't true. And it's not my opinion that they're not true. It's easy to to fact check me and see that they're not true by looking at the formulas that they fucking use to calculate this shit.
I'll agree with you on
that. And then you look for the, hey, where's the radius of 3,959 fucking miles? It's not in there.
Listen, I'm with you and probably all of you in terms of having my fair share of doubt between the government and just world powers in general, but yeah.
The government doesn't have an official position, dude.
To actually operate.
The government doesn't have an official position.
Do you believe in evolution
I know
and stuff?
the deep state and stuff. Do I believe in evolution? What do you think? I think you know the answer to that. I do.
Okay,
do you believe life can form from chemicals?
Do I believe life can form from chemicals?
Yeah. A chemical soup?
Under the right conditions, sure. I think chemicals is a very loose.
We've never seen it happen.
Sure. We've never
Life
seen it
breaks
happen. Is it
down
not
to
something that we
chemicals.
acknowledge happens over a long period of time?
No, we've never observed it. It's pseudoscience to say it's possible.
No. But you're saying I'm just saying, is it not something that we state happens over a long period of time?
You can state whatever you want, but observing it is a different thing.
Okay,
yeah,
but
time is actually J-Dog. Time
doesn't disprove my point, though.
J-Dog, though.
Just because it can't be observed doesn't mean that it disproves it.
That answer don't work because time is the enemy.
Things happening.
Tell him, Taylor. Time is the enemy.
Yeah, chemicals will cross-react with one another in an open environment, like the Maillard reaction with amino acids and RNA. But they say they can be in an open environment somehow form complex machinery. They've never seen it happen. So but people believe this is possible, even though we see the opposite happen. We see life break down to chemicals, and polymers break down over time. But
yeah, so you got a prescription.
There's a lot of things that they say are possible and happen that aren't true. Like what makes you think that we're on a globe other than the government says so?
Once again, just because I'm not able to observe something because of the time constraint doesn't mean it's not possible.
You can't observe the globe. There's no time. I think time's your enemy, but that's another topic. The globe is something we should be able to observe. We live in it now. What do you think is why do you believe that that's what we're on other than the government says so?
I already kind of answered, but I think it's pretty
difficult. He said because he is incredulous about the vast conspiracy that would be required, and he can't believe that many people, though he can't say how many people it actually is, he just imagined that it's some large number, that he can't imagine there's that many people in on some giant conspiracy.
You don't think there's any other conspiracies that the world powers pull off?
There are. I think this would be by far the most impressive, though.
Why?
Wait, what? I said there are. Oh, absolutely.
There are, but this one's not. How do you conclude that?
I think this is by far the most impressive logistically to pull off. And that's just
they can pull a lot off.
That's one of my examples. Yeah.
That they're academics. There's a world forum. There's a World Economic Forum. There's NATO. You have to be in on the academia and in basically teaching their same things and propagating their same lies to even be within these groups.
Yeah, they're all little cabals. Yeah, the deep state. You got the.
These are world powers that even run the education system around the whole world.
Have you ever considered, J-Dog, that the globe is just like a religious tradition?
It was founded in philosophy. Originally, first people that acted like we're a planet. They said, okay, we see the planets, we must be one of those. That was philosophically based to begin with.
It's all philosophically based. The Copernican principle. The aesthetics of the perfect sphere. Earth must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. All that shit came up from the Greeks.
Okay.
2,000 years ago, and it had nothing to do with science. It had to do with a philosophical preference.
Yeah,
this shit doesn't. J-Dog, you're misinformed. You probably think that the globe was formed over time from scientific observations. Nothing could be further from the truth. It did not come from that. It came from the exact opposite of that.
Just been indoctrinated in school.
Are there
if you look at the history of the globe, it comes from Plato, Copernicus, fucking cult of Pythagoras. Who's the other guy?
The two sticks.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
The guy with
he did that test. He did that test, and you know what? There was still fucking flat earthers in Greece.
fucking individuals, low IQ, who still
Yeah,
stuck
that's what your
in
mom
Earth.
said. Go on mute, bro. So anyway, the Chinese did the same test, J-Dog. The same sticks and shadows, but they just assumed that the rays of light weren't parallel, and they came up with the size of the Earth. Right.
Yeah, and I
So
get
they did
that
the
you guys
same
just
thing. The sticks and shadows it's not globe exclusive result. It works on a flat Earth and it works on a globe. He didn't convince people at his time.
That's fine. I wouldn't expect them to bring over everyone at once, but my efficiency at work has been absolute shit this last 20 minutes through this conversation.
No,
So
I
I'm
mean,
gonna try and
that's sad to hear.
thanks. I'm trying to still survive on this planet, just like the rest of us.
You're not on a planet, dude. You're on a plane. Why would you think you're on a planet?
Because they said so. And he doesn't believe they could lie about it.
Because my 4th grade teacher told me that.
Oh, that's it. What did she know?
Yep.
How would she know you're on a planet? Your 4th grade
Yeah,
teacher.
Because she read a textbook that was made by the deep state.
Okay, so the person that wrote the textbook, how did they know?
Yeah, they're actually like interdimensional beings that are.
That's so. Now you're spurging because you know that we're gonna just keep going back, right? We're gonna try to find the person who actually knows in this fucking chain. Like I just said, it's just a tradition that's just passed down like a fucking religious statement. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you defend it. That's the actual. You're literally carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand. Think about that for a second. What possessed you to carry the water for somebody else's idea when you don't even really understand that idea in any detail?
Here's how I'd frame it for myself. I see it as more so.
I frame it for myself? I just framed it the way it is.
You have your own bias, buddy, just like I have my bias.
It's not a bias, dude. So you don't know anything about the globe Earth, right, J-Dog?
Let's go with that. You have
J-Dog, you don't know anything about the globe Earth, do you?
Can I just say, I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of people that actually do work in these fields.
I didn't question your integrity.
What?
I didn't question your integrity.
I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of the people that work in these fields. Or not necessarily disrespectful, but I think it's worth defending their integrity.
Their integrity?
Yes. So do you understand
I debated a guy with a hold on, J-Dog. I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics.
In those fields.
Yeah, okay, J-Dog. You're ignorant. You have no idea. You've never talked to anybody that works in those fields. I debated one in this chat, a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at the University of Southern California. And want to know where he went in the debate? We can't prove we have hands. We could all be brains in a jar. He couldn't prove the globe, and that's where he went. Okay, so these people that you look up to, that you think magic science guy has the fucking answers, there is no magic science guy with the fucking answers because we talked to the magic science guy, and he points us to some other fucking magic science guy.
You're just blanking it over all people that I might experience, right? So is everyone here like a flat Earth?
I talked
Should I just
probably
like that?
30 fucking
I've heard flat Earth Dave talk, and he sounds pretty stupid.
J-Dog, I've talked to about 30 PhDs in physics over the last 10 years.
I've spoken to my fair share of those types of people too.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar.
Go ahead, laugh it up. You guys are
lying.
I just think it's pretty funny that you don't laugh at
Tell me how one of these PhDs in physics would know the Earth is a globe. Tell me. If you ask them, the people that you talk... Hold on, let me finish.
Formal conversations with PhDs in a Discord channel, right? Is that what we're having?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard most of
we
the
just asked him a simple.
Just to be clear, like my qualification is that I actually went to university for a science degree, and I've spoken to these fair share of people too. So, like, why the fuck does it matter whether or not you spoke to them or I spoke to them, and whether or not you believe it?
Because you didn't ask them the questions I asked them.
We're trying to have a conversation on facts, not what we've heard from someone, right?
Yeah, they don't have any facts, J-Dog. You're just imagining. They don't know. They don't know anything. About this topic, they don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything. I go, hey, dude, what's the circumference of the Earth? They got to Google it. Hey, dude, what is a reference ellipsoid? They have to Google it. Hey, man, where's the latitude, longitude coordinate system? What's it based on? They got to Google it. They don't know fucking anything.
Can I just say, I take that as a massive compliment, you saying I don't know anything as to, like, the Dunning-Kruger effect. So I appreciate it.
The point is, you just believe that there's these people out there that have this magic fucking knowledge, dude. You're just imagining it. It's literally just your imagination, J-Dog. You're just saying there's superhumans out there with this information. You just believe that, but they don't actually have the information. Like I said, who would know for 100% fact based upon their primary information, meaning their experience, that the Earth was a globe? That's 32 fucking people.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's never seen the Earth as a globe.
My favorite TV show.
32 people, J-Dog, claim they have seen the Earth as a globe out of the 9 billion people on Earth.
I have a question. For someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who obviously...
You stopped listening a while ago, dude.
He did.
So just to be clear, do you think someone like him is just completely misinformed and his life is built off...
Doesn't have first-hand experience.
Believes that look, dude, he'll recite the fucking dogma straight out of the Book of Job, just like any other fucking religious zealot, dude.
Do you think he's knowingly lying, or do you think he's just a fool?
He believes what he's saying is true.
Okay, so he's a fool. I was just curious. I'm not gonna...
It doesn't make him a fool. It means he's wrong.
Right, but he's falling for all these really bad assumptions, is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we want to talk about him specifically, is not a scientist. He literally just regurgitates whatever he thinks the textbook says. A lot of times, it's not even. So I'll give you an example. And he admitted that he fucked up. For 20 years, he was telling people that if you weighed something, right, at the equator and at the poles, that they would weigh different. Have you heard that before? Because of the rotation of the Earth?
I've not. No.
You've never heard that?
They're saying
because of the rotation of the Earth, things would weigh less at the equator.
Or just because of
the rotation of the Earth's centrifugal force, dude. Okay. He said that for 20 years. And then he realized that, I got a problem. Because the Earth is supposed to have a bulge in it. So that would mean there's more mass under the Earth at the equator, increase in gravity, and it would exactly cancel out the centrifugal force that would make it lighter. That's what he's saying now. He don't know. He's just a moron.
It never looks good to walk back on a statement that you've held for 20 years, right? But I think that also shows a lot.
No, the problem is the first statement and the second statement are garbage, dude.
I'm just saying... That shows a lot of personal integrity, I think, to say that I was wrong. I don't know how he presented it, but...
Oh, my God, dude. No.
And I get it. I'm not trying to wipe away that...
He had no evidential basis to make either claim. He didn't... science is empirical, J-Dog. It's based upon data collected through measurements, experiments, observations. That's what it's based upon. It's not based upon theory and ideas and shit like that. A lot of people think that nowadays, that it's because they're always like, explain this, explain that. That's not what science is.
Now it's whatever.
No, it isn't semantics.
You could say it applies to theories. You could say it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because science is empirical.
No, but theories are usually
science is based upon empiricism.
If not always.
It is the foundation. Yes, all of it.
Yeah, which a lot of people would argue is part of science. It is building a theory based off of evidence. That
it is the science. The science is the empirical information gathered from observations of nature. That's the science. The natural world informs us.
Ideally, everything would just be rock solid fact, and we wouldn't have to go off of theory. But
we don't have to go off of theory.
Is theory. I get it. It's theoretical.
The point is, he made both those statements not based upon any data that he ever saw. He's never seen measurements of fucking weights at the equator and the fucking poles. He's never seen that data. Both statements are baseless. Now, one could be true and the other could be true. The point is that he's making baseless statements. He's making statements, not scientific statements, because he hasn't seen the actual empirical evidence that either claim is true. How do you decide something's true in science?
I'll agree.
How do you decide something's true in science?
How do I know? Sorry, what did you say?
How can you tell what, something's true in science? What is the arbiter? Who decides?
Empirical evidence.
Exactly. You do the experiment.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's not always an option, though.
Then it's not science.
Once again, this is getting into semantics of
it's not semantics.
How strongly your thing is supported. Is it 99.99% because it's a theory with all this evidence, or is it only not like? Come on.
All this evidence. Evidence being what, dude? Empiricism?
I'm saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
The only thing considered evidence in science is the fucking empirical evidence, dude. The fucking words that come out of some fucking asshole's mouth is not evidence.
So let's say wind blows something that spins, right? And you can then calculate from that the wind speed. But the wind is just making something spin. So from that calculation, it's actually just the rotations per minute or whatever of the thing that's being spun. But I mean, that's not empirically observing that the wind speed, right? That's extrapolating information from something else.
Yeah, it's called an indirect measurement. Yeah, it's an indirect measurement.
I'm just saying, well, yeah, now we're kind of adjusting the goalpost.
No, I'm not adjusting the goalpost. It's an indirect measurement. But it's a measurement of fucking something in reality.
Yeah, but how do we know that we can equate that to wind speed now? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing all this other stuff to just know that the spin of this, the speed at which this spins, equals wind speed in some way? That seems ridiculous, huh?
Extrapolating wind speed from the rotation of a fucking pinwheel is ridiculous.
Because we're not observing the wind speed necessarily. We're just assuming that we can.
Well, you can. You can just fucking put some smoke in the fucking wind and observe that.
And what, visually determine a number? I can't do that.
You're right.
So we have to use something.
You can just film it with a camera.
Isn't necessarily empirical evidence of wind speed. I would feel.
Empirical means experience, dude. Means you're doing something in the real world. You're not doing mental masturbation in your head, right? That is something physical in the real world. It's all empirical means.
Well, more so direct observation. I would call that more indirect.
No, okay. We're not getting a direct... speed doesn't exist, dude. I mean, it's another layer of abstraction.
Sure. I'm just saying...
Speed is time over distance, right?
Sure.
What's actually being measured? Time and distance. It isn't fucking... there is no speed being directly measured. You can't measure speed directly. You measure two other quantities. You measure the distance and you measure the clock. Which is what you're doing with a pinwheel, technically. The point is that, like Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it isn't worthy of debate. The point is that these people that you are, this magic science guys that you're defending, I don't know why you're defending them. You don't even understand. They don't even understand the idea. It's like you guys are all like, there's this, it's not even, it's like everybody has this different idea what their goal is supposed to be, but you guys all defend it like religiously. And you guys don't know why. It's literally like free labor.
Sure. I'm an outlier, though, in terms of globe defenders, am I not? As is not basically everyone who comes into this channel. They are an outlier.
I mean, you controlled your spiral, so yeah, that's better. You recovered.
I appreciate
You recovered from, dude, I thought you were going to spiral the fuck out of here, but you fucking recovered, so that's good.
Thank you. But, yeah. This is not a real representation
but
of
why,
globers.
But, J-Dog, is the globe your idea?
Is it my idea? No.
Yeah, did you come up with it? Okay, so it's not your idea. Why are you defending it?
Come on, there's a lot of things that I know that are fact to me that it's not my idea to begin with, though.
But why are you defending it?
Exists forever.
I'm asking you why you're defending it.
Why am I defending it? I'm not. I think we just kind of got into this conversation. I feel like, I mean, maybe you guys would disagree, but I feel like I'm one of the lighter guys in here that I try not to argue too much, and I try and just sit back and listen. I just think these conversations are interesting. I like having these conversations, but I think flat
I mean,
Earth
we didn't even talk about flat Earth. I mean, we're just fucking all over the place. We're like in
I enjoy
philosophical
a
land.
conversation.
Well, I mean, no, because you're like, I seen
we
the
did
laser
talk about
test.
flat
If
Earth.
I asked you about the laser test, you wouldn't be able to tell me one fucking detail.
We spoke about all the compromised people. We spoke about lunar eclipses. We spoke about gravity for a short.
You never addressed anything that I brought up about the lunar eclipse, though.
You were saying
I didn't even bring up the sunrise and sunset impossibility, the solar eclipse. That they're impossible.
Shadow.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence it's a shadow. That's
no
the
evidence
problem.
of it being a shadow. Yeah.
No, there isn't. So you know that a circular shadow doesn't cast a circular a sphere would not cast a circular shadow on a curved surface. It would only cast a circular shadow on a flat surface because shadows conform to the shape of the surface that they're projected onto.
Wait, so if you're saying it's impossible for a sphere to what? Let me see. Casting.
No, they don't. Look, if you had the sun was up, right, and you had a railing and a set of stairs, the shadow cast by that straight railing would look jagged when cast onto the stairs because the stairs are jagged. So if you have a curved surface like a sphere, which the moon's supposed to be, right, and you have a perfect circle, like the shadow of the Earth's supposed to be casting, when it's projected onto that curved surface, it's going to get distorted. It's not going to stay round.
My question is, what do you think is going on there then?
Dude, I don't
know
fucking
a lot
know.
of time people just don't have the answer to that. What do you think?
I mean,
is the
nobody has the answer, Jay. You've been told a story, but that story is also not the answer.
What do you think is the
It's
most
just accepted to be the answer because everybody thinks everybody else believes it, and they're afraid to be called retard if they say that can't be correct.
What do you think is the most likely explanation, or do you not have one?
I don't calculate that. I don't do that shit. I don't figure out the most likely. It either is or it isn't.
Do you think there's a possibility though that it could be a shadow being cast?
I don't think it can be proven.
Right. I'm just asking if you think it's possible that this is the shadow that we claim it to be.
No, it's not possible.
Okay.
No, it's not possible.
Got it. I just want. All right.
And the reason it's not possible is for the geometric reasons I laid out. A, the Selenilian eclipse. B, sunrise eclipses that have been observed, right? So an eclipse right on the horizon, right? So the sun's rising and there's a solar eclipse at sunrise, okay? This was recorded in Australia where there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. This is in the desert. So you got a nice flat surface, you got a sunrise solar eclipse. If you the horizon on the globe is supposed to have a 0.02 degree dip. So if you draw a line, a tangent line with a dip, right? A straight line, 300,000 miles, and then continue that line to 93 million miles, the sun, the earth, and the moon can't be fucking in a line because you have different you have different positions, right? You have something that's way closer, 400 times closer than the other thing. They can't be in a straight line in your line of view and lined up with the fucking horizon of the earth at the same time. That's a geometric impossibility. And there's, like I said, there's the round circle cast onto a fucking curved surface. So when that edge of that circle crosses from the center of the moon to the other side, you got to remember that's curving in the opposite direction. So what you'll get is a distortion. Part of the moon's so-called shadow would be on one side, one half of the moon, and the other side would be on the other half of the moon, curving in the other direction, and it would make like an S shape. I mean, people are posting, gifts of this shit in the chat. The point is that the methodology to even predict eclipses you cannot use the heliocentric model to even predict when they occur. It doesn't work. What we use is the same thing we've been using for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle because an eclipse happens. It's at the coincidence of 3 cycles. It's called the draconic year, the eclipse year, and the animistic year. Okay? Those 3 things, when those happen at the same date, you'll have an eclipse. We know this just from the cyclical nature of them. We don't have to use a heliocentric model. Now, you might not have known all this, and that's what we're here for, give you information you didn't have. I know that the globe story sounds cool, quote unquote, makes sense, but it can't be true because you have to ignore the falsified the information that falsifies it. Right? You can be like, there's so much. You ever heard the black swan? Right? So your theory is all swans are white, dude. You look for the black swan. You don't look for the white swans. There's 3 anomalies that can't possibly work within that frickin' hypothesis of what causes eclipses. And I'm sure there's more that we haven't even discovered yet.
I quickly found this video, and to me, it looks like a shadow being casted from a sphere onto another sphere, and it is curved on a small scale. But I mean, I don't know how you could. This is 4 years ago too, so obviously probably not AI unless they had something we didn't know about.
It's not an equivalent experiment, dude.
Why?
She's way too fucking close. The moon is supposed to be 30 Earth diameters away.
So now scale does matter? Are you saying scale does matter now?
Scale always matters.
Okay, so it is possible now. So let's revise this statement that spheres cannot cast curved shadows on other spheres, because that's not true. Spheres.
It is true.
It is.
No, look. You think about what he's doing, dude. What he's doing. Have you ever seen an eclipse from off the surface of the Earth?
Come on, dude.
That's where the camera is.
I literally just.
Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not?
Counter evidence to.
No, dude. Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not? In this equivalence.
The camera angle.
Dude, if you were gonna claim, J-Dog, fuck you, dude. If you're gonna claim that this is somehow equivalent, it has to actually be equivalent. You can't stick the fucking camera, right, 90 degrees from the fucking sphere and say this is some sort of equivalent experience. You're supposed to be on the surface of that sphere. That's where the camera should be.
So then the other examples are bad too.
No, they're in line. This is off to the side. Do you understand that the viewpoint matters?
I'm not seeing really anything that should.
Do you understand that viewpoint matters?
Casted. No, I don't. I'm looking at the one from 1:44 p.m. That is just a light shining from wherever. Pretty similar angles, honestly. Yeah, I don't. I click on random unsolicited links. Okay.
So who's in your DMs?
I'm not seeing why this matters.
So who's in your DMs, dude? J-Dog, who's in your DMs?
Who's my DMs?
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
Danny, I honestly found this.
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I found this myself through AI.
You're lying, dude. This is an obscure video. I've never even seen it before. And I know Danny Faulkner. Another PhD that we've talked to.
I can't post the picture, but I can show you exactly what I put into the prompt to get this video suggested to me, if you want. I asked, are there examples of this in a video? I mean, I was asking other things before that, but yeah, it was through AI. Gemini.
Demonstration of Earth Shadow on Moon when he did this for you.
You caught me. I got Gemini to give me a link to youtube.com for a video that's 4 years old.
I don't believe you, dude.
I don't know so why does it even matter to begin with? Also, I don't even know who
Look, all that matters is this is not equivalent. It's not even close to equivalent, dude.
I'm curious, is he like a well-known person around here?
Danny Faulkner is a Catholic. He writes for Answers in Genesis, but he's a hardcore anti-flat earther.
That's funny.
So he believes in young Earth, no evolution, all that shit. What would it be called? What is it? Intelligent design, all that shit. But he's hardcore because he's an astronomer, PhD in astronomy. He's also a known liar.
I'm sure he'd call you a known liar too, though, right?
I can prove he's a liar, though, with his own webpage. in his own fucking words.
The point being is, here's a video disproving what you said
No,
before.
it isn't, dude. It isn't disproving anything. I really like to see what that fucking light source is, because casting a really diffuse fucking light.
Danny Faulkner.
See how the shadows aren't hard like that?
What's up?
See how the shadow edges aren't hard? They're not hard edges.
Sure.
He's using a diffuse light.
I fail to see how
That's
that
deceptive, dude.
I just looked at it. There's a little bit of a sinusoidal as well, even though he tries to move it over.
I'm trying to zoom in on it. Yeah. I see some fuck-ups here and there.
I mean, I'm glad I could show you guys this.
Yeah, just more ammo. Thanks, dude. You notice he won't fucking cross the meridian. You notice he's going down just like one side of it?
I don't know. I don't.
He's not like transiting. He's not like transiting. And there's another one. And listen, and there's another guy. This is actually a pretty long fucking video. It's like an hour and a half because it's very thorough. So he took a camera and put it on the side of his house and time lapsed the sun and moon for like 6 months leading up to a lunar eclipse. Okay? In the path of the sun and moon, the moon could not have been in the place where the sun is based upon the way its path was changing, because the moon was taking an arc across the field of view and the sun was taking an arc, and over time they either move up or down in the field of view. But they weren't moving. The moon's arc would not have intersected the sun's arc during that eclipse. And he made like a physical model.
I mean, yeah, I haven't seen that example, so.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get you want to fucking do this video. It's so fucking good, dude.
Blow my fucking socks.
What this guy did is so good. Like, I mean, I can't give this guy enough credit. I mean, he took months, dude. He was like in Pennsylvania. He had a south-facing view of the sky.
Hey, PA represent.
Yeah, this guy. Okay, here we go. I don't think a lot of people have seen this, quite honestly.
K-Dog's Amish.
I mean, I am around them.
Shit, man, you might be a
maybe
neighbor.
I'm giving away too much. Yep. No, we just use candles around here. No, I have my fucking car.
I'm in Lancaster. Uh-oh, mic drop.
That, I mean, I'm probably pretty close to you then.
That's pretty funny.
So, but yeah. It's all, I mean, listen, I disagree with you guys, but I'm not trying to have people hate me. I don't hate you guys.
You don't even, yeah, but you don't even know why you disagree with us. That's the funny thing. You don't disagree with us for any rational reason.
Come on, dude. I have pretty okay reasons.
They're not rational, though.
I feel like your reasons aren't rational.
No,
that.
Your reasons aren't rational. Your reasons are sociological reasons. The reason that you don't think people would do a certain thing is a sociological reason. Has nothing but your opinion of what people would or wouldn't do. Is not evidence the Earth is flat or a globe.
That was one of my reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even the subject. Look, do you know how we know it? You know how I know that that's not a rational reason? Really simple. Because let's say the converse was true. All the people you think are lying, they all went down to the courthouse and they signed affidavits that they're all lying. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Come on.
No, I'm serious. Would that prove the Earth is flat if they all confessed?
No.
Of course not. So their affirmation or negation doesn't prove it, right? So it's an irrelevant factoid of whether fucking everybody's lying or not. Doesn't answer the question.
I agree that it's never gonna. Yeah, it's not
a distraction. Well, I don't like that argument because it's a distraction. It's a red fucking herring, dude.
I know it's probably the most
appeal to emotion, really.
Okay.
My God, you don't want to be in the out crowd. Everybody thinks this thing. You can't believe all your brothers in your society are lying. Then what are you going to do if they're all lying? You should be scared. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. That's the message, dude. I'm an expert in fucking propaganda, dude. I hear it all the time. Different little propaganda tactics. You know, there's what's said with words, but then there's what the meaning that's trying to be conveyed. Which is the last time we saw Josh, the other astronaut person in here, when I fucking ripped him a new asshole for fucking saying words, but really trying to convey a different meaning and exposing him, and he never came back.
That was the Amazon satellite guy?
After being here for 2 years. Because there's a lot of he is a trained, that particular person. He is trained in what do you call it? Public relations, and he tried to use all of these sorts of public relations manipulation tactics.
You thought that guy was acting effectively in here? He was trying to play a character to fool y'all? I do remember this guy a little bit.
No, I'm sure he believes exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's called Amazon Kuiper.
Yeah.
Kuiper or whatever.
But
it's like some fucking internet that they're supposed to be putting into space.
Be a phenomenal actor then to me.
No, he's just a propaganda dude. He's just a fucking PR propagandist.
Like he's conditioned to talk this way. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yeah, and to normal, like average people that are susceptible to it, they just eat it up. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, dude, I know that person. I know that someone that works at that company. Oh, we can just go down there and talk to him." And he'll say shit like that. This is a tactic they used during like 9/11 and Sandy Hook or whatever. I know somebody that was there in the towers when they found my brother's cousin sister's uncle's dog. And don't you dare disrespect, that bullshit. It's bullshit propaganda tactic. That somehow they have personal information, they have personal knowledge of what's going on, or they know someone directly that with personal knowledge.
I agree with you that there are a lot of stupid people on this planet, but I think that's kind of downplaying the cleverness of like at least some humans that exist on this planet that isn't like a small minority of people. Like people are more clever. Like you're not the most clever person in the world that's going to figure out all these things. Like everyone is kind of capable of this to some degree.
I didn't figure anything out.
Some people are really
Want to know what I figured out, J-Dog?
No,
but
the fact is that you're kind of saying
I can trust my own senses.
Bullshit, and you understand these things to a different degree because you think through all that, right? And I get that a lot of people aren't going to see through the propaganda, and they're just going to take what their government feeds them or whatever. But that's not everyone, and there's like a fair amount of people that are outside thinkers. Like they're not just going to accept what they're fed. They're not going to go with the status quo.
when I was talking about propaganda, I'm talking about people debating this topic. I wasn't talking about the general propaganda for the globe. I wasn't talking about that general thing. I'm talking about very specifically of people talking about this topic. They use propaganda tactics when debating this topic. Like, for instance, yesterday, he made an appeal to authority, and I said, hey, that appeal to credentials, that's a logical fallacy. He goes, well, if Magnus Carlsen told you to make a chess move, and don't you think that what he told you to do would most likely be right? That's the most specious fucking argument possible. Because even if Magnus Carlsen told me to make that move, it doesn't mean that that is the right move. Regardless of how confident I am in that it's probably the right move, it doesn't actually make it the right move.
Right, but that's probably the strongest information you have at that given moment for what the best move might be. That's like not that it could be the best move,
but it's a false equivalence on another level too. Is that there's a whole bunch of data about Magnus Carlsen playing chess. There's not a whole bunch of data about some fucking generalized the scientists. What the topic we were talking about is terrestrial refraction, and what the evidence is that it can behave in the way they say it is, curve around a curved surface, make a curved surface look flat. What's the evidence for any of that? And he just said, scientists, all the scientists must know. They would have figured it out. Like, so we don't have the record of the scientist figuring out astronomical refraction. And in fact, the academic literature, they admit that they haven't figured it out. But Magnus Carlsen, we do know what his record is. It's public knowledge. We have fucking the historical record. We know what he's done, right? It's comparing apples to fucking oranges is false equivalence. But the tactic is a propaganda tactic to say, hey, my logical fallacy is okay, and here's an example of where this type of logical fallacy would be okay. So in all applications, it's okay. It's just a propaganda tactic. Because he couldn't, what I asked him for, same thing I always ask everybody for, yeah, your stories are nice. Where's the evidence for this, that the story's true? That's it. I focus on data. So it's a nice story, light curves around the ball, nice hypothesis. What's the evidence that that hypothesis is true? And I always get nothing. You get a big flat fucking zero. It's what often happens in this topic that you guys don't realize, that there's a story, an explanation, and it's all well and good. But then when you ask, what's the evidence that the explanation's true? There's no actual evidence to support it, or the evidence that actually exists. It is a twisted interpretation, or it's cherry picking, or it's confirmation bias, or it ignores anomalous data like the Selenium eclipse, shit like that. So it actually doesn't. It's literally just, I have an idea of what the world should be, and I'm just like, I'm going to cherry pick information to support it, and I'm going to ignore all the information that doesn't support it. Like latitude and longitude. How do you find that? Hey, you can go to the South Pole. Yeah, how do I know when I got there?
You'll feel
how do you know when you get to the South Pole, J-Dog?
Yeah, it'll be cold.
Well, I mean, maybe.
And whenever
lots of cold places, they're not all on the South Pole. Yeah, but there's lots of cold places, they're not all on the South Pole. So how do I know when I get to the South Pole?
Yeah,
I'm going to look around. What do I look for?
I'm not quite sure how to determine that. I've never looked into it.
Neither is anybody else.
But they have a specific point that they determined is the South Pole of Earth.
Really?
Or probably an estimate? No, I'm asking. I'm sure they have an estimate, right? So.
Yeah, how?
I've never looked into it myself. So I wouldn't know.
Neither would they.
I mean, if I were to believe that to be true, then I'd be going off of what you say, which I don't know if that's true.
So you believe there's evidence, even though you have no idea what the evidence is, but you have to believe that it's there. This is what I'm talking about. You think there's some magic science guy out there that has the information. You don't know how they got the information. You don't know what the information is. You don't know who the guy is that got the information. You just believe that it's out there somewhere and it has to exist. That's why I'm asking you, why are you defending an idea you don't understand?
I never said I was defending that specifically.
But you are.
I was more so. I am. You're right, but that kind of plays into the whole Earth being a globe thing. So I'm just kind of.
I know that.
Into the whole thing, not just one part.
That's what I'm talking about. You're defending the globe and you don't really understand it, and we see this all the time. I'm trying to give you a clue, J-Dog, about that this is. Remember, I said that this is kind of like a tradition that's been passed down and passed down and passed down generationally. This is the evidence for that claim, is that we have people come in here all the time and defend somebody else's idea and they don't understand it. That is so unusual to human behavior. I can't even tell you. Like, that is very unusual for people to do that, don't you think?
So what do you think the impression is I should have on you guys then? Because you guys said that a sphere cannot cast a curved shadow on a sphere, and now I'm finding videos, or at least the one video, of that sphere doing exactly what you said couldn't happen. So now I'm thinking to myself...
No, I said a circular shadow. I said a circular shadow.
Okay, a circular shadow, but that's what we saw there, right?
No, it's not what you saw. And I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian. Did you notice that he never crossed the meridian in that video?
That looks like a circular shadow to me.
Did you notice that he never... No, you're trying to cherry pick what I said, dude. I was very specific. I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian.
But you're saying
the meridian is the dividing point of halfway, right? If you took the circle of the moon and you cut it in half, that's the meridian, the thing that splits it in half. So when it goes from one side to the other side, it would distort. He never does that. He only goes up and down one side. Why do you think he did that?
So your theory on how spheres cast shadows...
It's not a theory.
...hinges on the contingency that the sphere does not pass the meridian of the other sphere when casting the shadow? Is that like...
No, I said that's...
contingent on that now.
Why are you strawmanning what I said, dude? You're either not listening, you're not comprehending.
You said, did you see how it didn't cross the meridian? So as
when
long as
his demonstration...
Yeah.
Yeah, his demonstration... His demonstration doesn't simulate an eclipse. It doesn't simulate what would happen if the circle of the shadow crossed the meridian. That's when you would see the maximum amount of distortion.
So
and then there's all the other camera problems, the camera positioning problem, because that's nothing like observing it from the Earth.
So I'm like I said, I was bringing up different conditions, parameters that
you keep listening. Graveyard that the camera being out to the side is nothing like observing it from the Earth.
Sphere with another sphere that's like a half-foot diameter, and these large objects in space. So I agree with you on that. Honestly, it's not a good demonstration.
You don't know there's
You guys don't have good demonstrations either. Like they both fall apart. There.
That's
let's go with that.
Look, I don't need any of that because the Selenium falsifies the whole thing.
It's because of an exception that can happen.
There's no exception. It's a geometric impossibility.
Exception in the sense that it doesn't
happen. Okay, look, dude, imagine you're fucking standing on a chair, right? And you got a fucking light on one side of the room that's over your head and a fucking something, a ball on the other side of the room, right? So on the north side's a fucking light and on the south side's a fucking ball. And you're standing on a chair. Can your fucking chair cast a shadow on that ball?
I mean, we're going to talk about...
Can your chair that you're standing on cast a shadow on the ball that's over your head?
No.
No, exactly. And that's exactly what happens in a Selenium eclipse.
Well, we're going to get into a refraction.
That's what happens in a Selenium eclipse, dude. There's no way around it. That's what has to happen. If it's a shadow. You have sunrise, you have a moon, and here's the weird part. Imagine that it's the legs of the chair that are on the moon. Not even the top of the chair. Shut the fuck up.
Please don't shout.
So it's the legs of the chair on the top of the moon, not the top of the chair, the legs coming down from the top. Even more impossible.
Don't shout, India. You are so annoying.
Can you stop interrupting,
Are you the
please?
guest? Bro, are you the guest mod? Did we appoint a guest mod?
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Definitely
Yeah,
didn't.
Bill, shut the fuck up. You're not the guest mod.
But have people observed this phenomenon with the sun?
I posted a video of it in the chat, bro.
I did.
I've
observed it.
Me too.
Have they observed it that isn't on a high point of elevation before?
No, no, dude. Like relative
that
ground
matter?
level, like from my bedroom window, fuck me. 2019, I think it was July or August. Observation of a selenilian, partial selenilian. Shadow was on top of the moon, passed from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never touched the bottom.
Or flat area, but also like once again, I'm going to bring up refraction in this example.
Yeah, you always have to. That's not the moon or the sun now.
I know.
The shadow's in the wrong place.
The lights.
The shadow's on top.
The shadows are from light, though.
No, dude, if you're hiding behind something and you poke your head up, the bottom of you is going to be in shadow, but your head won't be when I see you. That's like the moon coming from behind the shadow of the earth. The shadow will be on the bottom, the top would be illuminated. The shadow's on the top and the bottom's illuminated, proving it didn't come out from behind the shadow of the earth, which is the thing that you're standing on your feet, by the way, when making the observation. So the shadow's in the wrong place.
Right, but because of refraction, just because the
now we're
source doesn't make
refracting
sense.
shadows.
Let me just finish this. Just because the source, the light that bends through the medium that it passes through, so obviously it might not always be consistent with the source that's producing that light.
Awesome, so we're refracting shadows. Can you demonstrate that for me in an experiment?
I don't have one exactly right now. Like, what do you want me to say?
Then we
I'm
don't
just saying
have any
refraction
actual
exists.
proof that the phenomenon that you're saying is caused by the thing you're saying. Unless you can demonstrate it, you're saying refraction of a flipping shadow.
Jedi.
I want this guy to understand before I start speaking to other people.
You know we're not going to agree on this, right? Like,
so you're not going to agree
because I'm a flat earther, though.
It's not because you're a flat earther.
Okay, is this because you can demonstrate this? You can demonstrate this then, right?
Once again, so first off, no, I can't demonstrate this right now. I'm not I don't feel like looking this up on the internet at the moment, too.
Or ever.
Bro,
show me how it's
really
geometrically
simple.
possible for me to pop up from behind the sofa, but my face be in shadow, and you can see my fucking feet.
The other issue, you're asking me to prove something to you that I know you're not going to believe regardless. You're going to refute anything I might have to show.
No, you can't demonstrate it. This is you being scared. This is you being scared.
We know it's geometrically impossible.
You're appealing to, well, I don't have to go on the internet, and I hope that it's out there. But we're demonstrating to you geometrically that this is an impossible situation.
Look, if there's a light above your head and there's an object above your head and you're looking at that object and a shadow is being cast and it's coming down from the top of the object toward the floor, can that object be under your feet?
No.
No. There we go. End of fucking story, bro.
Thank you.
There's no way refraction can make that fucking possible because it would have to refract under your feet up around to the other side, dude.
I'm only saying that to appease you, but to be clear, let me find.
You're not saying it to appease me. Okay, how about this, Jay? Because this is always funny. How about you make a diagram in Paint showing that this is possible? Should be easy. Just make a diagram.
Oh, this is like.
Make sure you put the shadow on top of the moon. So you're under the sun and the moon, and the shadow of the Earth's on top of the moon.
I can't post this. I'll just post this along Walmart. Oh God. Okay. Well, didn't think it would do that.
Oh wow.
All right. You know about those toys? Those fiber optic type toys where they cast light from the base and then it shines through, and then somehow you're able to bend that light to come out through the other end. You could literally bend the string cable things that are sticking out of it, and the light will still come through the tip, far away from where it's being cast.
I almost feel bad for you, dude. This is a
Why is
crazy
that not a
cope.
good example?
It's a crazy cope.
Reflected light through a fiber optic fucking cable, and you think that this is going to prove something?
Well, why is it not a good? It's showing light.
Is that what's happening? Then is it? Is that what's happening?
Light is not going directly straight from where
What, through the vacuum of space? What, through the vacuum of space?
The point being, though, is that light.
Look,
is
the
not
light
consistent
has
to
to
what
go
we're saying,
around
which is
the
right
Earth
here.
underneath it and come back up the other side.
Light is literally wrapping in that little toy right there, right through a different medium, but it is wrapping. It is not going straight. It is not direct.
What medium's the moon in? What medium's the Earth in? And what medium's the sun in?
I mean, it's certainly not whatever this cable is, but
It's a fucking vacuum, isn't it?
It shows the
Is it a vacuum?
properties of the medium.
I wonder if it's a vacuum. Is it a vacuum?
Yeah.
The light. Yes. Okay. So why are you talking about this
it's
then?
a vacuum.
No,
until
dude.
it-
the fuck
I
are you
just looked
talking
at your
about
little
this?
toy.
It's like,
Jay,
why?
that's not it, Jay. Jay.
Until it reaches the atmosphere.
Jay,
Yes.
those things have to go all the way in a circle. They have to go around the Earth from the other side.
It's and just to be clear,
It's illuminated. The moon is illuminated on the bottom and shadow on top. So that means the light has to go around the Earth, down around the other side, and come up to illuminate the moon.
Is that how that would work? I don't.
Yeah.
Is that what they claim is what's going on?
That's
the lying NASA scientists.
Who cares what they fucking claim? We observe a fucking shadow on top of the moon. According to you, it's a shadow on top of the moon. It's lit on the bottom of the moon. That shadow is coming down. Vertically down. As the moon is setting, the shadow's catching up to the moon and fucking blackening it. As it's going down. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow and coming down is under your feet, which is fine, except for the sun is also over your head. So the Earth is in between the fucking moon and the sun. Do you understand? The Earth's not between the moon and the sun if the fucking sun and moon are over your head.
I mean, this is just going to go in a circle with me saying refraction.
It can't. Look, can the Earth be between the sun and the moon if the sun and the moon are over your head?
I think light can act in funny ways sometimes.
Okay.
We're going to disagree on this.
Don't answer the question, dude. This is fucking
I'm
cowardly,
saying we
bro.
disagree on this. We disagree on this
You're
when
being
it comes
cowardly.
to the solar eclipse, I guess.
We know it's a geometric impossibility. Doesn't it bother you that they can't use the heliocentric model to predict when they happen? You can't even appeal to the model.
I don't know who they is, but yeah.
NASA.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they do.
Technically, Fred Aspernak, if you want to know the guy who does all the eclipse predictions. You can't even appeal to a model. That's the thing. It's just a story. If you had a model of that was actually happening other than just fucking some diagrams, an actual like mathematical model that predicted when they happen, you'd have an argument. It would be a reification fallacy, but at least it would be something. Yeah, if we model this geometry, it'll mimic what we observe. But you don't even have that. You don't have a model, a geometric model.
Which side are you debating for?
Huh?
Which side are you arguing for, flat or round Earth?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
No, I was just
wondering
where you were coming from.
Well, we're talking about eclipses. And we're trying to tell them about anomalous eclipses, selenilian eclipses, called the Impossible Eclipse. That happened. That falsified the story of 3 balls. And I also named other things. Sunrise eclipse, sunset eclipse.
Ain't living on no cartoon ball, that's for sure. Who's this? Can I speak now?
What's going on, buddy?
I think it's funny how did everybody see NASA's recent movie that they made?
What, Artemis?
Yeah, their recent movie. Yeah, the newest movie from NASA Film Studios.
What's up? How are you doing?
Yeah, hold on a second. This dude's still in here? So J-Dog. Let's check this out. See this diagram?
I'd like to go to a listener at this point. I'm trying to wrap up some things at work, but what's this about? What is this?
See the diagram?
What's going on
98
there?
degrees, 0.00.
Why are you fucking interrupting, dude? I hate you rude motherfuckers in this server, dude. You guys are really starting to get on my nerves.
Who are you talking to?
You!
What did I do?
You started talking when other people were talking. Wait your fucking turn.
I didn't do it on purpose, pal.
It was an accident? Oh, people talk by accident now. Jesus Christ. Oh, why were you talking? Oh, it was an accident. I just fucking flap at the mouth like a chick.
Tourette's is apparently contagious.
So, you see this diagram, right? This is a top-down view.
Yeah.
Right? So, if the sun, earth, and moon were all in a line, right, for a solar eclipse, and you were looking down at the horizon, they couldn't be lined up so that you would see this. You could never see this. This would never happen. Because it's called syzygy when they're all lined up. The sun, earth, and moon could never be in syzygy with the sun and moon at the fucking horizon. And you can't say refraction because there's no fucking refraction in space, bro.
Yeah, but there is in the Earth's atmosphere, so.
Yeah, but there's no refraction in space.
Okay, but the
in
light
the
still has
sun
to
and the
pass
earth
through
and
the atmosphere.
look, the refraction that affected the sun and affected the moon would affect them both the same, and they would just be both displaced the same. They wouldn't be merged together. They wouldn't be merged together.
It's like looking at a fork passing through water in a glass. Like it's
no, it's not like
intense. It's much more intense. I get that, but the point being, you have a different. You have a
okay.
vacuum
Is the sunlight
look,
bro? Is the sunlight refracted?
There's some refraction going on. Yeah.
Is this okay? Is the moonlight? Is the moon refracted?
The light that bounces off the moon, a little bit, sure, if it reaches.
Yeah. Okay, so they're both refracted.
It doesn't cancel out, though.
So, what do you mean it doesn't cancel out? They're both having the same effect applied to them.
Why?
They are not lined up in a line.
They're different.
So if they're both refracted, they're still not going to be lined up in a line.
They're different distances from Earth, though, as well.
But the refraction doesn't happen in space.
Yes, but the distance they're traveling from and the size of the objects do play a
part.
The
distance they've traveled from and the size of the objects do what?
They play a part.
How?
What part is that?
I mean, how do they? Okay, let me ask you this. So I'll say I don't know. Hold on, Jedi. Come on, Jedi. I don't know. So how would they not play a part then? Because yes, I don't have.
No, he's asking me.
But let me ask you guys then how you know it doesn't.
We haven't isolated what it fucking is yet, dude. You're saying, it's going to play a part. We're asking you specifically what would it do, and now you're asking us. Well, you need to consider it. What?
I'm an idiot. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
No,
explain what to you.
But no, I'm saying explain to me why it doesn't matter.
Explain my claim about nothing at all to me.
Hold on. Explain to me why it doesn't matter.
What?
Or I'll just go to Gemini.
I know why you're not productive at work now.
Why is that? And what are you doing right now, Indio?
I'm working.
Because of this.
I get paid to do this. I'm a grifter.
This is you make money by.
Oh my god, he's easily distracted.
There ain't no money in flat Earth, dude. Are you crazy?
Can we not have people talk over each other, Jedi and Indio?
There's no money in flat Earth, J-Dog.
Who cares?
It's kind of difficult.
I know, it's funny. You're gullible. That's what I was saying. Sorry, Indio, to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're not allowed to do bigoted statements in here, I thought. Because that's what bigoted means, right?
Dude, you've demonstrated this. I've been listening to you for fucking days. This isn't a fucking opinion I've just pulled out my ass because I don't like your fucking sound, your voice. You've demonstrated this, dude. Come on.
So J-Dog, how, if this is the moon blocking the sun, how is the sunlight going underneath it?
Dude, we're gonna. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna not agree on this. I'm gonna give you the same.
No, I'm just wondering why how can the sunlight go underneath the moon? Because the moon is supposed to be in the way here.
I know. The distance.
Oh, it must be the thing that we didn't account for that's in the distance?
Yes.
So you got sunlight, goes through space with nothing in it, hits the moon, goes through space with nothing in it, and then they're both refracted, the sunlight and the moon. When their image gets to the atmosphere, they're both refracted. You have to be claiming that the moon was refracted into the refracted fucking optical illusion of the sun. At exactly the angular distance between the horizon and, difference of fucking 1 degree.
Damn. What do you have against me over fences? Why do you hate me? I'm just curious.
I'd have to care about you to hate you.
You care so little that you made that poll on the side and still been talking about me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the honesty.
He's just jabbing at you, man. You deserve it. God.
I know, but it's just funny to say that
chat,
you
dude.
don't care about something. You're saying he's random ass fucking
Just join the chat and just yell hello.
I'm not trying to start. I don't want enemies in here.
Okay, J-Dog, take a break. Do some work. Let's talk to Catnap. He's chomping at the bit over here.
Appreciate it.
Hi. How are you?
What's up, Catnap?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could you show me a Selnelian whilst the sun is at its meridian at noon?
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be a Selnelian.
Okay, so it only specifically happens during the moon set and sunrise, correct?
Yeah.
It happens also during a specific phase of the moon, being a full moon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
hold on, I'm not done yet. A full moon has the sun and the moon at opposite ends of each other in the sky. So if the sun is directly overhead, you're not going to see the moon.
The thing on the Selnelian that I've actually looked at when observed the history of the lunar and Earth on the chart, on the star chart and the simulation. But not just that, the sun is barely risen. Once the moon starts to go down, that's when 0.1% of the sun starts to rise during the Selnelian. There's never a Selnelian where they're both actually, either one of them has to be partially behind the horizon.
No, it's not what I observed in 2019. Both sun and moon above the horizon.
I don't know what you observed, and I've never seen
the Selnelian eclipse. Seen one
Why
myself.
don't you scroll up that chat, dude? There's fucking videos, GIFs.
Yeah, I've seen them.
You saw the Kohaki Mounds one?
Yeah, is it somewhere in
a YouTube video that was posted in the chat?
Is it in Illinois?
It's Ohio or something.
Ohio.
Illinois.
That's
It could be Illinois. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Cahokia Mounds is in Illinois.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so...
That one. I just posted it.
That one. Yeah, that one's weird. I don't know anything about that one, but
Well, the shadow of the Earth is on top of the moon, and the moon's setting, and the shadow's coming down.
Yeah, it could be the second moon. Who knows? But anyways, yeah. What I was saying is,
the cope in this fucking chat is off the chart today. You guys are just
there's no second moon.
The heliocentric model. I'll raise you 2 moons.
There's no second moon. Let me have a look at the video. Hold on.
You guys would do anything to keep the Earth a globe. It's so funny.
Let me see the video. Hold on. I'm just looking for it right now. Is the guy that's actually talking in this video, is he a globe or a flat earther?
He's a globe earther. This is just a random video from the internet, bro.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Hold on. Okay. So he's up high on like
watching him try to explain it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain it and he can't. And he's a globe earther. He's watching it happen and can't. He's like,
okay.
Well, the light has to be coming like under the Earth.
Yeah. He's wrong. Let me explain. So, what I'm seeing is from what I'm seeing, he's probably somewhere on the high altitude. I don't know if he's at sea level. Because if you're at sea level,
the shadow coming down.
I'm gonna get to that point.
That's the only point.
Have you seen a Saturnalia? Have you seen a Saturnalia eclipse at sea level? Like literally at sea level.
I think I'm maybe about 300 foot above sea level. Or actually, maybe not even that. I mean, I live in fucking Kent, dude. It's up and down around here, but yeah, relative sea level, dude. Not up the fucking top of a mountain. Why?
How does sea level change the shadow coming down from the top?
It doesn't change the shadow coming down. Rather, the sun and the moon are not up at the same time. Either a portion of it is down of the moon, and a portion of the sun is up. On the horizon. Yeah, but that's what happens at sea level.
So it's not a Saturnalia.
No, that's speculation, dude. You're just speculating.
My observation is my observation. I'll tell you what I saw. My observation is, well, dude, late summer, so July. So the evenings go on to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right before the sun sets. Observing the sun in the western sky before it sets, and the full moon is rising on the eastern horizon. And then it starts eclipsing before the sun has started descending on the horizon. Right, so the sun and moon are both above the horizon when the eclipse starts. You understand this, right? And the shadows on the top of the moon going from left to right, never descending to the bottom of the moon, which is the geometric impossibility, because the thing casting the shadow, the earth, is underneath your feet. So geometrically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. It isn't and never was.
Hang on. Okay, so the thing is, the whole word Saturnalia, it doesn't literally mean the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, because that's never happened before unless you're at a different altitude. That's why when you're at sea level, when you're at sea level,
dude.
If you go up higher, you can see the of the Earth.
You can see a bit more when you're higher.
How high?
I don't know. It depends on the guy making the video and where he was.
200 foot. Would it be different to me if I stood on the shoreline or stood at the tops of the White Cliff?
It would be different if you're on the shoreline. It would be much different.
Would it be much different if I was to stand 200 foot higher on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover?
By like a fraction, yeah.
Fucking hell, dude. Are you pulling shit out your ass or what?
Yes,
please wash your hands.
Well, you just, I'm just going based off what the video shows.
So here's a screenshot of the video. The shadow is on the top of the moon.
Yes, I know the shadow's on the top. I know.
Okay, where does the light come from?
The light on the bottom of the moon is coming from underneath the Earth.
From underneath the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the sun?
The sun is... Well,
above
the sun is
Earth.
Wherever it is. It's not above the Earth.
Horizon.
It's still underneath the Earth.
Horizon. It's above the horizon.
And why is everything lit up if the sun's underneath the Earth?
It only happens at sunrise and moonset.
Who cares? That's a red herring, dude. Why is the shadow on the top of the fucking moon?
Because the light is the Earth is covering the sunlight from the top.
Simultaneously lighting up the moon from underneath the Earth and the surface of the Earth on the other side.
No, so you know what civil twilight is?
That's not daytime right here. So we don't see this river.
It's not daytime.
We don't see these trees. We don't see these smokestacks. They're not actually lit up by sunlight. They're lit up by imagination.
It's not daytime. It's civil twilight. There's nautical twilight, civil twilight. There's astronomical twilight, and then there's night.
I'm well aware, dude. You're not.
So this is like civil twilight. So this is when the atmosphere is lighting up. What's lighting up the chimney stacks is the atmosphere, right? So the other side, yeah.
So I guess you missed the part in the video where she pointed the camera at the fucking sun.
Yeah, but she's higher up in altitude. That's the thing.
You just said the sun. This was twilight and not sunlight.
No, the sunlight is not direct, right? It's not. It's the chimney stacks. They're not lit up by direct sunlight. They're lit up by they're lit up by civil twilight, not by direct
sunlight. You'll say anything to preserve your fantasy, won't you? You'll just fucking say anything.
What is this like ad hominem?
You know that this is geometrically impossible. Okay. Why don't you diagram it? Catnap. Go fire up MS Paint and diagram it for us.
Remember that time I fired up Space Engine?
Diagram it for us in MS Paint 2D.
I'm on my phone. I don't have MS Paint.
You know what syzygy is?
Then use freaking whatever drawing app that you have on the phone. You know you can't draw this.
No, I can.
Dude, you know what syzygy is, right? A straight line between astronomical bodies.
I don't know what syzygy is.
Yes, I just told you, a straight line between astronomical bodies. In this case, we got three: the sun, the earth, and the moon in a straight line, because the shadow of the earth is behind the earth, right? So there has to be a straight line between the sun, earth, and moon for the moon to enter the earth's shadow. This is a straight line. What we observe here is a fucking triangle, right? Both sun and moon are above the horizon. Right, so not a straight line between the three astronomical.
That's wrong. They're not both above. They're not both above.
I just described my observation to you, where both sun and moon were above the horizon.
I don't believe you because you don't have any evidence.
Okay, I can't continue this conversation then if you're going to call me a liar. Sorry.
Okay, you ask us for evidence, so I'm asking you for evidence. Like, what is this like double standard?
Dude, I'm telling you an observation. If you want to go back and Google like astronomical date and time, then you can find the recording of the astronomical event.
But you don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe.
What do you mean? What straw man is this?
Look, if I show you the astronomical data, if I show you astronomical data on Space Engine, you'll just reject it.
It's not astronomical data on Space Engine. Stop making shit up.
You can reverse time on Space Engine. You can find the Salanellian.
It's not a simulation.
You can find the Salanellian, and the sun is never above the horizon. It's only partially above, and it depends on the altitude.
What ephemeris does Space Engine use?
I don't know. Ask them.
So stop making shit up. It's a toy.
Why does anyone who uses Space Engine need to know that?
Because it's a toy and it's fun to use for fucking NASA fanboys. That's why they use it.
I actually don't like NASA. I go by the USSR.
Look, if you wanted to aim a telescope or fucking do any astronomical observation, you would not use fucking Space Engine.
No, I'm just saying you can look at historical data on Space Engine.
Sure, cool story.
Okay.
It's not historical data.
It is because the moon and the sun were at that point. Or
historical data is the observation recorded. That's historical data.
Oh, you mean like, okay.
Actually recording an event, that's historical data. Speculating on what you think should have happened in the past is not data.
You can predict when something's going to happen, like a solar eclipse and whatnot.
Post-dict.
What the hell? We just said it wasn't the same.
If it's in the past, it's a post-dict.
Yeah, you can go forward and back on like Space Engine and stuff like that.
These shit have always done the same fucking things, dude. It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Funnily enough, the sun does the same fucking year. Do you think I'm predicting it? No, post-diction. Happened before, right?
Okay, well, okay. Awesome. But yeah, I'm saying that.
Wow.
I want you to show me a Salanellian where the sun is at noon.
That's impossible because eclipses only happen at certain times.
Okay, so it's not. So it's nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and as Yoder was already telling you, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you're not going to be able to see the moon at all if the sun's at fucking noon.
Yeah, this is the point. So the sound alien doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying.
No one said it did.
Well done.
Who
Just disproves your model. One, it's
no, it doesn't disprove my model. It doesn't prove your model.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah,
One,
it does.
it's a geometric impossibility to have that shadow casted on the top of the moon when the thing that's casting it is standing underneath you. You try and recreate it then. Two, are you saying that that's the Earth's shadow upon the moon, the true curvature of the Earth? Then in this example, the moon must be flat. Right, or if it was a curved surface and the curved object casting it like the Earth, continually over time as the shadow passed over that curved surface, the shadow would be fucking distorted. So we're just ruining your fucking model.
It didn't ruin the model because I can do the exact same thing with two balls and a torch.
You're
Flashlight.
bullshitting. Show us.
He's just lying now.
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
You can get two balls and a flashlight.
What's an S?
Yeah. So when shadows are projected onto a curved surface, do they get distorted?
Yeah, slightly, but it works the same way the moon does.
Yeah, slightly, but cope.
Is the moon a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so
Bro,
if you just said then it should be distorted, right?
No, it doesn't distort like that.
Why?
It only distorts.
So only distorts on curved surfaces.
I don't know why you're laughing. I don't know why you're laughing because you haven't proven anything.
This is called a special pleading fallacy.
Oh my god.
That the moon is somehow different.
It's not. Nothing is different. They're all spheres. They don't distort.
No, then it behaves different than a shadow cast on a regular curve.
It won't give a sign shape. It will not give a sign shape. It'll just be the same. It will be just because that's how the laws of physics works. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's how the laws of physics work. So it will maintain the same shape. I'm gonna write that in my next fucking thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, the shadow of the moon will maintain the same shape because that's how the laws of physics work. Surely I'll be published.
Okay.
Probably cited.
Anyways, I'm still. Okay.
No, these really are shit answers, bro. You can do better.
It'll only disprove the model if it was noon and there was still a lunar eclipse. That's your fantasy.
No, dude, just the sunrise eclipse disproves lunar eclipses.
There's no sun. My goodness, there's no sunrise eclipse.
Okay, I already posted it.
Your model's the video is it's at a higher altitude.
This is in Australia in the fucking desert. What are you talking about?
You didn't post anything. What are you talking about? The last picture you posted was the chimney stacks.
Dude, are you just gonna do this type of fucking bullshit coping now? As I said.
What bullshit cope? The last picture you posted was chimneys.
What you've been doing? This appeal to fucking altitude and all this bullshit. You haven't posted anything. Was the last bullshit?
Yeah, the last picture you posted. You just posted it now. Okay, yeah, you just posted it now.
Reposted for your convenience.
I posted somebody else's. I posted a screenshot.
Yeah, this is the last screenshot you posted here.
Yeah, but I posted lots of screenshots in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about the one I posted at 2:34 p.m. my time.
That's what happens when you live in Massachusetts.
It's just a wanker.
What do you know about that? Nothing.
I know about you.
You don't know shit about me, bro.
Hell, what is this?
You know the video you just posted here, this GIF. Why does it stop halfway? Can I see the full thing? Like, it just keeps going back and forth.
You don't deserve to.
Yeah, because I know
see the full thing.
Yeah, I want to see the full thing. I want to see the
I have to pull the video, but that's irrelevant. The moon and the sun cannot be lined up with the fucking horizon and be in syzygy. Yeah, they can. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. Because does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
It can't line up with that sea level
Does the
zero.
horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so if the horizon dips, your line of sight is 0.02 degrees dipped.
Okay, well,
that
I'm not
line,
at sea level.
That line cannot intersect at the fucking sun and the moon on that line. They can't be on that same line.
Okay, there's no Saturnalia in the way you want at sea level.
I'll show you the math, the geometry right here. Sea level don't matter because the horizon dips.
There's no Saturnalia at sea level, bro.
Yep, we're not on the Saturnalia anymore. We've moved on, dude.
No, I am.
We've heard enough of your not-ons, dude.
There's no I was just like showing you how it doesn't work.
You don't know if there's no Saturnalia at sea level. You have no idea if there is or not. You're just saying
why don't you go to if you go to sea level, you will not see the Saturnalia that you want it to be.
Prove it.
Yeah, okay, let's go to sea level. When do you want to meet?
No, prove it, dude. It's your claim. Prove it. Give one shred of evidence that that's true.
The impossibility is gone at sea level, bro.
Yeah, dude, prove it.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I'm making the negative claim. You're making the positive claim.
No,
Show
you're
me
making the claim that it's impossible at sea level. I said,
yeah, you're making the positive claim. Can you show me a Saturnalia at sea level?
You're saying that something doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, show me a Saturnalia at sea level. It's so easy. Just show me.
I don't need to.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know if it exists or not. I have no information.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me see this. 98 degrees, 0.002. Okay. Is this a part of like the one in Australia?
This is what would have to happen. The angle to the moon and the angle to the sun would be different angles if they were aligned with the horizon. So this is the sun and moon in syzygy, and this is where the angle that would separate the sun and the moon in your vision, basically 1 degree.
Is this a solar eclipse?
Yes, dude. If the sun and moon were in syzygy, the moon at the horizon, if they come up over the horizon, they'd be separated by 1 degree.
Okay.
Okay? If they're lined up, they cannot be lined up with the horizon and be in syzygy.
It's funny how like these
extend that blue line, right?
It's funny how like these celestial bodies have to be so close to each other in order to make a phenomenon to
extend the blue line, right? Extend that blue arrow line, just extend it so that the sun's behind the moon and the sun is not in syzygy anymore. Or extend the red line so that the moon is in front of the sun. The moon's not in syzygy anymore.
I'll have to look at this part because I'm still confused.
It's not hard to figure out, dude.
No, yeah, but I want to see on 3D model. I want to see like a 3D model of it and like use Space Engine to try and figure it out because I'm only used to
play with your
debunking.
Toy. I'm gonna use Grand Theft Auto to figure out how to process
I'm only used to debunking the Saturnalia, and I haven't done this one yet.
You haven't debunked anything.
I have. I told you, show me something. I said, show me something at sea level, and you can't find it.
The absence of that observation does not debunk the fact that the shadow comes down. It doesn't address the shadow coming down from the top of the moon.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That's what I'm saying.
What if I'm 89 feet above sea level?
You can't even tell us. How does let's grant you a Saturnalia has never been seen at sea level. How does that debunk the Saturnalia eclipse being impossible?
Because if you see at high altitude, you might see like this weird phenomenon going on.
Okay, but how does that debunk the Saturnalia eclipse being impossible?
It debunks the claim that it debunks the globe Earth. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Because it's normal. It doesn't debunk the globe. The globe
because it's normal. It debunks it because it's normal. That's your reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal.
You sound stupid.
Yeah, it's normal. No, I'm doing something. It's normal to happen on a globe.
Okay, so it's normal to happen on the globe to observe at some high altitude a Saturnalia eclipse in which the shadow of the Earth comes down the moon as it's setting. That's normal.
Yeah. If you're at a high altitude, yeah.
Yeah, the shadow of your dude. I'm gonna fucking ban you if you don't address the shadow of the moon coming down. I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude.
The shadow's coming down because the shadow's coming down because the Earth's shadow is casted from the top.
From the top of what?
From the top of the moon.
How is the shadow getting to the top of the moon and it being lit under the moon?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Fucking bullshit artist. Should have kicked him out of here.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Big time.
Okay, so who made this screenshot here? Who made this? Can I see the video? Yeah, Matt. Okay, just give me a sec. I've talked to these guys before, Matt. It's okay.
What guy? Mike Ball?
Yeah, so I might be like leaving and coming back every now and then, but this video I want to see it.
I'll see if it still exists. It looked like his channel was deleted.
Who is he? Is he a glober or?
Oh no, it still exists. Here we go.
Who is he? A glober or a flat earther?
He's a flat earther. Doesn't matter, dude.
No, it does.
Why?
Because a lot of the stuff the flat earthers post just like is.
Oh, so we have to consider the personality or the personal attributes of a person to determine whether their information is true or not. Why are you interrupting me? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not.
It is a fallacy.
It's not. You guys are notorious. You guys are notorious.
Personal characteristics of a claimant don't determine the truth of the claim.
It does because we can judge by the appearance.
It does. No, you're a retard.
You guys are notorious for lying.
Judged by the appearance.
We're notorious. Tell me one lie a flat earther said. One.
That the
We're notorious. You should have a fucking whole list. One. Give me one.
Yeah, that the Earth is flat.
Every fucking time you guys say the same fucking thing. How is it a lie? You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and then you say something else. So you're saying we know the Earth's a globe, and we're just saying it's
A
flat.
lie is intentional deception.
Yeah, so we're intentionally deceiving people by telling them the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't think of one fucking lie. You're the liar. Ain't that funny?
I can think of one lie, just a very quick search on AI and Google and whatnot. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to watch a selenium eclipse from sea level. The only problems would be the haze and the weather. But it's perfectly fine. He's been jabbering on for the last hour saying it's impossible to see one from sea level. AI would disagree. I don't know where you pulled that fucking from, dude.
Even if it was impossible, I mean, it still doesn't tell us how this is possible. Still doesn't tell us how the shadow can come from the top. Whether it's impossible on sea level or not.
You're talking about the solar eclipse thing you showed me? Oh, this? Okay, hang on.
Okay, the video was about the solar
I'd have
eclipse.
to use a 3D model to actually figure out what's going on.
You're using a toy. You saying like 3D model is like me claiming I'd have to use a 3D model and play Grand Theft fucking Auto.
What?
You're using a toy. It's not a simulator.
Okay, I still want to use it though.
Go play with your toy. You guys are fucking so weird, dude. You guys are just like, some of you people your age are just so fucking weird. You think these apps are simulators. They're not simulators. They don't simulate anything.
No, you can just use it so you don't have to use like balls and stuff.
Do you think they're actually modeling fucking balls in that shit?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the code?
Why the hell would anyone need to see the code?
To see how what they're okay. So you have computer code, and that computer code generates, in this case, images. Now, underneath your interface that you're looking at doesn't mean that their calculations are using balls, spheres, orbits. They could be using any number of things.
Hold on.
But the thing is, to you, you're seeing, this is like Google Earth, right? Does Google Earth look like a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's not a sphere?
No, it's a sphere.
That it's a cylinder?
Yeah, they use a cylinder to make a sphere.
They use a cylinder to make a sphere. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You need to model a cylinder shape into a sphere. I wanted to ask you something. What basis or what foundation are you using to
How fast you just tried to get past that?
As fast as you
by
can.
the way, let's change the subject.
No, I'm asking, wait. What foundation are you using to judge, what criteria are you using to judge the code?
Here we go. This is definite deflection tactics, usually associated with the word.
Why are you asking me that? I gave you an example of that. What you're seeing isn't what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay.
Okay.
An example of Google Earth is a cylinder, but it displays to you as a ball. But it's not a ball in the mathematics. It just displays it as you, right? It's the user interface. It's just a toy.
Okay, what's wrong with the cylinder?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think you live on a cylinder?
I mean, no, but like the poles of the Earth are demonstrated with like a cylinder.
Poles?
Yeah, the poles like on diagrams and on like simulators, there's like a cylinder. You need a cylinder to use it. What, bro? It's literally a ball. Like you can look at a ball in your hand and look at the one in simulator. It's exactly the same thing. I don't get what your point is, bro.
I know you don't get what my point is. That's the sad part. Okay. The actual mathematics, when they're doing calculations, they're calculating on a cylinder. Okay?
Okay.
They're displaying it to you as a ball. And then you're saying to yourself, hey, they're simulating the Earth being a globe. No, they're not. They're simulating the Earth being a cylinder, and they're displaying it to you as a ball. How do you know that frickin' sandbox universe space engine, whatever the fuck you're using, what it's doing underneath, isn't doing something like that? Like Super Mario Galaxy, right? You ever play that?
No, I don't play games.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Sandbox
That's some
universe.
BS right there.
I can I like my play something
That's
like
a game,
once.
dude.
Oh my gosh! I don't play
Sandbox
video games
universe
often.
is a game. It's not a simulator.
It's
And if
Universe
you
Sandbox is
dared,
trash. Space Engine's much better.
well, either one, that's also a game. Those are games.
Okay.
They're for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Oh, you think NASA's using it to fly to the fucking moon?
Wait. Can we talk about the Russian Space Agency? Let's not talk about NASA.
Oh yeah, gish gallop all over the place, dude.
I don't know why NASA this, NASA that, NASA that. Oh my goodness! Like, chill out.
Yeah, but do you think Russian Space Agency is using fucking Sandbox Universe?
No, but they can go to the moon if they want and take pictures of it. I mean, Artemis. Like,
Why do you
recently just
believe
went
that?
to
Why
the
do you
moon.
believe that?
Bro, are you serious?
I'm asking you why
Okay.
you believe that.
What do you mean? Why? Because it's proven. Like, there's footage. There's people
Why do
there.
I believe
There's people recording.
Like, I love your answers. Why do you believe it? Because it's proven. That doesn't answer me why.
I just expanded on why it's proven. You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay, how was it proven?
Okay, so you know when you sit at home and you look on your television, how is
Yes, TV is proof.
No. I'm getting to my point.
No Plato's cave.
Yeah. So how are you receiving signal to your television? Where is it coming from?
You're a clown.
I don't watch
I
TV.
I have to do baby steps. I have to do baby steps with you.
I don't watch TV.
Okay, so let's just, for hypothetically, you're on television or using your phone. You receive data that comes from another location, right?
Yeah, usually a tower or a receiver.
Yeah. It's been transmitted from a location. That location is where So this is baby steps because I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know why we have to do this.
Towers. Come
Yeah. So radio tower, and the radio tower receives that broadcast from the location.
Okay, so we're asking you how it's proven. We don't need your fucking goddamn.
I'm doing it, but you're asking me to do this. That's why I have to do it baby steps.
My father literally was the cable guy. I know everything about fucking transmission of communications and telecommunications. You're not educating me, dude. Okay.
Okay, so that's how you.
I'm trying to ask you how it proved Artemis. Let's hear it.
Yeah, whatever your dad did proves Artemis.
No. Whatever you're claiming, some radio frequency transmission proved Artemis.
Yeah, because Artemis is proven from footage that was and live footage. Live footage and observations.
How do you know it was live footage?
Oh my gosh, there was people standing at the launch pad. There was people standing at the observation deck.
No, not the launch, the space part.
Yeah, the rocket was followed. It was followed.
Who followed it?
Yeah, people on Earth, human beings. I don't know.
People on Earth followed it.
Yeah, it was followed with telescopes, followed with cameras. No.
And then where'd it go?
It went behind the moon, came back. First they had to go high Earth orbit first. People would have seen it go high Earth orbit.
What did people on the ground see?
Why do I have to explain this to you step by step? We already know how it was done.
Because you said it's proven, and you haven't proven a fucking thing yet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupting, but what you speaking about?
Artemis, moon mission.
Oh,
flying to the moon. He says it's proven, and I'm trying to get out of him how it was proven, but he can't tell me.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
Yeah, because I don't know what proof. I don't know what proof you need. That's why. That's literally why. I do not know what proof you need.
Artemis.
What proof are you looking for? Who is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what proof you're looking for. That's why I have to pick apart every single thing.
Okay. What do you think proof is?
No, I'm asking you what proof do you need? You're just saying proof. Like, what do you need?
Telemetry data.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, that's
what
tough,
isn't your story good enough?
Telemetry data would be a good start.
Okay, telemetry data. Okay, but we already have that, so like.
Oh, we do? Where's that?
Yeah.
You know, I asked somebody, someone on X said, I got telemetry data. And they posted a link, and then I clicked on it, and it was a fucking animation.
Okay. How do you think we saw
telemetry data would be the position of the rocket, where it is relative to Earth at all points in time, or at least some interval, every hour, every 2 hours, I don't know. So we know where the rocket is relative to where we are.
Didn't you see the capsule on re-entry?
Didn't I see the capsule on? Yeah, I saw that TV show.
No. Did you see the capsule on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Did you see Artemis on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Come out of the sky.
What has Blade Runner got to do with anything? I'm asking you.
It's a movie. It's a fictional movie, just like Artemis on re-entry.
Yeah.
How do you know that's what you saw on the screen isn't complete fiction?
You know, there was people there that were like.
How do you know that it's not complete fiction?
Because there were people there on the boat.
Do you know
that watched it come down from the sky.
There on the boat.
That's how they got them, and that's how they got them. There was a camera filming it coming from re-entry. The guy with the camera. Do you know there was a guy literally with the camera filming it coming through the sky?
Yeah, like Titanic. Got people out to see them.
Yeah. So that it was filmed. The people literally saw it. They were using camera and they were following it coming through the atmosphere with a camera.
Okay.
They were following it.
You're exaggerating what's shown.
Oh my goodness, bro! There was a cameraman following the capsule coming through the atmosphere.
There was a camera. What was he in?
I don't know, a boat or a plane or something. I don't know what he was in.
He was following a capsule going 25,000 miles per hour in an airplane.
Yeah, like, bro, if you were there, you would literally see it with your own eyes. You'd still deny it.
If I was there, yeah, you would believe. I'm sure you believe that.
If you were there, you would deny it. Like, literally, you would deny everything.
No, what would happen is I'd be in the aeroplane and wait around until the object came into view and watch it drop into the sea. I'd have no information. I'd just wait until I saw the object until it went into the sea from the aeroplane, right? That's all I'd see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you'd see it coming through the atmosphere. You'd have like
Exactly. Let's see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that mean? What does something coming through the atmosphere look like?
So you would see it coming.
Tell us
from
what that
the
looks
sky
like,
above.
dude.
I don't know, the sky above.
Now tell us what that looks like.
Bro,
Coming back.
You're acting like a baby.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like an answer, please. What is it you said? You would see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that look like?
Yeah, so something that is coming out from the highest sky. I don't know, like the highest sky.
Coming out from the highest sky. How high can you tell the fucking sky is by looking up?
You can't do that, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so you'd see it on the re-entry, following with the camera.
You're just a ridiculously crazy cultist believer, dude.
No.
That's what the facts of the matter are. You're just like they could tell you fucking anything, dude. You want to believe it. You obviously want to believe it because you're a fucking fanboy of this shit.
No, I'm not. I'm just going.
You think a fucking toy. You think a toy, a game, is a fucking simulation of reality.
Stop arguing. What is it about?
Oh my god, who the hell is this Indian? Anyways, what I was saying is...
Look, bro, you have no method available to you to evaluate whether their claims are true or false. You either believe them or you don't believe them. I have no reason to believe what they're saying because they claim to do things that are physically impossible and that the basic parts of can't be replicated in any experiment on Earth. So why should I believe them when they claim that they violate the second law of thermodynamics? When they violate the things fall when you drop them? When they violate fucking thermodynamics? Well, listen, you're not listening. They're claiming that they do things that you can't replicate on Earth. I don't believe that shit. Why do you believe it?
Okay, what I'm saying is you'd still deny it if it was your job to film the re-entry.
Oh God.
I don't know it's re-entering, and what I would film is it. I can't tell if it's a re-entry or not from just looking at it.
Okay, what? Okay, from your
you think you can just look up in the sky and tell?
Do you think? Okay, what would you
from the sky? Shut up, dude. Do you think you can just look up in the sky and just say, "Oh, that's re-entering Earth's atmosphere," by just looking at it?
Okay, what do you think it was?
Yes or fucking no, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, you.
I don't know what you're
can't.
saying.
If you look up in the sky, can you tell if something is re-entering Earth's atmosphere by just looking at something in the sky?
Partially.
How? Tell me what you look for.
Well, you need other tools to
Okay, so you can't tell from looking at it. Congratulations.
Well, you can measure it. So when you see the
I know what your
capsule
other
up
tool
close.
is. I know what your other tool is. The idiot on the fucking screen said it's re-entering Earth's atmosphere. That's your other tool.
Wait. Hold on. So we know how big the capsule is. Like if it's in front of you, it's probably the size of the size of a living room or something, right? And then you can measure it with the camera, like say, okay, it's this far away now. Oh, well, now it's this far away. That's how
you can't tell from just looking at how far away something is.
Well, you know how big the capsule is. Let's say it's the size of let's say it's the size of a living room.
Well, apparently it's re-entering and it's on fire, right? So.
Okay, but you know if it's re-entering by how far away it looks on the camera because we know how big it is up close.
It'll look bigger. It'll look bigger because it has a high temperature.
What the hell? Hello?
No, they like moving people into this chat for some reason.
Okay, can you kick that guy out? Just interrupt him.
It's a girl. So other channels like moving people that have open mics into this chat to fucking irritate us. Yeah, you would think that's funny. So,
no, it is.
You ever seen a red hot poker that's been heated up?
Yep.
They look bigger than they actually are, don't they? Why?
Yeah, because they expand.
Because they're hot.
Yeah, it expands.
Yeah, no. It's not because the fucking poker's expanding. It doesn't expand 3 times its size.
No.
It looks bigger because it's heating up the air around it, causing that air to make it look fucking bigger because of refraction. So if your little capsule, heats up to thousands of degrees, it's going to look bigger than it really is. So that ain't going to work.
No, bro. No.
Yeah,
okay.
bro.
I can grant that. You can still determine like how far away it is because you can like calculate. Oh, how big would it be if it heats up? All that kind of stuff.
Boy.
So yeah.
Again, the stuff you keep pulling out your arm.
Okay.
Can you give us a calculation? You wouldn't even know where to look. You wouldn't even know where to look to even find a place that could possibly do that calculation. Now, I'm going to ask you the thing I asked J-Dog because it's important. Why are you carrying the water for somebody else's idea? Why are you defending the globe as if is the globe your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I'm just saying it's
okay. So why are you defending somebody else's idea?
Because the globe is a logical impossibility, and I don't like it when people are being illogical.
I know the globe is a logical impossibility.
I said possibility. I didn't say impossibility.
Give us the logic, then. What do you mean?
Yeah, give us a logical syllogism that supports
That's why I'm defending it, because I'm defending logic. Well, okay, what are the 3 laws of logic?
You're defending logic. So give us the syllogism. Look, bro, I'll give you
Hey. What is the 3 laws of logic?
Okay, who cares? I want a logical syllogism. Yeah, I mean, fucking this is like absolute amateur shit, bro.
Okay, you want a syllogism? Okay, P1.
We want a syllogism that supports the globe.
Okay, I'm just arguing. I'm giving you a formal logic. This is not informal, right? Okay, so P1.
Yeah.
P1.
Mm-hmm.
Earth exists. P1. Earth exists.
Okay.
P2. Logic. What the hell?
No.
Logic is what we use to determine.
You don't need a statement about logic in there, dude.
No,
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
We understand the premises of logic, so give us some truths to add together.
No.
I've given you the first truth, Earth exists. Give me another one.
Okay, we use natural reasoning. To determine the world around us.
That's a statement about human beings, not the Earth. So, Your premise is about human beings. We use natural reasoning. Who's the we? Human beings.
P3, we see the sunset and the moonrise. P4.
Okay, and? Therefore, Earth God.
Yeah, he's not done.
Okay, P4, we come to know this through a turning ball.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
I don't know.
I'm giving you this.
Do you know what logical syllogism is?
I'm giving you the syllogism, then I'm going to give you the C1, C2.
Okay. Why are your premises so shit?
Why are your premises not about the subject?
Why are you guys parroting each other? It's like, what the hell? This is like some Disney bully thing. What the fuck?
Dude, you said you got logic. I asked you for logic.
I'm doing it right now.
You haven't given it yet.
Yeah, patience.
Reading off the internet.
Dude, patience.
I'm not.
He's
I'm
gonna
literally
need like
typing.
92 more premises to frickin' even get this close to Earth as a globe.
For sure.
P5, we come to know this through everything.
Okay, you know what you're trying to prove, right?
Denial.
No.
I don't get what you're laughing at.
Okay, you can't. Well, let's just stop this. You can't create a logical syllogism for the globe because it's not perceived. You understand?
I'm talking about natural reasoning. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. This syllogism is proving that natural reasoning you come to know of the Earth being a globe through natural reason.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
How does natural reasoning lead to geometric forms?
That's why I'm making the syllogism.
Okay, how would you get from natural reasoning to the fact of a geometric form?
Yeah, I'm giving the syllogism.
For natural reason.
Give me a second. Let me finish it.
No, I'm not going to let you finish it because you're wasting our time.
This should have been really fucking simple. Should have been said with 20 seconds.
A logical necessity.
There's no logical statement you can make to support the goal because you don't start.
I'm nearly done. I'm on C2. Conclusion 2.
This is going to be a fucking train wreck.
We use empirical reasoning, to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? I don't know why you're using logical stuff,
He
isn't using logical stuff.
You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go.
I don't know the
This
term.
is it. Okay, P1, Earth exists. P2, we use natural reason to determine the world around us. P3, we see the sunset and the moonrise. P4, we come to know this through a rotating sphere. C1, natural reason proves the globe is a logical necessity.
No.
Why are you nervous? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
You need true premises, catnap.
Yeah.
No,
we come to know this. We come to know this is terribly specific.
Why is this with nervous laughter?
We come to know. What was that? Premise what? 4?
We come to know is English. That's the standard English. Don't get it.
No,
it's
we
a statement
come to
about
know
human
because
beings,
of
dude.
Sunrise and sunset that the Earth is a globe.
Premise 4 is unjustified.
Yeah. You can come to know of it through a rotating sphere. You just get.
Look, why even create a syllogism? Why not just state that in the first premise and just be done?
You asked for a syllogism.
Well, you don't need one if you're just going to.
You were begging me for you were begging me for a syllogism. That's why I did it.
Look, if you're just going to claim if you're just going to claim the premise as the conclusion, then fucking just say that. Just do Ipsy Dixit like you just did. Earth's a globe because Earth's a globe. Why just say that?
The Earth exists. We lose logic and reason, and because sunset and sunrise, we've come to know the Earth is a sphere. What bollocks
Therefore,
is
Earth is a
this?
sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's logic.
It's fucking not.
So let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to.
Okay, don't ask me for a syllogism.
No, well. You said that you were defending the globe because you were protecting logic. That's not true. So why are you defending the globe?
Which premise do you deny?
The one that we've come to know the Earth as a spinning globe, but because the sun rises and sets.
Yeah, so you can like
you don't
let's say
know
if you're-
that because it's an inductive inference, so you don't know it. Your premise, even if true, is an inductive inference.
No, listen. Let's say
Even
you're in the
if you know, there is no listen. Even if your premise is taken as true, it's an inductive inference, and you can't construct the logical syllogism with an inductive inference. All the premises have to be true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
It can't be possibly true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
Yeah.
Yes. Because
go on
you're
then.
looking at the thing that's not the thing that's in question.
What is the thing
You're
in question?
looking at the sun to deduce to figure out what the Earth is.
No,
right? So that's an indirect observation.
No, buddy.
You said sunset. You said sunset. You said we've come to know.
No, bro. No. Oh my goodness. The we come to know is not because of the sunset.
Oh, what was it?
We come to know. We're trying to figure out why is the sun setting. So we come to know of that through a rotating sphere, right? Right. For example, P4.
I thought that was supposed to be the fucking conclusion.
No, the C is the conclusion.
Yeah, the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. Right,
How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is?
You're defending that logical conclusion, right, with your logical syllogism, because you've got logic on your side, which concludes the Earth is a sphere. Shut up.
P4 is an experimental
This is your
analysis.
conclusion. Your conclusion shouldn't be in your premises. Your premises, when added together, should reach the conclusion
go in a
that you're trying to
syllogism.
reach. Fucking dickhead.
Your conclusions don't go in a syllogism.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. There's one conclusion at the end of a syllogism.
That is at the end of the syllogism.
Premise 4.
Right? You add 1 and 1 together and equal 2. This is what a logical syllogism can. You add one truth together and then you add another truth together and you reach that logical conclusion based on those truths.
Loki gonna
have a relationship.
I'm low-key gonna stab myself in the eye. P4 is experimental analysis, right? So let's say you're in the Stone Age, you can light fire.
Experimental analysis.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that?
an experiment. It's an analysis, right? So if you're in the Stone Age, you can light a fire. You can get like a fucking rock. You can like rub or get your ball sack and use those balls, right, to prove like the sun is setting because the ball is rotating, right? So you rotate the ball. Oh, okay. Look, the fire is no longer in view, right? So this is what P4 is.
No, it's not that.
Yes, it is.
Look, how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth was a rotating ball?
Because no one in the Stone Age will know what the fuck refraction is.
How did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a
Because
rotating
the sun
ball?
cannot set without it being a ball.
Says who?
It's from natural reasoning. This is the whole point of the syllogism.
No, that's a bare assertion without evidence.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat from natural reasoning alone?
Yeah.
No, from natural reasoning alone.
There you go.
Not from extending your dick to about 200 meters and measuring the
I
Earth
just
with a
gave it
laser.
to you. That was easy, right? I just did it.
Yeah.
You know why I can do it and you can't? Because I follow you.
No. Because when
observations that I
okay,
can make
when
and
I
you don't.
ask you how does wait, hold on. When I ask you because when I ask you how does the sun set on a flat Earth, you have to use mental gymnastics to like say, oh, it's because
No,
of
I don't.
refraction. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
This is the whole point of the syllogism.
And that's just and you saying mental gymnastics means what? That you don't like the answer?
Or doesn't understand the answer.
That's more like that's
you
more
need
like
to
it.
keep on psychologically projecting, Catnip. Keep on.
The whole point is you are inferring Earth being a sphere from seeing the motion of the sun. That is an inductive inference. Because you're not looking at the thing in question directly, you are looking at something else and inferring from its behavior that some other thing is something.
Yeah, you have to use
An
mental
inductive
gymnastics to say it's flat.
inference.
To say it's flat, you have to use mental gymnastics. You have to say, oh, well, the sun is actually moving further away.
That's
and
ironic,
it's actually,
dude.
the air density is making it disappear and all that kind of stuff. No one in the Stone Age
Your mental gymnastics, my friend Catnip, your mental gymnastics for the cause of sunset backwards, isn't it?
You know what? Wait, hold on.
So
You know,
that was your
people
mental gymnastics. Hold on, you will literally do a somersault if you keep rotating on the sphere whilst you're doing your gymnastics. But the reason why the sun sets is because the Earth is in motion and you are rotating backwards. The sun disappears over the curvature, the physical obstruction of the Earth. Right?
Okay.
This is your mental gymnastics.
Okay. In early antiquity, people thought that the sun. No. Listen, people never said that the sun got further away. They said that the sun set in a crack in the earth.
Did you ask them all? I swear the
Bro,
Egyptians
it's in
said that
ancient
the sun
literature.
was traveling on a fucking
ancient
chariot.
literature. They said that the sun sets in a. They would say that the sun sets in a lake.
Yeah, the sun was moving though, wasn't it? On a chariot.
Yeah, but they'd say it sets in a lake.
Yeah, so the sun was
getting
moving
further
then.
away.
The sun was
but they
moving.
never say. Yeah, but they
sun was moving, not the Earth.
Not once did they say it's moving further away. It's only you guys that say that.
Catnip. What does it matter what they said?
I mean, we have to forgive those people. They didn't have the tech we have today. Why are you stuck with the 2,000-year-old shit?
I'm just saying that the people,
citing a single
the
culture.
ancients. No, the ancients that
all the
believed the Earth was
ancients,
flat.
the Chinese.
Which one?
Did they say that the sun's moving
Which
further away?
ancients? The Greek ancients, the Roman ancients, the fucking American
Every single
Indian
one of them. They said that the sun sets
the
in a
ones in
lake.
South America.
The ones from 2,500
The
years
ones that
ago.
we know, the ones that we know about, the ones that have literature about the Earth, right?
Okay, the
they
Mayans.
all say that the sun.
Where did they think the sun went? Where did the Mayans think the sun went?
Bro, I'm talking about the one. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about the ones.
They wrote astronomy books. They wrote the Dresden Codex.
Yeah. They said that the sun sets in a lake. They said the sun sets in a ravine.
They made astronomical predictions more accurate than the heliocentric model, using a completely different fucking paradigm. So where did they think the sun went?
In a ravine. They said it sets in a lake, in a ravine. They say it sets in a crack in the earth.
They said it sets in a ravine, the Mayans.
I'm not talking about the Mayans.
I am.
Okay, what is the Mayans?
The Mayan, you don't know what Mayans are? The Mayan civilization?
The Aztecs?
No, the Mayans.
Not the Aztecs are the Aztecs.
I don't know what Mayan is. I only know about like Aztec.
This is great.
I don't know what Mayans are.
Okay.
Wow.
Mayans are South American natives
late antiquity
that wrote stuff, and the Spanish burnt all their books.
Okay.
But one of the books of the 3 books that survived was an astronomy book called the Dresden Codex.
Okay.
That Dresden Codex shows astronomical predictions that are more accurate than what the predictions the Europeans were making based upon their fucking globetard.
Is that what? So the Mayans' demonstration of the Earth, is that what you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, is that what you take
No,
as
it's
a position?
just counteracting your claim.
I haven't made a whole cosmology, bro.
I know, Jedi. I'm just asking a qualifying question. Is that the position you
it's
take?
distracting.
I'm not advocating any cosmogony or cosmology. Okay.
Okay, I want to see what a picture of what you think the Earth looks like.
From where?
And there's the deflection.
From anywhere you want. Choose anywhere you want. From above.
Just keep deflecting away from your
From
claim.
the beach?
No, from above. Like, let's say in the outer space or whatever you want to call it.
There is no outer space.
Okay, wherever from the position of the moon.
You can't go to the moon. There is no outside, brother.
Okay, but I want you to demonstrate. I want you to show me a diagram or a picture of the Earth. To hypothetically, if we were on the moon and looking back, or at the moon looking back with the camera.
How would I know what that looks like, dude?
Why are people giving nervous laughter? I don't get it. I'm just
asking you. How would I?
It's a stupid fucking question. How
would I know what that looks like?
Because he hasn't got the God's eye view.
I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You want to see a picture of a flat Earth taken from a photograph taken from a place that don't exist? I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Okay, so when I see the moon in the sky, it doesn't exist.
The moon exists. It doesn't mean you can go there.
Oh my goodness! Wherever it is, I didn't say we could go there. I want a hypothetical. Let's say you had like some god powers,
wherever
right?
it is. You're assuming it's some fucking space rock, dumb
or something. Yeah.
So is the moon just an illusion?
Oh my goodness!
What do you mean is it an illusion?
He's not following the
giving me a
logic.
headache.
He doesn't even follow his own logic, guys.
Matt, are you still here?
Uh-huh.
Sir, are you kind of
Call for backup?
thinking logically about this, sir? Because
I don't need his backup.
I've been listening. I've been listening, and your brain
Yo,
is
who
not
is this
braining at
Pakistani
the
guy
moment.
that's talking, bro? What the hell? Bro, shut up.
Cut it out, dude.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening. He's not acknowledging. He's just waiting to speak.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
okay.
right.
All right, thank you. So, anyways, I'm asking.
We're waiting for that logic,
I
though.
noticed he was just
No, we're
waiting
waiting
to
for the
speak on it
logic
as well.
Let's
I
go
want to
back
see
to
a
the
picture
logic,
of what.
though.
I want to see. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody
That's
knows
what I
what the
want.
Earth looks like from that far away. Not you, not me, not anybody.
Okay. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that. Why do I have to repeat myself?
Why'd you?
Repeat back to me what I just told you.
So you don't even know. So you don't even know where the sun goes.
Exactly, and neither do you.
Yes, we do. It's you that don't know.
Yeah, you just believe you know.
No, your beliefs have shaky foundations. You don't know.
Because I don't have beliefs. You do.
Oh my goodness.
You're asking me what the Earth looks like from a place I don't think exists.
Okay. You have beliefs you don't.
Because there's no evidence that place exists.
Okay. So you don't have beliefs, right?
And that you're telling me that I'm the one with beliefs, but because you think that place does exist, but you have no evidence it exists.
Okay. You don't have beliefs, right? So do you trust your senses?
Yeah, why not?
That's
okay.
you that doesn't trust your senses.
If you so you trust your senses, you trust your hearing. Okay, the Earth is a globe. You have to trust that.
There's nowhere in my senses tell me the Earth is a globe.
I just told you heard it. Could you trust your senses?
No, dude, your base senses. Everybody experiences
I heard it. That doesn't mean the words, information you conveyed is accurate. Dude.
Okay, so you have
Those
a belief.
Are two different things. Are you retarded?
You have a belief. You have a countering belief. Then
there's a difference between sound and the meaning of the sound, dude.
So you have a countering belief.
He's weird.
Dude,
everyone has a belief in something. Else. Do you know what belief means?
I believe you're starting to spiral and you're resorting to trolling because you don't want to face the fact that you're carrying the water for somebody else's idea, and you have to tell yourself it's for logic when it's just because you're in a fucking cult.
Well, we can say the same about you.
What cult?
No, you can't. No, you can't say the same about things. You know why you can't say the same thing about me? Because I can just walk a fucking mile and see a flat Earth.
Matt, say that again.
I just told him we could say the same about you.
No, you can't.
How?
Because you didn't make the idea of the flat Earth. Like you didn't make it.
No, we measured it. We measured it.
Flat Earth is an
idea. The idea of the flat Earth is not something made up. It's more an acknowledgement of a measurement and a state of the matter. The actual
acknowledgement of a measurement
is where we operate, and it's a description of a surface that we operate across, build upon, travel across, experience.
See, you have ideas. Flat Earth isn't an idea. It's the way you experience the world. It's not an idea. You perceive the Earth as flat. You don't have to think about it.
It's not flat. The reason why, because you say, oh yeah, you experience the world, right? But we don't
rationalize.
Yeah, but we can't catch the sun, so we don't know where it goes. Therefore, it's not flat.
Yeah, rationalize.
Okay. Since you say you don't know what these things look like, you said we don't know. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe.
No, we measure a flat surface.
What it looks like, we can measure it. We don't need to know what it looks like.
Okay, well, it's not flat or a globe.
But we can measure that it's flat, brother.
You guys want flat earthers. You just don't know what the Earth looks like.
I do apologise, but we measure a flat surface, don't we?
Okay, you can measure. Okay, flat surface. Does that mean that the Earth is flat? The entire Earth is
flat? If 70%
No, wait. You just said you don't know. So how do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Dude, listen. We're not talking about shapes. We're talking about surface descriptions. And 70% of the Earth is water, P1. And water is observed, P2, measured, P3, and practically used, P4, as a horizontal reference datum. Conclusion, the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay. So Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's observed, measured, and practically used that way. Also,
did you measure the entire Earth? You just said you don't know.
So, Kat, I was going to touch that real quick. Catnip.
Okay, so you haven't measured the entire Earth yet. You said the Earth is flat. Wow.
Yes,
that concludes your debate is concluded. That concludes the entire debate.
Catnip, can you stop being emotional? Just relax. Take
Bro, who is this Pakistan? Who is this Paggy bastard that keeps talking, bro?
You are approaching this like some little girl or something, bro. Just relax.
You're gonna say racist stuff, you're gonna get banned real quick.
Okay.
So
my bad. Listen. You just concluded the whole debate.
If people have checked under, right? So the deepest, the deepest point on the ocean is about 7.5 miles, something right there, right? And the highest point is 13 miles from the deepest to the highest of the highest mountain, right? And then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles, 197 million square miles. So when you put that into perspective, all the surface is not curving. So from the highest point to the lowest point, and then all across the surface, it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than.
Okay, I have absolutely no idea why you're telling me this because this is completely irrelevant. I'm saying that you haven't not measured the entire world.
You don't need to, Catnap. This is a specious fucking argument, dude.
Then it's not flat. Then you don't know if it's flat or not.
Okay, no, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and because water that's all connected.
How do you know that it's mostly water? How do you know it's mostly water?
Because people have sailed across the water and they know how long it.
Okay, how do you know that they're telling the truth?
He's just descended now. Someone else.
No, I'm using the same kind of double standard that you're using against me. The same double standard.
No, we're not using a double standard, dude.
This is weird.
No, I'm using that same double standard that you use.
No, you're not. Because when we measure over any and all distances of water that we can observe and measure across, that water is horizontal, demonstrating no curvature, especially at 8 inches per mile, which is the rate you need for the Earth to be a sphere of the radius given.
No, he is asking the same kind of questions you guys ask. You guys
I'm going to ask you again. How do you know that the entire Earth is flat?
It's mostly water.
Okay, how do you know it's mostly water?
You don't know that.
Because I've flown across it.
Okay, but how do you know you flew like the farthest? Where's the end? Okay, where's the edge? Where's the end?
You just
Can we let Cat take a nap and talk to the other guy that is trying to talk?
No, I just read the whole argument. How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
I just told you. You're doing the ask, ignore, repeat, Cat.
How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
I told you how.
Yeah, but
all right,
I didn't say the entire Earth is covered in water, so try not to straw man next time. The majority of Earth is covered in water.
According
so,
to
Cat,
you,
take a nap, and the other guy can speak to the panel.
But he was doing so good. Hey, Catnap.
He was just fucking.
You can measure
spiraled into madness.
You can measure curvature on any section of a sphere. You don't have to have a long ass.
Okay. So the majority of the Earth is flat, but not the entire Earth. Got it.
No, but if you have a ball in your hand, you can measure any section.
Oh, okay, no. Don't deflect. You said
you can measure any section of it to see if it curves. You don't have to have a measuring tape that goes around.
Okay, we're not talking about the globe now. We're talking about the Earth is flat. Why do you not want to prove your own syllogism? We're not talking about the globe.
We did.
We're not talking about the globe. How do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because of water.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the majority of it's covered in water. What if there's like another 90% of it that's not?
Do you believe that flat's a shape?
Yeah,
how do you know how do you know that 70% is covered in water?
Do you believe that flat's a shape?
What if Grandma had a penis? Then she'd be Grandpa. Okay, cut it out, dude.
How do you know 70%? Where did you get those measurements from?
From you.
I said majority. I didn't say 70%. And
so you have to depend on the globe. You have to depend on the globe measurements to make the Earth flat.
What globe measurements? You don't have any globe measurements.
That I just said from you. How do you know the Earth is covered in 70% water?
To falsify that idea, right?
I'm asking you, how do you know it's covered in 70% water? Why is it not 90 why is it not 90? Why is it not 120?
Because why?
Because it hates you.
It's fucking embarrassing.
Okay, how big is the Earth in order to say 70% water?
I've told you 3 times.
It's because you're caught in a trap. You're caught in a trap. How do you know how big the Earth is?
3 times.
Dude, this isn't to bring your own.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer it. You didn't answer it. You just said, "Oh, it could be this, it could be that." It's conjecture. You're using conjecture. It's all from conjecture. It's conjecture.
Falsifying the claimed radius and the claimed amount of water. Okay, this isn't to bring your own ball channel. You have to deal with the shit that they tell us about the heliocentric model on the Earth that they tell us. They say the size, they tell us how much water covers the surface. That's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're falsifying. If you want to bring your own ball and add water, you can.
Okay, but we're not talking about the globe right now. We're talking about the flat Earth. I'm asking, how do you know the entire Earth is flat, not a portion of it?
I told you how. What did I say,
Okay,
Catnap?
it's
What did no, Catnap. If you don't repeat what I told you, I'm muting you.
You said it's flat because 70% of the Earth is flat, water.
You said, how do we know? And I gave you an answer. What was it?
That the ocean is flat, 70% of the Earth is water.
No, that's not what I said. Try again.
You said we know because the ocean is flat.
What I said was the majority of the surface of the Earth is water, and whatever the surface is doing on a connected body.
I just said that. I just
it's
said
doing it across the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So 70%
we know
of the
that
Earth is flat.
we know across the ocean that it's larger than the land.
Okay.
We've known this for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Okay, cool.
If you ever left your mom's fucking basement and went somewhere, you would know that this is the case. This is not a fucking controversial fact.
Okay, so 70% of the Earth is flat?
I'm not counting. No. That's not what I said.
Okay, so you can determine that it's flat. But no, the thing is, how do you... Hello?
Catnap, do you know what the definition of flat is?
Yeah, it's just like a smooth surface or a level surface.
No, flat does
not. Yeah, but there's a tolerance to it.
I don't think you know what flat is, actually. I should be asking you that question.
Can spheres be smooth?
Yeah.
Are spheres flat?
If you're using that definition, no, they cannot be flat. Flat is a shape.
It's your fucking definition that flat means smooth. Stop being a retard, dude.
It's just the definition. It could be something that's level.
That is not a shape.
Be something that's level. It's a shape. Flat is a shape.
Oh my gosh.
It is.
Draw me a flat real quick.
What you should be calling yourselves, what you should be calling yourselves are level earthers, not flat earthers, because flat is normally like a disc shape. Or something like a flat wall. The floor is flat.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah, horizontal.
Now he's going to tell us what we should call ourselves. The fucking...
Yeah, because you don't
put the conclusion in the premise of the syllogism.
You don't live up to your name.
Brother, flatness has to do with a tolerance, right? A surface that essentially rests between two parallel planes.
Okay. Anyways, look, let me get back to the point.
And it has to fit between those two parallel lines. But that is what flatness is. Just I want to clarify it for you. So now, flat Earth has to do with tolerance and horizontality, right? And also it has to rest between those 2 points. So it's not a shape. Unless you can draw me a flat, it's not a shape.
Okay. So so we determined the Earth is level or flat, whatever you want to call it, based off of the ocean. So how do you know, like, how much of the Earth is flat? Because what if you go further out and then you see, like, it goes straight up into the sky, like we're inside the hollow cylinder. Okay, you don't, right? So we don't know that the entire...
the wardrobe and go into Narnia.
So let me grant your position. We don't know as flat earthers that the entire Earth is flat. It might not be.
Dude.
Well, let's put it this way. Everywhere that the globers have measured, they've measured it flat. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, we're not talking... We're not, like, doing this... We're not going to do this two-quote fallacy.
First of all, you're not a flat earther, and you're not going to tell us what we think. Okay? Let's just iron that right out. So that little shtick, you might as well just bury that shit in a grave because it ain't never gonna happen.
Okay.
Well, you're not the fucking ringleader of anything.
But how do you know that the entire Earth is flat? What is the entire Earth? Where's the end of it?
You don't know.
How far
said there's an end?
So you don't know that the entire Earth is flat.
There's an end? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. I didn't say there's an end. I said how far out
where the end of it is. That presupposes there's an end. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, so do you know that there isn't an end that's entirely flat and then keeps going on forever?
What? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. Does the Earth go on forever? Is it just flat on forever?
What does it mean to go on forever?
Yeah, it means that there's no edge. There's no like part where you can,
forever
come back in a circle unless it's a globe.
So if you go halfway to forever, can you go the other halfway?
No, because that's not.
Okay, what if you go halfway to that forever?
Okay, no. Why can't you actually get to the point instead of like using these semantics?
Because you're asking a stupid infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth it could be entirely flat because what is entire? It means the whole thing, right? And you don't know if there's like a hole.
All the parts that we are on are flat.
Okay, so it's not flat.
Oh, that is not a logical conclusion from what I said.
It is for me. That concludes the whole thing.
It is for you because you're brain dead and you're irrational. It's been
So Earth
demonstrated
isn't
by
flat.
you like 15 times
What you
already.
so what you should be saying is where you are is flat, but the Earth isn't flat. Because when you say Earth
Don't
is
tell
flat,
me what I should say.
You're saying that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, the Earth that you know, hold on, the Earth that you know, yeah, that. The bit that you call Earth, the bit that we call Earth,
This is a two-way fallacy. Can you stop doing that? You keep doing this all the time.
that we know is flat.
He didn't do it
I don't know
two-cloak
about
You
any
keep doing
other
the two-cloak way all the time.
No, he did not.
We know
You
that
don't know
our
what that is,
whole planet is a
obviously.
globe. We know the whole planet is a globe, but you don't know if the whole Earth is flat.
You don't know anything, dude.
Okay, how do you know the whole Earth is flat? Then the Earth isn't flat. You don't say the Earth is flat. You say
Earth.
The country I'm on is flat. Where I am is flat, not the whole Earth. Earth means the whole thing, the whole. Earth is a whole.
Well, the whole Earth that I know.
The whole of the okay. So you're living in Fantasyland.
What? That's the only part of the Earth that I know is the Earth I know.
Fantasyland.
I know.
That's ironic. The dude that thinks he can go to the moon. It's saying we live in Fantasyland.
Bro,
because he saw he literally got his worldview from a television screen.
The reason why we keep thinking when you say
is to watch TV.
The reason why we keep thinking that when you say flat Earth we see a disc is because you say Earth. That means the whole.
The Earth is not in outer space, genius.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't say Earth is
vacuum. Look, bro, outer space vacuum is a physical impossibility.
Okay, so the thing is,
address that, dude. So stop straw manning. We don't think Earth is a disc in space. We don't think it's inside of something.
I'm not saying that. We think that you think that because you keep saying Earth is flat.
No, you think that because you think that we just took a fucking globe and swapped a fucking disc out for it. Because you think all the other stuff surrounding the globe,
we do,
such as the heliocentric orbits and all that shit, are true. You think that? Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No, you're right. It's because the reason why is because you keep saying Earth is flat.
Yes, Earth just means the ground, dude. Earth is just where we live.
The entire ground that we live upon. When you say Earth, that means the entire ground, the entire Earth. Let's just say Earth is the ground, right?
And
the entire ground has to be
about
flat.
The ground that we don't know.
Then Earth isn't entirely flat. We don't know if it.
How do you don't even know? How do you know that?
No, I'm asking. How do you know it's entirely flat?
All the ground. What I said was, and I'm gonna say it again for the third fucking time. If you keep doing the ask, ignore, repeat, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking ban you if you do it one more time. We know the tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. You keep doing it. You ask a question, we give you an answer. You ignore the answer and repeat the question.
Should I just conclude?
That isn't getting you anywhere. Okay?
I'll just conclude it then. I'll conclude then.
There is no fucking conclusion, Weasel.
No, conclude the whole debate.
Yeah, unmute you will. We don't need no parting fucking gifts.
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Where are we hiding? Dude can't form a fucking coherent statement.
We're here 24/7. How are we hiding?
Well,
not responding, would that be running and hiding? I mean, maybe.
Yeah,
he made a dishonest statement just as bad as that other guy's arguments. Man, that was crazy.
What was the dishonest statement?
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Oh, yeah.
And then he hid?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I know better.
I wonder, you think he can
listening privileges before you guys rage quit on me too?
Do you think you can tell us the answer that I gave him? Can you tell us? Were you listening? That I gave him 3 times?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, so give me the answer I gave him. What was the answer I gave him?
I don't know. The parts you measure are flat. The parts over water are flat.
So you guys always, because you're just fucking like home team.
You had a good point though. You don't know.
You're just virtue signaling for your cult, dude. You're just virtue signaling for your cult.
You don't know the majority of Earth's surface is water. He was right about that. You shouldn't claim that.
How do I not know that?
Because you haven't checked.
So I personally have to check the entire surface of the Earth to see if it's water.
You have to verify it somehow to claim it.
Well, we do have massive amounts of fucking records of people sailing the seven seas. And we do know from airplane flights that there's more water than there is land. Way more. Not even close.
Sounds like he's denying the globe.
He's denying his own model. I mean, mainstream claim is that it is covered with about 70, 71, 72, whatever percent. That's their claim. I don't even care if that's true or not, but we can debunk Earth's spherical form easily just by measuring water.
Yeah, and that's him squirming because he can't refute the fact that water measures flat, you know?
Well, this is just another one of the propaganda tactics I was talking about, right? He's trying to drag us down into his cesspool that we can't know the Earth is flat because we didn't measure every inch of water. So we're in the same boat as him as believing images from space or flying to the moon is real. Because we asked him, how do you know that it's real? And they can't say how. And he's trying to say, hey, dude, how do you know that the Earth is mostly water? You're just like us. You have a faith-based belief system. It's just a gimmick. It's lame.
Well, let's pretend for a second that maybe that's the case. Maybe the Earth isn't covered in 70% water. So the water that is there, is that water flat?
Maybe they could just show us the not flat water, wherever that is.
Yeah. Is that dude still here? He didn't run or hide or anything, did he?
Oh, Catnap, you want to talk to him? I'll unmute him.
No, the guy that was talking smack afterward. I don't want to talk to Catnap. That guy sounds exhausting.
Fucking is. 2 hours
That
of
was
that.
enough, Claire. So I'd like to keep my listening privileges. I don't want to make you guys rage out.
Why would we rage out? Oh, because you just keep making just nonsense claims?
So you're raging out.
You just appealed to, we know because of airplanes and pilots say that the Earth is mostly water. That's
No, not because I bet in airplanes.
Yeah,
and I own a watch.
It doesn't prove the Earth is mostly water, bro.
And I own a watch, and I can time how long it takes to fly across the water versus the land.
Good proof for the Earth being mostly water. Well done. In one sentence,
It is.
you proved it.
It is good proof for the Earth being mostly
Like
water.
I said, you guys argue like this.
There are a couple of sailors in
What do you
here
think
as
it's
well.
proof? What do you think it's proof of? Of it not being mostly water?
That's a false equivalence. Just because something's not proof of something,
Dude, you don't
doesn't mean
even
it's
know
proof
what
of
false
something else. And
equivalence
here you come
is,
with
dude.
here you come with the interrupting, and this
That
is why
wasn't
I
an
leave on
equivalent
mute and laugh at you
statement.
guys.
Look, that wasn't an equivalent statement. That was a statement about the converse. If the one statement's true, then the converse must be true. Okay? You're saying it's unreasonable to conclude that if it takes me longer to fly over water than it does over the land, that it's unreasonable to conclude there's more water than fucking land. And if that's not true, then the converse has to be true. It's not a false equivalence. And the converse is, oh, it takes longer to fly across water than the land, therefore there's more land than fucking water, which is stupid.
Well, you don't. Just because you're flying doesn't mean you know that you're going at a constant rate and you have access to the mile per hour of the plane. This is like the same as when Globers try to argue their flight patterns prove the globe Earth. You can't verify it.
I don't know what the flight patterns are. They just make baseless claims about what planes do. They don't even know. Planes fly great circle routes. They don't. Fucking easy to verify that they don't. Nobody claims they do, except for retard fucking anti-flat earthers on the internet. You know, you anti-flat earthers claim so many things that are against your own crap. Like there's not more water than fucking land. You'll throw your own side under the bus.
Catnap claim that? I didn't hear him claim that.
Did he say that he did?
I don't think anyone's claimed that.
Side under the bus.
Evantron, I'll come with you down there into your cesspool. All right, no worries. I guess we don't know how much water is on the Earth, but for the water that is on the Earth, is any of it curving like a ball?
You got a coin. The meniscus is curving pretty severely. Yeah.
Pissed on this motherfucker.
I asked you if it was curving like a ball, not about meniscus. Not like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I'd say.
Gotta pay attention.
Like a ball. Yeah, it curves like a ball.
Okay, can you show me that?
Just get a dry surface and do the smallest water drop you can. It's a very sharp curve. Very
Okay,
round.
so you got little water droplets that are shaped like little balls. All right. Now, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
No.
No. Okay. So, how about the large bodies of water? Are any of those curving like a ball?
All of them are.
Not all of them? Which ones are?
I can't prove it. I can't prove this.
Oh, you can't prove that. So you make a claim, but then you go out.
Level.
All water is level. Okay. So horizontal, no part higher or lower than another. So all the water is flat, level, horizontal.
No.
No. Okay. So not level.
This is why I stay on.
Not flat. Why? Because I'm asking you simple questions. You don't answer simple questions.
Because you're doing the thing that Indio just muted that guy for doing, which is asked, answered, and repeated, and it's why I stay on mute. Hypocritical.
Well, either I haven't been hearing you. Maybe your mic's been cutting out. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Did you say it is level or it's not level? I'm just trying to clarify, dude.
For the third time, all water at stasis is level.
Okay, so it's level. So if the water's level, then how would we conclude that we live on a sphere if the water that we do have is level?
How would we, if we only went off the water, I don't know if you could conclude that just because water is a sphere, we live on a sphere. Because you have the land.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're not using like the horizon or boats going over horizons or disappearing into horizons or disappearing bottom up is going to help us adjudicate whether or not the Earth is a sphere, right? So we can't use water. What should we use to make sure that we know that we live on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, do you think there's somebody that does know? Like maybe they have some kind of Earth curve measurements on the surface that tell you live on a ball?
Maybe. I think it's mostly inference.
Maybe?
Because it's costs time and money to go out and measure. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they have map makers and surveyors and stuff. A lot of money has gone into this. So I'm just curious if any of these people out here, they're getting paid And now that expensive equipment they got is helping us understand that we live on a ball, because as I understand it, in all the surveying manuals that I've looked at, they're measuring the Earth as flat and referencing it as flat.
If they're making a map for the purpose of navigating, why would you try to infer the shape of the Earth out of their map that they're making that isn't meant to determine the shape of the Earth? Who went out?
So notice that I said surveyors. I didn't say cartographers. I said surveyors. There's a difference.
Yeah, but I don't think surveyors are doing it for determining curvature or flat.
Well, I've read the manuals. You can read them too. They're referencing and measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
That's okay. That's
okay. So then, where's the curve bit? Where's the ball bit? Where's that come from?
For me, it's the sunrise, stars, and the moon. I don't.
So the sky is telling you that the Earth is a ball?
No, it's not proof. The Earth could be flat, but it just doesn't seem like it is.
It doesn't seem that way. So when you kind of like live on the Earth in your everyday experience, and you deal with things like up and down, and azimuthal angles, north, south, east, west, these are all horizontal, right, directions, coordinate systems. Vertical, up, down, right, horizontal, left, right. The way you experience the world, the way that you talk about it is of a flat, stationary Earth. It doesn't feel that way to you? It doesn't seem that way?
It doesn't seem one way or the other. At the scale that the mainstream model is, it would make sense that day to day we would treat 99% of things as if the Earth is flat, because the Earth's not the size of Texas. The Earth is the size of the mainstream model of Earth, which is
okay. So where'd that size come from?
It seems flat.
Where'd that size come from?
I guess Eratosthenes, and then refined.
You think that they got the size of Earth from Eratosthenes?
Yes.
3959 radius came from Eratosthenes? That's incorrect.
Oh, I thought it was correct.
Now you know. So the size of this ball, we'd need two things. We'd kind of need to know if the Earth was a ball, and then we'd have to figure out how we got the size of that ball. And you think that came from Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, who pre-assumed the Earth was a ball and pre-assumed parallel light rays, and then measured angles using a flat Earth, and then created a great circle, which is a flat Earth, but assumed that it was around a ball. You think that's a measurement of a ball?
No, I didn't say that. You said, where did we get the size of the Earth? And I said, Eratosthenes gave us that number first.
Right.
When you said that.
Yeah, he gave a number, but that's not the correct number.
Okay.
So I'm still wanting to know where we got this size from.
What size?
Well, I mean, it's not even a matter of disagreement. It's not even a matter of disagreement. I mean, the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature to measure. So it can't be a ball.
And why this is a waste of time to ask me about all these things that you all think are not accurate. Who cares?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think so. It's provable. This is the way everybody measures the Earth. There is no curve.
Have you talked to any long distance shooters?
Yes, I shoot long range. What are you talking about?
You don't take into account Coriolis?
Absolutely not.
And you haven't met any of your peers that do? Because
no, in fact, the guy with the world record for the longest shot, which is somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 2 miles, maybe even a little farther than that.
4 miles.
4 miles. 4 miles. He accounts for 0 Coriolis.
That's hard to believe, because at 1 mile it becomes a factor. Well, I mean, it's a factor.
Oh, really?
10 feet, but really. Yeah, what's his name? I want to look that up if you don't mind.
What's that guy's name, Indio?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. It's like it's called. I can't remember the name. Black Rifle, something or other. I'll post it in the chat.
His name's Shepard Humphreys, and it's a 4.4 mile shot. And yeah, we even emailed him and got a reply, and he did explain that he didn't account for Coriolis or Earth curvature. I don't think any of them account for Earth curvature.
Was this like live combat, obviously, or was this target?
No, he hit a target 4.4 miles away, and I think he had to hit it 3 times in a row to get the record or something like that. But yeah, he was able to do that. I think the bullet was in the air for 30, 40 seconds or even longer.
I want to look into it, but in sniper school, they teach you about the Coriolis, and this is a guess, but if you have the opportunity to account for wind and take a lot of shots and zero in, if you're hitting the target 3 times in a row at 4 miles, you're accounting for Coriolis, even if you didn't actually account for Coriolis with your practice shots. You're grouping with the Coriolis happening, whether or not you write it down.
Bro, you're making this stuff up on the spot.
Yeah.
Like,
but this guy not accounting for it is not relevant. They teach you it in sniper school when you only have one shot. You only have
Have
one
you been to sniper school?
No.
Then how do you know what they teach in sniper school?
Have you flown over every continent and every body of water? No. Then
this is something very specific and specialized, dude.
Surface is water.
Evan Tron, what you're doing here, this is called anecdotal evidence. The thing that we would actually need to do first is to prove that the Earth is actually in motion. How are you going to do that?
You guys are fine with anecdotal. Didn't you hear Indio about him flying over water and continents?
Sometimes it can be used.
A lot of times, bro.
Sometimes it can be helpful, but right. So what we need to do, like I said, is actually prove that the Earth is in motion. How are we going to do that?
I don't really think it's possible. It would literally take going to outer space, and if it's either you can and you're Superman and you can see it is, or you can't and you run into the firmament or something up there. I don't think it's a prove or disprove thing. It's a take the totality of evidence and phenomena.
Okay, so the phenomena is we don't feel any motion. Which phenomena should we point to about the Earth spinning?
Yeah, that's
right.
We shouldn't expect to feel motion. It doesn't. That's something.
Okay, so you don't feel it. Well, I'm asking you about the phenomena that we can point to. What phenomena are you pointing to as far as the Earth's motion is concerned?
The fact that the night sky and the day sky appears to move around us. That makes
so the motion of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So you've decided to take the thing that you observe and invert it and say, well, I see this happening, but that can't be right. Therefore, the Earth must be moving?
That's right.
Why would you do that?
Because I can relate it to small scales on Earth.
When? Because when I'm, in motion, I know I'm in motion. When other stuff is in motion, typically I know that the other stuff is in motion.
I'm not sure the word analogize this by saying if I went into the woods and spun in circles and all the trees appeared to be dragging across me.
You know that you're spinning. You know that you're spinning.
Right.
Right, you know that you're spinning.
I feel myself spinning on Earth. Why should I expect to feel that?
I'm not even talking about feeling it. I'm talking about measuring it, detecting it in any way. In your scenario, you know that you're spinning. In the other scenario, you're telling me, I actually don't know that the... Yeah, so the sun moves. That's the phenomena, the sun moves? Okay, so the phenomena is the sun moves.
Spinning in a circle with my feet, the trees would move. The sun does a same straight across the sky. So could be this.
You're not paying attention to the thing that we're trying to concentrate on. You know that you are in motion. You're spinning yourself. Bro, I don't even know why you're talking through me.
Yeah.
You know that you're spinning. So if you know that you're spinning, then this is a false equivalence. In this case, you see the sun move, and you do not experience or measure the Earth itself having any motion.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the most reasonable conclusion that you can come to?
The most reasonable conclusion is there's currently no way to verifiably prove that the Earth is moving or that it's not.
Great. So you can't verify that the Earth is moving. But what you can do is measure the transit of the sun.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of an Occam's razor situation. The most reasonable explanation is probably true. The Earth is still, the luminaries move.
I mean, you gave him the observation. His conclusion was to say, "Oh, we don't know anything." That's nuts. Usually, you take an observation and you know more.
Occam's
You don't
razor
know
is
less.
Occam's razor's best guess. I mean, okay, you can say that's simpler. I can say something else is simpler. Occam's razor is just a practical thing. It's not a proof or not proof.
I didn't say that it was, but in a practical sense, the sun is moving and the Earth is still.
It could be. The Earth could be flat. I'd fucking shit a brick if I was Superman and found out it's flat, but it seems like everything else lines up to it being sphere.
So the fact that the Earth is measured flat, the fact that it does not move and we can't prove that it is, those are the things that you're pointing to that say that's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'd be on your side if the Earth was measured flat. If that was a factual statement.
You don't even have any clue whether or not it is or not. It's almost like you're ignoring the evidence that is available. It's like, well, I don't care that the Earth is measurably flat, but the overwhelming evidence that since they measure it flat, you know, is that it's a ball. I mean, you're out of your mind.
You don't measure. You shoot lasers and stuff. You use your eyes.
No, I'm talking about the surveyors.
Say how far you think.
I'm talking about, we're using lasers, we're using targeting systems, we're using the surveyors, we're using everybody that has all the equipment.
Lasers, right, buddy? You know you can measure with lasers, right? They are measuring
You got
instruments.
a lot of air in there.
Oh yeah? How much?
Best to measure with a ruler. It's best to put something physical up to something
cool.
else.
That is fucking awesome because that's how the laser was measured. So the height of laser was measured with a tape measure at both ends of the laser beam, and they were both the same height instead of being 440 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
We
seen
measured with
this.
it was measured with a tape measure.
Of flat. This is a measurement of where the laser ended up hitting.
It means the laser was
went
parallel to
perfectly
the
straight.
surface of the water.
Yeah, which would fit the globe. If the laser's parallel to the surface of the water curving, or the laser's going straight, then it's flat. If it's curving, then it's round. Obviously, globers contend your laser's not going flat.
Yeah, but they have no evidence of that. And they would need to have had that weird one-off observation. One observation. It was done again 3 weeks later. The test was replicated with different weather conditions. You know how they know that? Because they had meteorological stations. So, what's the justification for saying, hey, dude, there was a special weather condition that were completely different, but they had the same physical effects to make the laser go parallel with the fucking globe?
It's not.
It's absurd.
It's normal weather conditions for refraction to bend light towards the surface of water.
Okay, you got any evidence of that?
It's normal for that to happen.
You got any evidence of that? Data, evidence,
that
data.
The water,
data,
the air above
data
water
to support
is
the
more dense.
claim that that's what light does. It bends around a curved surface. See, we always get to the same thing. You guys make the claim, and there's no evidence that this not only is even possible. You can't even demonstrate that it's even possible.
Air gets thinner as you go up. Air near the surface
cool.
of
That's
water
all
is
theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, that's great. Do you actually have any evidence, dude? It is hypothetical until you produce evidence.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's no evidence for it.
That's different than saying I'm wrong.
Well, What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And you are wrong because we have the data that shows you're wrong.
I'm wrong that denser air is at lower latitude. And
it doesn't matter. Water. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. You're claiming it has some effect. Okay? That effect
and you're not saying
you're claiming
wrong.
Is not observed.
You accept refraction. I know you accept refraction.
Yeah, I accept it as a general phenomenon, correct. I don't accept your claims or everybody else's claims that terrestrial fraction of some temperature gradient does something. There's no evidence for it. It's hypothetical. You know how I know it's hypothetical? Because all attempts to model it, quantify, or do anything based upon this theory, this hypothesis, have been wrong. They don't work. How do I know they don't work? Because that's what all the academic literature says. Here, I'll read to you. A simulation study of the refraction effect. Casey Bessett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. Abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. That means when they actually go out and they test their hypotheses, their models, they don't work. So whatever you read in the textbook is wrong. Whatever you heard on the internet is wrong. It's all wrong.
Sounds more like they were saying they can't make a formula to describe.
Yeah, because the formula is based upon the formula is based upon a presupposition that a vertical temperature gradient is going to bend the light down. Now, if you come up with a model that uses that presupposition and then you go do an observation and the model doesn't match observation, that means your fucking model's wrong and probably your presupposition is wrong. But they won't let go of it and they keep trying for over 300 years. It's wrong. There's no evidence it's correct. All the measurement data that exists that I've seen, I've never seen any measurement data that supports the globe claim of how fucking light bends around the curve. None, ever. And no one can present me any. It's just a hypothesis that's been falsified, in fact. You can't just say, oh, refraction bent the laser around the curve of the Earth. You have to justify it. And how do you justify it? You don't get to just say, well, it could because I have a theory. You have to show some data that shows that it's even possible.
If you deny that light bends towards thicker air.
What am I denying?
I just stay on mute.
What am I denying?
That light bends towards thicker air. If you're not denying that, then you have no measurement. And
there's no evidence
in that case as well.
There's no evidence. How do you know light bends towards thicker air?
Is that your claim?
Do you know? Listen, do you know light bends towards thicker air based upon empirical evidence or based upon on theory?
Do you claim that it doesn't?
Answer my question.
This is when I go on mute, pussy.
Yeah, you answer a question with a question, and I'm the pussy.
You have you don't claim anything, so there's nothing for me to counter.
I'm asking for your.
You don't have a measurement.
Look, there's no evidence for your claim.
Then
do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Measurement?
Post evidence, yes. Post evidence that light doesn't bend towards thicker air.
There's no evidence it does.
Then it should be easy to prove that it's wrong.
Okay, I will.
You realize this is called the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I know.
Are you claiming? Okay.
I'm just
for the audio. You're claiming there's no
measure refraction?
No, not refraction. Surface of water with these laser tests. You're not accounting for refraction. You're not measuring.
You can't tell us how to account for it.
Yeah, you're shooting a laser over miles of water.
Tell us how to account for it.
You cannot account for it.
Tell us how.
No thing.
Of course we can't account for it because there's no reason to account for it.
You need to be God.
Look, here's an idea. Here's an idea. You do it. Hold on, dude. You do it correctly. You account for refraction. Tell us how to do it. I'll do the math for you.
It's not
Just
possible.
Tell us how to do it.
A person
tell us how. Repeat to me, real slow. What did I ask you? Tell us how to do it. Yeah, tell us how.
Repeat to me my answer. It is impossible.
Oh, so you can't account for it.
Correct. You can't.
Why can't you account for it?
Over miles of water.
Why can't you account for it?
What are you going to do? Fucking put. No matter how well you account for it, you're still going to have intervals. You can still have someone asking for more intervals. Fucking set up rings with barometers on them for fucking 1 million intervals along your path of your laser. You just can't do it. It's not a measurement. Shooting a laser is not a measurement.
So you're saying you can't account for it at all, or you can't account for it to the necessary position?
No, you can account for it.
How?
You can account for it, but
how?
Fucking
give me the formulas. Dude. Let's play pretend in that I have a thermocouple spaced every fucking 6 inches. What formula do I use with those measurements to account for refraction?
Well, I don't know what a thermocouple is. Is that 2 sensors?
Thermocouple measures temperature.
Well, wouldn't you need and one below? You'd need to know 2 different densities.
So we'll put as many fucking sensors as you want. What formula do I use to account for it?
I'm not sure what
it doesn't exist.
Something about
and that's what I just read to you. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So this is why I don't contend.
There's no way to account for it.
I can prove the Earth is the globe. I'm just saying you're not measuring. You have known error that you're just.
No, there is no known error. That's the point. There's no known error. You're just claiming there is, but you have no evidence there is. Your evidence would be the fact that you could tell me how to account for it. You'd say, hey, there's this refraction thing, and this is how you quantify it. Now, this might not even be accurate, but we know that this is what happens empirically. And here's the data that shows that this happens. You're not saying none of that. You're not saying, hey, this is the empirical data we're using to say, hey, there's this refraction thing. You don't have any empirical data to support your claim that there's refraction that needs to be accounted for in the fucking first place. What am I accounting for? The shit you don't fucking know what it is and can't prove it exists? Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Terrestrial refraction does not exist as a general phenomenon that fucking curves light around a ball. It does not. And there's no evidence that it does. The evidence is this. So here's LiDAR laser tests that were done in Switzerland. What does this show? This is variations of the vertical angle. That means the angle of arrival of the returning laser, its height, and the angle separating it from where it is physically to where it appears to be. If you notice, this is the blue, right? These units are mgon. Now, 1 mgon is 0.0009 degrees. Now, you see the variation here? The max variation is 4 mgon, which is 0.0036 degrees. That's the max variation. That's the maximum variation. That's the maximum variation. But you notice that it's not all, hold on, shut up, dude. You notice that it's not all biased to being picked up. Is that it's all deviating centrally about a mean value, the 0. So light scintillates, but it doesn't curve around anything. The light's not curving.
The height of the incoming light, the angle of the incoming light on the sensor?
Look, it's a LiDAR sensor. They shoot it off a reflector. They know where the reflector is. It bounces back, and they measure where it returned to on the return sensor. And they can measure the displacement as an angle, right? So that displacement angle is quantified, to the 10,000th of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if it appears, say it appears 1 mgon above where the center would be, then it would be a deviation of 1 mgon. Now, these are continuous measurements that happen over an entire day. So every 6 seconds, it's taking a measurement continuously. And if the light was getting bent in a curve, the returning rays would be displaced upward, right? And you would see an upward bias in this. Because that's what you guys are saying, that fucking refraction is lifting the fucking Earth up visually.
Yeah, but if we presume it's going over a curve, we would expect the incoming angle to be.
You don't have a straight line of sight. You don't have a straight line of sight. You have the light is coming. Something that would be straight ahead is going to appear higher.
Than what?
Than straight ahead.
Something that's straight ahead is going to appear higher than straight ahead.
It's going to appear higher. That's what terrestrial refraction says, that the light is bending. But that means the angle of arrival isn't a straight line, right? Like a straight line going from point A to point B. It's a curved line. So that curve is like an arc, right? So that arc has to come down, right? That's how arcs work.
Right.
It's like shooting a basketball. So that ray of light goes up and then comes back down and enters the telescope. They can measure that angle of arrival and how much it's displaced from the center. Okay? If shit was bending around being refracted up constantly, then the measurements would be biased in the plus angle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I know so.
If something's curving perfectly around a sphere, let's say it's perfect, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time.
And how is it going to look higher?
Or if it's going straight, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time on a flat Earth.
How would it look higher? They go across Lake Michigan, they see the Chicago skyline. They should only see the frickin' radio tower on top of Willis Tower. But they see the buildings. They say refraction is lifting the Chicago skyline up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Okay, well, it's not a straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line.
Okay, so is the angle of arrival versus the straight line a higher angle or a fucking straight line?
Not sure what you're asking. It'd be 90 degrees.
Okay, if I draw a fucking line straight through the fucking Earth that's supposed to be hiding Chicago, right? But the ray of light I see jumps over, goes over that Earth in a curved arc, and then arrives at the telescope. So the angle of arrival of that light is different than the straight line path, and that difference is in angle. It's called an angle of arrival.
Yeah, it should be near 90 degrees in any scenario.
It wouldn't be near 90 degrees, dude. These are LiDAR measurements of a landslide where they're making measurements of known features, right? They're making basically like a point cloud, a 3D fucking map, and measuring over time how the quote unquote refractive conditions make it change by measuring the angle of arrival. Sometimes the rock appears higher, sometimes the rock appears lower. But that can be equated the difference between that and the actual straight line of sight where there is no refraction, that is an angle. And they're quantifying it as an angle. This shows 100% that refraction, as you claim exists, does not exist. And there's other reasons. The main reason being, if it existed in the way they say, that you guys say, you'd see dispersion. Why don't we ever see any dispersion? Why don't we ever see any chromatic aberration?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I am going to look into this. This one's getting copy pasted into my notes.
Well, there's chromatic aberration correctors for telescopes when you look at planets, and no one's ever looked across fucking,
The dispersion part is what I'm saying. I don't know how to answer that. I have to research.
Yeah, well, no one does. Because all the other effects of refraction somehow disappear, and the only one that exists is some weird displacement that puts shit up over the curve. Magnification doesn't exist, shrinking doesn't exist, big netting doesn't exist. All the shit associated with making lenses and cameras, you should see when you frickin' look out there into the distance, because the air is acting like a giant fucking lens. Well, apparently the only fucking effect we see is shit being lifted up over the curb, and all the other effects, they just don't exist for some reason. Even though we know they exist as soon as we make a lens. That's why I'm telling you, how do we what's the justification for this? Oh, I saw it in the textbook. Heard some other anti-flat earther say it. There's no physical evidence for it. There's no measurements of it. There's no observation. There's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. And the data I've seen falsifies the hypothesis.
I find it hard to believe that.
Incredulity is not actually an argument.
Non-Snell's refraction has never been evidenced. It's fucking hard for me to believe, but I'm at work. I'm gonna sit this out until I can actually argue about this.
It's not like non-Snell. It's called the principle of least time. It's Fermat's principle. Okay? And it would be a gradient index medium. That's all fine. The point we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is something very specific. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere that just has a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. That is an oversimplification of how the air acts, and then taking that overly simplified model and saying, light would do this. Well, the air isn't like that.
Isn't it almost always denser the lower you go?
No, there's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. Air pockets of all different temperatures and sizes. Typically, it's classified as turbulence. But turbulence can be static. It doesn't have to be moving around. When we think of turbulence, we think of like wind or something like that in an airplane. But that's not turbulence in air. Turbulence in the air is just an inhomogeneous structure to the air. Where there's pockets, say you have a pocket of temperature that's 33 degrees, and then it's fucking, say, from 1 meter off the ground to 5 meters off the ground and 10 meters wide. And then you walk past that 10 meters, and then the air has different properties. And another 10 meters has different properties. What it makes the light do is oscillate up and down, just like that graph, that it bounces up and down. It doesn't take a continuous curve. It doesn't go straight, but it doesn't curve either. Not a continuous curve like that. It undulates. It's called scintillation. It's twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? You look at a star through a telescope and it dances around. That's what happens. Shit dances around. It doesn't do any continuous curve. There's no freaking evidence for any of that. The sad part is we've been arguing this for something without evidence for over a fucking decade.
I think it's just, Globers, once they figure out light usually bends towards denser air.
They never figured it out.
Together about how denser air is usually closer to your feet and lighter at your head.
That's just a claim, dude. You understand?
It's not none of those two things I said are like you would tell me I'm wrong, would you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Why would you think it does? Oh, you heard it
Why would
before.
I think that denser air, the air is denser at my feet than at my head? And why would I think that light deviates towards
Why do you think
denser
light would
air? Why
bend?
would I think those two things?
Yeah. Why?
I feel like you would. Which one of those are you saying is not true?
All of it.
Usually, denser air is not at my feet compared to my head, and usually light will not deviate
What about the
towards denser air.
temperature?
And that's a factor, yeah. But
That fact
can you
is
tell me which of those
4,000
two
times
things?
greater than the density. And when you see, what do you mean? Do you density or matter per unit volume?
But you're asking more questions.
When
But
you
you said I
say
was wrong, and then I
density,
asked you which one of them's wrong.
all of it.
So say what I said and say
Because
it's
when
wrong.
you
Say that
say,
denser air
I'll
is
tell
usually
you
not at
why
my
it's
feet.
wrong. I'm telling you why it's wrong. When you say density, you mean matter per unit volume. And that's not what density is when it comes to electromagnetic radiation. Maxwell's equations, density is the electromagnetic properties of that medium. It's optical density. Not mass per, which has nothing to do with mass per unit volume. Nowhere in Maxwell's equations are mass per unit volume. It's the polarizability of that fucking medium. That's what determines the refractive index. And the temperature has 4,000 times greater influence on the refractive index than fucking regular air pressure density. So these guys, these are just slogans and just like shit that sounds cool, but it's not even correct.
I feel like you're not lying and you're saying true things, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it.
Google, is mass density,
know that the mass
is
per unit
mass
volume
density
wasn't
and
the-
optical density the same thing? Okay, that'll be your first fucking clue.
Yeah. 4,000. How would you equate the 4,000 to 1 when you're using? Aren't you using different units? Or how could something
It's
that's
the changes.
not
It's the gradient. It's the changes of the gradient, right? So what I'm giving you is from Understanding Astronomical Fraction from Andrew Thomas Young. It's free. You can find it on the internet. He talks about within their models, the model of quote unquote refractive index is gradients. That changes in temperature, right, have 4,000 times the effect as changes in density. Because it's not the density's absolute value, it's the density gradient, right? And the temperature gradient changes the refractive index 4,000 times a greater amount than it changes in the density gradient.
The gradient from 1 to 5 of density and the gradient from temperature in degrees? Doesn't that still seem weird that you would say it's 4,000 to 1 when you're using totally
That's how he
different
put it. It's
gradients?
not my phraseology.
I'll look into it. I appreciate it.
Understanding Astronomical Refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. That's sort of. I think it's about halfway through, or maybe a third, that he talks about it. But he will also say that he's using an idealized spherically symmetric atmosphere, which is not how the air really is. It's a toy model. Don't actually exist.
Thanks for taking me to school, Indio. Can you repeat? Andrew Thomas Young, what's the title?
Understanding astronomical refraction.
What?
I was just thinking maybe we should rebrand. We should just rebrand into Biggie Earthers. And we'll use all the long distance observation to argue that it's just it's a bigger ball in NASA's line. They'd all believe us then. Show them the Rampion wind farm, be like, yeah, dude, this means we're actually on a ball. It's got a 1,000,000-mile radius. You'd be like, yeah, man, you're probably right. It's just a giant ball. They're lying to us. Just as long as it isn't flat.
Yo, April, why don't you open up your mic, bro?
Oh, she's in here? Yeah, April. The globe does have an edge. You think you're walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, April, how come we don't fall off the edge?
April asked, where's the edge? I said, over there. He said, where's... I said, over where? Bro, it's over there.
You know, whatever you say, they'll say, what's after that?
Yeah,
doesn't matter what you say. Where's the edge of that, though? Do you believe that, April? Is that what happens? Do you fall off the edge?
We got a bunch of Glovers in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, huh? We have, what? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Shut
5,
up.
6, 7.
Am I scaring them away? Should I go hide and just pretend that I'm not here?
Yeah, I'll get them talking. They can jump in.
Actually, I kind of want to listen. I'm freaking sick of talking at this point.
I was typing right now for like 2 hours, dude. Is it like the thumb Olympics? My thumbs are tired. Oh, man. April, come on, bro. No other Glovers want to help out April, huh? He's dying in the side chat right now. Somebody save them.
April's not new. They're a troll.
Surprised there's no white knights in here though. White knight, anybody?
We don't believe there's any edges, April. Get it through your little skull. The Earth isn't a disk floating in a giant fucking void. It's not floating in anything.
April, the Earth is not a cartoon that you have in your head. You saw on the TV. No, that's not what the Earth is. It's not a cartoon disc. Nothing like that.
Oh no, the freaking sausages and ball guy's back. Let's see. Oh, he's not even in VC. What the heck? Okay, never mind. He stopped typing. Does anybody else think the Earth is a ball, donut, cube? Want to back up that claim, anybody? Does anybody else not hate the sound of their own voice that wants to pipe up?
Somebody mute Candyman 8, or did they come in muted?
They came in muted that I know of.
Hey,
So
thanks for unmuting.
I have the confusion about like the shape. Like if you are claiming the Earth is flat, okay, then you are also claiming that it doesn't have any kinds of shape. It doesn't have any geometrical structure. But if we think about it, like I believe in Earth is, what can I say, round. It's like orange and it have a shape. Okay. So it does have it doesn't have any kinds of edge. So
What's the shape of a rock, April?
Okay.
no, it's shaped like what can I say?
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Rock can have different kinds of shape.
Doesn't have a shape.
Why not? Rock does have.
It has a form, but not a shape. Okay,
It
shapes
depends.
are like there's the platonic solids, there's the non-platonic solids, right? There's cubes, there's spheres, there's dodecahedrons, right? Those are shapes. The Earth doesn't have a shape. It has a form, and the question is that form, does it extend forever? Is the Earth inside some giant void floating around like you think that the Earth is? We don't think the Earth is inside some giant void.
Why
if I
not?
ask you, what's the shape of the universe, April?
No, it's not a good example. Like, why you are giving example as a rock? Like, every rock have different kinds of structure, different kinds of form, different kinds of
So you can't find squares and triangles and shit like that in nature.
What can I say? Cube, like a cube, like four.
Show me a cube in nature.
Fourth, what can I say? Fourth dimension. So, we can't even judge a rock with a proper geometrical structure of flat Earth. So I'm asking the structure of it, and you are giving me an example of rock.
No, it's an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy that there's some things that don't have a shape, an idealized shape, but they have a form. Okay? So
it's a
rocks,
deflection, not an analogy.
what's the deflection? What am I deflecting from?
The answer, what is the shape of a rock? That's not an answer to what's the shape of the Earth. It's a deflection. The Earth's a globe.
How is it the Earth's a globe only on TV, dude?
Indio, you crack me up because clearly you've read a lot of this stuff and you still believe the Earth is flat. You should be
That's
the one.
why because unlike you, I've read a lot of this stuff, and that's why I don't believe it.
But that makes you the dumbest of everybody because you have all the information.
I researched it and I don't believe it, and you haven't researched it and you do believe it, but that makes me dumb? How does that work?
I've researched it. Just watch the Discover.
Really? So what's the deflection of the vertical?
Satellite. Watch the Discover Epic, and you can see the Earth rotating. Not only
how do you know? How do you know that that's the Earth rotating? That imagery. How do you know?
Of course.
Oh, because they said so. Oh, yeah, they said so. That's how you know. And I believe them.
How do I know?
That's how you know.
How do I know you're right? Because you said so.
Because you can fact check what I said.
Oh boy, you can fact check Discover all day.
How?
You're going to find it's real.
How?
How?
You guys are amazing. It's a real spaceship.
You're just asserting yourself over and over again. You can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How?
Let's find out how much this dumbass actually knows.
Go to the internet and go to the internet.
Go to the internet to compare it to other fucking fake pictures. Great.
Do your own research.
What's the radius of Earth?
Okay.
I did.
He doesn't know.
35.
How fast does the Earth spin? We have a well-read guy here, right? He has read a lot.
39.59, dude.
You guys are having the same speaking points. I know them all, so don't worry about it. Tell me why.
How fast does it
spin?
Candyman, can I falsify the images from Discover?
Yeah.
Is it possible to show that they're incorrect?
No, it's not possible.
Oh, so they're unfalsifiable.
No. It said it's not possible to show they're incorrect because they are correct, but you can falsify them. You guys are
what
pretty
test? Tell me the methodology that I would use.
Not playing your game. Just go look at it.
Yeah, just go look at them is not a test.
So I'm going to believe you and just agree that the Earth is flat? I've seen the Earth.
Who said that? Who said that, Candyman? Who said that?
You think the Earth is flat, right?
Who said for you to do that?
Do you think the Earth is flat, right?
Answer my fucking question. Who said for you to do that?
You think the Earth is flat, correct?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, well then now we have.
How do I know? Have you asked me how I know that?
No, I didn't ask you that.
I know you.
There's no way for you to know that because it's not true.
There's no way for me to know it, but you can know the Earth is a globe.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so tell us, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I've seen it. So
you've seen it with your eyes. Where did you go? Because I want to, Candyman, I want to go there too. Where do you go?
You can literally go onto the website and watch the Earth spin in a timeline.
Okay, no, that would be how somebody else knows. That wouldn't be how you know.
No,
I want to know how you know.
That's not how knowledge works, Indio.
That is exactly how knowledge works.
Where did you get your knowledge?
There's knowledge and belief.
Where did you get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
I'm going to answer again. Experience. That's 3 times I answered.
Yeah, you've never gone on the internet and never read a journal article on the internet.
Dude, want to know what's on the internet? Videos that I took.
Yeah.
At the beach.
Yeah, but you guys always misinterpret them. Go look at the Discover satellite.
And then what?
What is your answer for the Discover satellite?
I know the Discover satellite images are not real. Do you know how I know that?
You can't say that. That just makes you look dumb. It makes you look dumb.
Okay, that's not an actual answer, and it's not a counter argument, and it's not a refutation. Do you know how I know that they're not real? 2 reasons. I got more than one reason. Do you know how I know they're not real? Because they depict something that's physically impossible, namely curving oceans, which we measured, and we know they're not curving. And number 2, you know the GIF that they show of the moon that was taken by Discover going in front of the Earth? You seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Why doesn't the moon rotate?
It's a pretty quick transit.
No, it's not. It's over a period of hours. It's over a period of hours.
Yes.
You can do the calculation to how much the moon should rotate. The moon doesn't rotate from Earth's perspective, but it should rotate from. Shut up. It should. The moon is tidally locked. Shut up. It should rotate from. Why are you interrupting me for the third fucking time? It should rotate from this. It should rotate from Discover's perspective, but it doesn't.
No.
And you can calculate how much it should rotate. And I did the calculation. It should have rotated 5 degrees.
No. Well, maybe it did.
It didn't. Doesn't rotate at all.
That's your proof that it's not real.
That's my proof that the images that they make are fake.
They're not fake.
They can't be real.
Why not?
I just told you because the moon doesn't rotate.
The moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
Not to the fucking satellite.
Did you watch the time
It's not tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
As something goes by you and it's rotating at the same time, you're going to
It's not rotating with the fucking satellite. It's rotating with the Earth.
That's your claim. The fact is...
Shut up, dude.
You said it's tidally locked.
Just shut the fuck up. That's my claim. Yeah, the moon's tidally locked to the fucking Discover satellite now. Hey, that's news. That's news fucking to me.
His claim, it's NASA's claim, is peak aura right there.
There you go, Kidney Man. In the chat, the moon doesn't rotate. It's easy to do the calculation from the vantage point of where the epoch is, which is supposed to be L1. It's supposed to be 1.5 million miles away from Earth. From its viewpoint, the moon should fucking rotate. It is not tidally locked. How could it be tidally locked to the Earth and the fucking satellite 1.5 million miles away? Unless that satellite was in a geosynchronous fucking orbit, which clearly from this GIF, it couldn't be. So fucking try again. You're just a silly fucking believer. Any image that passes in front of your face, you want to believe.
Oh, I'm back. Cool video. I've seen it. The moon is tidally locked.
To where?
You need to know how many degrees of... I mean, maybe you can't see the rotation.
I told you how many. 5.
5 degrees over what
From the viewpoint of where the Epic satellite would be 1.5 million miles away.
No. A million miles away. A million miles away. It's 1.5 kilometers away. A million miles away. It doesn't. It's at Lagrange 1. So it really rotates around Lagrange point. But all of that is impossible in your world, right? You don't believe in space.
Yeah, that's how we know it's fake.
No, that's why you believe
This is called a internal critique, Candyman. So try a new gimmick.
No, that's why you believe it's fake. I understand.
What's an internal critique?
If it can't
What's an internal critique?
I'm not answering that question.
Of course you're not. Because you're a fucking sophist.
No, I tell you, I've got a source. I've given you the source. It's a satellite or a spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, that sits at Lagrange 1.
That's what you believe. All you're telling me is shit you believe. So what?
Belief?
You have no idea if it's at the place they say. You have no idea if those images are authentic. You have no way to fucking validate them because you have no reference from which even to know if the Earth looks like that. The Earth could be fucking purple for all. The Earth could be purple from space for all you know. You have no idea if that's what the Earth looks like. It is complete faith. So tell me, since it's obvious that you take this on faith, why should I believe this?
No.
Why should I? Why should I believe this is real?
He cut out.
Hey, Candyman, check your satellite connection.
He disconnected.
He was bouncing the signal off Discover.
No, he's bouncing his signal off of the globe.
Catnap, did you came back from your nap? Catnap?
No, I get kicked. I try to chime in, but I get kicked.
Nobody kicked you, dude.
Candyman, you're kicking yourself, Candyman. You're kicking yourself.
You're going to be flat earthers. It's just, I don't understand.
Why should we believe these are real, dude?
That's what I'm asking you. In your world, how would you verify that?
You can't. It's impossible. All you can do is what the image depicts. You can check if that really exists. So in the images, they depict curving water. So you could come to the water that's actually on Earth and see if the actual water is curving.
No. Yeah, because you're
Yeah. Oh, so we can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth?
No, you can, but you guys refuse to do it.
Okay.
Really? So 40-mile laser tests are refusals to fucking do it.
You guys, don't you remember me? I'm the LIGO guy. You guys refuse to deal with that one too.
We know who you are, Donald. Chill.
Who?
The LIGO guy? I'll eviscerate anybody on LIGO.
Yeah, the LIGO, which they had to take into account the Earth's curvature.
No, they didn't, dude. No, they didn't. I have the civil engineering drawings. No, they didn't.
I looked at the drawings. In fact, I gave you guys a reference, and they did.
No, you didn't. Oh, so the civil engineering drawings, the strip.
Yes, they're on the LIGO website, which is what I guess I sent. Probably it was Yoder, and maybe it wasn't you. I'm sorry. Fact is, they're there. It's stated in their description that they had to take that into account, or the laser would be off by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, but that's nonsense.
Well, no,
it doesn't matter what they say. It only matters what they surveyed.
It doesn't.
How many survey teams did they use?
The fact that they said it.
Who cares?
That it was a factor.
The people that said it didn't survey the fucking site. They didn't build the apparatus.
What are you talking about?
The curvature that they would have factored in would have been measured, right?
The curvature was measured. The laser beam would have been off. The laser beam goes flat. It doesn't go level. It goes flat, and they would therefore be off by about 1.5 meters at 4 kilometers.
That's the claim.
It's not my claim. That's their explanation for why they had to take that.
Yeah, and it's wrong. And it's wrong.
Well, you're saying it's wrong. The people at NOAA
because I've read the documentation. Look, the documentation that you read. You're reading I don't know what you're reading. The face on their website, but they actually have documentation that they published See, first they published like before they started building, they published a white paper on the geodetic surveying, but there's 2 addendums to that.
What did you say? Geodetic surveying. I like that.
Yeah, on a geodetic survey. Yeah, they published 2 addendums to that, in which their original survey was all wrong based upon what you're talking about.
No,
it ended up being all. Don't say fucking no.
The plans that I read have different elevations above sea level for the 2 ends of the.
That had to be
farms.
Changed.
No, this is as it exists.
I'm gonna post the documents that say, "Hey, dude, everything we did was fucking wrong." So we hired this outside fucking group to fix it.
All right, and post the one that says we didn't have to account for Earth's curvature. That's the one I want to see.
Fuck you.
Well, I mean, they can make corrections.
I mean, the
They can make corrections in their survey.
So post the one that says you don't suck dick.
Wow, you're really losing it. That's pretty good. I know.
No, bro, you're a fucking sophist. Trash, dude.
You
don't want to have an honest discussion. Show me the one that says they didn't account for Earth curvature. Why would they write that down?
Well, because
why would they write that down?
If the one that did have to,
why would they write that down, dude?
If the one that did account for it was wrong, they would have to say why they had to correct.
Did they write we have to account for Earth's curvature in it? Did they write that down? Did they write down in the documents we have to account for Earth's curvature? Did they write that down?
The Earth is a globe. LIGO was built.
We heard your chanting earlier. We don't need to hear it again. Does it say it explicitly in the documents?
It's true that they had to account for Earth's curvature.
Okay, you believe that. Okay, we know you believe that. Did they say it explicitly? No, they didn't. So what you asked from us, you don't have yourself. You're a piece of garbage and stay on mute. So I'm going to read from the fucking document. I'm going to post it in the chat. California Institute of Technology, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO project, Zucker, Sibley, Warden, mail code, all of that. Subject determination of the as-built LIGO global coordinate axis for Hanford, Washington. Final analysis of the LIGO BTVE interface survey monuments. Revision B corrected a typographical error in pages 1 or 2 or 3. Revision C corrects calculation error involving the distortion of the Rambert conformal projection, easting northing grid coordinates of a sphere. The effect changes slightly by greater than 1 centimeter, but not negligible. Axial displacements of benchmarks along the arms, angular orientations are negligibly affected. The description of the correspondence between XY easting and northing are also corrected. So this paper goes through how they had to survey, resurvey, because their initial survey was wrong. It gives the that can actually shoot something. So the max, you said 1.5 meters. They literally have a meter of fucking play within the instrument itself. So I'm sure you knew all this before you started talking. Now I'm going to post the document in the fucking chat. Fucking pretender clowns. Up the yang, dude. Now, Candyman, there's the updated survey fucking calculations.
No, I'll read that. But what you just described.
Read it. You wouldn't comprehend fucking a goddamn thing about it.
What I heard you just read is they had to make an adjustment of somewhere around 1 centimeter. Is that what I heard?
That was for a particular thing. That was not the only correction they made.
Yeah,
that was for that particular note. That was at the beginning.
I think this is a classic case of a flat earther misinterpreting.
Yeah, I don't think you'll just get hurt, dude.
The Earth is a globe, my friend. You can see it on Discovery.
Listen to him chant, dude. It's like you're in a fucking cult.
Well, because
Say it again. Say it again. Say Earth is a globe. Oh, I'm gonna touch myself. Say it again.
I'm mesmerized by the Earth, by the moon's transit. By the way, why is the moon transiting? Why is it going past?
That's not a fucking photograph, genius. It can't be a photograph in your own model.
It's a time lapse, right?
Yeah, it's a 3+ hour time lapse.
Right, and they take. I don't know how often they take them, but why isn't the moon just stationary above the Earth?
That's not the fucking moon, dude. Are you retarded? No, it's not.
It is the moon.
It's not the moon.
But why is it moving across the camera?
Candyman, are you not understanding? It's not the moon.
It is the moon?
I told you why it's not the moon, and you haven't addressed the problem why it's not rotating.
You're the authority. India,
okay.
You're the authority, right?
He's not listening.
I'm just getting rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Fucking just sophist bullshit after sophist bullshit, endlessly. Are we in the politics server?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Does feel like it.
From there?
Sounds like it.
Look, I posted some numbers in the chat there. There's about a foot difference from arm 1 in the middle towards the ends, which are exactly arm 1 beginning 64.12, arm 1 at the end of it 64.09. It's almost the same height. I mean, there's a difference of what, 0.3 inches. It's insane, really. And if anything, it curves inwards. So they're building this on a concave Earth. Plus, you can adjust every section, every few meters. They have adjust screws for this to make it perfectly straight, right? So it's ridiculous.
They have almost a meter of play inside, right? So because it's a vacuum, they don't have to worry about scattering or any of those other things. But they have baffles and other things that are on the inside of the tube. They have a meter of play.
Yeah, inside of the tube, yeah.
Inside of the tube, yeah. External of the baffles, because they count for how much space the baffles would take up, how much space all this other stuff would take up, and they still have a meter left.
Oh, did he leave? He couldn't take it, huh?
No, I disconnected him.
Oh.
Dude, you're not going to get anything honest out of him. Anytime you pin him down, it's going to be, I'm going to get out to something else, bring up some irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Super annoying. It feels like we debunked LIGO several years ago as well already. Still have to deal with it.
Oh, why is the moon transiting the Earth? That's not the moon, dude. That's how we started. That's not the moon. Do you think he thinks everything that he sees in an image is real? I think he's out there right now looking for Superman's Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, man. It's just next to your Purple Snowman's house.
Yeah, I got fucking Frosty the Snowman's crib. Then the North Pole. He's gonna make the whole journey, man.
High five the Easter Bunny on the way around.
Where does the Easter Bunny live? Fucking
Easter Island.
Easter, yeah.
Hello? DJ.
Yeah, I muted you, Catnip. I don't know why you're laughing at that, endorsing that shit.
No, that Candy guy, I don't know. DJ, I'm asking, like, I want...
Shouldn't endorse dishonesty. That's what I'm saying.
I don't endorse that. I was just trying to get him to make another argument, not the argument he was using. It wasn't sufficient.
Yo, What's up?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're saying about 70% of the water. No, I was asking. I want to know what percentage of the Earth is flat. Because if you say 100%, then there has to be like a model of it.
Yeah, we don't know. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so approximately 70% of the globe is claimed to be flat. So we would say the majority of the known surface area, right, that we've, that we can check ourselves is covered in water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But then when you say Earth, is Earth that 70%, or what is the other 30%?
Land.
Bed.
Yeah.
Land.
No.
Talking about surface ratio.
I'm asking like, if I need to see the 100%. Oh wait, is 100% of the Earth flat? But you say no because 70% of it is like water or whatever or something like that.
You think 100% of the Earth is known?
I'm asking, is according to you, is it known according to you or not?
I don't think it's
a
known.
mountain flat.
Okay, so if it's not known, then how can we say the Earth is flat? When we say Earth, that means 100%.
Dude, not everything has to be quantified. The Earth is flat. Good. This was already explained to you 4 times. You got muted on this very question when I asked you what I already told you, and you're doing it again. Why would you do it again?
I know what you're saying. You're saying I don't know, but then you cannot say the Earth is flat. You just say 70% of it.
But you can't tell us why we can't say the Earth is flat. Why can't we?
Because you said you don't know how much of the Earth is flat.
So what?
Then the Earth is not flat because you don't know. You're just saying a portion of this ground. A portion of this ground we observe and stand on is flat, not the Earth.
So when someone says, "What color is your car?" I say it's red because all of my car isn't red. I have to say, "Fucking my car's not red."
No, this is a false analogy fallacy.
Oh no, that would be a false equivalence, and it's not a false equivalence.
No, that's a fallacy.
Because flat is a property, right? Flat is a property of the Earth, of the great expanse of the Earth that we know. Okay, you have to suppose that there is a quantity of the Earth outside our purview, which is at least equal in size, which has a different form, and is not flat, and it's something else.
Okay, so what? So when you say the Earth is so when you say the Earth is flat,
bro, this is semantic bullshit, catnip.
It's just going in a circle.
Yeah, because this is a bullshit semantic nonsense.
You refuse to hear that India told you that we know of. He added that. You just break that off like he never said it.
But you guys are saying I don't know. That means you're not certain whether whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, I don't know why you're jumping to that conclusion.
Okay, then what is the Earth?
Look, we know what you're trying to do. This rhetorical tactic, catnap, is not going to work. No matter how many times you loop around and chase your fucking tail, it's not going to work. Give up.
Okay. But the thing is, when you keep
but this should be a demonstration to everybody in this chat that this is the best you can do.
So when you say Earth, you just mean ground. That's it. The ground is flat. Everyone agrees the ground is flat. I don't get it.
Why are you playing semantic games, dude? You know what we mean.
Yeah, but when you say Earth is flat, you're making it out to be as though like some kind of
place where we fucking live is flat, locally and not locally. There's no not flat place that any human being has ever been.
You can just say the majority of the ground is flat. You don't have to say
your all or nothing fallacy is not going to work here.
Flat or almost flat Earth. Or mostly flat Earth, or flat Earth. I know.
No. What the thing
is?
Look,
we're gonna use the verbiage we want, and we don't give a shit about the verbiage you want.
Okay, fine.
You're not gonna tell us how to refer to this topic.
Fine,
you can take your head and stick it up your own ass. I don't give a shit.
I'm just saying it doesn't logically make sense when you say Earth is flat.
Police.
But at the same time, you say we don't know how much of it is flat.
Thank you for your opinion that I don't give a shit about.
Please don't use the word logic in a sentence like you know what it is.
Nobody cares about your opinion on how we should be referring to flat Earth.
You know what proposition and negation is? A P and not P. You're saying Earth is flat, and then at the same time you're saying we don't know how much of it is flat.
Do you think flat's a shape?
I didn't say it's a shape. It's completely irrelevant.
Jesus Christ.
This is a P and not P. You say Earth is flat, yet you say we don't know how much of it is flat. So what is it? Is it you don't know how much of it is flat?
Yeah. We don't know exactly how much of it's flat, right? But we know that a lot of the known surface area is covered in water, right? If the Earth's a globe, according to the way that gravity works in the radius, right, you wouldn't be able to have a single 10-mile stretch of water that doesn't have any curvature over it. In fact, every 10-mile stretch of water anywhere on the globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature over it. Right? If we check all of these different places and we don't find any curvature in any of them, it can't be a globe.
Okay, well, this isn't. I'm not defending the globe. I'm disputing the flat Earth.
Yeah. So a topographical plane is all we can measure, right? That's what we experience, and that's what it tests as when we go and test it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's fine to say that, but then I just wouldn't agree why you have to.
You're just making an argument from ignorance, dude.
It's not an argument from ignorance.
It is an argument from ignorance. You're trying to foist it on us.
Yeah, but you keep.
Oh, if you don't know, if you can't quantify the Earth in its totality, then you can't say you know anything about the Earth.
No, we can. I'm just saying you say the Earth is flat, but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is.
Well, because we don't have an exact quantity?
Yeah, so then why do you keep saying the Earth is flat?
Because we could only make true statements if we know the exact quantity? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying your statements are.
Then what are you saying? Like, why do I need to know the exact quantity?
Statement. You're making a.
Why can I not know? Why can I be ignorant of the? Why can't I be ignorant of the exact quantity and say the Earth is flat? Why?
No. Because if you say the Earth is flat, that means you're not ignorant. You know something else.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
No,
it does. Do you know what?
Okay, I'm going to restate my question. Listen this time, okay? Why do we need to know the exact quantity of the Earth to say it's flat?
You have to know. You're making a statement that makes it as though you do know. When you say Earth is flat,
no one ever said, "Hey, this dude says the Earth is flat. He knows did you fucking the entire Earth is." No one ever thought that once.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just literally said that.
No, I'm saying that when you say the Earth is flat, it turns out to be as though you know that the entire 100% of it is flat, and then therefore there's like.
Does not imply that. We would use the qualifier. We would use the qualifying word. We know that 100% the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you like a fucking speech Nazi or something? To get us to say things the way you want us to say them?
Just trying to get a job for Flat Earth customer relations. That's what it is.
I mean, I have to go to work in 3 minutes, but.
No, this is just a shtick.
Just go now.
No.
Dude, go make one of these specious arguments to your boss and then say bye to your job. He goes, go mop the floor. Well, you can't say there's a floor unless you know there's 100% of a floor. So unless you know where all the floor is, you can't tell me to mop the floor. You're fired.
What's weird, too, is if the oceans are all flat, why would, like, what's the, it's not even that big of an inference to say, okay, well, like, the land probably is too. Like, it's not, yeah, we don't deductively know with 100% proof, but, like, what is it? It's such a weird flex.
So what you're saying is, this is what you're saying, you don't deductively know that the Earth is flat.
You deductively know anything?
So you don't really know the Earth is flat. That's
you deductively know that you're not a brain in a vat? Like what? Like you're doing the weird. Like this is such a weird flex. You don't understand how cringe this is. I'm a glober.
It's not even a flex. It's just dumb.
No, I'm saying what they're saying is that they don't know how much of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and you can't tell us why knowing that why we can't know the Earth is flat without knowing the entire quantity of the Earth.
Okay.
It's just a specious fucking argument.
It's not really.
It's dishonest, specious nonsense.
No, because we know
you don't have any arguments for the globe, so this is where you have to go.
No, I'm saying that you don't. We know how much of the Earth is a globe. We know how much of it is curved.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
if you're saying no, you do have an argument for a globe.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't have an argument for the flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. The surface of the Earth is flat.
It did, but you're saying you have an argument for the globe, right?
Yeah, no, I'm showing them how the consistency between the two, right?
No, yeah, but give your argument.
This is completely irrelevant. The whole globe argument is completely irrelevant. I'm reducing
your globe claim about knowing the size is not based upon empirical data. It's based upon imagination because you don't have listen. You don't have measured distances on the globe. You have calculations, so you don't know the surface area. You don't know the distances. You calculate a distance based upon a sphere of a presumed radius, which has never been measured, which can't be measured even in principle, of 3,950 miles. So you don't know it's a globe. You're just saying that. You're just saying you know how big it is. You're just saying that shit. It's not true.
Debated. I'm positing a reducto, so I'm reducing their whole argument to absurdity. That's what I'm doing. Do you know what that is?
But you can't say how it's absurd, because I've asked you like 4 times now.
Because all you end up is all you do is appeal to mystery at the end. Appealing to mystery is illogical.
Catnip,
no one appealed to mystery, dude. What is this, like,
Catnip,
fucking
they can just say
logical dartboard?
It's clear to me that, and I'm not being pedantic, you are, but they can just say the places where we've measured, right? They can claim that those areas at least are flat, and then they can extrapolate on maybe all the water. And then, like, we can talk about the land after. Like, it seems like that they are pretty parsimonious with that shit. Like, they don't just say it's entirely flat, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point. When the thing is, they say Earth is flat, that automatically comes to the assumption that the whole Earth is flat. But then they're saying at the same time it's not. We don't know.
Only for dumbasses like you.
Yeah,
you think about it like this.
Can't you do nuance? Are you incapable of doing nuance?
It seems like they're clarifying now, Catnip. So just don't strawman them. They've clarified.
I already clarified. You were here the whole debate.
So give your argument for the globe then. Like, they've clarified.
Okay, go ahead. It's 5:31. I gotta get to work for 6. I have to go.
Goodbye. Just for the record, debate Daddy. I had to mute him over the same thing like an hour and a half ago because he kept asking the same question. We kept answering, and he just kept asking the same question. He was doing ask, ignore, repeat. And the reason he did it is because he brought up eclipses, and then he really couldn't answer the top-down shadow of the Saturnian eclipses and just spiraled fucking out from there.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. Some of these people are fucking annoying, and I see what do you guys have to deal with like that.
Thank you for that. At least someone recognizes.
Well, yeah, I was even trying to redirect it, and then as soon as I did redirect it, he fled. So I guess he doesn't have an argument.
Doesn't it alarm you that there's people that are very emotional about this topic? Doesn't that just that know very little about it? You know what I mean? They know so little about the globe paradigm, and it makes them very emotional. It's just weird to me that they defend things tooth and nail as if they're defending their mother's honor. But then you ask them questions about the thing they're defending, they don't know anything about it. I just find that very strange. I think you should be emotionally invested in things you actually know and care about, not things you have a vague association with.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
We had a physicist in here earlier today. We had a good conversation with him for at least 2 hours, I think it was. But yeah, he'd never looked into the topic of this before. He was just in the server. He was from Germany. I forget exactly what.
Oh, I heard him talking this morning. He sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, he started. Well, he'd never really like heard the arguments. He'd never looked into it. He just saw the channel. He thought it would be funny to just listen in, but he got involved pretty quickly. He started off a bit combative, and after he actually sat back and listened to some of the arguments, went over some long distance observations, laser tests, went over a whole bunch of just explaining the 101 stuff, and yeah, he ended up having a really good conversation, and he was brainstorming on the spot, trying to think how he could prove the globe or debunk flat Earth. He couldn't really come up with anything. In the end, he basically admitted. He said, "Look, I first I thought it was ridiculous, but after hearing you guys' arguments, he's like, I can totally see why you guys think the way you think." He's like, "Of course, I disagree with it, but I haven't looked into it enough." And now he wants to.
He doesn't know why he disagrees with it. He just does because he's supposed to. It's crazy,
exactly,
man.
exactly. But yeah, he'll probably be back at some stage. But yeah, he was good. You know, he had a good chat with Yoda about satellites as well, which he he ended up asking, saying that, well, he knew quite a bit about the topic. He said he was working on satellites and stuff like that, but he ended up, conceding that Yoda kind of knew more than him about it, and he was asking Yoda a bunch of questions. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
So many people working on satellites, and it just seems like nobody knows anything.
Yeah.
I want to read something. I forgot this part about. This is funny. So the LIGO, this is going back to LIGO, just to frickin' put the cigarette butt out in it, in the wound. MTech data was used for elevation measurements. Now, they had to survey it with 3 different companies, and they didn't want to resurvey it for the 4th time, so they decided to just, take all the data and try to, average them, kind of. So it says, the arithmetic mean of RSI in MTech elevations was also tried. The root mean square errors to planar fits were better for the MTech data alone. Do you hear that? It means the data had a better planar fit than the fucking than presupposing GPS. Now MTech was done. The MTech, the RSI, they made little mounds with GPS receivers on them, little concrete monuments. Whereas the MTech was a survey done optically with theodolites and all that shit. So the optical survey basically showed a plane, and then the GPS survey, because it's using the WGS84, which you ended up discarding anyway. So when someone comes in here and says the things he says, oh, LIGO did this, and it's so I don't know, fucking kindergarten, dude. It wouldn't work. No, making it was way more complicated than that. They're surveying again and again and again. They had to massage the data. They have all this play error. And they're like, if they didn't account for the curve, there'd be 1.5 meters. They had to account for 1.5 meters of drop. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. That's horseshit. It's just nonsense. But you'll just keep, like him, just keep reasoning, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And of course, when I show him the document, he says, well, you're a flat earther, you just misinterpreted it.
Oh, Catnap's back, but muted. I was asking for that argument, but have you guys ever had one of a flat earther from your group leave flat Earth, like from the 10 years you've been doing it?
What do you mean?
Like, have you ever had somebody who was convinced of flat Earth in this group that's left flat Earth after? Like, they were re-convinced of the globe somehow?
Well, not really, no. No one I can think of. I know there's people that said they were flat earthers, so there's Chris. But I don't know, like, the people that, like, were on our server that said they were flat earthers, I'd say 3, quote unquote, went back to the globe, but I don't know if they were flat earthers in the first place. They didn't have a high participatory type deal. You never heard them make arguments. You never seen them debate, post shit, or anything. They were just part of the server, basically.
I think it would be an interesting person to talk to, an ex-flat earther, for a lot of reasons.
Oh, Sean P. But he was a quote unquote flat earther for a long time, and then he went back to the globe. But then talking to him, he didn't even know any flat earth arguments. So how much of a flat earther was he really? He didn't even really know the globe arguments.
Was he a true earther like Jeranism?
Huh. Sean G. Why did I say Sean P? Sean G. Everyone that so-called gone back, I already suspected them of not being a flat earther anyway, quite honestly. People do it for all sorts of reasons, I think. Like, just people that they're trying to infiltrate. Which happened. So there was a guy, he faked being a flat earther, started his own Discord, got a bunch of people off our Discord to go over there. And, over time, 6 months, this was like a long troll, got personal information from all of them and then doxed them all. The whole time, pretending to be a flat earther. So that's why when someone comes in here like I'm a flat earther, we grill them. Well, not grill them, but like, yeah, what evidence convinced you the Earth was flat? That will instantly tell us whether they're actually a flat earther or not. Just their answer.
The LARPer flat earthers always make the same mistake. They always say, "Hey guys, I believe that the Earth is flat." Okay, so you're not a flat earther. That's kind of a giveaway, right? And there was
as soon as
there
they
was
use
one,
that B word.
Yeah, there was one guy over on X, Jason Bjorn. He was a flat earther for like a couple of years. He posted all the memes. He did all that stuff just to go, but he was just doing it. He was a glober the whole time, and he admitted that he did it to, I don't know, mislead people or whatever. But if you're talking about this group, the 24/7 flat earthers, I mean, we're a little bit of a different breed. We're talking about empiricism in here. So no, I don't think any of that group has left. You would have to be like a weaker kind of flat earther to leave, if that even existed.
There is a lot of really shitty flat earthers on like TikTok and Facebook and stuff like that, where 90% of their arguments can be torn to shreds really easily. I reckon even if they came in here, like we could even by accident, we could have them leave flat earth because just because all of the arguments they think are sound are just shit, right? Arguments that can just be absolutely destroyed, right? Like if they went up against a well-versed glober in a debate, they would just get wrecked. And if they came in here with those type of arguments, they'd probably get muted pretty quickly. So, yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers like that I could see them leaving flat earth once they realize all their arguments are shit, and they probably don't know the good arguments. So I don't know. Mostly the flat earthers that left flat earth seem to have been the ones that were clinging on to that AEMAP Jeranism model, right? They called it the flat earth model. And the one where they claimed that you cannot possibly have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And that all of the stars rotate around a single point in the north, right? All of them just rotate around together. Yeah, like Robbie Davison, Patricia Steer, a bunch of these types of flat earthers happy to have on the globe side now. So I think it's not such a bad thing that we lost some of these people to this final experiment thing. I was hoping it would kind of kill that AEMAP model, right? What people call the flat Earth model, with the little sun and moon rotating in perfect circles around it. But it still seems pretty rampant on TikTok and platforms like that. Like every single flat earther is pushing that, it seems, on TikTok, which is disturbing.
You guys ever have any doubts?
About what?
About, or like, are you extremely certain and like there's no doubts, or like when you're first convinced of it, were you stopped having doubts after a certain amount of time?
You know, the amount of people that we talk to that are highly qualified and fail to produce any empirical evidence, the more that you look into this, the more you look for the empirical evidence that validates the globe explanations and realize that there really isn't any, the more anti-flat earthers that I talk to, I realize that they don't have any empirical evidence and that they're kind of just parroting scripts most of the time. Right, that does happen a bit on our side as well with the parroting of scripts, but I mean, all the globers ask the same 10 questions, so that's bound to happen. But yeah, look, I mean, it's not like we see some tests and and they accounted for the confounding variables and it matched up with the globe. Right, we're never seeing that. It's just test after test after test after test, and the more you look into it, the more you realize that the tests are, when nobody's finding any curve. And then the more you start digging into the globe history, right, that's when it starts to get really interesting for me. It's like, most people don't know anything about how the globe became something, how it became a thing. And most people think that it was because people went out and through empirical methods, they worked out that it's a globe, whereas that's absolutely not the case.
Hello, DJ. How are you?
What's up?
Hello, DJ. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's always good to see you in this voice channel.
You too, man. I think I remember talking to you, actually.
Yeah, we did talk, and maybe a week ago. Then I didn't find enough time. I was too busy, so maybe, irrespective of the conversation that we have, you are the only one I've found respectful, somebody who's good at like coexisting with other people.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people in here that you can chat with.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, I only know you. That's why I'm saying they might be good people. But one thing I was like 5 hours ago, I was banned for no reason. I was just writing something in chat and yeah. Okay. I'll come again tomorrow and we'll have a discussion again on the topics that we left on. Okay.
All right, man.
DJ, what for Jesse Kozlowski and Baron Routledge, because they're clearly like doing surveying and measurements, and I think with Baron you said he only estimates the refraction as like the standard refraction, and yeah, he's seeing curve, but because he's not actually measuring refraction on the day of, you doubt that it's accurate.
Yeah. So I watched 2 of his observations this week. One of them today, right? And he just blatantly guessed the refraction. He didn't do any accounting for it whatsoever. He didn't take any temperature gradient readings at all, right? He did a short range test, and just because something was slightly lower, then he just assumed that was because of Earth curvature. It seems extremely dishonest. If he's a surveyor, he should know. He should know that it's extremely variable, right? The temperature gradient's extremely variable, and in fact, the normal is, the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, and it's fact that the temperature is the primary controller of the optical density gradient. So, for him to just claim that that's Earth curve, I mean, that seems extremely dishonest. It's almost as if he's trying to trick people, or he doesn't know his shit. I don't know. And then the other one I watched was he did yeah, go ahead.
No, get it all out, because I want to hear.
Well, if he's gonna make extremely specific claims, right, over a very short distance, saying it's very slightly, it's within a small margin of error matching the globe, then you would want to account for the confounding variables, which he didn't do at all. He just made a guess that there's downward bending light, and that's the reason why it roughly matches up with the globe, which is it's completely flawed methodology. And then the other one I saw, he was doing a test out at a horizon, and the horizon was looked way lower than the leveled theodolite, and you could clearly see it was just a haze horizon. I mean, it was a super not a very clear horizon. It was just clearly just a haze horizon, and we don't know if there was inferior miraging happening, which is super common when we look out onto the horizon. He just blatantly assumed that it's a horizon dip, therefore the Earth's a globe. So yeah, it's just shitty observations. It's this kind of thing that lets me know I'm on the right track with this stuff, right? Seeing these surveyors, talking to these physicists that can't prove the globe, and that kind of thing consistently.
Isn't the idea though that, let's say that, supposing that the standard refraction that he's factoring in, just as from the measurements that we get, that's generally it'll average out like that. So yeah, it's variable on the day, but if you come back on multiple days, you do hundreds of measurements, it's going to average out. And
no, it doesn't do that. It doesn't average out. It's not an average. It's not how they came up with that. It's not an average. It doesn't average out. In fact, the normal, right, is the lapse rate. The normal lapse rate is that the temperature gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right? And Dr. John D has done years and years worth of laser tests, and he's never once seen that laser bending downward in all of these different tests, different spectrum lasers, different conditions, different summer, winter, spring, autumn. Never seen it bending down. And he explains in detail how it works with the optical density and the temperature controlling the optical density, which matches up with the definitions of how it works. So, I mean, if you wanted to claim that the normal was 16% downward, 16% standard refraction, which isn't even what they use, right? They use 0.13, not 0.17. That's anti-flat earthers trying to get a little bit more out of it, trying to flatten out that globe a little bit more. But it's not consistent. It's not standard. It's not the normal. And if it was the normal, then the horizon would consistently be, say you're 6 foot tall, the horizon, the geometric horizon would consistently be 16% further than 3 miles, right? Whereas I've never really seen an observation where it's 3 miles or even 4 miles, right? Usually it's way further, 500% further minimum, sometimes 3,000% further, 5,000% further, something like that. So that 16% amount is just, it's nonsense.
But if you're saying this, doesn't that go to? It can go in the other direction too, like when you make these long distance observations over water. Saying that it's so variable like that could be a double-edged sword. I mean that's what I say. That's what my answer is to you. But again, we don't know what the actual coefficients are on that day.
Yeah, well, when surveying companies go and do tests, right? I can show you. I read a really good paper this week, and it shows and it explains how 0.13 standard refraction should never be considered the normal, and it shows their results. Right? They did stacks and stacks and stacks of different tests, and they had a huge variation in their results. Right? Quite often, or most often, being negative refraction coefficient. And especially they said nearly every single time during the, over the ground, over the grass, over the concrete, over the bitumen, upward refraction is absolutely the normal. And it seems to be the normal over water as well because of, you'll never find that downward bending laser. So just to claim that standard refraction when doing these observations with laser tests and whatnot over these large bodies of water is the normal or an average, it's not true. It's just not. And you won't be able to validate that it is. If you went and did your own tests, you would see this for yourself. Like I used to live on a giant...
It just takes a couple laser experiments to show downward that you would have to change your whole position then. But like in people not having them.
I'm not saying it would never bend downward. I'm saying that I've never seen it bend downward. None of us, we've been asking for footage of it bending downward. No one's ever been able to provide it once ever. Now we can provide upward bending or straight lasers all day long. We got tons of that, right? So if you were able to find a situation where you did have a downward bending laser beam, then that would just be a very, very rare occurrence. Right, you would have to show it's something that happens regularly, to call it some standard or downward bending refraction. So, and then it would have to be at a specific rate that would match up with, the standard refraction coefficient, and that's just not going to be the case. That's not what happens.
I think the last time Jesse was in here, I think he was in here or. He was saying he wants to do an observation where he sees over a sign to show that the light's bending like up and over it as like an alternative.
That's measuring light. It's not measuring the ground. Why can't you not grasp this concept?
Like knowing that like object A, which is in front of the sign, is lower than the sign, and an object B behind the sign. If you can see that object at all, you would be having light bending downward.
The problem is, Debate Daddy, he'll measure that and then claim that that's not refraction, that's Earth curvature, when you can clearly see that it's light being bent due to temperature variations. This is what's wrong with Jesse.
No,
you will hook onto one particular component and go, hey, look, you will look onto one particular component. He will claim that it's not refraction when it's heavily refracted. And on the other side of his mouth, he will look at another image and say, this one is refracted when it's not. That's the problem. You are that confused. You're so hooked up on trying to get a win that you're confused. You don't even know what images to look at anymore. You don't even know what refraction is. That's how bent and broken you guys are. So please stop it. It's making us sick.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can never have downward. I'm not even saying you can never have downward bending light, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can absolutely have thermal inversions where you get a layer of cool air trapped under a layer of warm air, and then you can have that. You can have that effect. It happens, right? But we have, according to the mainstream, sinking, okay, which is super easy to replicate. It happens all the time. It's very obvious. and then looming. We can have some looming, but when it comes to the claim that 20 miles or 10 miles of curved water can be completely made to look flat, right? That's something that you guys don't have any evidence for whatsoever.
With the sign, I was saying it's not possible to explain with curvature, because if the sign below is literally shorter, then even if it's a flat plane or a curve, you wouldn't expect to see that without refraction. Like, that would be the only explanation. But yeah, I guess if he does this, then you'll just agree, like, it could happen.
Does what though? What could happen?
Light bending downward.
Yeah, I just explained that it can happen. It's called looming. It's not the normal. It's not something that you can just put a standard on. Right? It doesn't. I've seen so many tests, right? I've never seen one of them where the horizon's a standard refraction distance further away. Right? If it was the standard, then it would happen most often, or it would happen quite often when we go out and do these observations, but that's just not the case. Right? It seems to be the normal that the horizon's way, like, shitloads further, like orders of magnitude further consistently than where it would have to be if the Earth was a globe. Right? Leading towards the conclusion that a horizon is just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, like a byproduct of a mixture of perspective convergence and the atmospheric conditions on the day. And then looming would be when things appear a little bit higher than what they should. And then sinking would be the opposite of that. Things appear lower than what they should. And then when we get sharp boundaries, then we get inferior and superior mirages and all of the the variations of those, which is, super obvious when that's happening as well. And that's, even according to Walter Bislin's Rainy Lake experiment, okay, they show you images of what they consider it would look like visually when you have strong refraction, heavy refraction. Oh, I think I took a screenshot the other day, and I'll post it in the side chat in a second. Right, so this is their claim. Right, here it is. I'll just pop this in the side chat. Okay, so they should show two different images, it's like different times of the day at the same location. The one on the left, they're saying, well, because it's clear, this means that it's low refraction. Right, and then the one on the right is all hazy, right? A lot of distortion. And they say, well, because it looks like that, then we know there's strong refraction. Okay, so if the left image is low refraction, okay, this isn't even over a long distance. Okay, if we show an image like this that's super clear, like the left one, over three to 5 times the distance of this test, that's still clear, right? That would mean they're kind of contradicting themselves when they say that because for our observation that's really clear to work on a globe, it would have to be the most extreme refraction that you could possibly think of, because we have to max out Walter Bislin's refraction slider to completely unrealistic levels, right? Basically maxing it out, sliding it all the way up where the globe would be so big, so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat. And that's according to Walter Bislin. On his website, it says if you have a refraction coefficient of 1, then the Earth, there would be so much refraction the Earth would look flat, right? But they're saying that low refraction, if you have a clear image, that means it's low refraction, right? So I don't know, man. It's I'm just not finding any sign of this geometric horizon. That would have to be a physical byproduct. It would have to be something that's there. So this is kind of what the Globe Earth side's saying, right? Really, that geometric horizon is there, but somehow it's just perfectly lifting up the water at every single point, a different amount, to make it just to completely appear like it's flat. and then everything off in the background, if there's buildings and hills off in the background, somehow they're all perfectly being lifted up, and everything's being perfectly lifted up, a completely different amount to just give it the illusion that it's flat. Really, it's all hidden behind the curvature. All of the water is hidden behind the curvature, but somehow it's all refracting up to look flat, and there's no evidence that that's able to happen. That's why I'm so confident in my position. And then the more papers I read, right, the more it kind of confirms these things.
What about with the amateur rocket stuff, where there's clearly curve, but then I think maybe it wasn't you, it was someone else who said that, or maybe it was that like you could see in a circle around you, anywhere you turn, you can see the same distance. So that's why it looks like it's curved when it's just as far as you can see.
Well,
like,
it's not just.
Are you as strong in that? Are you as strong in that position?
Well, that is a fact, right? That the horizon is a circle around the observer. That's a fact, right? But you know, if you punch it into AI will tell you that it's actually exactly what you would expect to see on a flat plane if you're using a rectilinear lens. And I think I have explained this, that the sensor on a rectilinear lens is a flat rectangle. And, you know, what a rectilinear lens is supposed to do is preserve lines to stay the correct shape that they are, right? To keep straight lines straight and that kind of thing. But the horizon is not a straight line, right? It's a big circle around the observer. And the way that the camera processes the light is to try to correct that circle of vision onto that flat lens, and the byproduct of that is that it would look convex. I'm probably butchering it a little bit. I'd have to look up the documentation again and read it out or memorize it better. But it's something.
But are you less confident in that?
Less confident in what?
In because like to me, when I look at it, I'm like that. Like I believe that that's space. If you believe that that's the firmament.
What?
You know,
What's
the blackness behind it.
No, the blackness is just the abs. It's just that there's the light. Man, is Rayleigh Criterion in here? Rayleigh, you listening?
Yes, EJ.
Are you able to explain to him about why we see black in the distance beyond the horizon?
Black is the absence of light hitting the sensor. It's not space. The way the light is reflecting on that part of the area that they're photographing, that light is not reaching the sensor of the camera, so it appears black.
Is there a reason, though, that curve in that high altitude rocket, amateur rocket video, that curve matches the globe's curve?
You know,
how are you making such a claim?
They wouldn't
I measured it. You can take the arc. Use the formula for a relationship with a sphere to find that
it's just a curve. Debate Daddy, I want you to think about this logically. If you get a compass, a piece of paper, and draw a circle, and then hold it up, it's going to match another circle. So you claiming it matches the curve of the Earth is a load of crap, because I can draw a circle on a piece of paper and then hold it up and say, hey, look, it matches the photograph you've just taken from space. So therefore, it matches the curvature of Earth, even though it's a 5 centimetre circle.
That's a straw man.
That's not a straw man. That's fact.
No, because the radius of that circle is not what...
How do you know it matches the radius of Earth? You've made a claim that it matches the radius of Earth, but yet you've not provided any measurements of said radius.
Oh, I can. I'll drop it.
Please, enlighten everyone.
You can also measure the arc yourself here. I'll just drop it.
You've measured it, or you assumed numbers in the first place?
Measured it.
Right,
this is what everyone's been waiting for, DJ.
So even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion, and I bet that I can find frames that don't match up with it at all, right? And then I can find frames that exceed it, especially from different altitudes. It's not going to be consistent. You might be able to cherry pick one frame or one small section that matches up with the globe in some software. or something like that, but it's going to be completely inconsistent because as these rectilinear lenses swivel around, right, they still have a lot of barrel distortion, and then you've got pincushion distortion to take into account, right? So you would have to in the 3D GeoGebra or whatever software that you're using, Blender or whatever it is, right, you would have to make sure that the virtual camera in it has the same focal length as the rectilinear lens they're using in the video. A whole bunch of things that you would have to match up to make sure it actually matches up with the globe. So I don't know. I think it would be probably cherry picking, but I'll have a look if you've got some solid evidence of that. And then we would have to combine it, like look at other people's rectilinear lens footage from high altitude to see if their ones line up with it as well, which I don't think that will happen either. And then Indio has a good argument against that as well. He says that those lenses are not calibrated for those altitudes, pressures, and temperatures, and you're supposed to calibrate them, right, for those conditions if you're going to use them in those conditions. And he has some papers explaining what would happen if you don't do that as well. So all these things need to be taken into account. That's all I'm saying. I would personally call them inconclusive.
It is a striking coincidence that curve does match up with Earth's radius. That's all.
It
that's
doesn't.
The point I'm making.
Read your own article, young fellow. Check it out. Measuring image geometry. To find the curvature, we measure the horizon's arc in pixels. In brackets, assuming a standard 1,000 unit scale for proportions. So all I've got to do is say it matches the scale. Ta-da! Earth curvature. I win. So I've got a piece of paper. I've drawn a circle. I've taken one segment of that circle, we'll call it an arc, and all I've got to do is say the scale of that is, and there you go, it matches Earth curvature. You haven't proven anything.
Where's the paper? Side
chat. He posted it at 9 minutes past the hour. I think it's just a clip off of ChatGPT or one of those.
Oh, it's just an AI thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that in two-dimensional photography is absolutely terrible at rendering 3D spaces over a great distance.
By the way, acknowledge they use bird eye lenses.
I don't think you understood what the 1,000 units means. It just means that they're setting.
It's a scale.
The scale is arbitrary. It could be anything.
The scale is now arbitrary. So let me get this straight. For the last 6 weeks, we've had globetards coming in here saying, you don't understand scale, you don't understand scale, and now the scale is arbitrary. Oh dear.
Okay, but it depends what they're using the scale for, right? If you just want to measure 1
and
centimeter
you're using it to match a circle to an assumed circle. That's all you're doing, bro. There is no measurement.
It's about the ratio, right, to get the arc?
You're measuring barrel distortion. That's it. You can't comprehend that. You're not. A photograph is not proof of reality because there's so many things that lenses do. Here's you going, I've got a photograph and I'm going to measure that. Look, my photograph matches the ground. What about the photos where it's concave instead of convex? Does that match the ground?
Well, I don't see that, but my question to you
don't see that. Would you like me to provide one?
Yeah, go ahead. My claim is if you can use any arbitrary measurement like pixels as long as you're consistent, because just by setting the
pixels are consistent. Units. The photographs behind it are not. That's the problem.
And then people are posting the non-rectilinear lenses in chat as if that's an argument against this.
So why don't you use the non-rectilinear ones to do your measurement?
And do you know what a rectilinear lens is?
I don't know exactly how it works. I know that it reduces the fisheye effect, but there is a paper written on this that explains with a normal camera lens, if you try to center it, you're not going to bow up or down. You're going to be centered. But there, interestingly, you wouldn't expect if the camera was angled up and the horizon was lower, you would expect it to fisheye curve upward. But if you still have curve downward, then like it can't be a fisheye effect. There actually has to be something going on there with either physical curve or some kind of
Side
perspective
chat.
thing.
13 minutes past the hour. That's concave.
The second image there is to really tell. I don't think that looks concave to me. The first one,
I've only posted one. I don't know about the first, second, or anything else like that. I've posted one. 13 minutes past the hour. Unless someone else happened to drop one just before me. Oh, Emperor Thrawn did. Coastline.
let me just throw this into MS Paint and draw a line. Let me see.
Well, you don't believe me? Thanks.
Because it could just be like a mountain. That's the thing. There's not enough
dead flat,
here.
bro. There's no mountains there. I've driven across the bastard 7 times.
No, there's literally mountains in the second image there. You can see them.
Are you deaf or stupid? I have not posted a second image.
Just looking at Emperors here. Let me scroll up.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, is this one Matrix isn't from the video that I was sharing though?
I don't give a fuck what video it's from or not from. You're claiming you can measure Earth curvature from a photograph. I want you to measure Earth curvature from a concave photo. Tell us how you can get Earth curvature from that, doing your pixel count. Now do you understand that your photos mean jack all? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They acknowledge they use a fisheye lens.
To Emperor, this is not, well, it's not a fisheye lens, but...
Well, this is what they're using. Hold on, just let me clarify what lens they're claiming they're using. Right, so they're using a GoPro, but they're using a cheap strap-on rectilinear lens attachment with the GoPro.
The sensor's still right, and like the receptor, the photon receptor, right, is still curved.
Yeah, it's a really, really shitty setup. It's not something that's like a true rectilinear lens setup at all. Right,
Maybe you should tell them what that is.
It still has the original. Well, just quickly, right? So it still has the original GoPro lens geometry. Digital distortion correction inside the camera, an external lens element of unknown curvature, unknown optical alignment between the two. So it's basically an uncontrolled optical system. A true rectilinear lens preserves straight lines only when it's properly designed, properly centered. It's used without digital remapping. The full lens calibration is known. A cheap add-on lens introduces barrel distortion, pincushion distortion, decentering distortion, field curvature, chromatic edge distortion. Those distortions increase towards the edges, exactly where the horizon arc sits. Now here is the key geometric issue. The horizon curvature in a balloon image is subtle. The sagitta is only a small percentage of the image height. Right? That means that even a tiny lens distortion near the edges can produce curvature that looks like Earth curvature. For example, if barrel distortion slightly bows the image downward near the edges, the horizon will still appear curved, even if the true horizon were perfectly straight in the projection. It could just go on and on and on and on and on with this stuff. And it will even explain how, with a rectilinear lens, you would expect to see a convex horizon, because the horizon is a big circle of view underneath the observer. Anyway.
That was a really cool picture. I'm sorry my voice is kind of going out, but that was a cool picture you put in the side chat.
To Emperor saying this is not concave. If you draw a line, do you see there's mountains in the horizon in the distance? If you draw a line there, it's not.
So now he's defending photographs. Debate Daddy, are you that broken that you've got to defend a photograph after DJ's just explained to you, and other people in this side chat have explained to you, that these can be manipulated just via the lens alone? You're defending a photograph so you can justify measurements from a photograph. That's how broken you've become, son. Why don't you just go and measure the ground straight up? That'll save yourself a lot of hassles.
You critiqued the units as if that's a debunk.
I didn't critique the unit as in pixels. I critiqued the fact that you're using a photograph and then the you claiming scale. You're defending photographs. You're not defending reality. We know we can manipulate photographs. I do photography myself. I've been out this morning taking photographs. Would you like to see some of them?
No, I was saying something else. I was saying you said that when that Gemini assumed 1,000.
You don't even know what you're doing anymore. You're stuttering. You're trying to defend your own stupidity now.
Okay, that's not an argument. Listen to my argument and don't strawman me like.
Then make one. That's not photograph related.
When Gemini set the units at 1,000, which is just an arbitrary number, and I used it consistently, you use that as a debunk to it. That's not a debunk. There's no
You
problem
claimed
with that.
Earth curvature. You claimed to be able to measure said curvature off of a photograph. The problem is, it's the photograph itself that is the problem, not your arbitrary units. Hello? Are we up to speed yet?
Yeah, you're just not replying to my argument.
It is replying to your argument. You can have your pixel scale all day long. You wouldn't believe it, I'm on a computer now. I rely on those pixels. Your photograph behind said pixels is the fault here.
This guy's not using pixels to measure real life, is he?
I hope not. Because that's
if it's a digital image, you can use pixels as.
You can't do that now.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree then.
Well, I'm just telling you facts versus your fantasy.
So also in the image that you used, the horizon's right up near the top of the frame. So even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion, right? You can see that clearly in Mr. Sensible's video, Mage 2 video, right, where he puts two strings across the the top 2/3, the bottom section of the frame, and they're completely curved. Okay, so you've got unnatural barrel distortion, which wasn't accounted for. There's so many issues with it, right? It's cherry picked. It's not proof of Earth curve at all.
I would have thought people showing you concave images, you would have clicked and went, oh, well, I can't really use that.
It's not concave, though.
The image that I posted up, I want you to grab that and go and measure Earth curvature from that.
What lens was used for this?
Oh, so now it's about the lenses. I thought that didn't matter. I thought the arbitrary unit was pixels, not lenses.
I don't see how your image is helping. I thought we were examining this other video.
You claimed to be able to measure Earth curvature from an image. I've given you an image, and now you're refusing to play the game. What's wrong? Did you cherry pick an image for a specific reason?
The lowest it's ever been measured is 15,000 feet, not this image here that's probably nowhere, which is obviously nowhere near that.
Well, you guys claim it's curving. If it's curving, you should be able to see it. You should be able to measure it. So why can't you measure it?
Not at this altitude.
So if we get you images of the high-end balloon ones where it's not curving, are you going to complain that it's cherry-picked data?
Well, obviously it's going to depend on things. Is that the one?
So now it depends on things. So let me get this straight.
Can't really
Your stuff doesn't depend on things, and ours does. Why is that debate, Daddy?
No, mine does depend on things. The things are handled.
Like what?
There's
like what?
This is using a proper lens. That one.
Define a proper lens.
A lot of clouds. You can't really see what's going on behind.
Define a proper lens.
Can't see where the
define a proper lens. I'm not going to let you run away. Define a proper lens.
Well, you could use a rectilinear lens. You could also try to.
Doesn't mean anything. Try to get still has barrel distortion. Define a proper lens.
And try to get. You can try to take the image.
Define a proper lens.
I don't know why you're shouting.
Because you're not fucking answering the question. You've answered everything else. I just want you to define a proper lens.
Can help.
No, you can use a piece of shit. You can use a fisheye lens. You can use a 18mm. It doesn't matter. You can use a lot of things. I want you to define your terms. Define a proper lens. Proper as in, do they have to be made of glass? Proper, they have to have a special coating on the front of them. Proper as in, they have to be a certain type. What is your definition of proper lens? So a rectilinear lens now, ladies and gentlemen, is a proper lens. So if I use anything else other than a rectilinear, I'm not doing proper photography.
That's why I don't cite the NASA stuff, bro.
No, you just cite your own stupid shit, which doesn't mean anything.
It does mean, it literally does mean
something. No, it doesn't. It means nothing. This is what we're trying to explain to you, and you're too slow to catch up. You claiming a photograph meaning something does not. You're measuring something that is not consistent in the first place.
Well, if you're just going to cite that one where the cloud's kind of obscure, you can't really tell where the horizon is.
Listen, debate daddy, stop.
It's not going to be compelling.
You can keep your pixel count. I don't care. The issue is the photographs or films underneath them. You can't grasp this. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is a striking correlation that it coincidentally lines up with Earth's radius.
It's assumed.
That's the point. There's no assumption. It was calculated.
Debate daddy, let's do it the easy way. Go and get a piece of paper. Draw a circle on it. And then scan that and put it up to ChatGPT and ask that, does it match Earth's curvature? And the answer will be yes. Because it'll say the scale is... And that's all you've got to do. You've just got to match the scale of your drawing to the assumed ball. And if you can do that, you can win all day long.
I don't think you... I think you should actually reread the calculations. I don't think that you...
It's not to do with the calculations, boy. You're too stupid to think about it. Come on.
No.
You claimed earlier it's to do with scale. All you've got to do is match the scale to the claimed outcome. You've already got a pre-assumed outcome. It's just a matter of matching the scale. That's all you've got to do.
Matrix, getting louder doesn't win the debate, by the way, just to be clear.
And sidestepping and not answering fucking questions doesn't either. And this is not a debate if you haven't learned yet. This is about measuring the ground. You seem to want to measure photographs, so you still haven't caught on.
I just want to get clear on what you're saying, that Gemini...
How can I not be clear?
Therefore...
I've repeated myself multiple times.
Let me clarify. Let me see if I understand correctly. Gemini
obviously, I am very clear because you've complained about the volume. DJ, can you
Gemini created a scale, and you're saying that that's a problem?
You have an assumed outcome. You already believe you live on a ball. I can draw any size circle I want. I can bend any photograph I want. And all I have to do is claim scale. That's it.
No.
Assuming I already have the same assumed outcome as you. That's all I have to do.
No, if you have
don't say no, it is a matter of scale. You said so yourself.
If you have a soccer ball and you tell Gemini, hey, look, I took this image 15 centimeters above it, calculate the radius of this soccer ball, do you think it's going to give you an inaccurate number?
Yeah. I don't give a shit what it does.
Okay, well, you can do the math yourself then, if you think it doesn't give the right number.
I never said it doesn't give the right number. I said I don't give a shit. We're talking about Earth, not a soccer ball. So stop using false analogies to back up your broken mathematics.
Broken mathematics? Go ahead. I posted the mathematics inside chat.
Is this kid not listening? The mathematics you're using is pixels. I've got no problem with the pixels. Are you with me so far? Excellent. Yeah. I have a problem with the photographs underneath the pixels, with the footage, because they can all be different. As you've seen in the side chat, we have concave, we have convex, and we have flat. You have specifically chosen one that's convex to back up your claim. And now you can arbitrarily turn around and say, I claim scale XYZ. And just because you use the word scale, any curvature rate will match Earth. Any curvature rate. That's all you've got to do is use the word scale. So obviously, the mathematics is not the problem here. It's the photos that are a problem. And you are too arrogant, too ignorant to look in the side chat at what others have posted to show you what is going on.
Okay. I think you should talk to this Smiles guy, because I don't think we're going to make any progress here.
So in other words, I don't want to listen. That's what you've come down to.
In other words, I gave you a straight.
Is it just me, Jedi, or am I losing my fucking mind here? Like, seriously?
Mate, sometimes I think we're all losing our mind. That's another question for another day.
Oh, wow. I'm just going to throw the word scale at it, so any size I put down is great. Yeah, DJ, if you want to continue on with him, you're more than welcome to do so. Oh, shit.
It must be good to be always right, eh?
I don't claim to be always right. No, sorry, Jedi.
That's all right. I'd like introducing Jin CBR1 because it's a good name. Jin CBR1. Okay. What's up, Jin?
Nice one, Jedi. Nice to hear your voice. Everything's okay.
You guys should try to talk to Smiles.
As per usual. Go ahead. Sorry, DJ.
Wasn't me. But sorry,
dear. I thought it was you wanted to say something. I was just saying it must be good to be always right with the Globers, you know?
It's good. Hey, Debate Daddy, check out what I put in the side chat there. I mean, it should sum it up for you.
It's like a post-diction that they call a prediction. They say it's a post-diction that they consistently say predicts everything. Even though it doesn't.
I think that's a very full and rounded answer, DJ, to be fair.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, how can we help?
I don't know. Wait, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Must be from Canada.
Let me just text my friend, tell him to join.
Nah, he's English.
Yeah, she's from England, yeah.
Oh,
She's
so
from England.
I can hear that, but Canadians are always sorry about everything too. I guess the English are too.
I'm actually
now
British. I'm actually a
Yeah,
British
you're British
child.
and you're telling your
I
friends.
understand why you're sorry now.
Right, she's telling her friend it's true. They are flat earthers here. Yeah, we're real. By the way, we welcome you to the server, young lady, and my colleagues and I will answer any questions you have. And where we can't, we'll obviously say we cannot do that. Might give you a speculation, some theory, maybe.
Wait, do you get paid for this? This is like work.
No. This is all being done from the goodness of our hearts as flat earthers, because we feel that people need to know this. Since you've come here, obviously you're going to have some questions, and my colleagues and I are more than capable of answering your questions. What we do ask you, though, is not to lose your temper with us, because we're not out to get you angry or anything. And please pay attention to the side chat, because some of the things you may ask and questions will have like memes or citations and things that you can use, which are empirical evidence. Okay, that's all. But please carry on and welcome.
Wait, hold on. I'll be back in a second. I need to speak to my friend.
Wow, are you guys freaking out over there because you went into a flat Earth room?
It's a culture shock.
Holy crap! Never seen a swimming pool before. Never seen a lake. Never seen a pond. That's culture shock.
Yeah,
I wonder what they thought about the Epstein files.
We're not talking about that.
I don't know. I don't go to that bakery for anything.
Yeah, we don't talk about that stuff on this flat. We keep it flat Earth.
I'm just saying it's like a shock.
No, it's not, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. If we do talk about other subjects, it's generally the moon landing hoax. That comes up a lot. Okay. But generally, we keep it to the flat Earth. Or the globe ball that doesn't exist, of course, that no one has ever been able to measure the curvature of the Earth. So when we hear this statement all the time, everybody knows it's a globe. Well, actually, it's the complete opposite. Nobody knows it's a globe, because no human being has ever, ever, ever measured the curvature of the Earth anywhere on this beautiful flat Earth. Well, I thought a beautiful discourse was about to happen. I was all in anticipation there. Okay, too much of a culture shock then. All right. Yeah, for the past 3 days, 2 days in politics, well, all of it happened in politics. Our opponents have been complaining that all we talk about is the curvature. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to talk about then? What have we got to talk about when we're trying to talk about the oblate spheroid? Obviously, we have to talk about the curvature because that's the main point. It's a shape, isn't it? Oblateness, curvature. We're not able to measure a single degree of curvature. So we need to know if our opponents have been successful, then they can show us how to do it. It's that simple. So obviously, that's going to be the main topic, main point, the curvature. Second point, no rotation. We cover those very well, I think. So, yeah, you know, they got very upset yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before that. Very upset that we were talking about curvature. You always talk about curvature. You flat earthers never talk about anything else. It's the total opposite to flatness, isn't it? Curvature. So obviously we're saying that the earth is indeed measured and utilized flat. That is not oblate. So that's what you have to talk about. You have no way of getting out of that. It's a must. It's a must do. So unfortunately, that's always been the case. We're always going to be talking about the curvature because that's what we need to see and measure to confirm to us here on Earth, on the surface of the Earth, that we are living on an oblate spheroid. Then the second thing would be to prove that we're rotating. And to date, we've never been able to prove that either. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit more. Yeah, so the past 2 days, especially in the politics, the flat earthers totally dominated and obliterated the opposition. I likened it to a sumo wrestler, Japanese sumo wrestler versus a 6-year-old boy. That's exactly what it was like. They were totally finished. We owned the chat, and then the VC was just totally on fire. That was on the day before yesterday and yesterday. Yeah, very well done, guys. It was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't know if you were there, Jedi. Don't think you were, but it was absolutely marvelous.
No, I don't think I was, mate.
Yeah, you would have really enjoyed it. You know, we didn't throw any profanity out there. That was another good thing. None of that came out of our mouths, and it was just textbook answers with textbooks in the chat. And I owned that chat, by the way. Yeah, totally hammered them, and it was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Especially as the people in the politics, because I've been going into these channels trying to introduce the flat earth. It's called Flat Earth Outreach. And they were saying, we noticed you haven't been in recently, you flat earthers in the politics. And I said, yeah, we have. We definitely have been in. And then a couple of days later, you're back in there. We were back in there. I thought, yeah, good. Yeah, someone's hot mic in there, by the way. I don't know who it is. Rather rude when I'm trying to talk.
Hello, Jim.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Barrington. How you doing?
Yeah, I was listening to Debate Tard. That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
You know, I really think that those people need to be muted right away. Once Matrix is like, tell them something the third time, it's obvious that they're not here to discuss and learn.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not like they can't hear me.
Explain to them why. Sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
I was just going to say, it's not like they can't hear me. They all bitch about how loud it is.
That's right. Yeah. And I think you give them a good reason as to why they're being muted. Because really, you know, like Barrington's saying, it's like they're not here in good faith. And that's the whole point. You've got people who are listening in the live streams. They really want to know, is it flat or is it a globe? You know, and obviously they won't know that until they actually go out and measure it for themselves. But the information we give them should motivate them to go and check. And that's why it's good to explain why certain characters get muted. Because if you're not here in good faith, then you're poisoning the well.
When these sophists come in here and they use that word debate, they don't really know what a debate even is. They're just they're just like going down to the local cafe or local restaurant where the old men have the Liars Club, and they're arguing over who caught the bigger fish over the weekend, and none of them saw each other's fish. That's all they're doing, and if that's the kind of place we want to have, I guess, then we just keep them around. But you know, if we want to further and get deeper into the subject, you really can't when that's what they want. Is that guy? He's not here to actually discuss and learn why we interpret things different than he interprets things. He just wants to roughshod and pretend that he's got the bigger fish.
Hold up, Mr. Barrington. Hold up, Zach. Just so you know, I'm not directly attacking him. I'm attacking what he's put forward. If he's taken it to heart and had a cry about it, so be it. But this is what's interesting, and this is something we all do. If I was to put information down, I would expect you all to rip into it. And I hope you would.
Absolutely. No,
to make sure that it's as clean as a whistle.
No, you did. You did a stellar job. I'm just saying, like, in general, not talking about anything, because you didn't do anything wrong. No, I'm talking about that idiot. He was not here to. He was here to argue about who has the bigger fish. He wasn't here to actually learn about fish catching techniques. You, on the other hand, showed mastery, and actually, you showed quite a bit of patience. Am I wrong?
I think it. Sorry, I was going to say, I think it's good that they come in anyway, because again, the listeners will learn the psychology and being displayed by the guys who don't really have a case. They can't prove it, because we often ask, the first question we ask them is, what is your best proof? So, you know, in order to generate and ignite this discourse, we don't really want to go into debate mode. We just want to discuss it. Okay, that's what we try to do here. And I think that's great. You know, so you always ask them, what's their best evidence? What is their best proof?
They don't have any.
Yeah, and they don't have any, exactly.
I mean, like, you know, that was a master class there as far as Matrix asked him over and over again, what's the number of pixels matter? I'm not worried about the pixels. I'm worried about the film underneath of it.
Right. There you are.
I mean, you know, yeah, that's, you know, but to some extent, yes, and to some extent, no, because also the listeners, the more that people like him are given the floor, the more the listeners think we're here to talk about who has the bigger fish, or whose grandson was better at t-ball in 2 different states. One of them.
Yeah, but when you accumulate that, when we let these people carry on, because they're all free to express themselves here, a distinct pattern will be recognized, and that is they don't have any proof for their globe. This is why they behave like that. It's evidence to the fact that they are not able to prove their case. Hence, the judge in a court of law favored flat Earth, because the globers couldn't prove their globe in a court of law, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there we are. So I think it's all good. I think it's all good when they come in and start doing all that. Sometimes it can be destructive and a bit noisy and audio chaos. Okay, that to that extreme, yeah, we need to shut it down. But to let them obfuscate a little bit, it shows to the listeners, evidence to the listeners that globers are not able to prove their case. You know, and I like that. That's another little bit of expose right there. And then when Matrix is on the ball, now, yeah, right. This is what gets exposed. But carry on.
Oh, yeah. You know, and it's funny because they lose. It's almost like they lose the ability to talk. It is funny that, he's going on, and then he's just starting to attack Matrix and whatever else, and it's like that. You get to Alfred Korzybski called it the unspeakable layer, and it's really fascinating to watch them break down and tear down because they don't know the subject. They're just here to tell us who's got the bigger fish or who got the prettier woman or whatever. And yeah, that's all they're here for.
Yeah. So usually the psychology goes that, there are times when I'm talking about my motorbike, for example, and people are asking me about it, and I give you all the dimensions. It's top speed, fuel economy, miles per hour, because you know your vehicle and you're talking about it confidently, and then you can prove it by Googling it, and you can see, oh yeah, those are the specs here. So, you can describe your car, for example, and do it well. So when you ask them to do the globe and they don't know the model, well, there's a problem right there. They don't even know their model that they're trying to tell you exists when it doesn't exist, the model, in reality. Terrible situation. Embarrassing, in fact. And I like that. I like that we are able to get them into that situation of not being able to prove their case. Yeah. Because that's, again, going to lend itself to the listeners picking up on that and thinking, let me go out and check.
The question is, how much airtime do you want to give somebody knowing that that's the end result every time? That that's the real question, because they can pontificate, they can argue, they can name call, they can sound like they're high and mighty, they can rely on the authority of 1,000 scientists. It sounds like some sort of Aladdin story right there.
Again, I'd have to say, sorry to cut you off there, sir. I would have to say that the team here on the English Club Hub, right, they're very good, because if there's hardly any opponents, right, we haven't got any opponents out there, then they're going to let this individual just run on a little bit longer until someone comes in. And if there's a whole load of them already in here, then that individual will have
now.
Right, yeah, his famous 5 minutes of fame. And then we'll move on to the next character. That's what I think.
And what I will say is I enjoy coming into here because most of the people that I feel like that we get a higher class of people here, like that guy, he got his few minutes, but there is a higher class of Discord user that comes in here because they're actually they're here for a purpose. And regardless, with most of these people, regardless of win, lose, or draw, so to speak, and in the topic for them, they're walking away a winner in really using some complex English. And I think it's a great thing when we can let them talk as long as they want to talk, because they walk out challenging their brain on science, but they also challenge their brain on language and learn. And so it's a win-win-win. It's a win for us and it's a win for them in two different ways.
People actually come in here to learn English?
Yes.
I'm every day. I don't speak English. I speak Southern. It's kind of like English.
You said what?
I said, I don't speak English. I speak Southern. It's like English, but it's a distinct language.
Oh, trust me, brother. I could tell.
I'm glad you can.
Good. I've understood you so far, so you're doing well.
Well, I reckon that's quite all right.
I bet you do, Sonny. So, would you guys consider, the globe model better than Globbers do?
Yeah.
What's the radius of the Earth? Jin.
Supposedly,
I want Jin. Hold on. I want Jin to answer it.
Supposedly, it's 3,959 miles. Supposedly.
Suppose. Fair
yeah.
enough.
And we've tried to measure that, ladies and gentlemen, that quantitative number, and we're finding the horizontal constant everywhere we look. Level, horizontality, no measurable curvature. Yeah.
How'd you measure it?
Sorry?
How did you measure it, the Earth's radius?
Oh, it's what we call a drop over distance, basically. So if you're given like 10 mile distance between me and the object I'm looking at, there should have been 66 feet of
there is 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, there is. There isn't any 66 feet of drop. So, and the object is observable, thus proving no curvature there. Flat Earth. I could see Fukushima. From Fukushima, I could see Mount Fuji. There should have been 4 miles of curvature blocking my line of sight from my elevation, but I could see it. And I'm in Japan right now.
Oh, cool. You like it over there?
Yeah, I've been there 27 years.
If you're in Japan, how come you can't see the Eiffel Tower if the Earth is flat?
Oh, the reason we're not able to see that is the distance involved. That would be as much as 6,000 miles approximately.
I always just tell people the tree's in the way.
Yeah,
I was just going to say.
The tree's in the way. That's what I just say. No, you can't debunk me on that one.
Yeah, the distance is in the way, but the tree's in the way is a good one. But yeah. Just imagine trying to look through all that air, ladies and gentlemen. 6,000 miles of air. And then you've got all those weather systems that would be in operation throughout those 6,000 miles. Impossible. Not even with the best telescopes would you be able to see, because the air itself presents an obstacle to try and penetrate through. Okay? It's amazing, isn't it? You know, people are saying, yeah, but we can't see air. So, oh, you can't see air. So what about fog, mist, dew? Right there. That's the air you breathe that you're looking at. Ah, right. So yeah, I like it. I think the team we have here are excellent. You know, everything's textbook, and they do give people a good opportunity to express themselves. Yeah, and then the team in the chat as well, the side chat, always on fire. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah. Let's take the case of entropy. That would be, you know, because when we look at the ball Earth in the diagram we're given from the solar system, that's a blue marble ball, all that water, and yet it doesn't evaporate. It doesn't entropize into the vacuum of space, you know, right? And they say, oh, the reason why is because gravity is keeping the atmosphere on the Earth. That's what they say. And yet there's a beautiful meme, right, where you have two spheres, right, glass tube, two spheres in the middle connected with a valve, and then you have this gas at the bottom, okay, and then the vacuum is at the top, vacuum being pulled, and they just open the valve, and all that material, all that gas just transitions upwards against gravity into that sphere, thus debunking gravity at the same time. A beautiful meme. That there is the end of the globe for me, right there, just like that.
Could you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we've got when we talk about the Earth's air, right? We say that you need, in order to have air pressure, you need to have a container, right? Now we've got 14.7 psi at the surface of the Earth. Okay. Now, in order to have that pressure, there must be a container. But yet, the solar system picture of the Earth is a spherical ball in space, no container. That's a violation of natural law. Because
must be a container. How do you know
yeah,
that?
there must be one. Yeah.
How do you know that?
But yeah, sorry?
How do you know that there must be a container?
Okay. Well, that's quite obvious. Yeah. I'll explain that. For example, if I want to pump the air in my tire, obviously the tire is going to be the container for the air that I pump in. Yeah. Otherwise, I won't have pressure. Pressure is required of a container. For example, when you look up the definition of pressure, it would be molecules colliding against themselves and applying pressure and bouncing off the container. You understand? Otherwise, you wouldn't have pressure.
And that's also how you measure gas pressure, by putting a gauge inside of a container.
Right. Okay. So that gives us
that answer. There's your proof right there.
Well, I guess what is gas pressure is really just measuring force, right?
What force?
Force of the air molecules bouncing off the
walls of the container.
Right.
Yep. That's right. You need a container, or you can't have gas pressure. Very good. Now you guys are learning. You guys come in and learn quickly in here.
You need an equal and opposite force, right? On the
No. Gas pressure is defined as the gas exerting upon the walls of its container. So a physical barrier. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that the definition that's put in there, but like it's what is the container? How does it function? Like what is the function of a container?
It holds the air.
I know, but like what if we boil it down even further, it's an equal and opposite force on the air.
No, it's a solid versus gas.
Okay.
If you want to get down to it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And that's why they bounce off the container and give us our 14.7 psi that we breathe at sea level. You see, but the point I was making was that when you look at the diagram of the blue marble ball in space in that solar system, that's a violation of natural law, because we know that high pressure flows into low pressure. You see, so that image, there shouldn't be any life on that ball at all. It would all entropy straight into the vacuum of space. Do you get it now? But the claim from the Globers is that gravity keeps the atmosphere on the surface of the Earth. But yet we have this meme showing you that gases will always flow to the vacuum of space. It will always do that. So it's debunking gravity at the same time.
Yeah, gas molecules will react to the forces against them, right? If there's one force pushing on them one way and not another force pushing on them one way, then it will accelerate in the opposite direction. I totally agree.
Thank you. And then it'll hit the container and then bounce back onto each other, and therefore you have pressure. Can you please look in the side chat, because I'm going to post that meme that I was talking about. Okay, and it's self-explanatory when you see it. Okay, remember, it's in a room, there's gravity there, and apparently gravity is supposed to be pulling down on the atmosphere, the atmos. Okay, but yet you have this going on. There we are. And that's natural law. That's what happens every single time in nature.
So if there was gravity, then should the gas not move to the
That's
vacuum?
correct. If gravity actually existed the way it's been described, then the atmos, the gases wouldn't flow up like that. It would be held
How has it
down.
been described?
Well, it's been described as it exerts enough force to keep the air that we breathe stuck to the surface of a spinning ball as it's hurtling through the universe. Also holding down the oceans and the water at the same time, and everybody else, and everything.
Is this not a closed system, though?
That's right. That's right.
So how would the you think the force of gravity would overcome the force of the vacuum on the other side?
This is what the globers, that's what our opponents are saying.
No, I don't think they would say that.
That's what they say.
You might want to look into history a bit, bro. Gravity's not a force.
This guy's not claiming gravity is magically holding air around a ball, is he? I mean, I'm half paying attention, but as soon as I hear that stuff, that makes my ears stand up. Gravity is the reason why the Earth is flat. Do you guys understand that? We own gravity now. Flat Earthers own that. If it wasn't for gravity, that's what Earth wouldn't be flat. How do you like that? You can't debunk me. It's ours. Everything we say, we've taken from you guys. It's just been twisted for you guys. Somehow you think magically air sticks to a ball in a vacuum because of a magic word. Nope. Your magic word makes things fall down, and down is a flat Earth direction.
Yeah. So the heliocentric model ball could never exist in the vacuum of space the way it's been described. That's an impossibility. It goes against natural law. It can never happen. We are not that ball flowing through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a single year there. Times that by your age, and how comes you're still looking at the same constellations? See? Clearly, we're not moving. We are stationary.
Okay, so we're stationary, but the sky moves. The moon and the sun and the stars, they move.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you determine that how?
Yeah, you've never seen them move, dude? You should check. You should go outside sometime. You'll be amazed that things in the sky actually are the things moving, and you're standing still. It's crazy.
Right. How do you know that?
Because I'm standing still. I'm not getting all seasick and shit.
That's how you determine if you're moving, if you get seasick?
Yeah, I determine motion by there's water in your ears, and that's how it's so precise. It's probably more precise than an accelerometer.
Sounds pretty precise to me.
Yeah, that's why you stand straight up when you get up. Like when you first wake up in the morning, you get up, you don't just fall right into a wall and all that shit because your ears work.
Well, Fish, you've got multiple options when it comes to whether it's you moving or the sky moving. So option number one, you're moving, i.e. the ground, and the sky's perfectly still. Option number two, the sky is moving and you're perfectly still. Option number three, they're both moving. So how are we going to tell this apart? So the claim on the table is, from the glober's perspective, is we're a ball tard spinning at approximately 1,038 mile an hour at the equator. So they're claiming that the ground is moving. How are we going to separate these three options? So we're moving, the sky's moving, or both moving. What can we do to separate that so we know which one's truthful?
That's a good question. I don't know. Do you want to brainstorm like how we would figure that out? Like how would you?
Yeah, man, I'm like.
Well,
because I genuinely I don't.
So let's have a look at the claim on the table from the glober's perspective. The claim on the table is that it's a ball spinning, and it's this motion that we're trying to prove. So we're saying that it's planar, and the sun and the moon and stars move above our heads as we see them do. But how do we separate this? What if they're both moving? How can we tell the difference from where we stand, from our reference point?
Good question. I don't know how.
Well, what we do is remove that from the equation altogether. They claim they live on a ball. Well, let's just go and measure the curvature.
Remove what from the equation?
The whole lot of it. Their claim is it's a sphere. They require sphericity for this thing to be rotating or moving in the first place. So if we can eliminate that from the equation.
So you say eliminate like your starting presumption, I guess.
And their requirement for motion, for us to be moving, is it's a sphere. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a requirement. I don't know what you mean by requirement. That it's a sphere.
Well, if it's not a sphere rotating, what is it?
Yeah. So this is what we're trying to figure out. If we're trying to start.
Excellent. So now you're catching on.
Done saying something. So.
Yeah, you're starting to catch on.
Okay. Right. Let me see if I can do better. So if we're trying to start from no prior worldview, I guess, like, say we don't want to assume that the Earth is a sphere, and we want to figure out if we're moving or the stars are moving, the sky, the objects in the sky. What do we do? So do I then have to assume the Earth is flat? What is your start? You have to have a starting sort of assumption, right? First off, and then you would.
Well, if they're claiming it's a sphere. That's a start. So let's go and measure for curvature.
Correct.
So if we eliminate the curvature part of it from the equation, all of a sudden now they're not on a sphere rotating, are they?
Wait, but we weren't talking about curvature. We were talking about the motion of the stars. Are we moving?
Yeah, and then it's their necessity for having the sphere underneath that. See, because it's all tied together.
It's a necessity.
You get rid of the sphere, and all of a sudden, the rest of it just falls away.
I mean, that's not true. It doesn't have to be a sphere. It could be a fucking rectangle that's rotating.
Excellent. Yes. So you'd have measurements of said rectangle.
Edges, corners. Edges, corners.
This guy tries the same one every single time, like he resets and then comes back in and asks these questions like he doesn't know anything.
Shut the fuck up, Indio. I'm just kidding.
That wasn't Indio.
And that wasn't Indio.
Oh, my bad.
Indio would have already wrecked you by now.
Pay attention just for a second. Right?
Indio's listening too, by the way.
Yeah, by the way. But anyway, for your benefit.
Sound like Indio. My bad.
Right. If you hang on a second, if you scroll back in the side chat, I posted 5 famous experiments that prove a stationary Earth. Okay, so attempts were made to try and prove the Earth's rotation. Okay, there are 5 of them in this 50-minute document. If you scroll back, my name's GinCBO1. Just scroll back a little bit because I posted it a few minutes ago, and the chat is moving like a champion. So you have to go back a bit, and you'll see it. Okay, 5 famous experiments that I didn't learn at school, by the way. Right, there you go. But anyway, there they are. There's 5 of them. And that will help you understand the methods that were employed to try and detect Earth's rotation. And then I'm going to put one more in there. And this one could be benefited to you financially because it's a $20,000 prize for anyone who can prove that the Earth is rotating. That means you're going to have to prove the Coriolis effect. And it's a challenge to all weapons experts. So anyone, a man or woman, rifleman, rifle woman, if you can prove that the Earth is rotating, proving the Coriolis effect, you will win $20,000. Okay? I'll put it in there for you in a few minutes. A $20,000 challenge. Yeah.
You have to be a weapons expert to enter this?
Well, yeah. In this case, you would have to be because you're going to have to hit the bullseye 5 times. Right, and this is, so you're going to have to set your weapon up in such a way that you're going to be hitting that bullseye 5 times, and you've got to account for the spin of the Earth in doing so. Okay, yeah, because it's coming. The challenge is coming from the weapons experts, and because there are military men out there who reckon that they do take the Earth's rotation into consideration, but we know that they are just trolls. That's why the challenge was put there. In 2019. I
don't think it's the Earth's rotation. I think it's the curve of the Earth that they take into consideration.
Well, that's going to be due to the Earth's rotation, though. Because if the Earth didn't rotate, you wouldn't have the Coriolis effect.
No, Fish. There's actually those that claim that they take in rotation to account.
Yeah.
Well, then they're fucking idiots because whenever the bullet leaves your gun, it's traveling at the same speed that the Earth is conservation of momentum. So,
wow, is that why airplanes don't crash when they are landing because they're already moving with the spin of the ball?
Right.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Is that what you're gonna say? Well, let's take a look at a picture real quick and let's see if that's true.
I'm guessing planes don't crash when they land because there's a pilot landing.
And the
That's
pilot
my
makes the
guess.
plane. Does the pilot make the plane go sideways to catch up to the runway as it's moving by?
No, because the plane is moving with the rotation of the Earth. It's
What
momentum.
about when it's landing north and south?
What about it?
Yeah, like this picture I just posted. Tell me how that airplane won't crash.
What the fuck is? Oh, sorry, that was
What?
This triangle.
Yeah, tell me how that plane won't crash.
Wait.
Look at it.
Oh, you did post this, dude. I'm so sorry. I keep thinking you're Indio. You sound so much like him.
I don't know. Jin popped right after me. He put something that will push mine off the screen, so you're gonna have to scroll up to look at mine.
I see it. So this is not how planes move around the Earth.
Okay, so how do they actually move around the Earth then? Since that's not correct.
Their momentum is conserved with this.
So it should be going sideways.
Wow.
Yes, it should in this graph.
Silly. I mean, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the pilot, although he's flying his plane, doesn't have control of the plane because there's this conservation momentum going on. Now, what about a helicopter? A helicopter is a perfect example because a helicopter, if that's the case, can scrub off that so-called conservation of momentum and go the opposite direction, can't it? Go against the spin and totally scrub that off. Can you see what you're saying is an impossibility that you're going to have to prove that? Can you see? You can't prove that, what you said.
So if we've got this conservation of momentum thing going on, can you explain to me a north wind?
Right.
A north wind? I don't know. No, I couldn't. Sorry.
You've just thought about it, didn't you?
No, I don't know shit about wind, like a north wind. Like,
you know, think about different. You know, there are different winds going in different directions and different speeds layered above each other and below each other. Sure. The wind that you feel down here isn't the same direction, say 10 miles up, or even 50 miles up, or even 100 miles up, different directions, right? Wind's going all over the place at different altitudes, Jude.
Fair enough. So what then is a north wind an impossibility or something? I don't understand the question.
Well, if you're claiming that the Earth is rotating and these things have got conservation of momentum, that means the wind would also be moving at the same speed that the Earth's rotating. Now, as soon as said item, plane, balloon, helicopter, leaves the surface of the ground, they are going to slowly lose velocity. But in order for you to keep that, the wind is moving at the same rate as the Earth's moving. So that's why I ask you now.
What's going to keep you in that same spot?
That's why I ask you now, explain a north wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, love that soundboard. What happened? Did the gentleman leave?
We've given him a moment to think.
Who knows?
Okay.
He's in and out. He crashes and burns all the time.
Right. He was getting Indio mixed up with the professor today. My word.
You're welcome, Indio.
Yeah, I think back in ancient times, faced with the surface of the earth and how horizontal it is, they would have realized that the earth is flat. That's what their experiences would have told them. They would not be thinking they're on a ball hurtling through the universe. No ancient individual would be
They would have
thinking
never
that.
thought about it in the first place.
That's right. That's right. They would have seen the horizontality of the earth and just think, they're living on a horizontal earth because that's what they see. Images of America as a dust bowl come to mind. If any of you have seen those images, total flat lands and the storm raging across it. And then when it stops, you see all that openness, flat. Miles upon miles. The great wild frontier.
Sorry, fellas. I am back. Duty calls, you know what I mean?
Oh, no problem. Welcome back, sir. So let's have a recap. So you notice that we're not measuring any curvature and we're not detecting any rotation at the moment unless you can win. If you can, then you can win the $20,000 challenge that I put in there for you. And by default, we're not moving and it's horizontal by default.
Not a weapons expert, though.
Oh,
I can shoot a gun pretty accurately, but I don't.
Dude, all right, you don't need to be an expert. Jin said that wrong. You can just do whatever you want, but you got to calculate Coriolis, okay? Then you can win the money. How's that?
Good, thanks,
India. Yeah, I did say that.
The rules for you.
Yeah, I did say it was opened up to any rifleman and any riflewoman, of course, and you'd have to be proficient in your weapon.
You said they have to be a weapons expert for some reason. And you don't have to be a weapons expert to make a bullet come out of a gun.
Probably have to be an expert to hit it as far away as, I guess, this challenge is asking.
Yeah, whatever the distance is, and you've got to get 5 bullseyes. You need to be an expert there. That's why I said that. Because you got
Indio, you dumbass. Why don't you listen, buddy?
That would be that. Don't call Indio a dumbass, and you're talking to the professor for the 3rd time.
I know. I'm just messing around. Sorry.
So there's your recap. So what's your position now? How are you feeling now that you've been informed as to the anomalies in the heliocentric model? Cannot be a ball hurtling through the universe because it would entropy and we'd all be dead. So there must be a container. We're not measuring curvature on the Earth. It can't be oblate. And we're not rotating. Otherwise, we'd have to account for the Coriolis. What's your position now?
I'm cooked, man. Congratulations. You got me.
Well done. Good. Yeah, excellent. Excellent stuff. So that's it. You realize now that there is an anomaly. So now your next step is to try and prove at least the Earth is indeed not an oblate spheroid. That'd be the first thing you might want to do. Try and measure the curvature of the Earth.
Why don't I try and prove the Earth is flat?
Well, you see, the thing about that is, what we do is we try to prove the curvature of the Earth, and he who seeks the curvature of the Earth finds the flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly how it happens, right? You seek to prove what you were told, and you will find the flat earth. So seek the globe, and you will find the flat earth, okay? That's why I say it that way.
Other than perceiving your physical surroundings outside as flat, how else do you determine that the earth is flat?
Water.
Yeah, well done. Water.
Next.
Okay. So with that, can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, water's always flat and level if there's no wind blowing over it.
How do you know that?
You can measure it.
How'd you measure it?
You can go ahead and do that. You can take a laser maybe 5 foot high on one side of a 20-mile lake and stand somebody with a camera at 5 foot high on the other side of the lake. And when you see the laser, you know it's a straight line. And that's how you measure it.
Okay. And you did that across the whole earth?
I don't know. They've done it probably across 500 lakes by now. Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't measured the whole earth. You've measured a certain portion.
No, we don't need to measure the whole earth.
Why not?
Why would we have to measure the whole earth?
Because how the fuck would you know that it's all flat then?
It's not a ball in space, I can tell you that.
I know, but you.
Okay, so you know, and you agree with me. Earth is not a ball in space. I win again. That's all we are in here is winners.
Congratulations, bro. Are you trying to win points? Debate points?
Yes. Yes, there's a contest going on, and I'm one of the top leaders.
Congrats, man. You must feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, I do. I feel great.
So how do you know the whole earth is flat if you've only measured over a couple lakes?
Well, I live on Lake Erie. That's 165 miles of a flat surface, and that's a small lake.
How far away is it to, like, I don't know, England? Why don't you?
I don't go to England.
That is 6,000 miles.
I don't go to England. Well, hold on. Yeah. I don't go to England. So why would I know how far away it is?
Yeah, from England to America, 3,000 miles approximately. 3,000 miles.
I want to see what he says to what I asked him.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to ask you how far away. I'm not trying to test your memorization skills. Okay,
what are you asking me? What are you asking me, not Jen?
Okay, what I'm asking you is that you've measured over lakes, which is, I don't know, however far apart they are, but you haven't measured over a greater distance across the whole Earth.
How? Yeah, well, you can. You use planar surveying. You
haven't measured from the North Pole to the South Pole.
How do you do that?
That's a great question. How do you do that?
We don't have to.
Why not?
Earth is flat and stationary.
How do you know that?
Because sea level is sea level.
You're just saying that without any.
That's why it's called level, dude. It's not called C curve. It's not called C curve.
Okay. So since it's named a certain way, that means that must be.
Yes, because it's
how you do things.
It acts and is named a certain way, like horizontal and level, and that's why we call it that, because it acts and does that. Yes, to answer your question. Yep.
Some dude named it sea level, so that means that a whole sea.
Yeah, it's a mean sea level. Some places have tides, some places don't have tides. It's a mean sea level.
Have you measured?
It's an average. It's an average.
Have you measured from the coast of, say, the east coast of the United States to the west coast of Europe?
Nope.
Have you measured it flat? Why not?
Well, so if that's water in between, yeah, it's flat.
How do you know that?
Because there's water in between. We know water's flat and level.
How do you know that? Because you've measured it.
Because I have a fucking swimming pool. That's how I know.
Okay.
Jesus. Why do you keep asking stupid questions?
I don't think you can answer it, unfortunately.
I answered you. I live by Lake Erie. I have a swimming pool. We have a bathtub, too, and a kitchen sink. Amazing.
Wait,
and they're in the house. Isn't that wild?
How does the swimming pool thing tell you it's flat? It's a small body.
Related.
Okay, so if a cup of water is flat on top and a tub of water is flat on top and a sink full of water is flat on top and my swimming pool is flat on top and the pond down the street is flat on top and Lake Erie is flat, what does that tell you?
It tells me that small bodies of water are going to measure
It's not small bodies of water.
Ocean, aren't we?
165 miles is not a small amount of water.
Yeah, but you're talking
That's
about,
as far as you
what was
can
it? He
see.
said east coast of America to the west coast of Europe, he said. I think that's a large...
Yeah, that's between the ocean. That's between water. Yeah, that's flat.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
know
not
that. You
curving.
haven't measured it.
Yeah, I do know
Give
it.
me a measurement, please. Show me your empirical measurement then.
That what? Water's flat?
That it's completely flat from coast to coast. Yes, please.
No, I don't need to. I don't need
Why
to. I
not?
already proved that. I've already proven that water is flat with a 20-mile test.
How? So
I already told you.
You're extrapolating?
I just told you how.
So you're saying that since
because water after 20 miles, water doesn't decide to start bending in different direction. How's that?
How do you know that?
Because I stood at 20 miles of a 40-mile lake and I could see the other side too. There. I could see 40 miles if I look one direction, 20, and 20 miles the other direction. That's 40 miles total.
Congratulations. It's still not coast to coast.
So it's still not good enough for you. So it's got to be 50 miles, right?
No, it's got to be coast to coast.
No, it doesn't have to be. You can't see through air that far.
Okay, then how do you know the whole thing is flat if you can't?
Because water's flat and level if there's no wind blowing on it.
Instead of using your eyes, can't you use like instruments instead on that lake you're talking about?
We use lasers and theodolites and cameras and all kinds of stuff. Leveling devices. You have to use leveling devices. Can you imagine building a 100-mile long building in the middle of a desert and you think it's curving when you have to use a level on it to make sure that you connect to the next section of the building? You have to use levels and lasers. And those shoot straight lines. They don't shoot around the curve.
It's got to be a pretty powerful laser to reach from coast to coast. Do you know of any laser that can do that?
Why would you? You can't shoot through air that far.
I know you can't.
So why are you trying to say you can?
I'm not trying to say you can. That's why.
Why are you asking if you can do it or not? Why are you asking if you can do it or not? You can't, dude. You cannot trip me up. I've already trapped you.
See, you're trying to win points here, brother. I'm not trying to fucking win points with you, man. Debate points. I'm just saying you haven't measured from coast to coast. So you're claiming something.
It's over water. Yeah, is water is land on the other side of the water from coast to coast? Yep. So the water's flat. So we know that's for sure because we tested it everywhere. Everywhere. We don't even have to test it between the two because it's not going to change.
That's an unjustified assumption.
No.
I mean, you haven't measured it, so how the fuck?
No, I think you're being unreasonable now because we all know that the characteristics of water is that it seeks its level. That's why we have them in leveling tools that we have. Okay, you're being very unreasonable now.
A certain distance. Just because you measure it from the distance of
water,
human eyesight,
wherever you're not allowing me to speak. Again, wherever you find water, the surface of it is always level. It doesn't curve into making a sphere. Bodies of waters don't do that. Okay, so you're being unreasonable. You're ignoring natural environment and what you've actually experienced. Okay, I've traveled thousands of miles, no curvature experienced at all. That's ships, hot air balloons, aeroplanes, for example, and the distances I've traveled to the places I've been, we've never experienced any curved trajectory, which would be a necessity if you're living on a globe.
I'm still waiting for this guy to tell me how when a plane takes off going north and south, how it stays going east or west or whatever direction it's going at the time when it's sitting on the runway. It's obviously moving at like 1,000 or maybe 10 miles an hour if you start at the North Pole. And then at the equator, it's got to get up to 1,000 miles an hour going sideways. I'm waiting for this guy to explain to me how that works.
Yeah, how you land.
Conservation of momentum. Next question.
Yeah, that sounds like you're adding up thing. You're not conserving anything. Sounds like you're moving all kinds of momentum around.
No, I don't. What?
No. What?
How am I?
Yeah, your
How?
brain is melting,
Like,
dude. Your stories don't make sense, do they?
well, hey, listen. I'll believe that water is flat when you've measured from coast to coast.
Go do it.
Nah, that's not. You're not
Go do
hearing
it. It's your
again,
claim.
ladies and gentlemen. He's not hearing good
Not my
faith.
claim. It's a
Yeah, it
fact.
is.
It's a fact, dude. It's not curving.
Oh,
If it was curving, we wouldn't use water levels, would we?
so you can make unjustified claims about your.
No, we use them in construction. It's a fact. It's not an unjustified claim.
Really?
So you've never used a water level before?
This guy must be an idiot.
Not even a homemade one.
You can tell by talking to him, he's never worked outside. He probably has an office job, if he has one.
I don't even go outside. What is that? Never heard of her.
That's the door that leads outside of Mum's basement.
True.
Yeah, brutal. So at least you agree that water levels are a thing. That's a good start.
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, fellas, this has been real fun as always.
You've got to go reset.
I gotta go reset.
Yeah, that's a shame.
He's going to come in and next time say the same thing. I'm going to ask him about airplanes, and he's going to say the same thing. And the side chat, that guy got destroyed in the side chat. Did you see that? He gave up. He even called out for God at the end to save him.
See, that's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen. We have it under control here. Okay? They just cannot prove their case. And they ignore natural law and what they see and what they experience. See?
The side chat rats are brutal. Even I'm scared to post shit in there.
You have to dip in and dip out quick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just post non-FE related stuff. Here's a lovely photograph I took this morning. Wait for it. What? Delete.
Yeah.
Okay, the other guy's back now, typing again. So he must have went and reset or went and found like 4 AIs to confirm with each other that the Earth is a ball, and he's going to come back with his real proof now. Let's see what it is. I'm going to say Sticks and Shadows by guys that are naked that just have a robe on.
I'm going with Gravity.
Gravity is now flat Earth. I mean, you can try it, but I can debunk you all the way. I can prove gravity makes things flat and go down.
What do we got? Lasers getting bounced off the moon. Oh, sexy. He outsmarted both of us, Triangle. Holy shit. Oh, it's a shame they were bouncing lasers and shit off the moon before the reflectors were even allegedly placed there. Huh. Oh well. Nice one, lads. I like that.
We called a laser.
But guys, like really, why would they lie? Why would they lie about that? And think about all the governments that have rocket programs. Doesn't that mean that all the governments that have this kind of programs have to coordinate?
What? Just shoot a rocket in the sky? You have to lie to be able to shoot a rocket in the sky?
No, but so if you have the ability to shoot rockets up in the sky, then I would also assume that you would know the shape of the Earth, right? So you would have that information.
Why?
So if it's really,
it's flat.
Why?
Yeah, it's flat. How else are you going to calculate shit? Where it's going to land and stuff? How are you going to calculate shit where it's going to come down and stuff if it wasn't flat?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is these agencies that can do this would know that it's flat. Therefore, they have to all be lying.
Oh well, yeah, you're going to have to join one of them and find out what the big secret is.
Why do you think they would know if it's flat or not? What distance do you think these people can, fly their rockets to?
Well, I think at least intercontinental ballistics. That's been proven, right?
What are you talking about? Did you even know what height you have to be to see the full claimed size of the Earth? And even then, you just do the math. This is ridiculous.
All right. Didn't want to be ridiculous. All right.
No, look, if Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles, you have to go about 5,000 miles away from it to get the God's eye view. And even then, you're not going to be able to see it because of something called Snell's window, right? But
I wasn't arguing that these rocket companies can see the curvature of the Earth if they fly the rockets up. That wasn't my argument.
they can see about 3% of Earth from ISS.
Yeah, you can't even see it from there. You got to go. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, you got to go really far away. So we don't have the tech to do that. So it's not going to help.
Okay, but I'm not saying that the reason these rocket companies would know that is because they can see it. I'm saying the reason they would know that is to successfully launch and land intercontinental ballistics. I mean, you would have to the Earth being a sphere or flat would affect those calculations.
That's why they use flat Earth calculations for it.
Yeah,
Google it.
All those launches are ECEF, Earth centered, or Earth fixed.
Yeah, from the ISS, you would only be able to see 29.7 miles.
Yeah.
That's if it's up there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not up there. But if it were to be up there, that's how at the altitude they say it is 250 miles, 253 miles from the Earth's surface. All you'd get to see would be 1,429.7 miles of the Earth's surface at one time.
Yeah, nobody knows that either. The only way you would know that is if you were like debating people in flat Earth, because that's the only time it gets brought up. If you just ask I guess a normie person, or just a regular person on the street, what does Earth look like from the space station? They'd say, it looks like a ball. It looks curving, but it doesn't at all. It just looks like a big flat plane. People don't know that.
If I were to guess what it looks like, and I haven't been up there, so I don't know, but I always tell people, if you think about Earth as a flat plane, like a chessboard, just in your mind, put that chessboard at a size of 1,000,000 miles by 1,000,000 miles. Now place yourself in the middle of it and just go straight up. Even if you're, let's say, 1,000 miles up above that thing, guess what you're going to see because of how human vision works. You're probably going to see a round circle underneath you of chess pieces, right? Because that's what you can resolve. So there's no way for you to tell the shape of the Earth. You can't tell that it's a square chessboard. And I'm not making that claim, but you understand my example, right?
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't look square at all. You wouldn't be. I mean, you can't see the entire thing, so it wouldn't look like a shape.
Yeah,
it's just
we see in like 360, so it'll look round to us most likely. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's what those people in the 60s saw, and then someone just said, hey, that looks like a ball. Oh, it probably is. Yes. And then they just went with it. But I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah, they're out to deceive anyway. And when they look through telescopes, you don't know what you're looking at. And you can't equivalate what you see in the stars as Earth being similar unless you think you're in that solar system.
I mean, because we see the way we see, we also call the sky the celestial sphere, right? But it's probably not a sphere at all. It's just the way we see things.
That's right. Yeah, it could be horizontally all the way because, that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. In the principle, they actually put that forward. They said the universe is flat and Earth is in the center. In the documentary called The Principle, I laughed when I heard that.
Right.
Space is flat.
So, all the people, the ancient people, 2,000, 3,000, whatever, even if we can't even say we know anything about anything that far back, but let's grant that those people existed. I actually don't blame them. They looked up into the sky. In their mind, it looked like a sphere. That's because of how their vision works. What does surprise me is that they didn't question it. I mean, nobody stood up and said, "Hey, wait a second, our vision kind of works like this. Maybe it's not like that." But if someone did question
maybe back then they didn't understand how our vision worked at that
and
time.
They didn't have the technology that we have with zoom cameras and lasers and things like that. So I don't blame those guys for thinking that that's the way it was. But now we don't have any excuse anymore. We have all that tech. We can check. So it's just a matter of time. It's just the last few years where we have this technology, right? So give it a few more years, 30, 40 more years, and everybody's going to be a flat earther. It's not going to be it's not going to be reasonable to believe in the ball anymore.
Yeah. The eventuality is it's coming out at every orifice. They're trying to put a band-aid on it, but it's just not working. Even recently, this Artemis, right? Those who believed in the Apollo said the Artemis was rubbish. That's what they said, and they believed in the Apollo, and they said this time it was crap. They didn't enjoy it at all. There you are.
They didn't like 12 minutes of pretend talking to pretend things, flying in pretend places, and then turned right into a cartoon after 12 minutes.
I thought it was 14. Give him a little credit here. Well,
okay, but yeah, 14.
Anyway, yes, and it was ridiculous. They have so much technology now. They couldn't turn a couple of cameras back to Earth and properly film it. They just couldn't do it. Couldn't film Australia, people upside down. Why didn't they do that? That would have, no, just couldn't do it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they could do it. They could do a special one even, and not go to the moon. Just go out, film it, and then return. If they have that much control over their rocket, using less fuel, they could do that. That should have been done.
Jim, did you see the video of what's her name? What's her name? Christina. She has a little iPhone or something, and she films herself in it, and then they kind of just cut to the next scene where she uses this to film out through the window, and there's Earth in a weird shape, not even a ball shape. It was some kind of. And people are like, "Why did you do that? Why couldn't you just, turn the camera around?" No, they clipped it. Have you seen that clip? Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. That the film, I was saying it from the very beginning. Totally not satisfied with the photography and the imagery. It was terrible. Not enough. Nowhere near enough.
And here's the thing. Let's say we're about we're a little over 50 years away from the other botched operation that they did, right? And
54 years ago. Yeah.
It's obvious to us, the people who live now, with the tech we have, with the AI technology and all the video editing tools we have, and things we can analyze those things, and it's obvious that it's fake, right? It to any normal thinking person, it's completely obvious. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 50 years, when someone runs these videos that they are putting out now through some tools we have, that they're going to find like markers. There's the Grok marker or the ChatGPT marker, or that AI probably put some kind of marker in the video there, and they don't know about it, but people are going to find out.
Yeah,
it's like
I think you're judging it correctly. Pun intended, Judge.
It's going to be like a fingerprint, and they don't understand it because they're so dumb. But in 50 years, they'll have tech that can show that 100% this was generated by the AIs they had back then. Look at this marker here.
Absolutely. You're judging it well, I must say. For your name's sake, you're judging it well.
When is the parade in New York City for the astronauts, like they did in the 60s? They sit in the back of convertible cars and they wave to everybody. When are they doing that one?
Yeah, that's right.
We need some Hollywood stars too.
And they throw confetti from all the buildings and streamers like it's New Year's Day and New Year's Eve.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
We're supposed to have parades now. So where are those? I want to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see them get their stars on Hollywood Boulevard too, right?
Yeah.
Well, since you're basically on YouTube, I think you can pay the $2,500 and get one too.
I'm wondering, did they go through quarantine? Did they have to be quarantined? Did they?
Nah, they skipped that.
AIs don't get quarantined.
You sure? Come back with some nano germs.
When they landed, they were walking just fine. 2 or 3 days later, they're in therapy because they can't walk anymore. Gravity.
Yeah, I remember that as well, yeah.
This time, there's a video of her again, Christina. She's stumbling along. She has 2 people holding her up because she doesn't know how to walk anymore. Dude, you were in space 10 days, allegedly. You can walk. It's ridiculous. Search for it. Battery gaming. Are you bad at gaming?
Party gaming? Yes, yes.
How's it going?
Where from, bro?
I'm from Earth.
Yeah. Where are you from, sir? Are you from Asia?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Sorry, where are you from? Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka?
India, India.
India. Okay, well, welcome. Welcome to the server, sir. Do you have any questions for us today? You know, this is the Flat Earth. Eh? Yeah, did you have any questions for us?
No. Either.
Okay. What is the shape of the Earth?
I'm waiting for that guy to send the plans on how to build lasers that shoot at the moon. According to this guy, they got magical lasers that shoot at the moon. And we can't even shoot 140 miles across the lake, but they can shoot 246,000 miles at the moon and back. That's times 2 with light. That's amazing in NASA. Anyway, he's going to get me the plans. I'll start working on this. And I'm going to charge people $1 million to pull a trigger to shoot lasers at the moon. People will be lining up down the street.
I don't even think his claims line up. Don't they just get 2 or 3 photons back? He's saying 850,000. What is he talking about? Is this
That's how much it costs to make the barrel. But
this
guy doesn't know I'm a machinist, so he's just talking bullshit to me. I know what real price is and how much it costs to make shit. So
looks like he's making shit up.
Like you said, they only get 1 or 2 photons coming back.
Well, he's using AI, so that's why it sounds like he's making it up.
ChatGPT. Okay.
He's using AI because just tell by what he typed in or what he copied in.
Dude, Quiz or whatever your name is, the official story is they get a couple of photons back. That's it.
Yeah. Pings.
And they're like, and these photons, the 2 that we caught, they came from the moon. We're almost sure about that. I mean, we're we're not sure about that. But hey, they could have come from the moon, from the laser we shot at it. We think. It's ridiculous.
How do you calibrate that?
I don't know. Dude, you gotta have a really big dish too, right? But now, wait, it's radio, right? So I guess it works. I don't know.
No, he said it's an infrared laser. That's what he said.
Infrared laser.
$3 million for a special infrared laser, and then you got to have an $850,000 tube to collect the light in, which I call bullshit on. I want to see the plans, and I want to see the paper for calibrating it, and I'll tell you how much I'll spec it out for you guys. How's that? We'll see what it really costs.
Is it a 350-meter long catcher? Because that's how much Earth is moving during the 2.5 second they wait, right? I don't know how it works. It just sounds retarded. Earth is moving while they're waiting for the return, right? Or am I wrong about that? I don't know. That's right. Whatever server wants traffic, we go there and they get a lot of traffic. Sup, deep cats. Anyway, I'm actually asking because I'm curious if there's another flat earther who want to, kind of educate me on the topic on this thing here with the return photons, because I'm not exactly sure how it works. But I was thinking that if the Earth is spinning, it's spinning away from whatever place they shot that laser from, and it's going to have to return at some point. But I think I might have it a little bit wrong. I'm not exactly sure. There might be some explanation, something I'm not thinking about. Maybe it's a wave. Maybe it's I don't know, particle beam, and it spreads out, and I don't know exactly. So if you're listening to this on YouTube and you're, read up on the topic, feel free to adjust my assumptions here. I don't mind. As a matter of fact, I want that. I don't want to spread any weird theories. It's been a busy day here today, Jin. Have you been listening in?
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, it's been very good.
Good content all day, for the most part.
Yep. Yeah.
Always enjoy when Indio crushed the Dunning-Kruger globers to the to fine grain.
To fine grain dust. Yeah, yes.
To fine dust. Yes.
Absolutely.
He does it effortlessly too.
Yeah. It's a marvel to watch, of course, and listen to.
It's like that scene in The Matrix where Neo is fighting with just one hand while he's looking at the other one, not thinking about it.
Whilst he's reading a book, reading a novel, and he's
right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them in there that can do that. I like it when they're wriggling on the end of the line, like you got a fish trying to escape once you've got them on the line. Yes. Yeah, love it.
Yeah. I appreciate the crush session when they deserve it. Sorry, go.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking Jen real quick and then pick it back up. Just real quick, Jen. What happened to the fish fellow? Our neighbor ended up coming outside and
he gracefully stepped down, of course. He's going to come back another day.
Very cool. Right. Continue, gents. I wasn't trying to stop. I just wanted to ask.
No. He gave in gracefully. He knew he was overwhelmed. He knew that. So he's going to come back again. And the professor said he's going to come back, reset, and say the same things again. And, he's going to talk about aviation, and we're going to talk about the same things again. So that's it. And it was nice. They're overwhelmed. We covered every facet of the heliocentric model and all the anomalies. And, and we left him with a possibility of making himself $20,000 to the up as well. I mean, what else can we do for our opponents, ladies and gentlemen? We give them the opportunity to make money as well. Look at this. Huh. What's not to like about the flat earthers? Come on.
Dude, I want to carve my name into the moon, so I own a piece of it. When they build all those hotels and things, they're going to have to pay me.
Well, they've scrapped the gateway.
You got to build
the gateway has been scrapped. Did you know that? They scrapped the gateway.
Did they?
Because obviously they couldn't get it ready in time. So they're not going to, they've abandoned that. The gateway project has been abandoned. They just want to land straight on Earth. And guess what Elon Musk said? He's going to land on the lunar surface with the nozzles, no legs. You understand? And then it was put to him, what if you damage the nozzles then? Oh, okay, we'll land sideways.
Yeah.
How are you going to get yourself upright to take off? It's all convoluted, the things I'm hearing from Elon Musk lately.
Don't worry about it. The gravity is basically zero. You can just push it upright.
Yeah, push it up.
Speaking of building things, did you know that Fizeau built some kind of laser already in the 1800s and he shot it 8 miles?
Who was that?
Fizeau. He tried to prove he's the one credited by first measuring the two-way speed of light.
Oh, right. Ah, yeah.
Fizeau. I don't know his first name.
I vaguely remember that where he threw out a laser beam, like I said.
But yeah, he built some kind of laser to shoot light 8 miles, or maybe it was 8 kilometers. Still impressive for the time.
Yeah, he was the first one to do that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah. That's right.
Nevertheless, I mean, that's the two-way speed. We don't have a one-way measurement, so we actually don't know the speed of light, to be honest.
That's true, yeah. They gave us that arbitrary number, didn't they? What was it 370 odd million?
Yeah, he came pretty close. He didn't get the number exactly the way we have it today, but he got very, very close. So I don't know. I don't know. When they say that it takes 2.5 seconds to shoot something at the moon and return, who knows what happens between... I mean, maybe it's instant, and then there's a little delay before it returns. I don't know. So we can't actually tell the distance doing that. If we knew the one-way speed of light, then we would know the distance. We can bounce things. But since we don't, we can't tell.
That's true. Absolutely. No, that's a position of integrity right there. Because we don't know, you see. Can't confirm it. We cannot confirm it. So keep saying to people, but when they say they can send a light to 238,000 miles, or they can send a signal to the sun at 93 million miles. We can't confirm those things, man.
Nope.
The only way I would know that is if I was 93 million miles away and then you send it and I receive a signal. And then I can say it definitely does that. But to tell me from Earth that it's doing that, I'm never going to accept that.
I mean, even if we grant them, sure, you can shoot the laser at the moon, and the moon is an actual object. Let's grant them those two things.
Okay.
How do you know what material it's made of? How do you know that light isn't absorbed for a little while before it returns? I mean, there's no way to tell, right? So it's kind of pointless experiment.
Yeah. Another anomaly is that the experts, like what's his name, David Percy, stated that the moon's lunar surface luminosity. Now, how he would know this, I don't know, but he says it's only 8%, 7 or 8%, much the same as the asphalt on our streets. So you wouldn't be able to have the sun reflect and us see it because it's just wouldn't get enough. It's the surface is not enough to illuminate it.
Interesting.
Yeah. You know, that's why we say that the moon is self-illuminating, do we not?
Yeah. Queso is backpedaling in the chat. He's not going to give you those plans for the super laser that he claimed existed.
Well, you can't find them.
I'm sorry, why do I need to find them? I keep telling you over and over, it's you have
Because you
to start
claim
from
that
the
this
ground.
thing exists, and I want to build one so I can charge people to come and fire lasers at the moon. You know, I would have miles of cars coming down the street just so they can
serious question. Why
pop
don't you
in,
just
give me
pursue
$1,000
engineering
to
and
get to
just
shoot at the
learn
moon,
how
and
it's
I made
run and
like
then make it yourself? Why do I need to
$50,000 a
provide
day
you
I
with
can
this?
make on that. Why wouldn't you want me to make that much money?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's actually any return on that thing. But anyways, I'm saying, why don't you just become an engineer and make it from the ground up if you really wanted to?
Yes, I'm already there. I'm asking you for the. Okay, what do I need? What do I have to do? I have to shoot a light at the moon, and I have to collect it back somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you do that?
Well, the three things I said earlier in their cost was the laser, the barrel, the
No, when you did it you said you did this. You were at the university. It
I
was
did not
like
make
2
it. No,
o'clock in the morning, and you guys were shooting
Listen.
lasers at the moon. Yes, that's what you told me, and
I
you
did not say that.
monitored
I
it.
said I witnessed them doing it there.
No, you told me you monitored it. Scroll back up.
Yeah, no, I said there was a monitor. That's what I said. I don't say
So you were
I
watching a
clicked anything,
videotape?
touched anything. It was a whole crowd of us.
You were at a science museum watching a video? Come on, dude. That doesn't count.
All right, look, I'm not coming in with a claim. Again, when I said that, I just said, I want your thoughts
Yeah, you
on
just
this. What do you
made
guys
up
think?
bullshit because there is no such thing as shooting lasers at the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your answer, that's your answer. I was just opening
The
up
answer
for
is
dialogue. There's no need to
I've
berate,
asked every
like,
single time for
genuinely.
that, and I want the plans to the space ISS. And nobody's ever even been able to give me not even a control panel, not even anything.
Right. So it's a wild claim, is what it is.
I can get your control panel for the ISS. You just have to go down to the pool in Texas and get it underwater.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. In the world's biggest swimming pool. Amazing. Why would you be in water to practice in water to go to an environment where there is no water, no air? Weird. Love that soundboard.
Nice.
Who's here? Who?
CIA is there to pick up Professor Triangle. He's going to build a moon laser so he can write my name on the moon. Charge $1,000. I'm tagging the moon for you. You can see it from Earth.
Now I'm going to tag it, and we're going to take a picture, and you get the picture, and you get to keep it.
Then
I
you
mean,
own
because
that.
obviously it's only going to hit the same spot.
Yeah, if you tag it, you own it.
Hell yeah, I'm writing numbers on people's lots and everything. That's how That's how I'm gonna sell them and mark them from here. I don't even have to go there to put the stick in the ground.
It'll be like the gold rush. You stake a claim. You can still do that, by the way. It has nothing to do with flat Earth, really, but you are allowed to stake claims on federal land. There's still laws in place. You just have to live there for 2 years, I think, and actually try to mine. But it's doable. It's yours. You got to do some paperwork, pay a couple of fees, but you can do that still. All right, there's the Earthshine video from Christina Coach in the chat. If you want to see how ridiculous it looks and how fake it is when she first films herself, and then they just switch directly to another shot. She couldn't turn the iPhone around. So stupid.
Well done, that man. Thank you. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Remnants of the copy and paste from the Apollo 8s. That's what that looks like.
I mean, what is that? It's bad quality. You can't even see the whole thing. She couldn't move over to the window and let us see the whole thing. It's like they're so nonchalant about it. It's like, oh, I'm 50,000 miles away from Earth. I'm just going to film it from over here a little bit. Oh, I didn't get the whole thing in the shot. Fuck that. Why
How come they're not using the space cameras? Aren't there live space cameras?
Yeah.
That we should have been seeing things from? Live space cameras.
Tell me that's not copy and paste. You can tell it is.
It's dumb.
That's AI made anyway.
Yeah. And that's like, this is the best. This is the best they got. Like a half weird shaped Earth from
a half
far
of
away.
a tip of a broomstick handle?
Right.
Because that's what it looks like to me.
I know. Ridiculous.
You can tell it's real because it looks so AI. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I have an iPhone. That doesn't look like a front-facing to a back-facing flip either. Clipcord makes a point in the chat here. I didn't know changing from front-facing camera to the other was so quick and smooth on the iPhone. Yeah, no, that's clearly a clip, like a cut. Are we going to read some chat here for the good people on YouTube? What do you say, YouTube people? Not that you can say anything. You're probably doing what I'm doing. Some days when I'm not in here, I turn YouTube on and I have my headphones on and I walk around and I do shit all day, and it's nice to just listen. But if there is only chat going on, it's super nice when someone reads it. So we're going to see here. Queso, do you have anything to say here? You guys are obnoxious, man. First they insult me, then they lecture me on having thicker skin, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're talking about people. No, I want to talk about flat Earth.
Unless Quetz has changed his mind, he used to be on the team. He's
What?
Found himself. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl. You don't remember? He was a silver.
This guy we're talking to now?
Pretty sure.
Is that correct? Quetsu?
No, that's not the same guy I was just talking to. That's not that mod.
Who jumped into his pants and shot. Anyway. Oh, don't
Quetz.
hate.
That's yeah, never mind. Fuck him.
You shouldn't hate people, Quetsu. Hate their maybe their opinions or something, or their arguments, but people.
He's mad at me because I'm a scientist. See that?
Triangle.
He hates me.
Professor Triangle broke my heart, says Quetsu. Why do you have
And
to
that one
break
guy
people's
came in
hearts?
screaming one time. A lot of people are mad at me. I'm making friends left and right.
Yeah, I think you have a new friend here. He says, I don't hate you, though. I wish you well. That's nice of you, Queso. All right,
Yep,
give me
right
some...
above it. No, I hate you. Then down below. No, I don't hate you. He can't make up his mind if he hates me or doesn't hate me.
I think he likes you. Can we get some good chat for the YouTube people? Come on, give me something. More of his posts of violin. Nee, 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 nee. All righty. Mark J says about Professor Triangle, he does that. He tells them space is fake. It's devastating for them, and he doesn't care. It's an outrage, I tell you. An outrage.
That's you guys. That's my payment. That's my payment.
This is.
I get to do that. That's how I get paid.
Professor Triangle drinks Glober tears for breakfast, dinner, and evening.
Now, are you getting paid for saying space is fake? Kind of like the guy on Idiocracy says by so and so.
Browno, no, whatever that drink is. That's a good movie. Idiocracy. Yeah, every time he says space is fake, someone pays him. Lao Tzu says, we're not interested in beliefs or believing here. We're interested in verifiable empirical evidence. That is correct. I wish people would understand that. There should be maybe a little disclaimer, like to get through the door here. Please don't tell us we have beliefs in here. We're like the people who want to get away from belief systems. We need empirical evidence and knowledge. That's why we're here. Queso says about Professor Triangle, we were having an intellectual conversation, and then in voice, I hear he's not actually taking me seriously, and I needed him to take me seriously. I paraphrase, of course. Lao Tzu says, we're not interested in feelings or emotions. Oh, that's harsh. Come on.
So, yeah. So he's mad because I said I would build it. I just want, don't say you shoot a light at the ball and then it comes back and that's your plans. I want to know what the university did. At the university he goes to where they shoot at the moon all the time.
Right. It's I don't know why, but I mean, I don't know when it started, but someone started a rumor that you can just buy a laser pointer, point it to the moon, to one of those reflectors. They say they put there, and it'll return to you, and anyone can do it. And then that became a thing, and then of course later on, people quickly realized that no, this is actually something that very, very few, even few universities are claiming to do this, and they have very specialized equipment, $1 million worth of lasers and stuff to do it. Right? If they even can do it, I question the whole setup, obviously, but it's a very, very tiny fraction of the population of our Earth that can actually do this and are claiming that they do it. No, you're not going to build one of those Queso or shoot it in your from your balcony and get a return signal. That's what he says.
Let's not forget Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne, stating that they haven't got anything on the moon. That no one's ever stepped foot on the moon. That's what he said there, right?
Right.
And he said if they had gone, they would have been better off leaving a flashing red light there so we could see it for future prosperity.
Yeah, they could have.
Yeah.
Exactly, because they have those batteries that last 50 years. You know that, right?
Right.
Like they run the, what's that thing, the probe that's 1 billion trillion miles away from us now, and Challenger? No, I don't know.
Voyager 1, Voyager 2, I think it is, isn't it? Voyager 1, Voyager 2?
It has a 12-volt battery that's been running for 30 or 40 years. So
that's right. That'd be the Voyager.
They could have put one of those batteries there with one of those blinking red lights, and we would have been just fine, right?
That's exactly what Bill Casing said, you see.
Yeah.
Right? And they haven't done that. He says that they never went to, and then he wrote the book. We never went to the moon.
Here's another thing.
This is a man who worked for Rocketdyne. There you are.
Hey, Jim, you've seen those Star Trek and Star Wars and whatever. They fly close to a planet and they shoot a little probe out and it kind of sticks to it like some kind of hook or whatever.
That's right.
Yeah, those rope things, you shoot them when you want to go from one skyscraper to the other, James Bond style, right? Why didn't they just shoot something like land a little mini probe or a light or a laser or something right now when they were only 4,000 miles away? Why couldn't they just fly just a little bit closer and launch one of those probes that they have? And just shoot it down there and have it blink.
Exactly.
Like emergency buoy or whatever, right? Yeah. No.
They do that in Thunderbirds. I mean, come on, man.
Couldn't be bothered. They kind of shot something onto an asteroid a couple of years ago, didn't they? And they blew it up.
Right. Yeah. Japan also as well. Yeah.
Right. So why not? I mean, come on, just shoot something up there and place it on the surface there. Why can't you do that?
That's
super
right.
easy.
That's right. Because Japan did it. They shot a probe. They sent a probe out there, shot a projectile. It hit the asteroid, and they scooped up that material and brought it back to Australia. Yeah.
Oh. It's also ridiculous.
When you saw the imagery, it was just pure 100% CGI. All of
Oh,
it.
here we go. India has posted. It's the Voyager 1. Yeah, that's the name.
Yeah, Voyager 1 and the Voyager 2. Yeah.
That thing has been running on a
Well done,
12-volt
India.
battery for like 40 years, right?
Yeah.
Hey, do you know where it's at now, Jim? It's at the end of the universe.
It's well out of the solar system by now.
They say it has reached the wall of fire at the edge of our universe or whatever. No, not the universe.
Wow.
It's at the edge now.
It's definitely moving up. Where's it going to go to next?
I don't know. It's going to pass the edge of the galaxy. The edge of the galaxy is where it's at. One light day away. It's called Operation Big Bang, says Indio. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Mark J says there's no debating measurements. They just are. Water lays horizontal, correct? 70% of known surface of Earth is water. Yeah, we've got to be careful. We got to say the claimed surface. But that's all we deal with. We try to falsify the claim here. We're not actually making a claim that it's 70%, but that is what they say. And we live on flat Earth. India posts another one. NASA has been forced to shut down instrument aboard Voyager 1 ahead of risky operation. Scientists are preparing to keep the... Oh, it's 49 years old. Oh, I didn't know. Excuse me. I thought it was only 30. There we go. 49-year-old battery on that thing. They have to shut it down. It's operating as it continues its journey into interstellar space, not just stellar.
They're shutting those equipments down so that they save the battery.
It's amazing batteries they had. I can't keep a battery in my lawnmower in my shed for more than 2 years.
Dude, I had to change my battery in my Ford after 3 years. What's going on? And that's with 2025-year-old tech or whatever.
No, well, I'm very good. I get 4 to 5 years out of my batteries. In my car.
I'm bad. I'm the person who listens to the radio in the parking lot outside of Walmart with the engine not on. The last script writer died, says Indio. That is funny. So they are wrapping it up. Yeah, most likely. That's actually a valid theory about it.
I'm worse than you. I sit outside Walmart while she's inside shopping with the car running while I'm got the stereo turned up in the Cadillac.
Yeah. See, I don't worry about little things like climate change and shit like that, because that's a globe thing. I run my engine wherever I want, as much as I want. I don't care at all, because I don't believe in that stuff.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's not really a problem. And if you really have a catalytic converter on your car, then it's removing 98% of the pollutants anyway. Google it; it's there.
I'm a rebel. You know what else I do? I don't put my seat up when I fly, and I don't put the tray table up either. I'm one of those guys. And I haven't crashed.
I used to do all that, but they actually walk up and down the aisle now and check every single person. That's what they do, and they tell you to put it up.
When they sit down is when you.
Yeah. That's when I do that.
And I didn't have masks on. Let's see. I took them. I was fake drinking and fake eating for 6 hours when they did the mask thing.
Yeah. I didn't travel. At all during that period.
Scientists are preparing to keep the 49-year-old spacecraft operating as it continues its journey into interstellar space. Wait, they're going to keep it operating? Oh, they're preparing to keep it operating. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so
shutting down certain unnecessary things.
But they were forced to shut it down. Okay, let's see here. I'm reading the article here. NASA engineers transmitted commands to Voyager 1 to shut down a key component ahead of a risky energy-saving procedure dubbed the Big Bang.
What kind of kids? Oh, go ahead. Keep reading. When you're done, let me ask a question.
Sure. Let's see what it says. Only one more sentence here. Scientists sent a signal to the vessel to power down its low-energy charged particle experiment, an instrument that has monitored ions, electrons, and cosmic rays almost continuously since the probe's launch in 1977. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I get the plans for that?
I mean, you probably have to put in a FOIA request because it is public information, isn't it? They're tax funded, are they not?
It should be, but they've lost all that technology, and it'd be a painful process to get that to you now.
Right.
By DHL. Impossible.
It's a very painful process because they're going to have to make it up again.
Yeah, the cleaning company came and threw out that room by accident, so that's how they lost everything.
There you go. Accidentally hit the wrong button as she was dusting.
The decision marks another difficult step in managing the aging spacecraft's dwindling energy reserves as it travels through interstellar space. However, agencies have insisted the team remains committed to keeping both Voyager spacecraft operational for as long as feasible, or at least until the script writers die.
I was just going to say that. For as long as that script is alive.
Right. We can't quite let go of this because everybody believes it, and we have to keep this shit running for another 2 decades. Voyager 1
it's the same lies. It's the same lies they tell us when they tell us about the viruses. I'll only go as far as that. It's all the same. Nothing's been proven. That's exactly what they do. It's all on belief.
It's
everything they tell us about this Voyager stuff. I mean, you can't verify anything there. How do we know? Well, we know they're not there anyway. We know they're not there. But
when you know it's all fake and you read the article, it's actually entertaining. I mean, the shit that comes out of the mouth of these people, it's insane, really. Voyager 1 holds the distinction of being humanity's most distant artificial object. It's currently positioned more than 15 billion miles from Earth. 15 billion?
15 billion miles, and they're communicating with it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe maybe they say it's solar powered. I haven't actually checked. They draw power.
Well, whatever solar rays they've got, it'd be very, very faint by 50 billion miles, unless they're picking it up from some other star.
Okay, here's the explanation. They have power from radioisotope thermoelectric generators, devices that convert heat from decaying plutonium into electrical energy. That's what you need, Professor Triangle. Build one of those.
Yeah.
Radioisotope thermoelectric generator.
That's the one. That's what they use, yeah. That's the claim, anyway.
Actually, I wonder how long does it take to 15 billion miles to send data?
77 since 1977. They've been going out that far. So how long? How many seconds does it take, or minutes, or days?
Well, lucky for them, they haven't destroyed their 1977 receivers. Still running off of those. What were those tubes called that they had in old TVs back in the day?
Valves, exactly. They were called.
Yeah, those things are still. They have to. There's some factory that still has to produce them for when NASA needs them for this Voyager receiver.
I remember the name because I used to go to the shops to buy them for our TV. Yeah, right. Back in the 70s. Okay, and there were back in the 60s and 70s, right? And there were times when you couldn't get a new one, so you had to go to the repair shop and buy, and he'll take one out from the back of the TV that's not, second-hand TV, and give it to you that way and buy it, glass tubes, and you're making sure you don't drop that on the floor.
That's right.
Yeah, I used to buy them for my dad.
While you were there, you had to pick up one of those needles for the vinyl player.
Oh, records, you mean? Yeah.
The record player.
Yeah.
You had to bring the old one because you never knew which one you needed.
Oh, Exactly. Yeah. So you unscrew the head of it. You unscrew the whole arm has to come with you. The whole
I was
arm.
just a little kid. I was just a little kid when I had to do that. But
yeah. I did that as well.
it.
You know, you take the whole arm, and what happens is you need a new arm. You can't even get the little needle. You get the whole arm with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys have this one? Nope, we're all out. Come back in 2 weeks. Oh no.
Yeah, we might have one then. He said. Yeah, I used to go there a lot. I used to do all of that. My dad, I used to go to the shop and pick up. I was interested in that kind of thing, anyway, electronics and that. So I used to go to the shop and yeah.
Why am I so out of the loop that I don't understand the meme Helios Skeptic posted? Someone explain it to me. Voyager.
Long time Helio Skeptic. Wow, long time Helio. Hope you're doing well, sir. Don't get to hear him these days.
I thought it was a man.
Yeah, we don't get to hear him. That's what I'm saying.
Viger. What is this? Explain it to
I'm
me.
looking now.
I want to know. I feel like one of those people who doesn't know what 6-7 means. All right. Hey, do we have any new people? If you want to come in and talk about flat Earth, we'll do that, obviously. Is it from a movie? I'm almost afraid to pronounce it. I think I'm about to say something I'm not supposed to. Viger.
Oh, Viger or Volga. Volga.
It's from a Star Trek movie. All right. Well, there we go. I should have known. Helios Skeptic is online. Hey, I saw you got like 380 views from the last episode. That's a lot of people watching those videos over on Vigor. Okay. So yeah, someone was complaining, oh, you don't get much traffic. And we were like, dude, you haven't seen the results. After a day or so, there's a lot. There are hundreds of people watch the live stream. They on replay. Yeah. So it's actually good. And I mean, 380 people is what we got. And NASA's live stream of ISS got 170 people. So there's that. Much more interesting
and
content.
we'll thank all those 300 people that and so people that watch it. Thank you very much for using your time to learn the truth from us, and we appreciate that you're there. Thank you very much, and I hope you do come into the server one day. Please come in and have a look and say hello. That would be brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. It would be nice, wouldn't it? That, I was listening to I listened to you guys on YouTube, and that's why I've come in. Well, yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, it happens now and then. Speaking of Voyager and moon landings and stuff, I mean, 1969, we just talked about it. This is the tech we had back then. Those glass bulbs, the record player needles, and when you roll down the window in your car, it wasn't electric. You were doing it with a little thing.
You were doing it with the handle that you had to keep screwing it back on every time because it would come off.
Right. All of a sudden, you have that thing in your hand, right? This is the tech we had back then, right? Telephones with like brrr, brrr,
that's right.
Brrr. Yeah. That's what we did.
And it wasn't central locking, you had to push down the lock with your hand.
Right.
And pull it up. Yeah.
Make sure all 4 doors are locked. They always said, the parents, right? Lock the doors in the back, kids. And this is the tech they had. And people believe we landed on the moon back then when we couldn't even roll down the window with the button. We had to do it with the little thing that come off in our hand, right? So this
the little handle. Yeah.
Seriously, I don't know how did they get people to believe it. That's what I'm amazed.
Well, look, when you look back to the 1960s, okay, on the day even when the rocket was going to the moon, yeah, when they were taking off, and they showed images of people from around the world watching it live. The one thing that I noticed, everybody looked innocent. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Innocent faces. You know, the naivety was there, but it was on their face. You could see that. Every race that they showed, looking at their monitors and that, okay, looking up, they had innocence on their face. I thought that was why.
Of course, this
humanity
was back in the
still
day
very
when
young by then.
You got home on time to watch the news. It was an occasion. You believed what they said to you on the news. No one would ever lie. The government wasn't lying. We're the best.
Right.
We're the great. I mean, people actually believed it. They were so innocent back then.
Yeah.
Long before all the hoaxes.
I remember when I was like 34, and I said that because someone tried to tell me that the moon landings were a hoax in 1995. And I asked him, how does he know this? Because he asked me, do you believe they went to the moon? And I said, yeah, they went. I saw it on TV, I said, right? He said, my mum doesn't think they went. He said, my mother doesn't think they went. I said, what do you mean? What does she know? She says it was instinct. You know what? I said, shut the F up about your mum and your effing instinct. You and your mum can go to beep, 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 beep.
Wow.
Now I'm trying to work F off, right? Okay? And I said to him, I saw it on TV. They wouldn't lie about something like that on TV. They don't lie on TV. That's what I said. And I was 34 saying that.
I think
1995.
Jim, I think it's in order that you issue an official apology right now here, live, to those people.
I actually did that. His name was Dave. But you know what? I found out in 2001 that they didn't go to the moon, and it took me about an hour to connect with him because he'd changed his number. So I had to chase up other friends to get him, and I apologized. And guess what? He'd forgotten about the whole thing.
Oh, there you go.
And I said, how he forgot that I told him off in a bar called the bar was called something Heights. The Heights, that was it. The Heights Wine Bar in Muswell Hill. I used to do the door there. Okay. Right. And I'm surprised he'd forgotten, but I apologized to him. And I said to him, I now know why they didn't go, and you didn't give me this information because you didn't even know it at the time. But I apologize. Yeah. 6 years later, I'm apologizing to him.
That's great.
Right? Yeah, his name was Dave.
I also like to, I think I'm going to take this opportunity. I also like to apologize to all the flat earthers I called retarded before I became one.
There you are, for the record.
I didn't do that, but I probably thought that they're probably uninformed or something. I can't actually remember what I thought before I realized, but.
Oh, I can tell you what I thought. At first, in 2014, whilst researching the moon landings, okay, it was being recommended. And the first thing I said was, the first thing I said was, the Earth's not flat. And I kept looking at my other material, and some more videos were being recommended, because when I used to have my setup, you're watching YouTube, and then the recommendation bar is right there, and the videos are popping up as you're watching your material. So I said, what? And then I said, what idiot thinks the Earth is flat? What's going on here? So I ignored it through 2014 anyway. And it was 2015 that I decided to click on it. And I thought to myself, let me click on one of these stupid flat Earth videos. What could I possibly learn from these idiots? I mean, who are these people? That's what I'm thinking, okay, as I clicked on the video. And then minutes later, I'm sinking in my seat, feeling very inadequate, feeling very stupid, and here I am 11 years later. You know what I mean? I was the idiot. Me. It was me. Wow.
Well, smart enough to realize it, at least. Most people just, they don't change at all. For the rest of their life, they die in their ignorance, basically.
Oh, yeah.
We had a really good guy today, the German guy. He was really ignorant in the beginning, and like we're dumb and so forth, right? But then...
Yeah.
Then he has changed, and you can hear it in his voice. He was like saying in the background while he was listening, I see. Oh, yeah. You know, did you hear it?
Yeah.
Very
I mean,
good
and
discussion.
as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt that I should have realized, because I'd researched the moon landings, okay, and then my ex-military lifestyle that I had with my brother, and then taking my children out to experience what we experienced in the military, give them the impact of nature, right? And I still missed all of those clues. I picked up no clues. A big fat zero when it comes to observation. Hence the title of Stanley Kubrick's last movie called Eyes Wide Shut, released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landing host, not July 16th, 1999. And the title is called Eyes Wide Shut. Clearly, that was me, okay? Because I was walking around with my eyes open, but they were shut, mate, because I didn't pick up on any clues. Zero clue did I pick up. Zero. That's my embarrassment for the rest of my life. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I was the idiot, ladies and gentlemen, because I'd missed I've been exposed to nature, and I was looking at the moon landing host. I should have realized that if they hadn't gone to the moon, they could never have had this shot of the Earth in its entirety. Okay, and then with the horizon being so level, and my first experience of that was when I went to Nigeria by ship from Southampton to Port Harcourt in Lagos. 2-week journey, nothing but horizontal ocean as a kid. That memory is engraved. You can never forget it. It's an unforgettable experience. I thank my dad and my mum and dad for taking us to Nigeria, because and I did that twice, by the way, that journey to Nigeria with my parents. So I had a great time.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So yeah, I was slagging off the material, calling them idiots, in my room and in my mind, in my head. Not actually to any flat earther. I never said that, and I'm glad I didn't. Because boy, that would have been really rude of me if I did that. I had to apologize to Dave, of course, because I shouted at him in the bar, told him to F off. I saw it on TV. They don't lie on TV, Shut your mouth, will you? Get out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
very volatile.
We have an idiot with us here tonight. Good evening, Jen. How are you? Did you?
Yeah, here's idiot speaking. There you go.
Yep. Between the two idiots here, you and me, should we read what Clipcord posted? Wait, what is that?
You go ahead, yeah.
What is it, Clipcord? Is it arguments number 10? All the other planets and stars we ever seen are round, and there is no reason to indicate that Earth should be any different. What is this? Is it?
It's a classic false equivalence fallacy.
I
always ask.
It's the baby Glober starting package, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You cannot look to the stars and say Earth is the same, because can you go and get a pistachio nut up there? Do they have broccoli and cauliflower? You see, so we are obviously different straight away. And just because they look spherical doesn't mean that they are. So no. The gold standard is to examine the Earth where you live. And that's the gold standard. So you measure the surface, it's measured flat, there you are. And as is often said by us, when you play billiards, all the balls are round, but the billiard table is flat and level. Isn't it not, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. There you are.
Flipcord got us started here. I'm going to play the Glober then. Defend the next one, Jin, if you can.
All right.
Time zones. Day and night happens at different times, at different places on Earth. In fact, it's always day somewhere and night somewhere else. Now, what do you say?
Oh, welcome to the flat earth truth there, ladies and gentlemen, because if you can imagine the size of the Earth, as we say, it's flat and it expands. The sun would be local, so its power to illuminate the whole Earth is impossible. Okay, it cannot do that. So therefore, the sun moves on its predicted circuit, giving everybody the good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Okay, so clearly the Earth itself and its expanse is larger than the sun and the moon, by the way, and that's how that works. Okay, the sun cannot illuminate the whole of the Earth. Impossible. Is that okay?
Well, you might be right about that, but haha, I got something else for you. What about Coriolis? It can move hurricanes and cannonballs. winds are deflected to the right, but only if you're north of the equator. If you're south of the equator, the toilets are spinning the other way, and they are deflected left. Aha, got you now, flat earth.
But that's, again, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't actually prove a shape here. Now we're talking about rotation. Well, nobody that I know and no one in the military actually takes that into consideration. And it would mean that if the Earth were to be rotating, it would mean that aeroplanes would have to be landing on moving runways. And to date, no pilot claims that. So no, that's an old wives' tale. That, you know, like in the northern hemisphere, supposedly the water rotates at one direction, and then in the southern hemisphere they rotate in the opposite direction. That's not true, ladies and gentlemen. So no, sorry, never been proven.
Yeah, that's been
Earth's rotation has never been proven.
It's been debunked. You can call people in Australia and ask them to flush the toilet. It has more to do with the toilet's construction.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, talking about cannonballs, something Winslow Lowe, his name was, in the early 1900s, had a cannon, it was in England, okay, had a cannon fixed vertical, right, horizontal, vertically, plumb vertical, okay, and they fired cannonballs up into the air. Now, the duration of the flight of the cannonball was 14 seconds, okay, and when they landed just a few feet from the cannonball, from the cannon itself, and on a couple of occasions they fell back into the muzzle. But by rights, if the Earth was rotating, and in the UK it would be at 600 miles an hour, and it's rotating anti-clockwise, it would have meant that the cannonball would have landed 5 miles away from its location. But that didn't happen, thus proving Earth not rotating. Okay, that was back in the early 1900s.
Yeah,
something Winslow Lowe, his name was. I can't remember his first name, middle name, last name I remember. But yeah, he did that. There you go. 14 seconds. The cannonball was aloft for 14 seconds, and in that duration of time, the ball should have, if the Earth was rotating, would have landed 5 miles away, west of their location in England. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's one of the first things that actually made me look into flat Earth has to do with that. It was someone sent me a video of an airplane, or let's see, what was it? They okay, it was a helicopter. You can right. Kind of fly up and you sit up there for a little while, and Earth should kind of spin underneath you, right? If
that's right. You can hover.
And I could and I could never I couldn't believe that in my mind. I thought that even since I was a kid, I had that. I didn't connect it to flat Earth, but I just thought, I don't believe that. I think this is bullshit. So then I saw a pilot explain it, and he said, "Dude, wind goes all directions, so this isn't a thing." And it kind of snapped for me. Okay, I got to look into this. And of course, when you do that, you're gonna enter flat Earth territory immediately. So, lucky for me, I had that question in my mind. So no, that's not a thing. Obviously, Atmos doesn't travel with the Earth.
With the supposed rotation. That's why I like the helicopter.
Even if you grant them, yeah, sure, let's say that's how it is. The winds go in both directions, so it wouldn't work anyway. But we know Earth isn't moving or spinning, so.
Well, yeah, it was like hang on a minute. It was like the previous character. The Earth is rotating, yeah, and he said that conservation of momentum. I said, okay, so that means, if I wanted to say to him, that would mean an aeroplane traveling west against the rotation would be going against the rotation at 600 miles per hour, but would still be moving backwards. Isn't that not right?
Right.
Due to the conservation of momentum, ladies and gentlemen. And we don't have any satellite imagery of this. This would be an amazing phenomenon to watch. An aircraft moving forward to get to its destination, but the whole thing is, in actuality, it's flying backwards as it's moving forwards.
Isn't that weird about the Artemis mission too? They couldn't get one single spinning image 50,000 miles away. They couldn't,
That That's what I said. There should have been a video recording that, man.
I mean, they couldn't turn a camera around and show us a little Earth spin. I mean, because
that was my first complaint. That was my first complaint. That was it. That was my number one complaint. Yeah.
I mean, that far out, you should be able to see it. I mean, we're talking.
Remember, they were doing the apogee. They were doing the apogee first because they did that first day, apparently, to test all operations, all equipment working. Yeah. So during that period, they should have had the camera there filming that.
Yeah.
Right? No, they didn't have it. No such video exists. Pissed off. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, they didn't go. That's why we don't have it.
Here's another fishing story in the article. Should we move to next one? Number 7, triangle.
Yeah, go on.
If you walk 10,000 kilometers straight, which is impossible, but if you do that along the Earth's surface, turn 90 degrees to your right, then you walk another 10,000 kilometers more. You turn right again and walk another 10,000 kilometers. You're going to be back where you started because, of course, people have done this, and we know this is the way it is. And
yeah, but it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try again. You're walking in a straight line, okay, and then you turn 90 degrees. That's the beginning, the first corner of a square, not a triangle. Because if you're keeping a straight line and you do another 90 degrees, okay, so now you've got two sides. You're 1, 2, and then if you walk again, you'd have to walk 90 degrees again, and that's going to make your third, and then you've got to go again to get to the square. So you don't get a triangle. That's crap.
Yeah, you can't. There are no triangles on a round ball.
Stupid, and triangles, triangles are not curved.
I think that one is exceptionally stupid because you can't replicate it, and you can't even do it in. I mean, you can do it in theory, but you can't do it in practice. So I don't know.
Yeah, in practicality, you can't. No, because 90 degrees is 90 degrees.
Here we have another one.
Right.
I'm going to catch you now, flat earther. The sun in general gets lower and lower in the sky as you travel away from the equator, and you can use this to directly measure the Earth's curvature. Pick two places, few hundred miles direct. This is Eratosthenes' thing, of course. Few hundred miles north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the shadows cast by vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow's lengths to figure out the angle between the sticks, and once you add in how far apart they are, you can calculate the Earth's curvature.
Well, actually, you can't, ladies and gentlemen, because what's actually happening, in order to calculate elevation and the sun, and when it's at its zenith, and you get that 90 degrees, in order to have 90 degrees, your first fundamental, it's as important as you need air to live and breathe, is you need a horizontal baseline. Without it, you can't even begin to do any measurements of any angle. So there you are. So Eratosthenes was actually measuring flat Earth and assuming a globe. That's all he did. He didn't measure curvature at all. That was assumed. The curvature was assumed because in actuality, the Earth is flat, and any angles of elevation you want to make has to be made from a horizontal baseline. That's fundamental. That's natural law. Thank you. Go ahead.
Number 5, the stars at night change as you go north or south. Surprise, huh? For example, Orion is upside down if you're in Australia.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's just orientation and your geographical position on the flat Earth. I'll give you a perfect example. We're in a room. You're at one end of the room. I'm at the other end, and we have a picture of Jin CBR1 on the ceiling. Now you're going to look at. You can see Jin CBR1, but you're going to get the lower half of me. The guys on the other end will get my head, but we're looking at the same picture of Jin CBR1. So it's all about your geographical position and your orientation. That's all it is. Nothing else. Thank you.
Super easy. And also, if we're going to connect it to flat Earth, whatever goes on in the sky, what do we say, Jin?
It has no reference to the surface of the Earth and its shape. Thank you.
That's right. All right, it's basically irrelevant. Interesting, though. Yes, you can see shit goes on in the sky, but it has nothing to do with the Earth here. Number 4, Ferdinand Magellan and many people afterwards has circumnavigated the Earth east to west, and you come back at the west again. What do you say?
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't prove a shape, ladies and gentlemen, because as you well know, you can circumnavigate your neighborhood where you live. That doesn't mean you are actually traveling on a sphere. Okay, it's that simple. You know, you're just going around in a circle on a flat surface. Okay, a dinner plate, put your hand at one point, run it around in a circle, and you're back to where you started from. Simple as that. Doesn't prove a shape.
I think the judge is going to judge that statement as correct, and I don't think the Globers have anything on number 4 either. Number 3, the horizon. Uh-oh. Now we're going to get you, flat earthers. Ships on the ocean or tall Chicago buildings viewed over Lake Michigan disappear bottom first. What do you say about that?
Oh, bloody hell. That's a natural phenomena, ladies and gentlemen, that objects, when they move from away from you, disappear bottom upwards. One, because the object is on the surface of the earth. When you look up, there is more sky than ocean. So clearly, the ship moves away from you, going into a compression we know as the vanishing point, things are going to be disappearing bottom upwards. And again, your eyes can't resolve that the further the ship gets away from you. But it's a natural phenomena, angular resolution from one's perspective. That's all that is. Natural law. Natural law of optics.
Well, I bet you didn't think about this. The simple fact is, if the Earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon beyond which things could disappear. So, from across Lake Michigan, you should be able to see all of Chicago as well as the Rocky Mountains, and you should be able to see Australia from New York. But you can't.
Yeah, no, that's an impossibility, really, ladies and gentlemen, because again, the air that we breathe is going to be an obstacle to overcome. And we do see all of the Chicago skyline. That's why we're mentioning it. It should be behind thousands of feet. You're not over 60 miles. You shouldn't be able to see that. You wouldn't be able to see that. So no. That's an impossibility. Sorry.
Right.
Rob Skibber proved it by taking his colleagues in a speedboat, and it was visible all the way to the Chicago skyline on Lake Michigan. Yeah,
fine.
He did that.
Your logic is once again impeccable. I'm going to have to concede on point number 3. But this one, now I got you. Number 2, during a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the Earth on the moon is curved.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that is a mistake in itself. For looking up, as we said earlier, doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Okay, and different objects of different shapes can give you a curved line on a spherical ball. So, and there was so a few flat earthers have proven that. So that's been debunked. And remember, you're looking up. The eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Thank you.
Okay, all right, fine. I concede number 2 as well. But this one, number 1, my very best evidence, Jim. Get ready for this. I mean, this one, you have no answer for it. I know it. It's impossible because it's a ball. We have pictures from space. I mean, come on. Photographic evidence.
Okay, the classic begging the question fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that is there, as we know, it is not possible for us, with the technology we have present, to go to space to see Earth from its entirety. So, no, that's another bit of misinformation. Okay, we don't have the technology to leave Earth to do that. Okay, the environment isn't conducive to having our technology there. There are several phenomena that one needs to consider if you want to go to space. Not that you can, but if you are thinking of going, you've got to think of the outgassing phenomena, number 1. That's where the vacuum of space literally vaporizes the material that your spaceship is made of. In other words, because there's no pressure up there, almost, what is it? I think it's 0.000002 psi. Okay, so there's nothing pushing against the spacecraft. but the molecules that make up the aluminium begin to separate because of that. And when they separate into their individual molecule, they turn into gas. That's what the outgassing phenomena is. So there's your and then the pressure within the spacecraft, which is about 10 to 11 psi, would explode outwards because there's nothing pushing it in. So that's a good night for everybody there. That's one problem. There's another problem called cold worlding. This is where the temperatures are frigid in places where things that need to articulate and move seize up and stop moving. Then there's the cosmic ray particles, material left over from stars that have died, that are shot across the space at almost the speed of light, that would totally shred the spacecraft. Okay. Then you've got what's the word there? Radiation in the way of gamma rays, neutron rays, X-rays. These will definitely kill any living DNA. Instant debilitating death are what the experts say. Okay, that's radiation there for you. Then there's the solar flare events, right, where the sun itself spits out radiation at alarming levels. 96 was it? Yeah, 960 rems of instant death. Then you've got your radiation belts. So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, NASA and no space agency has the equipment to protect the astronauts from those natural phenomena that are in the vacuum of space.
Obviously, there is empirical evidence for all of these claims, I believe, right? From the Globers.
Well, yeah, some of it can be proven and has been proven here on Earth. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Vacuum astronaut LeBlanc stepping into a vacuum chamber. Nowhere near going to space. Maybe we're talking about 5 miles or less from the Earth's surface, collapsed in 1.7 seconds, collapsed onto the floor, nearly dying in that vacuum chamber.
I do remember that.
Yeah. Then we've got vacuum chamber tests where they put a mobile phone together with bits of wood, chicken, pork, broccoli, rubber, a mobile phone, and they tried to subject this material to a 10 to the minus 3 torr, but because of the material and the amount of outgassing going on in that vacuum chamber, they could only pull 10 to the minus 1 torr, and less than 24 hours, the mobile phone, the battery inside the mobile phone blew up, okay? Totally shattering the phone itself, rendering it useless. That was just the battery. And everything in there shriveled up and became light, and the meat tasted cooked, but it was awful, apparently. There you go. So no. They've done the relevant tests to prove that. And this, space is supposed to be 10 to the minus 12 near the moon, and beyond that 10 to the minus 17, orders of magnitude, much more than what they replicated here on Earth. Impossible to go. Impossible.
But look, Flurf, where's the edge then?
Well, we don't claim to have an edge, ladies and gentlemen. We can understand the logic behind that. Flat surface, there must be an edge. But remember, if we have 14.7 psi of air pressure, that means in order to have that air pressure, we must have a container. So we're contained. So there is no way you are going to get to the edge to fall off because you're in a container contained safely by the Creator. There we are.
All right, fine, I concede. I did my best as a baby Glober. Anyway, if you're listening and you want to talk to us, flat earthers, real ones, you can come in to our channel over on, where are we today? Politics. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're on the English Hub today.
English Hub. Okay, so that'll be discord.gg/ENGHUB. That's where we're at if you want to come talk to us. And we'll be reasonable. If you have some questions, maybe you've been listening in. We did 10 questions that we hear all the time. And pretty much everyone in here can answer them. And maybe you can come up with some other ones.
Yeah,
these
please.
These are the most common ones, I think. I don't know why you posted that Flipcord, but it was good practice, I think. Good for us, good fun.
Yeah, it's good for us, good for the listeners, and we'll welcome them in. Please come in and challenge us on that. And we are always amicable and reasonable. We're not here to bite your head off. No, that's not our aim. We need you. So obviously, you don't bite your guests. You don't bark at your guests. No, it's just that sometimes the guests coming very obnoxious and very hot, especially from the Asia region, and they are coming in hot because they're carrying very strong beliefs, and you can understand that. Look at me, I was calling the flat earth content makers stupid and fools, wasn't I? So I understand their sentiment and their temperament, but yeah, we welcome everybody, and I love it. And my judge here, flat earth judge, good man.
Try to be. If you have, this is also your shot. You can ask us the question, what evidence do we have for Earth being flat? It's a good question to ask. This is your chance. We'll present empirical evidence, obviously. We're not going to give you any stories. We're going to give you some numbers. We're going to give you a method so you can test it yourself. We're going to go over how to check if water curves or not. We're going to give you the tools. We're going to tell you how to use those tools. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we tend not to give you any speculations or theories because we leave that for Speculation Sunday, and that's when we talk about things that we can't explain, but we try to explain them. But when it comes to the actual shape of the Earth, you're going to get nothing but facts, nothing else but facts, empirical evidence, repeatable, dependable, reliable, nothing else. No theories.
All right, it's been fun talking a little bit. I have to put my kid to bed now. I'll be listening in the background. Good to see you again,
sir.
Jim.
Yeah, good to see you again as well, sir. Excellento. Whereabouts are you before you leave? Where are you?
Outside Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, Massachusetts. Yeah. Okay. Where are you from originally? Because you don't sound American.
Sweden.
Yep, there we go. Lovely place. Sweden, the country that made the safest car. In fact, it is Sweden is the reason why we have seatbelts in the cars and, good solid structure cars today. Sweden. The company is called Volvo. And then
I'm
there was
still
another
driving my
Volvo called
Volvo.
Saab.
I have one. I'm still driving my
have
Volvo.
One, do you?
I have to. I'm from Sweden. There's two things we have to do, Swedish people. We have to play ice hockey and we have to own a Volvo.
Yeah, well done, man. Well done. Yeah,
it's in the handbook.
it's in the blood, ladies and gentlemen. It's in the blood. Yeah, typically I have to have a Volvo. Yeah, I remember seeing one advert where they dropped the car from a high altitude, boom, right, and the car just drove off. Another one they dropped it off a building, nose diving down, bang, and the doors opened and the occupants got out. That kind of thing. Yeah, brilliant.
Very sturdy.
Safe car. Volvo. And then the famous Simon Templar, he drove a Volvo as well, didn't he? There you are. You see, we do talk about other things now and again, ladies and gentlemen, on the flat Earth, but everything we talk about happened on a flat Earth. I hope I didn't let the side down.
Take a look and see what just breezed in the door.
Why does that sound like Castle King?
It's not. Yeah. Ah, he's here. How's your black and white photos been going, Yoda? Or he's not able to talk.
I haven't started yet, but I hope to sometime within the next few weeks.
Oh, fair enough. There's one of mine when it loads up from this morning. Which I was quite happy about. And that's through a 720.
I was about to ask. Yeah, looks good. 720 is a good range.
Yeah. I'm actually going to get the, after using the screw-on filter, my lenses are 58mm. After using the screw-on filters, I am going to get the Kolari magnetic clip-in ones because swapping filters over on top of lenses is a pain. And yeah, it's just going to be nice just to chuck them in and go for it. So,
hello.
There's another. Welcome.
Yo.
How are you?
Good. I wanted to ask something. You guys don't believe the lunar eclipse is Earth's shadow, right?
I don't know what it is.
No, I'm just asking, do you believe it's Earth's shadow or not?
I don't think it is. I mean, I could be proven wrong.
Okay, because I was talking about this before. I think people who are looking at the live stream will know about this, but I was talking about the Selnalian eclipse.
If it's the Earth's shadow, right? It's not the light from the sun causing the shadow.
Yeah. I was gonna.
How could that work?
Yeah, I was getting
if
to
the
that
sun's
point.
always above the Earth's surface.
Yeah. You agree that you agree that the Selnalian is impossible on the globe Earth, right?
Yeah.
So okay, let's take your position. Since it's not Earth's shadow, we don't know what it is, right? Can there ever be an instance for you, not for me, but for you, where the Selnalian can happen whilst the sun is in the middle of the sky, like at noon?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Because for some reason, like in the flat Earth theory, you don't believe it's Earth's shadow. Then, if it's not Earth's shadow, then the Selnalian could happen even at noon, right? Or a lunar eclipse could happen at noon.
No.
Like a lunar eclipse could happen at noon.
No, because that's independent of a claim that's causing it.
Okay, but the thing is, right? If you don't believe the lunar eclipse is Earth's shadow, then why can't a lunar eclipse happen for you at daytime?
It's irrelevant. It's independent of what I think is causing it.
Okay, but why does it always happen at nighttime or like at sunrise or whatever or sunset?
Don't know.
That's the thing, because that's where the globe comes in to the picture, and then it has to be a shadow at least.
No, it doesn't. You'd have to demonstrate that's true. And if it was true, that means that the Earth is a sphere, and its surface would have curvature, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're saying like a flat circle disc or something. I'm not.
No, you don't believe. You don't believe it has a shape. But when you say, like,
no,
for example,
I wouldn't make that claim. You'd be forced to, right? If you think it's Earth's shadow on the moon, right, but you understand that the Earth is not a sphere, you'd be forced to have to claim that Earth, as a flat object, has some sort of shape, and a light source, right, whether that be from the sun or other, is causing a shadow of that object on the moon's surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is,
I can free myself of any responsibility of having to explain what a lunar eclipse is. Right, I can free myself of it. I'm not burdened with that explanation.
Yeah, but
whatsoever.
the thing is, and when you're mentioning curvature of the Earth, or that the whole Earth, do you believe the entire Earth is flat, like 100% flat?
I don't know what entire of the Earth it means. I don't know what that means.
Like the whole, like 100% of what Earth is, whatever is Earth.
I would say that the known surface that I live on, where I experience verticality, right? That part, as much as I can tell, right, and I know, it's planar.
Okay.
As for like this realm in its entirety, whether that's even a thing, I couldn't tell you. Like its total dimensions, its total form, its structure. Like, you know, if we're enclosed, then is that part of the enclosure considered to be part of the Earth, right? Would I be including that part when I say Earth, or are we just describing the surface part that we live on, that we experience verticality?
So when you say Earth, it just means the ground you're standing on. It doesn't mean like an entire plane, like with ends to it, corners.
It's kind of a bit of a generalization because it has many meanings. It's used as a noun for an object, like, you know, hanging in space or embedded within a larger area. It's used as a noun for land that's sticking out of the water. You know what I mean? It's like it's used for soil, like, you know, garden soil, the earth, right? Like, so it's like. There's all these different usages of the word, and I wouldn't claim to really know exactly what it's representing. But yeah, when we say flat Earth, it's kind of a generality of like just the surface, just any part of the surface that we live on that is available for our scrutiny and examination.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like talking about the sunset once with a guy named Jedi, about how the sun sets on the flat Earth, like disappears on the horizon. Yeah, he was basically demonstrating how the sun or the light disappears the further down you go in the ocean, and it gets all black. And yeah, he's basically demonstrating that. But I want to know what substance of air is making that happen on a flat Earth for the sun to look like it's setting. What is the substance in the air that's making
gas?
That?
Seems to.
What kind of gas?
We've come to a conventional understanding that it's just gas.
Okay.
I mean, there's particles, like there is like dust and moisture in the air as well on some occasion. Like, it's a mixture of all different types of matter, states of matter.
Because it's because if it's moving,
can
like,
contribute.
If the sun is not moving up and down, but rather it's moving X, Y, Z, like forward, backward, left, right. Let's say it's not going up or down. Let's just say it's moved like street lights down at the end of the road. They look smaller. How come this is the case? The sun doesn't look like it's getting smaller when it sets. Because if that same example is used,
I don't even know if it's a physical object.
But it should still be. It should still be.
Well, I don't know if it's a physical object or what sort of, what sort of characteristics it has in order for me to decide what it should, like what sort of terrestrial laws it should or shouldn't abide by, like perspective and things like that. I mean, essentially, if it's just like some sort of apparent light source, which is shifting and changing, and it's going in like you said, like the XZ axis, right, and not in the Y axis, like the up or down the vertical. Then it could like conform to certain laws of perspective that we understand, as in it's going to appear to get lower as it gets further away from us, but it might not necessarily abide by the angular change, size change law because of its non-physicality or whatever it is. Like, I don't know. Some people propose that, if it is a physical object, and the reason why it doesn't appear to change in size is simply because, coincidentally, as it gets further away, there's a magnification effect due to the amount of air and moisture and whatever else is in the air, acting as like a lens, right? Which causes it to magnify and get larger as it gets further away. But because it's getting further away, it is maintaining a particular angular size. So it just so happens to be that as it gets further away, it doesn't appear to change angular size.
If some that's
a leap, right? That's a stretch.
Yeah. It's like, the thing is, I struggle to comprehend a flat Earth because it's presupposing a lot of things, right? The fact that when an object gets further away from you, it will decrease in size no matter what.
So what's that got to do with the shape of the ground? The object that you're talking about, hold up, the object is not the ground. So what has an object moving away from you got to do with the shape of the ground?
I'm just talking about how the sun moves away from us. Let's say,
we're not referencing the sun now. The sun is just another object. You've got some contention with it not shrinking in angular size. That's lovely, but the sun is in the sky, the sun is not the ground. So what has angular size got to do with the shape of the ground?
I'm just saying that the ground would have to be moving in order for it to do that.
Why would the ground have to be moving?
Because any object that moves away from you should decrease in size. It shouldn't do what it's doing.
So you've obviously got a contention with something that's not the ground. So what has that got to do with the ground? Why should the ground be doing something in particular in order for you to have this effect happening?
Because it's easy to say that the ground is moving, unless you have like another idea of what the hell's happening with the sun. I mean, that's on you.
I'm not worried about the sun because the sun's not the ground. What the sun does, the sun does.
Ignore the sun, everyone. Ignore the sun. It contradicts our narrative.
Well, it doesn't contradict anything. And the reason I say that is the ground is measured as non-curving. It's measured as flat. So whatever the sun is doing, or
it's
not doing in your case, hold on, I haven't finished. Whatever the sun is doing or not doing, it's doing it above a flat surface.
Right. Okay, I will grant the Earth is flat for the sake of the argument. Okay, so the Earth is flat.
Well, the argument is about the Earth. You're trying to bring the sun into it to validate something. I don't know what.
Okay, the ground is flat. Can you explain to me why the sun, if it moves further away, doesn't shrink in size?
Why it does shrink in size.
It doesn't shrink in size. No, it doesn't.
We've got videos showing it shrinking in size. Would you like me to post one for you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no problem. Stand by.
Wait, so when it's overhead, like at the meridian of noon, it should be larger, right?
Video number 1. That'll do. Where's the Africa?
I also want to ask, do you also have a video of the sun at noon being larger and then shrinking in size when it's over the horizon or in the distance?
The interesting thing is, young catnip, in my lifetime, I've seen the sun set larger than what it is at noon, smaller than what it is at noon. I've seen it shrink away into the distance, and I've seen it look like it nearly drops vertically into the ground. Which one of them is true? They're all true because I've witnessed all of them. Why are those effects all so drastically different? Because of weather conditions.
Why didn't you record it?
Well, because I just happen to carry a camera with me all the time, just like you.
Yeah, if you have a smartphone, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately for you, I'm a lot older than smartphones. And a lot smarter than most of them, too.
Come on, that's egotistical, bro.
Smartphones aren't smart, my friend. They're pain.
Yeah, they overheat when the new phone comes out.
Yeah.
Okay, is this the video? Oh.
There's two of them there.
Oh. Oh shit. So the sun moves away, not down. Okay, yeah, this is what I need. Oh shit.
Right.
But let me save it and look at it in my gallery.
Every one of these effects can be modified or changed just due to weather conditions. You might happen to live in an area where it always appears to look like it's dropping straight down. That's great, but different stuff happens everywhere depending on weather conditions.
Hold on. I see it does look like it's moving away, but the reason why it does is because the camera... Huh? Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, son. The camera.
Can you hear me? Give me a second.
Your internet connection sucks, kid.
It's not that someone's calling me. Give me a sec. Okay. So, it might happen again because they're not answering their messages. The camera lens, the sun, when the sun's higher, it looks that's just lens flare. That's just the sun being really, really bright, and it looks bigger when it's brighter.
So explains why it moves further away. It doesn't drop down. It moves away due to perspective. You can see that, and you've got no argument there.
No, I know what's going on. You cannot see a perfect How do I explain this, bro?
The sun is moving away as per perspective.
One second. Yo, wait. Do you see that on the video? Do you see that lens flare?
Lens flares have got nothing to do with the sun moving away.
Trust me. I'm gonna.
No. Hey, kid, just so you understand, I've spent an hour this morning doing photography. I know what lens flares are.
Yeah, I
know. That's to do with the lens.
I know you know.
Nothing to do with what you're photographing. It's an angular relationship between the sun and the lens.
I know you know. Okay, but I want to show you something. The lens flare on the video you show me, it shows the circle of the sun, and that circle's not changing. It's not changing in size. It actually looks like it's setting.
The sun moves away, not down.
Yes.
What does the title of the video say?
Yes, I know what it's saying.
You're claiming the sun goes down, not going down, moving away.
How do I share my screen?
And yet
I want to show you what
just so you know,
you think the sun goes down?
No, I'm not. No. Wait. Can I show someone in
Catnip, I need you to understand something. We don't really care about the sun, so you can make all the claims you want, because staring up into the sky does not
away.
Why are you still talking? Staring up into the sky doesn't prove what's under your feet. Once you comprehend that, you can make all the claims you like. The ground is still flat underneath it.
I already believe it's flat for the sake of the argument.
That's just you saying that so you can talk.
Wait, T-Buggy, can I show you in DMs what I'm looking at?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna take multiple pictures. Okay, this is picture number 1, and then I'm gonna get a marker, permanent marker, and circle it. It's on her ass at this one. Another one. Circle that. Take another screenshot. Circle that. Circle that. The lens flare. What I'm saying is the lens flare is making it look like it's not changing in shape. You can actually see a semicircle. Right. I'm gonna send it to you in DMs. Take a look at DMs. Because the lens flare is... Oh, shit. I need to actually add you to do this. Okay, I added you. I want to send the picture. And then I want you to post it in the side chat, please, if you want to do that, if you can do that.
What's wrong with you posting in the... Oh, you're not...
I can't do it. I can't even type in the side chat. It's not letting me. Right, you see that? The lens flare is showing the circle of the sun without like the high contrast, the high brightness, right? the high contrast and brightness on the camera is making the sun look bigger and shrinking in size, or making it look like it's moving away. Stop it! What the hell are you doing? All right, yeah. So it's making it look like that. However, this lens flare is not showing this high contrast, this high brightness. It's actually showing the circle of the sun setting and not changing in size. Yeah. Just post them all at once. So it's not moving away. It's going down. It's literally dropping.
And nobody post anything for a sec. One sec. One sec.
Yeah, if you watch the video again, focus on that circle that I highlighted. What's your name? Matatrix. Focus on that little flares. Because that's the sun without the high brightness.
So you're claiming a flare because you're looking into the sun is the sun.
It's the reflection of the sun.
That means nothing.
Yeah, but okay, play the video.
Okay, I'll show you something. Yeah, look. We're just going to save all this. I'll show you lens flares. Check this out. I'm going to post up a still shot. Really pretty one.
You can see the sun.
Don't say no.
Bro, it's not a perfect circle. It's a semicircle. You can see it.
Yeah, they're hexagons also. Depends on what lens has been used. They will produce all different pretty patterns.
Can you show me? Okay, can you show me a video of the sun without the high brightness? So I want to see the circle of the sun shrinking, not the brightness shrinking. I don't want to see the brightness shrinking.
So show me your claims of... Look, listen, kid. Yet again, I'm going to make it exceptionally clear. Staring up into the sky proves absolutely nothing.
Okay, but I like the sun, and I believe the Earth is...
Yeah, that's great. You can like the sun. I'm not going to stop you. But if you're claiming the sun proves the Earth anything other than the fact that it illuminates it, we're probably going to point and laugh at you. So just making that quite clear. All right, where is my sun flare awesome shot? Oh, there's one. That'll do it. That's a JPEG. Okay, in the side chat, you'll see a cool shot of the silo there. Sun flare, you happy now? Oh, aren't they pretty? Lots of them. It's just an angular relationship to the lens looking into a bright light. Some lenses will do it exceptionally well. Others are good at eradicating that problem. Some people don't like it. So
don't you see
claiming...
Yeah,
that's
why
great.
Why can't you see it? Why can't you see what I'm looking at?
Silence. We're looking at a fucking flare.
Bro,
we see what you're talking about, Catnip. We see what you're talking about. You're looking at a flare. It proves nothing.
Look at it.
I have looked at it 6 times. It's not going to make it appear or disappear. It's still there. It proves nothing. Hello, child. We're trying to explain to you it proves nothing, and you keep telling us to look at it like something's going to change. At method number 6, how about I look at it through my right eye? I don't know. What do you want it to do? It's not going to prove the shape of the ground.
Bro, the lens flare
all you're proving, Catnip, listen carefully.
The lens
all a lens flare... Yeah, we're just going to mute you for a second. All the lens flare is going to prove is an angular relationship to the light source from the camera, or from the camera lens, to be more specific. That is all. So you claiming a lens flare means something, it does mean a lot. The camera lens is in a very particular angle. That's all. My God, these kids are slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's all independent of what we're talking about anyway. I mean, you're trying to refute what we're saying with this inference about the sun, assuming you know what the sun is, assuming you know how big it is, how far away it is, what sort of medium it exists within, it's how it operates, how it produces light, etc., etc. And you've got to prove all those things first, bro, before you can infer anything. You can't even use it to infer that the Earth is curving, because even if you did, right, you'd have to demonstrate that the surface has curvature.
Okay, all I'm saying is that video you showed me of the sun, it's not moving away. That's all. It's just the brightness.
Okay, you're saying that that's just a clown coat, man. You can see it's moving away.
It's the brightness.
Don't say no. You can see that as plain as the nose on your face. Like, seriously, kid. Try harder.
No, you can't. It's the brightness, bro. You can't even see the perfect circle. It looks messy. It's just the brightness of the sun.
Where in reality have you seen the perfect circle, quote unquote?
Yeah, if
sun
you use...
setting. Where have you seen it?
Wait, have you ever used sunglasses?
Where have you seen it?
Yes, with solar eclipse glasses. You can
so you haven't seen it?
I have.
Show me. Put it in the side chat.
You need to wear sunglasses.
Show me. Put it in the side chat. What? Don't you record this thing?
Bro, no. I'm not gonna put sunglasses on my camera.
Interesting. Why didn't you record it? You got a smartphone?
Why? What? So you want me to record it tomorrow? It's nighttime.
Perfect opportunity is daytime. If you're making the claims that the sun means something.
Wait, let's just look for a video on YouTube of the sun without...
so you've got to go find a video to back up your claim. That's interesting.
I can record it tomorrow, but I mean, let's make it faster.
I've got nothing but time. If you read the channel title, 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24 seconds Flat Earth. We got plenty of time, kid. We'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, found it. Show this. This is just a YouTube short.
Before you post it, I'm going to ask you a very straight up question. What do you believe showing us a sun moving picture through a filter is going to prove?
It proves it's not moving away.
So it's moving, but it's not moving.
No, it's not moving away. It's setting down. It's going down. Up and down.
That's due to weather conditions, as we've already explained to you.
It's not moving away.
And you can tell it's moving away. Go and purchase a light meter, a lux meter, and do some energy readings yourself.
Bro,
the energy readings dissipate throughout the day. You do know that, don't you?
Okay, well, I'm just saying that...
You do know that, don't you? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm saying that it's not moving away.
Excellent. So you do understand that the energy readings are dissipating. So what? God is there holding his hand out, turning the dimmer down, so the energy levels are getting smaller.
Okay, well, that's not happening.
Yeah, right. You've got no comeback to it, have you? Because you haven't looked into it.
No, so you're saying the sun gets dimmer, but on the other side of the world, it's the same. Oh, that does not make sense, bro.
No, it doesn't make sense because you don't understand. You don't want to.
So we all live in one place.
On. You probably think that we're a biscuit flying through space.
Yeah, because that's literally what the flat Earth is.
Exactly. No, it's not.
Okay, but it's still not moving away.
If it's not moving, why does it appear to move across the sky?
It's not moving. It's not moving away like diagonally or wherever straight. It's not going that way. It's going up and down. It's actually descending. It's descending because the Earth is a globe, and the Earth is turning.
No, it's not descending because the Earth is a globe.
Yes, it is.
See, and this is how we know, because we've already measured the Earth as non-curving.
Okay, cool.
Well, this is the problem. You need to understand, we don't give a shit if you think the sun is setting because it's a globe. We know it's not a globe. So listen, Catnip, you're not listening, you're talking. Yeah, he's having a fucking meltdown. How about we just help you not have a meltdown? Because we don't want you to look like a clown in front of your mum in 2 years' time when we play this back. Catnip, the ground has been measured non-curving. So you claiming it's a globe is a bit of a falsity. You claiming the sun's doing something because of globe is a falsity. This is wrong. It is not a globe. It is measured non-curving, no curvature. It's measured as flat. You have to get that through your head. So you claiming the sun is doing whatever it's doing, whether it's doing figure eights, loop-de-loops, or even a backflip, no one cares. You have to get it out of your head that staring into the sky is going to prove something. And I'll give you an analogy. Let's say your nice next door neighbour comes over to your house. You've got your car parked in the driveway. He's standing at the back of your car. He's looking at the house across the street. You're telling him about the car. He's pointing across the street saying, but the house on the other side has got blue around the windows. That proves that your car has orange wheels. He's not even looking at your car. If somebody did that to you, you would say that they had a mental condition. That is what you're doing to us. We're pointing to the ground saying, hey bro, no curvature. You're pointing to the sky going, I think the sun does this because of something else, which you can't prove in the first place. It's great.
Yeah, so an object will decrease in size when it gets further away. Clearly the sun's not doing that.
So what? The ground is still measured as flat. So the sun can do whatever the sun can do.
If the ground is measured
You can't
as flat,
comprehend that, can you? You can't comprehend that, can you?
if the ground is measured as flat, what is happening with the sun? Where is it going? How is it moving?
Don't care. Don't know. Don't care.
Yeah, because it contradicts your worldview.
No, it doesn't contradict anything.
Don't look up.
The sun, listen carefully. The laws of perspective...
Why are you so angry?
...have to do with optics. Nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Why are you so mad, bro?
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed that you just can't comprehend something so basic. It's actually quite sad.
Okay. Why? Okay. Let's do the moon. Why doesn't the moon decrease in size when it goes beyond the horizon?
And yet again, let's point to the sky, boys and girls. Why are you pointing to the sky to reference the ground?
Okay, because if the ground's flat, then we at least want to know what's happening with the celestial objects. It's, you know.
Why? Some people just don't care.
You can't just take one thing and then disregard the other. You need to build strong foundation.
All I'm doing is just the ground is measured flat. I'm quite happy with that.
Oh, okay. Well, the moon doesn't...
You making claims about the sky is totally up to you.
If the moon's moving away...
You know why it's up to you? I'll tell you why it's up to you. Let's just listen. How are you going to verify, validate, or prove any of your claims? You don't know what the moon's made of. Could be made of Swiss cheese and painted grey.
Okay, but if it's moving away, which
excellent. He's starting to think. So for you, this is all just about motion, about things moving away. Why does it not comply to the laws of perspective? That's a great question, and that's what you should have asked in the first place.
Okay,
and the correct answer is... shut up!
The moon actually moving
Shut
away.
up! And the correct answer is, we don't know why they don't. They are celestials. They are nothing to do with the ground.
Why is it every time we get the why is it every time I argue with a flat earther, it's like, I don't know?
The reason they say I don't know, because it's an honest answer. Would you prefer us baffle you with bullshit? Like there's invisible gnomes holding onto it with lassos and cowboy hats. See? Sounds fucking stupid. Or the honest answer is, we don't know. We do know the ground is flat, horizontal, planar with topography.
One sec.
Yeah, I tried to tell you that, we can free ourselves of the burden and responsibility of having to explain sky phenomena. It really is irrelevant.
Yeah, but the thing is, it is relevant.
No, there is no. The thing is, it's just as simple as that.
Okay, if you say I don't know, why don't you actually...
If you want to burden yourself with the responsibility of having to explain sky phenomena, then you go for it.
Okay,
you're free
you
to
say
do
I
that.
don't know, then why don't you go ahead? People would say... The thing is, people said I don't know in the beginning, and then they actually went to space, and then they figured out, oh, it's actually moving.
Another claim.
Yeah.
Have you been to space to verify all? Have you been to space to validate, verify?
I'm saying, why don't you verify why...
Have you been to space?
Yes.
Liar.
Okay, call me
See,
liar.
here you are trying to burden us with your
You can
bullshit
call me
claims,
liar.
telling us that why does he have to? Yeah, bzzzt. Why do you have this need to talk through people? Stop doing that, please. Just remember, any bullshit burdens you put upon us, you should consider for yourself first. You have not been to space. So how are you going to verify, validate, or prove any of your space-tard bullshit stories?
Okay, if you don't, I'm just saying, if you don't know, then why don't you go and find out?
We did find out. We measured the ground. It's not curving.
I'm talking about the moon and the sun. Why don't you go find out what's happening?
Why don't you go find out what's happening?
No, I'm asking you. What is with this Tuchel fallacy? Just why don't you do it?
Why don't you go find out what's happening and come back and report to us?
Oh, we already have.
Instead of chanting the.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.